Introduction. Ice and fire. To whom do they pay tribute in their kingdoms? Blood and tears. Whose tombstones do they etch? In a world rife with chaos, heroes emerge, and a decaying empire crumbles, giving rise to a new world. I am a believer in righteousness, and I shall immerse the realm in flames, vowing to be reborn. Chapter 1. Entering Spring City. As Spring City transitions into autumn, the winds carry falling leaves, casting a bleak atmosphere. Despite its name, it struggles to embody the vitality of spring. Spring City is among the 10 renowned cities of the empire, nestled in its heart, sprawling in size and teeming with populace, brimming with prosperity. Yet beneath this facade lies decay and corruption, much like its sister cities. At the city gates, Ding Dong stands among a throng of newcomers, queuing for inspection by the gatekeepers. He bows his head, moving slowly with the crowd. With a swift motion, a spear tipped with flames is thrust before him, the red tassel fluttering in the wind, quite a sight to behold. Where do you hail from? The gatekeeper's voice booms like thunder, resonant and authoritative. Ding Dong raises his gaze, but only meets the gatekeeper's midsection, for the man possesses a pronounced belly that stretches his dark leather uniform. He finds the tight wolf emblem on the officer's belly amusing and nearly laughs, but ultimately suppresses the urge. Are you deaf, boy? I'm asking you. The gatekeeper, evidently impatient, bellows at Ding Dong. I have come to seek refuge with relatives. Ding Dong replies loudly, producing a note with an address and offering it to the gatekeeper, not daring to meet his gaze. The gatekeeper takes the note, but barely inspects it before returning it with a curt, "You may enter." Ding Dong stows the note away and steps into Spring City, advancing without looking back until he reaches a deserted alley, where he lets out a sigh of relief. His tension stemmed from the fact that he was a horse bandit. Indeed, Ding Dong is young and small in stature, yet he is undeniably a horse bandit hailing from the desolate plains of the West. The horse bandits of the desolate plains are many, perpetually embroiled in life-and-death struggles over territory, occasionally robbing wealthy merchants to ensure their survival. Initially, Ding Dong believed he would spend his life on the edge of blade, perhaps one day kidnapping a girl, fathering a child, and ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of another, his body taking root in a coveted burial ground, thus completing a life well lived. However, he never anticipated being cast out of the bandit camp by the chief, the second in command, and the strategist just half a month prior, a scene vividly etched in his memory. Go to Spring City. Seek out a physician named Duan Hu, a man of great skill who should be able to help you regain your memory. The strategist's smiling visage lingers in Ding Dong's mind, though he perceives only treachery and cunning behind that smile. Get moving, you little brat. The chief delivers a forceful kick to Ding Dong's rear, a blow that lingers, causing him discomfort even days later. At 15, Ding Dong's recollections of his childhood remain a blank slate. He cannot recall anything prior to the age of 10. The strategist insists he must have a complex background and significant responsibilities to shoulder, yet he offers no details, only promising to illuminate a path upon Ding Dong's coming of age. That so-called path culminated in the chief dragging him from his bed in the dead of night, kicking him out of the camp without a backward glance, instructing him to find a physician Duan Hu in central Spring City. Ding Dong lingers in the alley, ensuring no guards are in pursuit before stepping onto the street with a swagger. The vibrancy of Spring City starkly contrasts the desolation of the plains. Here, young women flit about, and whimsical trinkets adorn the streets, alongside delectable treats that tantalize the palate, filling Ding Dong with exhilaration. He wanders from stall to stall, indulging in the delights and momentarily forgetting his primary purpose. Ding Dong is the delight of vendors, who privately refer to him as a country leopard. Country leopards possess a bit of coin and spend it freely, never haggling. Cunning vendors slyly inflate prices, yet still they relish the sales. His current location is within the commoner's district of Spring City, and his extravagant spending draws the envy of onlookers. Watch where you're going. A scruffy little beggar collides with Ding Dong, who stands there, hands on hips, spitting words with a wide grin. Who the hell are you talking to? Looking for a fight? Ding Dong, accustomed to confrontation, glares fiercely and raises his fist to strike the beggar. The little beggar, suddenly silent, retreats a short distance before shouting country leopard at Ding Dong, provocatively wiggling his pinky finger, then scampering away. Having been coddled in the camp, Ding Dong is unaccustomed to being slighted. His fury boils over at being insulted by a beggar. Don't you dare run. I'll make you pay. Ding Dong bellows, hurling the snacks he had purchased to the ground as he pursues the beggar. He chases the little beggar through several streets, But as the boy twists and turns, he soon disappears from sight, forcing Ding Dong to halt, panting heavily while inwardly cursing, "You little brat, if you're so tough, don't let me catch you." Just then, a delightful aroma wafts through the air, tantalizing his senses. He sniffs, his mouth watering, and exclaims, "Steamed meat buns." Here comes Ding. Like a hunting dog, he follows the scent to a roadside stall, reaching for his purse while ordering 2 meat-filled buns. However, as he pulls out his purse, a sudden thud reverberates in his mind, leaving him blank. His purse is gone. "Hey, do you still want the buns?" The vendor asks, having wrapped 2 buns in lotus leaves, waiting for Ding Dong to exchange money for goods, only to find the boy frozen like a statue. "Damn it, that little punk must have stolen my purse. Just wait until I catch you. I'll chop your hands off." Ding Dong roars, abruptly turning to sprint away, startling the vendor who stares at his retreating figure in bewilderment. Ding Dong's pursuit is frantic. Unfamiliar with the paths, he soon becomes disoriented and dizzy, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, nearly losing his sanity. In truth, money is of little concern to Ding Dong. A single heist could sustain him for an extended period. However, within the lost purse were 2 crucial items: a note detailing the address of the physician Duan Hu, and a jade pendant that has always accompanied him, which the strategist claimed represented his unknown identity and must never be lost. "Damn you, don't let me catch you," Ding Dong seethes, slamming his fist against the wall, dislodging a chunk of plaster. "Help!" In the midst of his fury and frustration, he suddenly catches a faint cry for help. He glances around, noticing that passers-by hurry along, seemingly unaware of the distant plea. "Am I imagining things?" Ding Dong shakes his head and digs at his ears, ready to leave, but then he hears the cry again, this time clear and high-pitched, seemingly from a woman, originating from a nearby alley, just a few meters ahead. "Look there," Ding Dong thought to himself, brushing off the dust from his hands, and hurried into the alley. The alley was narrow and winding. As Ding Dong ventured deeper, the cries for help became increasingly distinct, mingled with the brazen laughter of others. "Shout louder. In this part of town, even if you call to the heavens, they won't answer you. If you call to the earth, it will remain silent. When you tire of shouting, 'My friend, and I will let you 2 girls enjoy yourselves,'" sneered a voice like a rusty bell. Ding Dong pressed on until he encountered 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women. The men were clad in tattered clothing, and from a distance, Ding Dong could detect the pungent odor of sweat emanating from them. One was tall and lean, resembling a pole, while the other was short and stout, akin to a wintermelon. They were cornering 2 young women. One wore a pink embroidered silk blouse with pearl-white skirts, her heart-shaped, porcelain-like face filled with fear as she trembled in the corner. The other, dressed as a maid in a pale blue simple garment, stood with her arms outstretched, shielding the elegantly clad girl, the cries for help emanating from her. Upon seeing Ding Dong appear, the maid's face lit up with surprise as she urgently exclaimed, "These 2 ruffians are trying to bully us. Please save us." The stout man turned at the sound, revealing his round, pockmarked face. He glanced disdainfully at Ding Dong and scoffed, "What sort of wild brat are you? Get lost." Ding Dong had approached out of curiosity and had not yet contemplated intervening, but the term wild brat ignited a flame of anger within him, causing his teeth to clench. Assuming Ding Dong's silence indicated fear, the pockmarked man returned his attention to the 2 frightened girls, continuing his lewd taunts. Suddenly, he heard swift, heavy footsteps and a gust of wind behind him, startling him. He turned just in time to meet a colossal fist. Ding Dong's punch struck the pockmarked man's nose, sending him reeling to the ground. The tall man was taken aback, unable to fathom this sudden turn of events, blinking his small, beady eyes in disbelief, alternating between looking at Ding Dong and the fallen pockmarked man, his mouth agape in shock. The pockmarked man lay on the ground, dazed, his nose askew, tears, saliva, and blood mingling with his filthy clothes. "You're asking for death." The tall man finally regained his composure, trembling as he drew a gleaming knife from his waist. However, before he could act, Ding Dong's fierce glare intimidated him, causing him to quickly hide the knife behind him, gulping in fear. "What are you afraid of? He's just one person. We can take him down," the pockmarked man cursed, struggling to rise and lunging at Ding Dong. The tall man, stung by the insult of coward, flushed with anger and, with a wild shout, charged at Ding Dong wielding the knife. Chapter 2. The Poor Family. The pockmarked man's calculations were flawed. He and the tall man were nothing more than petty street thugs. Little did they know that the seemingly insignificant youth before them had spent years navigating the treacherous paths of life, a fierce bandit skilled in the art of survival. As the pockmarked man lunged forward, Ding Dong stepped back, raised his right leg, and executed a sweeping kick that connected with the pockmarked man's round face, sending him sprawling aside. The moment Ding Dong's foot hit the ground, he noticed the tall man lunging at him with a knife. Using the momentum, Ding Dong deftly sidestepped the attack and struck the tall man at the elbow. With a sharp crack, the tall man cried out in pain, the knife slipping from his grasp. His arm hung limply at his side, clearly either broken or dislocated. Ding Dong bent down to retrieve the knife, his face darkening as he approached the pockmarked man. Without a word, he plunged the knife into the man's shoulder. The pockmarked man screamed in agony, nearly losing consciousness. Ignoring his plight, Ding Dong withdrew the bloodied knife and coldly inquired, "Who was the wild brat now?" In excruciating pain, the pockmarked man could only moan, unable to respond. Ding Dong furrowed his brow, and with a swift motion, he drove the knife into the other side of the pockmarked man's shoulder. "Last chance, who is the wild brat?" Ding Dong demanded through clenched teeth. I am. I am the wild brat, a son of a dog. Please, spare my life." The pockmarked man stammered, trembling as he degraded himself under the duress of pain. Ding Dong left the knife embedded in the pockmarked man's body, snorting disdainfully as he stood up. He had no desire to kill such filth. Casting a cold glance at the tall man, who was now sweating profusely and as pale as a ghost, the tall man quickly declared himself a wild brat as well. Satisfied, Ding Dong turned to leave. The two young women, though rescued, trembled in fear at the gruesome display, too shocked to move. "What was your name?" the elegantly dressed girl asked timidly, her voice quivering as she addressed Ding Dong's retreating figure. Ding Dong did not respond. He continued onward without looking back, soon disappearing around the corner. After a moment of shock, the maid regained her composure, kicked the fallen pockmarked man and the tall man a few times in anger, then hurriedly pulled the elegant girl away as they fled. Ding Dong's brutal actions, rather than providing him with relief, left him feeling more suffocated than ever. Having never known his parents, he was particularly sensitive to being called a wild brat. The sting of such a label was unbearable. At that moment, he longed to discover his identity, to know who his parents were. Even if they had turned to dust, he would find solace in kneeling at their graves and paying his respects. What he craved most was a sense of belonging. Yet, the two vital links to his identity, a jade pendant and a note, had been stolen. Without them, he would truly be a wild brat. "By all that is holy, do not let me catch you," Ding Dong muttered through gritted teeth, his heart filled with resentment. After a moment of frustration, he shook his head and surveyed the bustling street, feeling lost and uncertain of his next steps. Just then, a familiar figure caught his eye, igniting a spark of hope within him. "Ah, you little rascal, let's see where you run to now." Ding Dong sneered menacingly as he spotted a shifty-eyed rogue in the crowd, the very beggar who had stolen his purse. Having learned from his previous mistakes, Ding Dong refrained from hasty actions this time. Instead, he followed the beggar at a distance, meticulously plotting his revenge, his fists clenching with determination. The little beggar, ever vigilant, darted through the streets, his pace quickening as he glanced around. Several times, he almost lost Ding Dong, who seethed in frustration, cursing under his breath. With Ding Dong's purse in hand, the little beggar visited various shops, pharmacies, fabric stores, and street stalls, collecting a multitude of items. "Do you think my money is easy to spend? Enjoy it while you can. Soon, I will have you writhing in agony," Ding Dong thought, lurking around a corner, fixated on the beggar's every move, his fingers flexing in anticipation. The two continued their dance, one in the shadows, the other oblivious, as they traversed the bustling market, heading northwest. As the streets grew quieter, the smooth stone path transformed into a rugged dirt road, and the surrounding buildings became increasingly dilapidated, constructed from crumbling bricks and worn tiles. Ding Dong surveyed his surroundings, perplexed. How could such a dismal place exist in this spring city? Ding Dong observed the slightly widened dirt road ahead, realizing that the moment was ripe for action. Just as he was about to step forward, he noticed 5 raggedly dressed children had already encircled the little beggar, exuberantly waving their arms, leaping with joy, their innocent faces radiating delight as they chorused Erzhu go. He hurriedly retreated into the shadows. The beggar, affectionately referred to as Erzhu, gently placed the items he held onto the ground and squatted down. He pulled a snot-nosed boy closer and, with a playful stroke along the bridge of the child's nose, asked with a smile, "Little Doozy, would you like to eat something delicious?" "Yes," the little boy replied, sniffling. "And what about you all?" Erzhu turned to the other children. "Yes," they replied in unison. "Good." Erzhu rummaged through the small pile of items on the ground and selected several parcels wrapped in oiled paper, distributing them to the children. They clutched their little packages, not in haste to open them, but first expressed their gratitude to Erzhu before happily running off, hand in hand. "Using my money to curry favor," Ding Dong grumbled under his breath, yet for reasons unknown, his anger had diminished significantly. As the little beggar gathered the various bundles scattered on the ground, he did not continue along the main path, but instead veered right into a narrow alley flanked by two dilapidated houses. He stepped over the rocky, winding path and swiftly entered one of the houses. This structure had partially collapsed, with gaping holes in the walls, and the wind howled through the openings. Ding Dong stealthily approached, hiding by a wall cavity to surreptitiously observe the interior, where voices could be heard. "Is that you, my son, Erzhu?" questioned an elderly woman, lying beside a pile of rubble. As she spoke, she attempted to lift herself with trembling arms, but could not manage to sit up. "Mother, it's me. Don't move. I will help you," Erzhu hurriedly replied, dropping the bundles from his hands and rushing to assist the elderly woman. How could she not even recognize her own son? Ding Dong pondered, pausing his plan to confront the little beggar and continuing to observe the scene within. The elderly woman extended her hands, unsteadily feeling Erzhu's face, then touched his shoulder, her head remaining still and not facing him. "Ah, she is blind," Ding Dong realized with a start. "Mother, I bought you some medicine and a bit of food. Just wait a moment. I'll get it for you," Erzhu said, turning to retrieve the items, only to be halted by the elderly woman, who clutched his clothing tightly. "Erzhu, tell me, buying things requires money. Where did your money come from?" For reasons unknown, her voice trembled, tinged with a hint of sorrow, causing Ding Dong to feel an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. "Mother, I found a job at the Sifong Inn as a waiter. The boss is kind and paid me my wages for the month in advance," Erzhu lied. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman did not loosen her grip. Instead, she held on tighter, her expression growing more fervent. "My son, is what you say true? Do they really want to hire us? We must be perceptive and diligent, enduring hardship and toil, as long as they are willing to provide us with a meal." "Mother, I understand." Erzhu interrupted her rambling, pulling his clothing free and turning to search through the items on the ground, only to bump into Ding Dong at the wall opening, causing him to gasp and sit down in shock. "What happened, son?" the elderly woman asked anxiously upon hearing her son's exclamation. Erzhu, now startled beyond measure, was too astonished to respond. Ding Dong shot a glare at Erzhu, boldly stepping through the wall opening and cheerfully declared, "I'm a friend of Erzhu's, here to check on him." He then playfully waved a fist at the bewildered Erzhu. Erzhu scrambled to his feet, positioning himself protectively in front of his mother, casting a suspicious glance at Ding Dong, uncertain of his intentions. "Oh, a friend of Erzhu's? Erzhu, didn't you buy something? Quickly, bring it out to entertain your friend," the elderly woman said warmly, though her quivering voice betrayed her unease. Ding Dong scrutinized the elderly woman from behind Erzhu, noting that despite her wide-open eyes, they were clouded, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between the whites and the pupils, clearly indicating her blindness. He sighed softly and said, "No need for that. I merely came to discuss a matter with Erzhu and will leave shortly." With that, he beckoned Erzhu with a finger and turned to exit the house. He waited at the entrance for a moment until Erzhu finally emerged. "You can do as you wish, but I implore you to spare my mother. She is so old and blind," Erzhu said nervously, looking at Ding Dong. But before he could finish his plea, he saw Ding Dong swinging a fist the size of a bowl toward him. Caught off guard, he had no time to evade, resulting in him being knocked to the ground. In truth, Ding Dong possessed considerable strength, yet he had swung high and landed lightly. Otherwise, he could have easily incapacitated the frail Erzhu for days. "Hand over the items," Ding Dong commanded, extending his right hand toward the fallen Erzhu. Erzhu hesitated for a moment before hastily retrieving Ding Dong's money pouch from his pocket and handing it over. Ding Dong accepted the pouch, discovering that a small portion of the money was missing. Yet fortunately, the jade pendant and note remained. After a brief pause, he extracted the pendant and note, tucking them into his own clothing, then produced the solitary remaining gold coin, tossing the rest of the money and the pouch back to Erzhu on the ground. He coolly remarked, "Find something to do and refrain from stealing. Should you truly find yourself in trouble, I shudder to think what would happen to your mother." With that, He turned and departed. Chapter 3. A surge of jealousy prior to stepping out. Erzhu had already contemplated the worst possible scenario, being captured and taken to face the authorities, ultimately perishing in a merciless prison that devours its victims without leaving a trace. Even in the most optimistic of circumstances, he anticipated a severe beating after his purse was seized, rendering him incapable of self-care. However, to his astonishment, the assailant merely delivered a light blow and even returned money to him, an outcome he could scarcely have imagined. Sitting on the ground, he gazed at Ding Dong's retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought before snapping back to reality. He hastily grabbed Ding Dong's purse and hurried after him. As Ding Dong walked, puzzled by his inexplicable act of kindness, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. He halted, furrowing his brow, and turned to look at Erzhu. "You are a good person. I cannot accept this money," Erzhu declared, tossing the purse back to Ding Dong. Ding Dong received the purse, regarding Erzhu with a bemused expression, unable to suppress a laugh, which left Erzhu momentarily bewildered, scratching the back of his head in confusion. "You are quite intriguing. You refuse money given freely and instead resort to thievery. Do you enjoy seeking thrills?" Ding Dong chuckled heartily. Erzhu felt a flush of embarrassment at Ding Dong's teasing, yet he maintained a defiant demeanor, tilting his head aside as he replied, "Although we are poor, we adhere to 3 principles of honesty." Ding Dong, intrigued by this declaration, inquired, "I did not realize you possess such principles. Pray tell, what are the 3? First, we do not steal from those clad in silk. They are the likes of Lord Wan or his associates, whom we cannot afford to provoke. Second, we do not pilfer from those in fur. They belong to Lord Wu or his men, and we have no desire to meet an untimely end. Third, we do not take from those in tattered clothing. They are merely impoverished like ourselves, and robbing them would only lead to their starvation." "And where do I fit into this equation?" "You do not fit into any category. But you are a good person, and thus I should not steal from you." Ding Dong erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "In all my years, this is the first time someone has called me a good person. You do not seem like those ruffians from outside. What is your occupation?" Erzhu asked, bewildered. "Should I claim to be a horse bandit? Would you believe me?" Erzhu gasped in surprise. He had heard of bandits who lived on the edge, merciless and unflinching in their violence. Yet this man before him bore no resemblance to such a fearsome image. "There is no need for disbelief. Come tomorrow, when I demonstrate my ferocity in taking a life," Ding Dong said, brandishing his fist with a menacing expression, causing Erzhu to gulp nervously. "And what brings you to the city?" Erzhu queried. "I am here to seek someone. By the way, do you know the way around here?" Ding Dong asked, producing a piece of paper from his pocket and stepping forward to hand it to Erzhu. Erzhu shook his head, awkwardly admitting, "I cannot read." "Then allow me to read it to you. It says, No. 13, Chunko Vegetable Market," Ding Dong recited from the paper. "You can read? Are you one of Lord Wen's or Lord Wu's men?" Erzhu exclaimed in astonishment. "As I mentioned, I am a horse bandit. What's all this about Master Wan and Master Wu? It's all a mess. Do you even know? If you lead me there, I'll give you this," Ding Dong said, pulling a gold coin from his pocket and shaking it. The coin glimmered in the sunlight, reflecting a dazzling golden light that made Erzhu's eyes sparkle. "This isn't stealing. It's a reward for labor," Ding Dong added. Erzhu was taken aback. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins or 1,000 copper coins, enough to sustain their impoverished family for several years. "Do you understand?" Ding Dong impatiently pressed on. Yes, I'll take you there," Erzhu replied, stepping forward hesitantly before turning to run home, calling out, "Wait for me. I need to tell my mother. She's worried." On the way, Erzhu described the conditions of Spring City to Ding Dong. The city is divided into 4 distinct zones. The innermost circle is for officials, the second for the wealthy, the third for commoners, and the outermost for the impoverished. The poor districts are typically located in remote areas, far from the city gates. To prevent the imperial officials from witnessing the dire conditions during their visits, which could dampen their spirits, Erzhu's home was situated in one of these destitute neighborhoods. While Spring City appears glamorous and prosperous on the surface, it conceals a decaying reality. The collusion between officials and businessmen is a well-known open secret. Except for the principal civil and military officials, who are appointed directly from the imperial capital, the positions of minor officials are advertised with clear price tags. This creates a vicious cycle where the wealthy can purchase official titles, allowing them to exploit the populace and amass even greater wealth. The plight of the poor and common people is unbearable. The commoners can rely on small businesses for survival, while the impoverished are left to sell their children or resort to theft and robbery to barely scrape by, living day by day. However, the poor dare not target the rich or officials for they cannot afford the consequences. Erzhu's brother, Dezhu, was imprisoned and brutally punished for stealing from a wealthy man, leading to a tragic end that left their mother blind from grief. Then why do I see so many foolish people trying to squeeze into the city? Ding Dong recalled the long line he encountered upon entering. Those country bumpkins only see the good side of Spring City. Even if they hear about the bad, they refuse to believe it. But thankfully for us, those simpletons exist. Otherwise, we wouldn't survive. Erzhu shrugged, speaking lightly. The spring market was located at the intersection of the wealthy and commoner districts, bustling with a mix of people. There it is, number 13, Erzhu said, pointing to a large red door. Ding Dong approached and knocked. After a considerable wait, a tall, thin, middle-aged man answered. What do you want? He asked, eyeing Ding Dong and Erzhu's attire with a frown, his tone revealing impatience. Ding Dong produced a silver coin and offered it, instantly transforming the man's demeanor into a smile. I'm looking for Dr. Duan. Oh, how unfortunate. The master just left on a long trip yesterday and won't be back for quite some time. A middle-aged man, wearing a sycophantic smile, accepted the silver coin handed to him by Ding Dong. What bad luck. I shall return another day, he remarked. You frequent this place often. Erzhu, standing nearby, was flabbergasted and, once the door was firmly shut, whispered to Ding Dong. You gave him a silver coin just like that? I would have offered you a gold coin to guide me. Erzhu, awkwardly laughing, found himself at a loss for words. It appears I shall have to reside in this wretched place for a while, Ding Dong said. Let us return to your abode. You aren't intending to stay in the slums, are you? Erzhu exclaimed in shock. Is that unacceptable? Ding Dong's eyes widened in a fierce glare, causing Erzhu to shudder. All right. It's just that the conditions are rather grim. What place have I not stayed in? The quality of my lodgings matters little to me. I merely seek a bit of excitement in this unfamiliar territory. With that, Ding Dong pulled Erzhu back down the path. Throughout the journey, Ding Dong wore a frown, remaining silent, while Erzhu, eager to share fascinating tales, was silenced by Ding Dong's stern demeanor. Upon entering the slum area, Ding Dong suddenly halted and turned, sneering. Come out. You've been following us for quite some time. Are you not fatigued? As his words fell, a group of over 10 emerged from around the corner. Their intentions were clearly nefarious, wielding clubs and blades. Their faces twisted in anger as they marched briskly. Leading the group was the lanky man whom Ding Dong had previously assaulted. Erzhu, act as if you do not know me, and keep your distance, Ding Dong whispered, fixating on the menacing thugs before them. These ruffians are notorious bullies in this area, and they do not hesitate to kill. What have you done to provoke them? Erzhu trembled in fear. Without addressing Erzhu's question, Ding Dong abruptly slapped him, sending him sprawling to the ground, then placed a foot on Erzhu's face. His expression darkened as he shouted, You stole from me and dared to toy with me? Stay here and do not flee. Once I deal with your accomplices, I will attend to you, or I shall eliminate your entire family. After delivering another kick to Erzhu, he strode boldly towards the gang of thugs. Erzhu remained rooted to the spot, bewildered by Ding Dong's recent words. Yet he soon grasped Ding Dong's intention. The group had clearly been trailing them for a considerable distance. Had Ding Dong not spoken thus, they might have been mistaken for allies, leading to dire consequences. Rising to his feet, he looked up to see Ding Dong encircled by the thugs. After a moment's hesitation, he stomped his foot and chose not to return home, instead taking a different path. Brother, it's this bastard. The lanky man pointed at Ding Dong. Being labeled a bastard ignited a fiery rage within Ding Dong, his eyes turning crimson as he surveyed the gang before him, silently vowing to make them pay dearly. Are you certain? A burly man with a scar glanced at Ding Dong, his gaze icy. I would recognize him even in ashes. The lanky man gritted his teeth and declared, Then let us kill him. Everyone forward. The scarred face spoke menacingly, yet did not advance. Instead, he flicked his finger towards Ding Dong. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader, a saying that resonated deeply with Ding Dong, ingrained in his mind and deftly executed in practice. As the adversary prepared to strike, Ding Dong roared and lunged forward with lightning speed, toppling the scarred face to the ground. The scarred face, momentarily stunned, was accustomed to instilling fear in others, often reducing them to tears and pleas for mercy. However, this time, he was taken aback by the audacity of a lone opponent initiating the attack. The others stood frozen in shock. Die! Ding Dong pressed the scarred face down, raising his fist and delivering a powerful blow to the bridge of his nose, eliciting a pained scream. Amidst the agonized cries of the scarred face, the remaining henchmen, shaken from their stupor, swung their clubs towards Ding Dong's head and back. Although Ding Dong possessed remarkable resilience, he was not invulnerable. Before his second punch could land, he was struck down. The scarred face scrambled to his feet, spat blood onto the ground in a fit of rage, and brandished a kitchen knife aimed at Ding Dong's face. Having been struck in the back of the head, Ding Dong lay on the ground, disoriented, surrounded by swirling shadows and a constant buzzing in his ears. As he beheld a glaring object descending towards him, he found himself unable to move, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Simultaneously, the jade pendant he clutched erupted with a brilliant light. Chapter 4. Shackled in prison in the darkness. Ding Dong was oblivious to his surroundings, sensing only an overwhelming void. Suddenly, a voice, echoing hollowly from all directions, resonated through the air. It was a deep, authoritative male voice, both resonant and familiar, yet he could not recall where he had previously heard it. Open your hand. Ding Dong felt his right hand involuntarily spread its fingers wide. Channel your energy. A surge of power began to swell in his abdomen, coursing rapidly throughout his body. Concentrate your energy. The force emanating from within him began to gather systematically in his palm, causing his entire right arm to grow warm, then hot. Hold your weapon. The energy surged from his palm, and he sensed an object materializing in his hand, its texture reminiscent of a hilt. Defend. Upon hearing this command, Ding Dong's arm instinctively rose, and as it descended, a sharp, crisp sound resonated in his ears, jolting him back to awareness. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a tumult of dust and debris, within which a faint blue light shimmered. Emerging from the haze was a large, knife-like object radiating a pale blue glow. Strikingly familiar, yet oddly alien to Ding Dong. Is it a martial spirit? Could it be Lord Wen? A voice suddenly called out, prompting an immediate silence among those present. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the swirling dust, and with a fierce shout, Ding Dong sprang to his feet. A cacophony of gasps erupted as the assailants scattered, casting furtive glances at Ding Dong and the luminous blade in his grasp, yet none dared to utter a word. In that moment, Ding Dong too was entranced by the gleaming weapon, his brow furrowing in contemplation of the mysterious voice he had just heard in the darkness. Who was it? What was the nature of this blade? He repeatedly questioned himself, yet found no answers. That pompous fool, his garments are woven from silk. Unlike this wretch clad in tattered hemp, filthy to boot, muttered the scar-faced man, his bravado faltering. Let us all converge, eliminate him without delay. Yet, despite his words, his countenance betrayed a palpable anxiety. After issuing his command, he observed his subordinates trembling, none willing to advance. A cold sweat cascaded down his spine as he felt trapped in a precarious situation. Initially emboldened by the sight of his men injured or incapacitated, and believing Ding Dong to be merely a provincial upstart, he now faced an opponent of formidable strength, possibly a learned man disguised among the common folk. Retreating could provoke dire retribution, a perilous fate indeed. In his turmoil, his gaze fell upon a nearby hemp stalk, and in a fit of rage, he kicked it, bellowing, "You instigated this, so you shall lead the charge." The stalk stumbled forward, glancing back at its comrades and then at Ding Dong, quaking with trepidation. Breathing heavily, its mind clouded, it summoned courage, shrieking as it lunged at Ding Dong with a makeshift wooden club. Ding Dong, still reeling from recent events, was momentarily stunned when a figure charged towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade, severing the club in two, and with a fluid motion, he struck down upon the assailant's shoulder, dismembering an arm. The hemp stalk collapsed, bewildered by the sudden loss, pain radiating through its body as it cried out and succumbed to unconsciousness. This entire episode transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the assailants wide-eyed and slack-jawed, oblivious to the swirling dust around them. Suddenly, the scar-faced man shouted, "Damn it, he is killed." In a desperate bid for survival, he declared, "We are doomed regardless. There's but one of him. Let us fight." Spurred by his words, the bewildered assailants, lacking coherent strategy, surged forward towards Ding Dong, their expressions resolute in the face of death. Seeing his men charge, the scar-faced man exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to flee in the opposite direction. The assailants, oblivious to their leader's retreat, continued to roar defiantly as they advanced upon Ding Dong. Without a moment's pause, Ding Dong brandished his blade before him, ready to engage. His fury had reached its zenith, ignited by the relentless provocations. The wind howled, swirling grit amid the tumult, sweeping over the carnage that lay strewn before him. Those who had not succumbed to death or unconsciousness writhed in agony, blood pooling around them as they struggled futilely to rise and escape their grim fate. Ding Dong, drenched in blood and wielding a broadsword that emanated a faint blue glow, stood resolutely against the wind, exuding a formidable presence akin to that of a harbinger of doom. His icy gaze swept across the ground, briefly resting on the distant figure of the scarred man, before he disdainfully spat onto the earth. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from his side. Turning to look, he discovered Erzhu, accompanied by several soldiers clad in ochre leather armor and one in deep yellow, rushing towards him. Upon witnessing the bloody scene surrounding Ding Dong and the blood-soaked sword in his hands, Erzhu was rendered speechless with shock. He had hastened to report to the civil office out of concern that Ding Dong had been gravely injured by thugs, only to return to this harrowing spectacle. "Did you kill all these people? Are you a martial artist?" inquired the ochre-clad man, frowning as he approached Ding Dong, his tone lacking any harshness. Ding Dong cast a sidelong glance at the man and replied coolly, "I did kill them, but I am no martial artist." "Take him away," commanded the officer, appraising Ding Dong's attire without further ado and beckoning to his subordinates. At that moment, Erzhu was consumed by regret, wishing he had not sought help, for he had inadvertently endangered Ding Dong. Yet, no explanation he offered would be heeded. Instead, he received a brutal kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Helplessly watching as Ding Dong was taken away, he stared at the retreating figures, struck himself harshly across the face, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Erzhu, you are nothing but scum," he berated himself. Afterward, he recalled the horrific scene surrounding him and, terrified, scrambled homeward. The civil office had long been dubbed the lapdog of the wealthy and the butcher of the poor. Generally, the impoverished who were arrested, regardless of their innocence, found themselves enslaved by the jailers due to their family's inability to pay for their release, with 9 out of 10 suffering a fate of abuse unto death. Erzhu would not have resorted to such desperate measures had he seen no other recourse. He could scarcely believe that Ding Dong had emerged unscathed from slaying so many thugs, only to be captured as a result. At that moment, the broadsword in Ding Dong's hand had dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Had it not been for the blood covering him, no one would have associated this unremarkable-looking young man with the ruthless killer he appeared to be. With a series of creaking sounds, the cold and decaying prison gate slowly swung open before Ding Dong. The jailer forcefully pushed him forward, thrusting him into the death cell. "Old Lu, have you got another toy?" inquired a diminutive jailer, seemingly youthful, as he regarded Ding Dong and turned to an older jailer beside him. "I say, Xiao Lu, don't you dare get any ideas about this kid. I've heard he single-handedly took down a dozen ruffians without a scratch. And he seems to be a martial artist too." "Really?" Xiao Lu, upon hearing old Lu's words, displayed no fear but rather an expression of excitement. "Did you not see? The blood all over him is proof," old Lu asserted, gesturing towards Ding Dong as he secured a heavy iron chain on the door and locked it with a large padlock. "You keep a close watch on him. Best not to provoke him. I'm off to drink," old Lu said, turning to leave. Little Six stuck out his tongue at old Lu's back, made a funny face, and then turned to Ding Dong, smiling as he asked, "Hey, what is your name?" Ding Dong glanced at Little Six with a cold gaze, remaining silent. Unperturbed by Ding Dong's rudeness, Little Six reached into his ochre leather armor and pulled out 2 dice, cheerfully suggesting, "Let us play a game. It's simple, let us compare sizes." Ding Dong cast a fleeting look at the dice in Little Six's hand and replied coolly, "Are you willing to wager? What is at stake?" Ding Dong was familiar with dice, having played with them among the bandits while drinking, though he was not particularly skilled at it. Upon hearing Ding Dong speak, Little Six's excitement surged. He drew his dagger from his waist and waved it, declaring, "Let us bet on getting slashed. 1 cut per round. If I win, I'll slice you twice, and if I lose, just once. What do you say? How old are you?" Ding Dong furrowed his brow as he regarded Little Six. He had always thought that bandits were the most vicious of people, yet they never harmed others without reason. Had it not been for that group provoking him, he wouldn't have resorted to violence. Looking at the diminutive jailer with a youthful face, he found it incomprehensible that such a young child could be so cruel, deriving amusement from inflicting pain. "Why does my age matter to you? Are you going to play or not?" Little Six retorted angrily. The fierce and twisted expression on his otherwise innocent face struck Ding Dong as absurdly comical. "Not interested," Ding Dong coldly replied, leaning against the wall to rest. "Humph. Refusing me once, I'll take an arm. Refuse me twice, a leg. I wonder how many parts of you would suffice for your refusals," Little Six shouted, his voice booming as the blade in his hand suddenly swelled to more than twice its size. He thrust the knife into the prison cell, aiming a fierce strike at Ding Dong's shoulder. Startled by the attack, Ding Dong gazed in fear at the descending blade, the gleaming edge blindingly bright. His mind went blank, unsure of what to do. He attempted to summon his pale blue great sword, but to no avail. The long knife of Little Six was now less than a meter from his shoulder, and he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest. Looking down, He saw a powerful light erupting from the spot where his jade pendant lay. In that moment, his right hand involuntarily lifted, his index finger pointing at little six. A colossal force surged from his abdomen, rapidly concentrating at the tip of his right index finger, transforming into a luminous sphere that shot forth. Just as little six's blade was about to strike him, the glowing sphere collided with the hilt of the knife, creating a round hole. The force from the hilt tore through little six's grip, causing him to cry out in pain as he lost hold of the long knife. Ding Dong rolled to the side, narrowly escaping. Little six stared in disbelief at the hilt on the ground, fixated on the black hole, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Overwhelmed by fear, he could hardly bear to imagine the consequences had the glowing sphere struck him instead. Equally astonished was Ding Dong. He glanced at his right index finger and then examined the jade pendant in his possession, now dim but still warm. His mouth agape. He found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 5. Turning peril into safety with a soft rustle, Xiao Lu's knife reverted to its original size. Lying dull and lifeless on the ground. In the prison, only the heavy sounds of labored breathing and the faint thumping of a heartbeat could be heard. Xiao Lu stared at the knife, his face betraying the fear that surged within him. Previously, he had treated the prisoners in this death row as mere playthings, reveling in the degradation of their dignity and bodies for amusement. Yet this time, he had miscalculated. He had not anticipated that the new prisoner he had long awaited possessed such remarkable abilities. Ding Dong gazed at the familiar jade pendant resting in his palm, suddenly feeling an unprecedented sense of estrangement. This pendant had always accompanied him in his memories, and according to the strategist, it was a significant emblem of his identity. He had never imagined that this pendant harbored such extraordinary powers, having saved his life twice. During his time as a bandit, he had been under the staunch protection of his comrades, thereby never having the opportunity to witness the hidden might of the pendant. The pendant appeared quite ordinary. Oval in shape, adorned with swirling cloud-like engravings, with a blood-red T character at its center. To an untrained eye, it might seem less valuable than trinkets found at a street market, yet a connoisseur could discern that the pendant, with its intricate patterns and lettering, was a flawless treasure. Utterly priceless. Ding Dong was unsure if it was merely a figment of his imagination, but he distinctly felt that the pendant had shrunk slightly compared to before. What kind of power did you just employ? That was neither a technique of the literary adept nor that of the martial adept. Xiao Lu finally emerged from his stupor and gazed blankly at Ding Dong in the cell, asking vacantly. Ding Dong retracted the pendant, snorting coldly, and offered no reply. In truth, he was more eager than Xiao Lu to uncover the answer. That night, no one came to interrogate Ding Dong, and Xiao Lu refrained from causing him further trouble. Ding Dong lay in the corner of the cell, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep as scenes of the pendant's earlier displays of power replayed in his mind. Open hand, Ding Dong murmured, extending his right hand with fingers splayed. Command the energy. This time, however, he felt not a trace of power within his abdomen. Yet, the actions and incantations were familiar to him. Command the energy. Ding Dong attempted once more, but still only sensed emptiness within. Refusing to yield, he persevered through numerous attempts, unknowingly stretching into the early hours of the next day. Persistence bore fruit, as he finally discovered a flicker of sensation, or perhaps recollected a fragment of it. He closed his eyes, striving to calm his heart to a tranquil stillness, channeling all his concentration into the flow of blood within him. Dimly, he sensed the blood coursing through his veins, carrying immense power that was difficult to refine, even harder to consolidate. With a serene mind, relaxed body, and regulated breath, Ding Dong whispered, open hand, and once again slowly extended his fingers. Command the energy. This time, there was a tangible effect. Ding Dong distinctly felt the blood within him begin to surge forth with a hint of power, gradually coalescing in his abdomen. The exhilaration prompted an involuntary quickening of his breath and heartbeat, and then, as if eluding his grasp, the nascent power suddenly dissipated. Ding Dong, undeterred, was instead filled with exhilaration, for he believed he had glimpsed a sliver of insight. Once he had adjusted his state of mind, Ding Dong endeavored once more, ultimately succeeding in gathering a substantial amount of energy within his abdomen. The next step awaited him, condensing the energy. Condense, Ding Dong murmured, directing his will to maneuver the energy within his body. However, as the energy flowed, it diminished in size, and by the time it reached the palm of his right hand, only a minuscule amount remained. Manifest, Ding Dong urged himself, refusing to be careless or hesitate, promptly initiating the final operation. Under his mental control, the energy gradually seeped from the skin of his right palm and coalesced, continuously compressing. With excitement, Ding Dong opened his eyes and glanced at his palm, where he beheld a needle glowing with a soft blue luminescence. He pinched the needle between his thumb and forefinger, sat up eagerly, and began to etch on the wall with its tip, discovering that it was extraordinarily sharp, slicing through the wall as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. "Hey, time to eat," came the voice of Xiao Lu from outside the cell, followed by a half-raw dough rolling towards Ding Dong. The teasing glint in Xiao Lu's eyes made Ding Dong feel quite uncomfortable. He cast a sidelong glance at the dough on the ground, irritation bubbling within him, and flung the needle at it. To his astonishment, the needle transformed into a wisp of azure smoke upon leaving his grasp, vanishing in an instant. "An adult has arrived." At that moment, a faint announcement echoed from outside. Shortly thereafter, the sound of creaking doors resonated, following a flurry of footsteps. A middle-aged man clad in a deep yellow silk robe adorned with a magpie motif appeared before Ding Dong's cell, accompanied by the soldiers who had apprehended him the day before. "Zhen, release him and remove his shackles," the middle-aged man suddenly commanded after observing Ding Dong for a moment. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an air of authority. "Yes, sir." The soldier in the deep yellow leather armor complied, procuring keys from Xiao Lu and advancing to unlock the large padlock on the iron chain. In a few swift motions, he unshackled Ding Dong and stepped inside the cell. He cast a brief, indifferent glance at Ding Dong before personally removing the shackles that had been placed upon him. "Come out," the middle-aged man beckoned Ding Dong with a smile. Ding Dong, bewildered like a monk who had lost his way, stared blankly at the man before him. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped out of the cell. The middle-aged man appraised Ding Dong from head to toe, nodded, and instructed those beside him. "Take him to bathe, then provide him with fresh clothing, and escort him to the back hall to see me." With that, he turned and departed from the grim prison. Behind Ding Dong, Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled with newfound excitement. This time, Ding Dong's treatment was indeed a stark contrast to his previous experiences. He was attended to by dedicated servants who assisted him in changing, bathing, and perfuming, transforming him entirely. With his sharp brows and bright eyes, clad in white silk garments, the roughness he once bore vanished without a trace, replaced by an imposing aura of courage. Ding Dong was profoundly intrigued by the stark contrast in treatment he experienced and sought answers from others, only to find that none could elucidate the matter. Having been born into a bandit clan, he instinctively regarded officials and soldiers as his natural adversaries, fostering a deep-seated wariness towards both. Despite enjoying courteous treatment, he remained vigilant, for he had never been imprisoned and harbored suspicions that such hospitality might precede a grim fate. The leader often remarked that losing one's head left a significant scar. Thus, Ding Dong, as a bandit, was unafraid of death, as he was guided through an exquisitely landscaped garden into a grand hall. His attention was captured by a large round table at its center, surrounded by numerous individuals, each accompanied by 2 or 3 attendants standing ready to serve. The middle-aged man he had encountered earlier occupied the principal seat, and upon seeing Ding Dong's transformed appearance, he silently praised him as a heroic youth. Rising from his seat, the middle-aged man smiled at Ding Dong and said, "Young hero, please take a seat." No sooner had he finished speaking than a servant stepped forward to escort Ding Dong to an appropriate position. Upon sitting down, Ding Dong was irresistibly drawn to the lavish spread before him, his appetite awakening as he swallowed hard. His eagerness elicited suppressed laughter from the others, though he remained blissfully unaware. Observing Ding Dong's arrival, the middle-aged man declared with a broad smile, "I am Wang Zixian, the head of the Civil Affairs Office in Spring City. May I ask for your name, young hero?" Astonished to learn that he was addressing the chief of this establishment, Ding Dong redirected his gaze from the feast, stood up, clasped his hands in salute, and responded, "I am Ding Dong." With that, he resumed his seat. As he settled in, he scanned the faces of those present and was momentarily taken aback when his gaze fell upon a striking young girl seated diagonally across from him. She possessed an enchanting visage, with bright eyes and rosy lips, and unlike the others, she wore a smile, her keen gaze fixed intently upon him. This girl was familiar to Ding Dong. She was one of the 2 he had rescued from the clutches of the ruffians, the other now standing behind her. Equally captivated by Ding Dong, Wang Zixian, surprised that Ding Dong had merely stated his name without revealing his identity, was momentarily lost in thought until he noticed Ding Dong frowning at his daughter. He then smiled and introduced her, saying, "This is my daughter, Wang Ruoyo. She narrowly escaped danger thanks to your timely intervention against the villains. Fortunately, her maid discovered your wrongful capture, and thanks to Zhen's swift investigation, we uncovered the identities of those thugs who fell by your hand." He trailed off, shaking his head with a rueful smile. "No matter," Ding Dong waved dismissively. "Come, young hero, as a token of gratitude,
I raise a toast to you." With that, Wang Zixian lifted a small cup of wine before him and drank deeply. Agreed. Ding Dong raised his own cup and downed it in one gulp. He smacked his lips, reflecting inwardly. The official's wine is distinctly different from ours, sweet and quite palatable, though it lacks a bit of spice. I cannot help but wonder what expressions the chief and the strategist would wear upon discovering that I was sharing a drink with an official at the same table. During this banquet, aside from Ding Dong and Wang Zixian exchanging toasts, the other attendees remained silent, engrossed in their meals without uttering a word. Once satiated, they patiently awaited, displaying commendable decorum. Several times, Wang Zixian attempted to inquire about Ding Dong's background, but was met with the singular information that Ding Dong had come to Spring City in search of Dr. Duan Hu. As the meal approached its conclusion, Ding Dong rose and, clasping his fists towards Wang Zixian, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your hospitality. I am full and must take my leave." "Why not linger a few more days?" Wang Zixian urged. "No, I have matters to attend to," Ding Dong replied, waving his hand. "I shall take my leave now." "Very well, then I shall not keep you. Should you encounter any troubles in Spring City, do not hesitate to seek me out. Allow me to escort you." "Father, I will go as well." Suddenly, Wang Ruoyou, who had remained silent, stood up. She gazed at Ding Dong, but inadvertently met his eyes, quickly lowering her head. Her cheeks flushed. Ding Dong chuckled inwardly, pondering. What an odd girl. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Wang Zixian, holding Wang Ruoyou's hand, accompanied Ding Dong to the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, watching as he walked further away. "Little you may return home." Wang Zixian smiled at his daughter as she headed back to their residence. Gradually, his smile faded, and the corners of his mouth drooped. He spoke in a low voice to a nearby servant. "Fetch Xinjun for me, and be swift." Turning his head, he noticed that Ding Dong had already vanished into the bustling crowd. Chapter 6. A heart captivated at first sight after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ding Dong walked northwest until he arrived at the Springku vegetable market. In the distance, he spotted the crimson door of Dr. Duan Hu's residence. He hesitated momentarily, refraining from approaching, for the steward had informed him the day prior that Dr. Duan was away on a long journey. Ding Dong surmised that since he had traveled far, a return within a day was improbable. Shaking his head at the steward's countenance, he continued his journey northwest. Although the silk garments were visually appealing, Ding Dong found them quite uncomfortable. Consequently, he purchased the most inexpensive coarse cloth attire from a small shop by the street, instantly feeling a sense of ease and uplifted spirits. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance wafted toward him, bringing an immediate sense of tranquility. Turning to locate the source of the aroma, he was taken aback. Not far to his right was a stall selling trinkets, where two young girls were excitedly selecting items. One girl was adorned in splendid attire, while the other wore a maid's outfit. This, however, was not the focal point. Rather, it was the serendipitous moment when Ding Dong's gaze met that of the girl, resulting in an electrifying connection, as if sparks had flown. What manner of girl was this? Her skin was as white as congealed fat, her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her cheeks radiated a delicate blush. Clad in a pristine white brocade garment that flowed smoothly over her form, it subtly outlined her enchanting curves. With every smile and frown, she exuded an elegance that seemed ethereal, as if she were an otherworldly fairy untouched by the mundane. To gaze upon her was a sin. Her long hair cascaded like water, and when a breeze playfully lifted the tips, it provoked a silent ire at the wind's frivolity. What a stunning beauty she was. Ding Dong swallowed hard, snapped back to reality, and hastily turned his gaze elsewhere, yet he could not resist stealing glances at the girl. Suddenly, the girl raised her right arm and waved towards Ding Dong. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and just as he hesitated to respond, he felt a nudge from beside him, prompting him to step aside. A burly middle-aged man strode towards the girl. Could she be the mistress of a wealthy family? Ding Dong furrowed his brow, an inexplicable pang of sorrow striking his heart, just as he heard the girl's melodious laughter. "Father, what do you think of this?" she exclaimed, excitedly brandishing a palm-sized plush dog before the man, her expression earnest and adorable. Ding Dong let out a sigh of relief, a wave of joy washing over him. It was merely his daughter. Thank goodness. What fine treasures could be lacking at home? He wondered how she could be so enamored with such trivialities. "Have you finished? Hurry up and come home," the man said in a low voice, his tone laced with impatience. "Oh," the girl replied, her excitement instantly deflating. Her head drooped as she reluctantly placed the plush dog back on the stall, trailing behind her father along with her maid. Yet she couldn't help glancing back at the stall. As the girl began to fade from his sight, Ding Dong felt an unaccountable anxiety swell within him. He hastily approached the stall where she had lingered, retrieved the plush dog, and without inquiring about the price. He tossed a silver coin onto the counter. The stall owner was taken aback, showering him with gratitude as he hurried away, his back to the man. Why am I buying this? Ding Dong mused aloud, quickening his pace to catch up with the girl while examining the plush dog. Ah, what the hell? I don't even like it. I'll just give it to that little girl. After a moment's pause, he burst into laughter, a mad glint in his eye as he poked the plush dog with his finger, exclaiming, when did I become so hypocritical? I'm clearly smitten with her. I want to buy her something. Feeling unburdened, he glanced over at a nearby house where a heavily made-up woman leaned out, casting flirtatious glances his way and calling out in a sultry voice, Hey, handsome, what are you going to give me? Alarmed, he quickly lowered his head and scampered away. By some twist of fate or coincidence, after losing his way and direction, Ding Dong unexpectedly spotted the girl again amidst the crowd. He held the plush dog, playfully poking its eyes with his fingers and chuckling to himself, then pretended to be an ordinary passerby, trailing behind her at a distance. The girl, like an innocent child exploring the world, was filled with curiosity, tugging her mate along to observe everything around her, frequently eliciting impatient prompts from her father. Ding Dong, more curious than the girl herself, purchased everything she played with or looked at with unrestrained enthusiasm. Because he had accumulated a multitude of trivial items with no place to store them, he stuffed them all into his embrace. Before long, the front of Ding Dong's clothing was bulging conspicuously, rendering him quite peculiar in appearance. As the girl played along the way, Ding Dong purchased items, further inflating the front of his attire and enhancing his odd demeanor. Traversing through the bustling city center and winding through several narrow alleys, Ding Dong soon witnessed the girl entering a grand mansion. Her father stood at the entrance, casting a fleeting glance in his direction before summoning a steward-like figure, whispering a few instructions before stepping inside. Subsequently, the crimson gate of the mansion was shut with a resounding thud. Poor Ding Dong, laden with an assortment of chaotic trinkets, clattered to the mansion's entrance. He looked up and caught sight of the plaque above the door, inscribed with the gilded characters of the Wu residence. Ding Dong scratched his chin, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he mused. So her surname is Wu. Just then, he heard a commotion emanating from within the Wu residence. As he prepared to peer through the crack in the door, the grand gate suddenly swung open, and a dozen soldiers clad in ochre leather armor charged out, encircling Ding Dong. Following them was a man who appeared to be an officer. He had a bushy beard, a square face, and a pair of furious, bulging eyes. Dressed in brown leather armor adorned with an embroidered wolf's head, he exuded an imposing presence. The soldiers, robust in stature regardless of their size, rendered the relatively diminutive Ding Dong appear frail and weak in comparison. Who are you? What is your intention following our deputy commander Wu? The officer demanded, standing at the top of the steps, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword while the other pointed accusingly at Ding Dong. Ding Dong found himself at a loss for an appropriate response, stammering incoherently as he perceived the soldiers around him preparing to act. With a quick flash of inspiration, he raised his voice and declared, I want to be a soldier. Upon uttering those words, he found it amusing, thinking to himself, I must be the only bandit in the world eagerly volunteering for military service. Although he found it humorous, he could not laugh, his neck and face flushed with embarrassment. The officer furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ding Dong before bursting into laughter. You think you can become a soldier in such a state? You can hardly articulate a sentence without turning red, like a bashful maiden. You must be aspiring to join the women's army. The soldiers erupted into laughter. Ding Dong, stung by their mockery, could not contain his anger and pointed at the officer, exclaiming, Do not underestimate me. If it comes to blows, you may not be able to best me. Soldiers, particularly those who were already tempered by their stature, could scarcely tolerate provocation, especially from a commoner dressed in humble garb. The soldiers were infuriated, and the consequences could be dire. The officer strode down the steps, parting the ranks of his men until he stood before Ding Dong, peering down with fury as he asked, You claim you can best me? The officer, surnamed Zheng and named Kuei, originally hailed from humble beginnings. He enlisted in the military during his teenage years and followed the vice commander of the current dynasty, Wu Yuanxi, participating in numerous battles and slaying countless enemy soldiers. His remarkable achievements instilled fear in adversaries, earning him an exceptional promotion to the rank of a mid-level officer, specifically a centurion. It is noteworthy that in this era, commoners often served as mere cannon fodder, and very few ascended to the rank of officer, let alone a centurion. Thus, it is evident how outstanding Zheng Kuei's performance on the battlefield was and how illustrious his military exploits had become. However, now this once feared centurion Zheng Kuei found himself scorned by none other than a diminutive commoner, igniting his ire. Humph. Words are futile. One must engage to truly understand. Ding Dong proclaimed, hands on his hips, chest thrust out, and neck craned up to meet Zheng Kuei's gaze, exuding an air of unyielding confidence. Such a bold lad. Zheng Kuei remarked with a sardonic laugh, stepping back 2 paces. He gestured to his subordinates, commanding, step back and form a wide circle. I wish to gauge what this fellow is capable of. Brother Zheng, allow me to handle this. There's no need for you to sully your hands, a soldier offered. Eager to step forward, but Zheng Kuei waved him off. No, it has been a long time since I've fought. My hands are itching for action. Just watch from the sidelines, and none shall interfere. Ding Dong, observing Zheng Kuei intently, removed his outer garment and carefully wrapped his belongings in it, placing it aside. He turned to the dazed soldier nearby, saying, Buddy, keep an eye on this. With that, he returned to the makeshift arena, rolled up his sleeves, raised his right hand, and beckoned Zheng Kuei, saying, Come forth. Such a bold lad, Zheng Kuei exclaimed, discarding his waist knife to his subordinate and roaring as he charged at Ding Dong. In his hand, Ding Dong had concealed several throwing stars, initially intended for a surprise attack. However, upon witnessing Zheng Kuei relinquishing his knife, he felt compelled to engage in a fair fight and return the hidden weapons to his waist. This single action, however, cost him the element of surprise, for Zheng Kuei, swift as the wind, had already closed the distance between them. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Ding Dong's face. Remarkably swift, Ding Dong thought, his heart racing as he had no time to evade the blow. He was struck squarely by Zheng Kuei's fist, tumbling backward several meters before landing on the ground, motionless for a while. Zheng Kuei retracted his fist and glanced at the fallen Ding Dong, shaking his head in disappointment. He had anticipated a formidable opponent, only to discover that his adversary was so weak that a single punch had rendered him incapacitated. With a disdainful glance at the unmoving Ding Dong, he turned to leave, only to be astonished when the young man suddenly stirred, leaping to his feet, albeit facing the wrong direction initially. Ding Dong, dazed from the heavy blow, scanned his surroundings in confusion. Noticing he had turned the wrong way, he quickly pivoted and finally caught sight of his opponent. Such a bold lad. This could be interesting, Zheng Kuei remarked with a smile, his form shifting as he advanced once more, delivering another heavy punch aimed at Ding Dong's face. Ding Dong realized that his opponent was faster than him and, unable to evade, could only brace for impact. He raised his arms and crossed them in front of his face, successfully blocking Zheng Kuei's punch. His body slid backward over a meter, the gravel beneath his feet creating a cloud of black smoke as it ground against his shoes. Kid, have you trained? Zheng Kuei asked, not rushing to continue his assault, but rather observing Ding Dong with keen interest. I've even taken lives, Ding Dong roared, bending his knees slightly and transforming into a shadow that darted towards Zheng Kuei with fierce intent. Chapter 7. Imprisoned in a military dungeon. Bang. Amidst the astonished expressions of those around, Ding Dong initiated his first offensive move. It was a flying kick aimed at Zheng Kuei's head, which Zheng Kuei blocked with his arm. Not bad, kid. You've got some skill, Zheng Kuei remarked, swiftly extending his other hand to grab at Ding Dong's chest before he could land. Remaining composed under pressure, Ding Dong used the momentum to twist his body in an unexpected manner, narrowly evading Zheng Kuei's grasp. He then executed a sweeping kick aimed at the back of Zheng Kuei's head. Zheng Kuei was compelled to halt his advance, pivoting to the side just in time to block Ding Dong's sweeping kick with a resounding thud. As Ding Dong landed, he did not pause. Using both hands and feet against the ground, he thrust his head towards Zheng Kuei's chest. Despite having fought countless battles, Zheng Kuei had never encountered such reckless aggression. For a moment, he was taken aback and found himself struck by Ding Dong's attack, causing him to stagger back a step. Wow. The onlooking soldiers were utterly stunned. None had anticipated that Zheng Kuei would be hit by such a young adversary. Zheng Kuei's physique was robust and his chest as solid as iron, reinforced by the protective leather armor. He felt merely a slight impact. In contrast, Ding Dong was left disoriented, his body swaying as he nearly lost his balance. Let us go again. Zheng Kuei, pleasantly surprised by his young opponent, laughed heartily and advanced a step, lifting his leg to kick at Ding Dong. Ding Dong bent down to dodge, rolling on the ground and positioning himself in front of Zheng Kuei, throwing a punch aimed at his thigh. Having previously engaged with Ding Dong, Zheng Kuei was aware of the boy's strength and chose to disregard the attack, retracting his legs swiftly to regain his balance. He seized Ding Dong by the shoulders with both hands and, using his strength, lifted him off the ground. Get lost. Zheng Kuei exerted force, flinging Ding Dong away. Ding Dong executed a somersault in the air and landed on all fours, looking up at Zheng Kuei without recklessly launching another attack, merely panting heavily. Zheng Kuei, on the other hand, remained unfazed and composed, previously informed that the deputy commander who had promoted him was being followed. Zheng Kuei suspected that certain organizations intended harm against the deputy. Thus, he had come out with his men to investigate. Engaging with Ding Dong was merely an attempt to gauge the boy's capabilities. To his surprise, he discovered that the opponent was merely a young lad. Although Ding Dong's speed and strength surpassed that of his peers, his strikes lacked technique and were merely desperate flails. With this realization, Zheng Kuei felt at ease. "Kid, there's no need to continue," Zheng Kuei said, brushing off the dust from his leather armor, his gaze towards Ding Dong now laced with a hint of admiration. "Speak. Why do you follow our esteemed General Wu?" "I wish to enlist." Ding Dong understood that at this moment, any excuse would be feeble, so he chose to cling to this pretense. "And why do you wish to enlist?" Zheng Kuei pressed. "Because..." An image of the impoverished district suddenly flashed in Ding Dong's mind, and he falsely claimed, "I seek sustenance." Zheng Kuei scrutinized Ding Dong, then glanced at the large bundle wrapped in Ding Dong's clothing on the ground, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Following Zheng Kuei's gaze, Ding Dong caught sight of his own bundle and was instantly alarmed. The impoverished have no spare coins for the frivolities of the wealthy. His excuse was woefully inadequate. Zheng Kuei, still frowning as he assessed Ding Dong, suddenly let out a cold laugh, gestured to those beside him, and then seized a dagger tossed by a subordinate. Drawing the blade, he pointed its tip at Ding Dong and demanded in a fierce voice, "Who are you really?" Zheng Kuei had initially regarded Ding Dong with admiration, but the clumsiness of Ding Dong's lie quickly raised his suspicions. Ding Dong found himself at a loss for words, struggling to articulate a response. "Humph. Malicious intent against the high-ranking officials of the court warrants execution," Zheng Kuei declared, drawing his waist knife and bellowing a command to strengthen his might. Instantly, the blade emitted a chilling light, rapidly expanding to more than 5 times its original size. "Prepare," he shouted again, as his leather armor erupted in a warm glow, swiftly enlarging to robustly shield him, including his head and limbs. The wolf's head emblazoned on his chest armor even shuddered, opening its gaping maw to emit a fearsome roar. "Ensure this wretch has no accomplices," Zheng Kuei instructed his men, advancing towards Ding Dong. "Yes, strengthen." The remaining soldiers echoed, their crude swords swelling to 3 times their size. They exchanged glances, nodded, and swiftly scattered to search the vicinity. Ding Dong's heart sank as he realized the peril. He turned to flee, but Zheng Kuei was far quicker. Just as he took a few steps, Zheng Kuei kicked him to the ground, pinning him with a foot on his chest, rendering all struggles futile. "This is your final chance. Speak, or remain silent." A murderous glint clouded Zheng Kuei's expression. Ding Dong truly had no words left. He never anticipated that following a girl he had fallen for would lead to such a deadly predicament. Yet, he recalled the boss's words about a scar the size of a bowl, a surge of bravado igniting within him, dispelling his fear. Though pinned to the ground, he glared defiantly at Zheng Kuei. Meanwhile, a subordinate, restless, struggled to draw a few throwing stars from his waist and hurled them at Zheng Kuei's face. Zheng Kuei had already noticed Ding Dong's movement, and thus swiftly blocked the stars with his arm. The stars clattered against his arm armor, ricocheting harmlessly away. "Am I to die?" Ding Dong pondered, and unexpectedly, a smile crept across his face. "So eager for death? Very well, I shall oblige," Zheng Kuei sneered, swinging his blade down towards Ding Dong. Enveloped in the cold gleam of the massive sword, Ding Dong slowly closed his eyes, silently bidding farewell to all he knew. As Zheng Kuei's blade approached within a meter of Ding Dong, the jade pendant in Ding Dong's embrace erupted with a brilliant radiance once more. "Open your hand." Ding Dong heard the voice again, and with a surge of excitement, he swiftly extended his right hand, spreading his fingers wide. "Control the chi. Condense the chi. Wield the weapon." The great blade, shimmering with a pale blue light, reappeared in Ding Dong's grasp. With a fierce determination, he opened his eyes wide, raising the sword to shield his head, just in time to intercept Zheng Kuei's descending giant blade. Zheng Kuei, noticing Ding Dong's peculiar actions as he brought down his weapon, recalled Ding Dong's earlier calm demeanor. Curiosity piqued, he eased his force, slowing the momentum of his strike. Upon witnessing the great sword materializing from Ding Dong's palm, he was taken aback, and as Ding Dong successfully parried his attack, he quickly stepped back. "Are you a chi master?" Zheng Kuei inquired gravely, his expression serious. "What chi master? What nonsense? Weren't you trying to kill me? Come on, come on." Ding Dong leaped from the ground, wildly swinging his sword at Zheng Kuei like a madman. Zheng Kuei refrained from retaliating, skillfully evading, his brow furrowing deeper as he observed Ding Dong's frenzied movements. Kill me! Kill me! Ding Dong roared like a bloodthirsty beast, attacking relentlessly. This won't do. I must report to my superior. Zheng Kuei pondered, momentarily pausing, raising his blade to block Ding Dong's erratic strikes. He then pivoted on the spot, bringing his great sword down with tremendous force onto Ding Dong's weapon, producing a thunderous crash. The overwhelming power coursed through the blade into Ding Dong's hands, fracturing his grip, yet he gritted his teeth and held on, roaring fiercely as he swung his sword at Zheng Kuei once more. Zheng Kuei had intended to disarm Ding Dong with a single stroke, but was taken aback by the lad's resilience. Reluctantly, after dodging Ding Dong's latest onslaught, he struck again with doubled force, landing another blow on Ding Dong's great sword. This time, Ding Dong could no longer withstand the impact, watching helplessly as his weapon slipped from his grasp, transforming into azure smoke and vanishing. Zheng Kuei chose not to pursue further aggression against Ding Dong, but instead scrutinized the youth before him. Though stripped of combat capability, Ding Dong remained defiant, hands on his hips, fiercely glaring at Zheng Kuei. After a while, the soldiers returned, witnessing the standoff between Zheng Kuei and Ding Dong. They were momentarily taken aback, but dared not inquire further, merely reporting to Zheng Kuei that no suspicious individuals had been discovered. Keep an eye on him. Ensure he doesn't escape, Zheng Kuei commanded, returning his armor and waist blade to their original size, sheathing his sword before turning to enter the martial hall. Ding Dong, panting heavily, glanced around and spotted his belongings, making his way towards them only to be intercepted by a soldier brandishing his weapon. You can't go anywhere, the soldier barked. I won't leave even if you tell me to. I'm just going to get my things, Ding Dong retorted angrily, pointing at the nearby bundle on the ground. The soldier exchanged a knowing glance with his comrade, who swiftly retrieved Ding Dong's package and returned it, tossing it back to him. Receiving the bundle, Ding Dong offered no words of thanks. Instead, he sat down on the ground, sulking while clutching his package tightly. After a while, Zheng Kuei reappeared, accompanied by a robust man whom Ding Dong recognized as the girl's father. Upon the man's arrival, the soldiers exhibited expressions of astonishment and respectfully saluted in unison, exclaiming, "Vice Commander Wu." The man, however, disregarded the soldiers, striding directly to Ding Dong, scrutinizing him meticulously from head to toe. After a moment of contemplative silence, he leaned in to whisper a few words to Zheng Kuei before turning and entering the Wu residence. Once the man departed, Zheng Kuei loudly instructed his subordinates, "Take him to the military prison." Following his command, he too turned to leave. The soldiers, having received their orders, moved to restrain Ding Dong. "I can walk myself." Ding Dong leaped to his feet, roaring at the surrounding men, his demeanor akin to that of a cornered animal ready to bite. The soldiers exchanged glances, helplessly shaking their heads with faint smiles, before escorting Ding Dong into the Wu residence under the threat of their blades. They did not take the main road, but instead followed a narrow path to the left after entering. They traversed a winding corridor measuring over 10 meters and circled a grand garden replete with an artificial lake and rockeries, ultimately exiting the Wu residence through another door. Beyond this door lay an expansive open area, spanning several acres, flanked on 3 sides by rows of low buildings, through which numerous soldiers were bustling. Without pausing, they continued forward until they reached an iron gate, embedded within a stone wall approximately 5 meters high. Flanking the gate stood 2 soldiers clad in ochre leather armor, standing guard with unwavering attention. The group halted, and after a brief inquiry from one of the guards, he produced a key, unlocked the gate, and gestured for them to escort Ding Dong inside. Within the iron gate was a small expanse of barren sand, beyond which loomed a vast, single-story stone structure devoid of windows. Inside this building were small cages. Unlike the desolate cells of civil prisons, these cages were forged from high-quality steel, and nearly every one contained a prisoner. The 2 soldiers shoved Ding Dong into one of the cages, securing it with iron chains. Huddled in a corner with his bundle clutched to his chest, Ding Dong sat down, beset by a profound sense of despair. He had not anticipated that his arrival in Spring City would turn so unfortunate. Having just escaped a civil prison, he now found himself confined in a military one. Chapter 8. A night meeting with the commander. As the 2 soldiers escorting Ding Dong departed, the heavy door of the military prison slammed shut, plunging the interior into darkness, illuminated only by the faint light of the wall-mounted candelabra, barely sufficient to discern the surroundings. The atmosphere within the prison was damp and chilly, the mingling odors of sweat and mildew overpowering. The prisoners began to converse and curse, and before long, the focus of their discussions shifted entirely to Ding Dong. "Hey, newcomer. Which squad are you from? What did you do?" Someone shouted. The surroundings fell silent, as if all the inmates were awaiting Ding Dong's response. None of your business. Ding Dong retorted coldly, eliciting a chorus of laughter. Hey, new guy, you don't look like a soldier. How did you end up here? Another voice inquired. With a defiant demeanor, Ding Dong retorted, Do you have any authority over me? His brusque response elicited another round of laughter from the other inmates. The military convicts, primarily detained for violations of military discipline, typically faced short sentences. Most would be released within a few days, with none serving more than 6 months. Those guilty of more serious offenses, however, were often executed publicly on the same day. Thus, despite the abysmally poor conditions of the military prison, the inmates remained unfazed, finding amusement in light banter. This time, they took particular interest in the newly incarcerated individual, noting his civilian attire and youthful, slender physique, leading to a flurry of teasing remarks directed towards Ding Dong. Initially, he engaged with a few retorts, but soon succumbed to exhaustion, closing his eyes and tuning out the surrounding noise. The previous night spent in the civil court's death row, combined with the drinks shared with Wang Zixian and the ensuing exertion from his altercation with Zheng Kuei, had drained him to the point of slumber amidst the clamor of the dismal environment. After an indeterminate passage of time, Ding Dong awoke to find the entire prison filled with the discordant symphony of snoring, which stirred feelings of irritation and disgust within him. Suddenly, the heavy door of the prison creaked open, allowing a breath of fresh air to waft inside. A shadow slipped in, quietly approaching Ding Dong's cell. By the faint flicker of candlelight, he instantly recognized the figure as the officer who had troubled him earlier that day. Zheng Kuei unlocked the cell and whispered to Ding Dong, Follow me, and tread lightly. Initially reluctant to heed Zheng Kuei's command, Ding Dong found the intolerable conditions of the prison too much to bear and thus complied, gathering his belongings and stealthily following Zheng Kuei out of the military prison. The night sky was adorned with twinkling stars and a crescent moon, indicating the late hour. Zheng Kuei had changed into a simple earth-tone garment, yet the dagger at his waist remained. Where are you taking me? Ding Dong halted just outside the prison door and, with a wary gaze, inquired. Weren't you quite bold during the day? What's the matter? Are you fearful now? Zheng Kuei chuckled lightly. Ding Dong, brimming with indignation, retorted, Fear? Nonsense. I would brave mountains of blades and seas of flames without a second thought. Why would I be afraid of you? Despite his youth, he spoke with a bravado that belied his years, addressing Zheng Kuei with an air of familiarity. If you are the elder, does that make me the grandfather? Zheng Kuei shot back with a smirk. Are you looking for a fight? Ding Dong placed his package gently on the ground and rolled up his sleeves. I have no time to indulge you. With your meager skills, you're hardly a challenge. Zheng Kuei replied. The vice commander is waiting. He has questions for you. We must hurry. Yet, Ding Dong merely clenched his fists, glaring at Zheng Kuei with no intention of moving, which irked Zheng Kuei. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Ding Dong's package and swiftly bent down to snatch it, startling Ding Dong into retreat. Seeing Zheng Kuei not attack him, but instead seize his belongings, which he had intended as a gift for a girl he admired, Ding Dong panicked, exclaiming, What are you doing? Return my things. Without a word, Zheng Kuei turned and left, prompting Ding Dong to chase after him. Zheng Kuei's speed surpassed that of Ding Dong by a considerable margin, and his mastery over control was remarkable. With his gaze fixed downward, he clutched Ding Dong's package, allowing Ding Dong, regardless of how swiftly he moved, to fall just short of seizing Zheng Kuei's garment. Yet, that mere fraction of distance proved insurmountable. Unbeknownst to them both, Ding Dong had followed Zheng Kuei out of the military prison, beyond the barracks, and into the martial mansion. They navigated the expansive garden, traversing a lengthy corridor of intersecting paths, until they arrived at the residential quarter of the mansion. At that moment, only one room within the estate emanated light. Zheng Kuei approached the door, gently tapping it with his right index finger, and softly announced, Deputy Commander, I have brought the lad to you. At last, Ding Dong managed to grasp Zheng Kuei, one hand clutching his attire while the other extended insistently before him, indignantly demanding, Return my belongings. Zheng Kuei, with a resigned smile, relinquished the package back to Ding Dong. Let him in. A deep male voice resonated from within. Enter. Zheng Kuei gestured for Ding Dong to proceed, gently pushing open the door. After a moment's hesitation, Ding Dong confidently stepped inside. The room revealed itself as a study, with a precious sword adorning the eastern wall, embedded with 7 magnificent diamonds, exuding opulence. Beside the sword hung a piece of leather armor, pitch black, emblazoned with a tiger's head, which, in contrast to the wolf's head on Zheng Kuei's armor, conveyed a sense of majesty rather than wildness. To the west, a row of pristine bookshelves stood, meticulously arranged and dust-free. Directly opposite the entrance, a grand redwood desk, intricately carved, was adorned with the 4 treasures of the study, a large black seal on the right, and a few stacked books on the left. Seated behind the desk was a man of broad shoulders and substantial build, his skin a deep bronze, features sharply defined, with profound eyes that seemed to encompass the universe. With a mere lift of his hand and a furrow of his brow, he radiated an aura of great concern for the world. Ding Dong recognized him as the father of the girl he admired. Ding Dong stuck out his tongue, realizing. So he is the deputy commander of the martial house. At that moment, the deputy commander rested his forehead in his hand. A frown etched upon his face as he studied a large sheet of paper spread across the desk. Deputy Commander, please do not overexert yourself. Your health is of utmost importance, Zheng Kuei murmured, bowing slightly. The deputy commander replied impatiently, still not lifting his gaze. After a brief pause, he shook his head and sighed. The situation at the frontier grows dire. I cannot afford to be at ease. My heart, after all, is still too small. I truly do not understand what the marshal is thinking, sending Qin Jingfang and Gu Shichan for support. What can they possibly achieve? One is only adept at frivolities, while the other is extreme, absorbed in piety. When battle commences, they can only hinder our efforts. His agitation mounted, and with a forceful slap on the table, he rose abruptly, sending his chair toppling behind him. Ding Dong, utterly perplexed by the deputy commander's words, busied himself with observing the surroundings and idly picking his nose. Startled by the deputy commander's sudden outburst, he hastily wiped a small tuft of nasal debris on the hem of Zheng Kuei's garment, completely unaware of the act's indiscretion. Vice Commander Wu observed Zheng Kuei and Ding Dong waiting inside the room, and he let out a sigh of relief. Nodding, he turned around to adjust his chair before settling back down. With his eyes partially closed, he pressed the acupoint on his nose with his thumb and forefinger, saying, Zheng Kuei, you may leave now. Zheng Kuei clasped his fists in greeting, acknowledged the command, and retreated from the room, closing the door behind him. Wu opened his eyes, rose to his feet, and scrutinized Ding Dong for a moment. He nodded, gestured to a chair at the table, and calmly remarked, Please sit here. I have matters to discuss with you. After a brief hesitation, Ding Dong approached and took a seat. Is this package of significant importance to you? Vice Commander Wu's first inquiry was surprisingly direct. Ding Dong felt embarrassed, unsure how to respond. He certainly could not confess that it was a gift for his future father-in-law. He gently placed the package beside him, his face reddening as he murmured, It's, just okay. Wu chuckled lightly, refraining from pressing further, and folded up the large sheet of paper that lay on the table. It was then that Ding Dong noticed the paper was covered in muted greens and contained several peculiar patterns. Had it been someone ordinary, they would have been perplexed. But as a bandit, he instantly recognized it as a map, one that encompassed more than just the territory of the empire. What is your name? Wu inquired casually while folding the map. One cannot change their name or their surname. I am Ding Dong, he replied, trying to appear gallant, as if to impress his future father-in-law. Ding Dong? Wu repeated, frowning slightly as he pondered the name. He moved to the side to pour a small cup of fragrant tea for Ding Dong, then filled one for himself. Returning to his seat, he sipped his tea while lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization seemed to strike him, and his brow furrowed tightly as he fixed his gaze on the curiously glancing Ding Dong, excitement lacing his tone as he asked, What is your connection to Ding Jinyu? Ding Dong was taken aback, responding, Who is Ding Jinyu? What does Ding Jinyu have to do with anything? Upon hearing Ding Dong's reply, Wu was momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a wry smile, murmuring, Impossible, it cannot be. Ding Dong regarded Vice Commander Wu with a sense of concern, thinking to himself that perhaps his future father-in-law was not quite sane, rambling incoherently. As he pondered this, Wu continued, How did you acquire your literary prowess? What literary prowess? I find that the language spoken by you officials is utterly incomprehensible to me. Ding Dong retorted impatiently. Suddenly, Wu sprang to his feet, an expression of anger crossing his face. However, upon noticing Ding Dong's genuine demeanor, his anger dissipated, replaced by even greater confusion, and he slowly resumed his seat. This time, Ding Dong could no longer contain himself and stood abruptly, his voice rising in frustration. What is it that you want? If you intend to kill or harm me, just say the word. Do not toy with me as if you wish to torment me to death. Instead of reacting with anger, Vice Commander Wu found himself amused by Ding Dong's outburst. Ding Dong, taken aback, furrowed his brow and asked, What is so funny? The deputy commander rose slowly, suddenly revealing a fierce glint in his eyes. In a mere blink, he vanished from his spot and reappeared by the eastern wall, swiftly drawing a sword from its sheath. In another instant, He materialized beside Ding Dong, thrusting the blade towards Ding Dong's face. This series of actions transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Ding Dong comprehended the situation, the sword's point was already inches from his nose. At this critical moment, the jade pendant within Ding Dong's embrace finally unleashed its power, radiating with an intense brilliance. Simultaneously, a rush of energy surged within him, coalescing into a large, faintly blue blade that materialized in his right hand. Yet, all of this unfolded too slowly. The tip of the deputy commander's sword was perilously close to Ding Dong's life, poised to strike with just a slight push. However, his motion halted abruptly. Chapter 9. The orphan of the Ding family. Though Ding Dong clutched the sword, he stood frozen, paralyzed by fear and forgetting to resist. The chill emanating from the sword's tip sent icy sweat cascading down his back. Time seemed to suspend. The air within the room felt thick and stagnant. Ding Dong's mouth gaped open in terror, his spirit seemingly fleeing his body, even forgetting to breathe. The deputy commander uttered a sound, and in a flash, he vanished once more, returning to his seat as if nothing had transpired, the sword sheathed once again. The scene that had just unfolded felt to Ding Dong like a mere illusion or perhaps a fever dream. Regaining his composure, Ding Dong's legs buckled, and he collapsed back into his seat. It took him a moment to exhale a shuddering breath, his face flushed as he gasped for air. His right hand weakly releasing the blade, which vanished once more. The deputy commander, too, felt a tumult within his heart. How reminiscent. The figure before him conjured memories of the son of a dear friend he had searched for tirelessly over the past 5 years. The last scion of his friend's bloodline, inheriting the legacy of that noble spirit. If alive, he should be around Ding Dong's age. Who exactly was this Ding Dong? Could he be that very child? 4 or 5 years he had sought, and now he must tread carefully, ascertain the truth. Yet, if he was indeed that child, why did Ding Dong deny any connection to Ding Jinyu? Why feign ignorance? Was it self-preservation, or perhaps amnesia? The true answer was tantalizingly close. He needed to compose himself. The deputy commander strove to temper his excitement, waiting until Ding Dong regained his composure before smiling faintly. I hear from Junkuei that you possess quite the resilient spirit, yet you appear less so at present. Gasping for breath, Ding Dong glanced at the deputy commander but remained silent, focusing on calming his mind. Show me what you have in your possession, the deputy commander suddenly urged. Perhaps the object that had just emanated light could provide the answer he sought. Ding Dong hesitated, instinctively tightening his grip on his clothing, preparing to flee towards the door. To him, that jade pendant was no longer merely a symbol of his identity as the strategist had described. It had become a vital talisman for survival. Such an object was something he could not allow to be taken from him. I have no intention of taking whatever it is you possess, the deputy commander asserted. I merely wish to confirm a matter concerning your identity. The voice of Vice Commander Wu emerged softly from behind Ding Dong, akin to a heavy stone, stirring tumultuous waves within Ding Dong's heart. He faltered momentarily, halting his steps, then turned with a complex expression to face Vice Commander Wu, inquiring, "Do you know my identity?" Wu was momentarily taken aback by Ding Dong's question, silently reflecting. "So, you truly do not even know who you are?" Ding Dong, filled with doubt, turned back slowly to the table, cautiously asking, "Are you speaking the truth?" Wu smiled and nodded, his gaze brimming with sincerity. "Hello, I shall show you, but you must not touch." This statement from Ding Dong was a mere act of self-deception, for the prowess Wu had just exhibited could effortlessly seize anything from his grasp, including his very life. Very well, Wu readily consented. An intense internal struggle ensued within Ding Dong. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and retrieved the jade pendant, presenting it before Vice Commander Wu. Indeed, it is the heirloom of the Ding family. After scrutinizing the pendant for a moment, Wu was overwhelmed with excitement, rising abruptly. Ding Dong, startled by Wu's reaction, hastily reclaimed the pendant to his chest, anxiously asking, "What do you intend to do?" Ignoring Ding Dong's apprehension, Wu meticulously examined him from head to toe, pondering before asking, "Do you remember anything from your childhood? Who are your parents, do you know? If I knew, I would not be here in this wretched place. The strategist sent me to find Dr. Duan, hoping he could cure my amnesia." The strategist? A friend of mine, nicknamed the strategist. Ding Dong inadvertently let slip this detail, surprised by his own words and quickly fabricating an excuse. Wu paid no heed to this so-called strategist and continued his inquiry. "How old are you this year?" 15, I suppose. "Why do you ask?" 15? Wu murmured, repeating it softly, then lowered his head to mentally calculate the years before looking up to inquire. "Is it true that you have lost memories from before the age of 10? How do you know? Can you read fortunes?" Ding Dong retorted in astonishment, indirectly answering Wu's question. Wu's face lit up with delight, and he suddenly erupted in laughter. Did you not claim to know my background? Then tell me promptly. Ding Dong pressed urgently. Nephew of the Ding family, please take a seat, Wu replied, settling back into his chair, only to rise again, pacing restlessly within the room, his expression shifting constantly. What did you just call me? Nephew? Ding Dong finally grasped the implication, startled and promptly asking. Indeed, Wu halted, your father and I were very good friends. However, after the establishment of this dynasty, I was appointed to guard Spring City, and since then, we have not met. I still recall our last meeting. You were about to be born, and Hunger's mother had just conceived her. I even arranged a betrothal between you and her with brother Jinyu. As he spoke, his gaze grew distant, seemingly reminiscing about those cherished memories. He never imagined that would be the final encounter with his dear brother, after which they would be forever separated by the realms of existence. Betrothed by fate? Who is Hung? Ding Dong was taken aback, overwhelmed with surprise. My only daughter. The Vice-Marshal Wu remarked with a sly smile, resembling a mischievous child rather than a commanding general. Ding Dong could not suppress a smile. He had not anticipated that the girl who had captured his heart at first glance would indeed be his wife. Observing Ding Dong's dreamy expression, Vice-Marshal Wu furrowed his brow, admonishing, you carry a heavy burden. Do not indulge in romantic distractions. You are not only the hope of your father, but the hope of the entire realm. You must discern what is of greater importance. What kind of man was my father? Ding Dong inquired, his expression darkening as he absorbed the vice-marshal's counsel. Wu fell into reminiscence, describing him as upright, courageous, and principled, a man worthy of universal respect. Where is he? Ding Dong pressed on. The vice-marshal found himself at a loss for words. Is he dead? Ding Dong's voice trembled with the weight of the question. Wu lowered his gaze in silence, the answer all too apparent. He had just applied the term orphan of the Ding family to Ding Dong himself. Who killed him? Ding Dong clenched his fists, teeth gritted. After a long silence, the vice-marshal sighed, closing his eyes, and shook his head. The timing is not yet ripe. There are many things you are better off not knowing for now. Ding Dong abruptly lifted his head, glaring at the vice-marshal. After a long pause, he lowered his head in resignation, stating softly, very well, I understand. With that, he rose and headed towards the door. Where are you going? The vice-marshal urgently inquired. Ding Dong halted but did not turn back, his fists tightly clenched, resolutely declaring, the forgotten lineage is mine to reclaim. If you choose not to speak, I shall seek the truth myself. In due time, someone will come to assist you in recovering your memories when the circumstances are right. Your reckless nature, if left unchecked, will surely bring about your demise. You bear the weight of many hopes. If you perish without purpose, how will you ever face your father's spirit and that of your family? When is the right time? Ding Dong retorted angrily, turning back with a fierce gaze. I cannot say. All I know is that day is not far off, and it will herald the onset of chaos. Silence reigned, an endless quiet enveloping the two figures standing in the room, one a powerful military vice-marshal, the other a young man shrouded in mystery. The tales of their respective families had only just begun. Is there anything I can assist you with? The vice-marshal broke the silence first. I do not know, Ding Dong replied, shaking his head, not out of frustration. Where do you reside? In the slums of the Northwest. The slums? The vice-marshal was taken aback, but quickly understood, nodding, that's a good place. It won't draw attention. Ding Dong nodded in agreement, preparing to push the door open when he suddenly remembered something he had left behind. He turned back to retrieve the bundle lying on the ground. As he grasped it, a cacophony of clattering emerged from within. As thoughts of the items within the package crossed his mind, the enchanting figure akin to a fairy once again materialized in his imagination. I have a matter for which I seek your assistance. Ding Dong suddenly altered his tone, as a new plan began to take shape in his heart. What matter? I believe you can assist me with anything related to the Wu Manor. The vice-commander of Wu was momentarily taken aback before he nodded in agreement, stating, come here tomorrow to meet Butler Wu. He will make the necessary arrangements. Very well, I shall take my leave. Ding Dong said as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The vice-commander escorted him to the threshold of the study, watching Ding Dong's retreating figure. With a snap of his fingers, a shadow descended from the rooftop. It was Zheng Kuei, who knelt on one knee beside the vice-commander, prepared to receive orders. From this day forth, you shall be solely responsible for monitoring and protecting him. Report any matters directly to me. Understood, Zheng Kuei replied respectfully, rising to his feet and swiftly pursuing the direction in which Ding Dong had departed. The vice-commander gazed up at the stars, reflecting upon numerous individuals and events, his heart unable to find tranquility. His memories drifted back 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, even 20 years to the chaotic times of yore. Decades had passed, feeling as ephemeral as a dream. He could not help but sigh. In this vast world, the affairs of men are but a game, with everyone playing their part. Yet, in this grand game of chess, who will make the moves, and how remains an enigma. Brother Jinyu, I find myself constrained on all sides. My words and actions must be cautious, and my ability to assist him is exceedingly limited. I hope you watch over your child from beyond. For perhaps the new era you spoke of is truly on the horizon. With a heavy heart, the vice commander turned back toward the study. In the heavens, a veil of clouds gradually obscured the moonlight and starlight, yet paradoxically, they shone even brighter. The ways of the heavens are ever-changing. Chapter 10. The young lady of the Luo family Zhang Kuei grasped Ding Dong with one hand while clutching the package with the other. Nimbly traversing rooftops and eluding several lethargic night patrols, racing swiftly toward the northwest. Ding Dong could only hear the wind whistling past his ears, the scenery blurring before him. And he needn't worry about colliding with walls. This sensation was more exhilarating than riding a swift steed, though being carried was undeniably uncomfortable. As their speed gradually diminished, Zhang Kuei gently leapt onto a high wall, landing steadily before setting Ding Dong and the package down on the ground. They found themselves in the very location where Ding Dong had fought fiercely against the thugs. Severed limbs and corpses were now absent, yet traces of blood remained visible under the moonlight. Take this, Zhang Kuei said, producing a bulging pouch of coins and tossing it to Ding Dong. Ding Dong shook the pouch by his ear, then swiftly opened it to discover it brimming with gold coins, inwardly marveling. Indeed, being a high-ranking official proves far more lucrative than being a bandit. Be mindful of your words and actions. You are not the only one who can recognize your identity. Even the vice commander knows. Exercise caution, Zhang Kuei kindly advised. Understood, Ding Dong replied impatiently, shouldering the package, securing the pouch, and humming a tune as he swaggered away. You must remain vigilant. Though this is a slum, it harbors hidden dangers, as evidenced by the bloodstains on the ground. Zhang Kuei could not resist offering further caution. Little did he know, these were all the handiwork of Ding Dong. Without turning his head, Ding Dong merely raised his arm and waved, vanishing into the nearby impoverished district resembling a desolate ruin. Zhang Kuei watched Ding Dong disappear but did not leave. Instead, he stepped towards the slums. Relying on his memory, Ding Dong located the house of Erzhu, and rather than knocking, he slipped through a hole in the wall. His sudden appearance in the dead of night startled Erzhu, who was awakened from a deep slumber, having wept throughout the previous night. Believing he had inadvertently caused Ding Dong's demise, Erzhu was terrified at the sight of him, thinking that a ghost had come to collect a debt, and quickly knelt and bowed, leaving Ding Dong momentarily dumbfounded. After much effort to articulate the entire ordeal, Ding Dong managed to clarify the situation, though it still left Erzhu in a state of disbelief. That night, Ding Dong fell asleep atop a pile of weeds. Despite the rudimentary conditions, it was infinitely more comfortable than the taste of a death row cell or a military prison. In his dreams, he held the delicate hand of a girl who resembled a celestial being and leapt into the embrace of his indistinct parents. Unbeknownst to him, on the half-roof of Erzhu's home, a figure lay cradled by moonlight, softly asleep. At the break of dawn the next day, as light began to filter through, Ding Dong stretched lazily and climbed out of the house through the hole in the wall. As he engaged in stretching his limbs, he made his way to an open space. He alternated between performing handstands and executing leaps, throwing punches and kicks until he was drenched in sweat. This morning exercise had become a routine he adopted while in the bandit's lair, instilled in him under the watchful eyes of the chief and the strategist. Concealed in the shadows, Zhang Kuei observed Ding Dong's display with astonishment, particularly widening his eyes and dropping his jaw when he witnessed Ding Dong hoist a stone weighing several dozen pounds and sprint around with it. Even military training did not reach such intensity, and considering Ding Dong was merely a boy of 15 or 16, it was astounding. After completing his customary morning exercises, Ding Dong became aware that a considerable crowd had gathered in the impoverished district, consisting of both the young and the old, men and women, all staring in disbelief. Satisfied with the attention he had garnered, he walked back with his head held high, just as Erzhu rushed out from the crowd. "Brother, what were you doing just now? You were able to lift that enormous stone and still run and jump," Erzhu exclaimed, stealing glances at the onlookers, puffing out his chest with inexplicable pride. "Nothing much, just morning exercises. Are there any lakes or rivers in Spring City?" Ding Dong replied. "What for?" Erzhu countered. "To bathe," Ding Dong said, as Erzhu removed his sweat-soaked shirt and wrung it out. releasing a puddle of murky water. In Spring City, there were no lakes. Only two rivers. One was the Chong River, its waters particularly filthy and sandy, rendering it unusable. The other was the Grand Canal, recently excavated by the emperor, which, although clear, was crowded with pedestrians and boats, making it impossible to wash. Erzhu hurriedly explained. Never mind, it's early in the morning, there shouldn't be many people around. We can find a secluded section of the river, Ding Dong suggested. However, there were few secluded areas along the Grand Canal within Spring City. And after searching for quite some time along the river, they still found no suitable spot. Ding Dong glanced around and noticed that their current location was relatively secluded. The verdant grass and willow trees by the riverbank painted a picturesque scene, and with no pedestrians in sight, he impatiently declared, "No more searching, this is it." Erzhu looked around, nodded hesitantly, but still expressed concern, saying, "Hurry and wash up, I'll keep watch." "No need for you to keep watch," Ding Dong retorted, tossing 2 money pouches to Erzhu. As he began to undress, he added, "Go buy me a set of clean clothes, just some plain linen will do. Be quick." With that, he stripped down completely, bent his knees, and leaped into the Grand Canal, creating a splash of water. Holding the heavy pouches, Erzhu glanced at Ding Dong, who was frolicking in the water, his eyes moist with emotion. As a member of society's lowest class, he had always been met with disdain and scorn, let alone being regarded as a person worthy of trust. He silently vowed, "Brother, I will stand by you through thick and thin, regardless of the perils. And it's not about the money." He plucked a silver coin from the pouch, secured the 2 pouches tightly, and tucked them close before hastily departing to find the nearest clothing store. Ding Dong, having previously bathed in the river with his comrades during his time as a bandit, was quite adept in the water. He indulged in playful splashing and diving, reveling in the moment. After some time, feeling fatigued, he glanced towards the shore and noticed that Erzhu had yet to return. So, he climbed onto the bank, lay on the grass, and basked in the sun, soon drifting off to sleep. "Get out." A sudden sharp voice pierced through the air, jolting Ding Dong awake. He frowned but kept his eyes shut, attempting to return to slumber. Suddenly, he recalled his complete nudity, and in a panic, he sprang up, glancing around before jumping back into the water. As Ding Dong emerged from the river, he spotted 3 young men and a woman gazing at him. They were all of similar age and dressed in luxurious silk garments, indicating their affluent backgrounds. The 3 boys were unremarkable in appearance, but Ding Dong's attention was captivated by the girl. She possessed an elegant oval face, adorned with phoenix-like eyes and ruby lips. Although her expression was one of anger, it did not detract from her innate beauty. Clad in a flowing red silk gown embroidered with dark red fish patterns, her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, contrasting beautifully with her fair skin. Among her tresses, the hilt of a slender sword was subtly visible. At that moment, Ding Dong noticed that the girl bore a delicate sword. Yet what truly astounded him were her extraordinary violet eyes, breathtakingly beautiful. In the past, he would have been utterly captivated, but now, with the knowledge of the martial commander's only daughter, he merely regarded her with a fleeting glance. The 4 of them observed him for a while before dismissing him entirely. "I'll say it again, 3 words, get out." The girl's voice was loud, sharp, and grating. "Luo Shuiqing, I told you, I just wanted to make a friend. Is it really necessary to react this way?" A boy holding a folding fan, with a grimace on his face, scoffed. "How arrogant." The girl named Luo Shuiqing pronounced these 2 words with deliberate emphasis, immediately transforming the expressions of the 3 boys to a sickly green. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to be so proud?" Another boy shouted furiously. "I'll say it one last time," Luo Shuiqing declared, raising a finger, "leave, or you shall bear the consequences." The 3 boys, thoroughly incensed, erupted into a cacophony of shouts, their hands poised to strike at Luo Shuiqing. "Stop!" Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated from the side. It was Ding Dong. During the quarrel, he had stealthily made his way to the riverbank, drenching himself in the clothes he had previously changed out of. As the 3 boys prepared to assault the girl, he decided to intervene. The boys stared at Ding Dong's attire in bewilderment before bursting into laughter. "What did we stumble upon? A beggar? What is this? Have you also set your sights on the young lady of the Luo family? It seems our Lady Luo has an extraordinary charm, even captivating someone like him." The 3 boys, exchanging taunts, grew increasingly furious, rolling up their sleeves and abandoning the already enraged Luo Shuiqing to charge at Ding Dong. "Come at me," Ding Dong exclaimed, ready to confront them. But just then, he saw Luo Shuiqing spring lightly from her toes, arriving first with a rapid succession of 3 kicks that sent all 3 boys sprawling to the ground. Without hesitation, She unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the fallen trio, and the resounding thuds revealed the severity of her strikes. Ding Dong stood there, utterly dumbfounded, completely taken aback by Luo Shuiqing's ferocity. He silently marveled. So this is what they mean by a woman who does not yield to men? Get lost. The girl ceased her assault, glaring with fierce eyes at the three boys, who lay groaning on the ground. Grimacing in pain, the boys scrambled away, suddenly turning back to shout, Luo Shuiqing, I will certainly expose your disgraceful affair with this beggar to everyone. And you, beggar, I will remember you. Your fate is sealed. Luo Shuiqing's face flushed with anger, her features alternating between green and white as she attempted to pursue them, only to find that they had vanished around the corner, leaving her to huff in frustration. Ding Dong, regaining his composure, brushed the dirt from his clothes and laid down on the lawn. Suddenly, he felt something strike his face. Upon picking it up, he discovered it was a silver coin. Luo Shuiqing, looking down at him with an air of pride, said nonchalantly, take it. Although you didn't contribute much, your courage is commendable. This coin is my reward for you. Ding Dong, incensed, tossed the coin back, spat on the ground, and retorted disdainfully to Luo Shuiqing. Chapter 11. The Scarred One seeks revenge. On a breezy autumn day, the willows by the Grand Canal swayed like a dazed maiden, allowing the gentle wind to touzle their branches, yet remaining in a state of stupor. Luo Shuiqing, much like those willows, was lost in thought. Her long hair a disheveled mess, oblivious to her surroundings, her beautiful eyes fixated solely on Ding Dong, who rested his head on his arms beneath the shade of a willow tree. She had never encountered such destitution, so indifferent to the mere offering of a silver coin, disregarding both the powerful and her own beauty. At that moment, Erzhu rushed back, breathless and alarmed, cradling a brand new coarse linen garment, and hurried to Ding Dong's side. Guess whom I saw? The three sons of the Hu family. Erzhu carefully placed the garment beside Ding Dong, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Oh, what Hu family? What sons? Ding Dong sat up abruptly, not even glancing at the nearby Luo Shuiqing. The Hu family was a formidable force in Chun City, a scourge to the impoverished. Even their lowest servants strutted about, brazenly confronting anyone who displeased them, often resorting to violence. Countless commoners had met untimely ends at their hands, and we always sought to avoid them. Erzhu spoke with lingering dread. Ding Dong furrowed his brow and inquired, does the Civil Affairs Bureau not intervene? With the powerful shielding each other, who truly cares for the lives of the lower class? As Erzhu spoke, he suddenly noticed Luo Shuiqing beside them and was momentarily stunned, murmuring, so beautiful. Oh. Ding Dong turned his head and also caught sight of Luo Shuiqing, who was staring at him, and asked, aren't you leaving? What do you care? Although Luo Shuiqing's words were defiant, an inexplicable blush crept to her cheeks, and she could not meet Ding Dong's gaze, a strange feeling blossoming within her heart. I need to bathe, Ding Dong declared, rising and making his way to the Grand Canal, shedding his shirt. Luo Shuiqing, startled, turned to leave, internally scolding him with words like shameless and rogue, then abruptly halted, thinking, how can I be toyed with by such an impudent commoner? With a frown and a flash of murderous intent in her eyes, she drew her sword slightly but paused, snorting in disdain before she sheathed it and strode homeward. Though Ding Dong had startled Luo Shuiqing, he continued to watch her retreating figure until he exhaled in relief. He quickly disrobed and leaped into the icy waters of the Grand Canal, cleansing himself of sweat and grime. Erzhu, who had also been observing Luo Shuiqing's departure, was astonished by the exchange between Ding Dong and her, suppressing his overwhelming curiosity and ultimately refraining from asking. After a refreshing wash, Ding Dong, feeling satisfied, climbed ashore and dressed, as pedestrians began to appear on the streets. Let us go grab something to eat, Ding Dong cheerfully remarked, accepting the money pouch Erzhu handed back to him. At this hour, various food stalls lined the streets. Erzhu, famished, glanced around, swallowing hard, but noticed Ding Dong had no intention of stopping, so he reluctantly followed behind. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was closely watching their every move. This shop looks promising. Let us stop here, Ding Dong decided. Ding Dong arrived at the entrance of a tavern named Safank, pausing momentarily to gaze at the prominent black and white sign overhead before stepping inside. Erzhu, filled with excitement, followed closely behind him into the establishment. Safank is one of the renowned taverns in Spring City, celebrated for its exquisite cuisine and fine wines, albeit its prices are far beyond the reach of the impoverished. Nonetheless, the clientele here is not solely comprised of nobles. There are also ordinary folk from the countryside. Consequently, the waitstaff did not exhibit any disdainful behavior, though their demeanor towards Ding Dong and Erzhu was somewhat frosty. "Welcome, esteemed guests. What would you like to order?" The waiter inquired lazily, wiping the table with a dry cloth. Erzhu bowed his head, too timid to look up, as this was his first experience dining at a table. Ding dong. With a flourish, produced a gold coin and slapped it down onto the table, boldly declaring, "Bring forth all your finest food and drink. Keep the change." The waiter's eyes sparkled upon seeing the gold coin, and he nodded vigorously, retreating courteously. Before long, he returned, laden with a bountiful spread of delectable dishes. Ding Dong wasted no time. He feasted heartily, his hands and face smeared with grease, and only paused when his stomach was full, emitting several satisfied belches. Glancing at Erzhu, who was still voraciously devouring his meal, Ding Dong said, "Take your time. Make sure to bring some back for your mother and those little ones. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he tossed Erzhu another gold coin and hurried off. Ding Dong had an appointment at the Wu Manor to seek a position from a steward by the surname of Wu. After bidding farewell to Ding Dong, Erzhu surveyed the table laden with food, took a few bites, then, reluctant to continue, summoned the waiter to pack the leftovers. He tucked the gold coin Ding Dong had given him safely away and set off home, his heart swelling with pride at the thought of treating his mother and mischievous siblings to a feast from Safank, humming a cheerful tune as he walked. As Erzhu entered the impoverished district, he sensed an unusual stillness. Typically, at this hour, there would be people basking in the sun, scratching at lice, and the local children would rush to greet him. However, now there was only the eerie rustle of autumn winds and swirling dust, devoid of any movement. It seemed he was the only one who had returned. Suddenly, a figure emerged from a shadowy corner, casually toying with a dagger as he approached. He raised his head, revealing a scarred face adorned with a sinister grin. "Is it you?" Erzhu instinctively turned to flee, but a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, Ding Dong was at the gates of Wu Manor, engaged in a heated verbal altercation with two guards. Why? Because they refused to announce his presence. Countless idlers sought favors at the Wu Manor daily, and Ding Dong had been mistakenly identified as one of them. Squatting on the ground, he picked up a few pebbles, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Then, rising to his feet, he flicked a pebble at one of the soldiers. As the soldier tilted his head, he narrowly evaded Ding Dong's surprise attack. "Damn it, that brat seeks his demise." In a fit of rage, the soldier drew his waist knife. Ding Dong burst into laughter and turned to flee. Just then, a voice boomed from within the Wu residence. "What is all this commotion? Show some decorum." Zheng Kuei strode out from the Wu residence, his waist knife in hand. Upon seeing Ding Dong, he smiled and beckoned. "You've arrived? Come here." Ding Dong hurried over and made a face at the two soldiers on guard, following Zheng Kuei into the Wu residence. Zheng Kuei remained silent as he led Ding Dong to Butler Wu. "The master has given his orders. You'll be a stable boy," Butler Wu said with a beaming smile, rubbing his hands together. Thus, Ding Dong officially became a stable boy at the Wu residence, albeit responsible solely for the mount of the young Miss Wu Ziheng. However, since Wu Ziheng rarely rode out, Ding Dong essentially held a paid position of leisure. Ding Dong meandered through the Wu residence all day without encountering Wu Ziheng, leaving him somewhat dejected. "Well, I hurried out today and forgot to bring a gift. I'll continue my search tomorrow," he murmured to himself as he walked back to the slums. According to the rules, he should have been living in the Wu residence. But since he insisted on returning to the slums and was personally arranged to enter the residence by the Vice Commander Wu, Butler Wu allowed it. As he entered the slum area, a group of children rushed out, tugging at Ding Dong's clothing and chattering excitedly. "What do you want?" Ding Dong glared, causing the children to freeze in fear. Though frightened into silence, they did not release their hold on his clothes. Ding Dong pointed at a little boy with snot running down his face and said loudly, "What is it? Speak up, little doozy." The child, startled, stammered without articulating anything. "If you want to speak, then scram. Don't bother me," Ding Dong retorted, pulling away his clothing and attempting to leave. Suddenly, a slightly older girl, her voice quivering with tears, exclaimed, "Erzhu Gu has been taken by bad people." "What?" Ding Dong crouched down, placing his hands on the girl's shoulders, and asked anxiously, "Who took him?" "A scar-faced villain, along with many others." They said. The girl began to cry as she spoke. Ding Dong, panicking, could not restrain himself and asked sternly, "Stop crying." "What did they say?" The girl, startled by his tone, hesitated and then sobbed. "They said they want to capture you too, and they claimed to be from the Hu residence." The Hu residence, which Erzhu had mentioned to Ding Dong that morning, was notorious locally as a band of bullies, known for their oppressive actions against the impoverished, earning them the title of the scourge of the poor. With Erzhu in their clutches, the situation seemed dire. All the trouble, whether concerning the scar-faced man or the Hu residents, stemmed from Ding Dong himself, and out of a sense of camaraderie unique to the horse bandits. He was unwilling to let Erzhu suffer because of him. Thus, in a spur of the moment, he dashed to the market and purchased a kitchen knife, intending to confront the Hu residents head-on. However, upon arriving at their doorstep, he hesitated and reconsidered his course of action. If one were to forcefully invade the Hu residents, Ding Dong foresaw that not only would he risk his own life, but he would also be unable to rescue Erzhu. He raised his gaze to the heavens, observing the encroaching darkness, and resolved to find an opportunity to infiltrate the Hu estate that night in a bid to rescue Erzhu. As he endured the agonizing wait, the night finally arrived. Ding Dong circled the perimeter of the Hu residence, eventually locating a secluded spot. He spat into his palms twice, took several steps back, and launched himself gracefully onto the wall of the estate. Within lay a large pond, devoid of any landing area, which left Ding Dong in despair. He crouched low and sprinted along the wall. Suddenly, he overheard voices just below him, sending a chill of fear coursing through him. A quick glance revealed a nearby rooftop, prompting him to leap onto it, pressing his entire body against the surface to eavesdrop on the conversation below. "I'm telling you, there's going to be a good show soon." The third young master said that once the master and the others are asleep, they plan to skin that kid they caught this morning and throw him into the pot. A man whispered conspiratorially, "He deserves it." Who told him to associate with that troublesome country bumpkin who angered Scarface and the young masters? As Ding Dong listened, his mind buzzed with shock. He had not anticipated the sheer cruelty of the Hu family. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to rescue Erzhu unharmed. Once the two speakers had moved on, Ding Dong slowly rose, only to hear an unusual sound behind him. His long life as a bandit had rendered him acutely aware of his surroundings. He sensed someone was behind him. He swiftly turned, prepared to confront the intruder. And by the moonlight, he beheld a pair of violet eyes, glimmering with mischief, observing him. Chapter 12. A life hanging by a thread. The owner of the violet eyes was clad in a tight black outfit, her figure alluring and her gaze magnetic. Though this charm was typically lost on most men, Ding Dong, however, was an unusual exception. He asked cautiously in a lowered voice, "Who are you? Why should you care?" Came the curt reply from the violet-eyed figure. The voice struck a familiar chord, prompting Ding Dong to instantly recognize her identity. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Are you the one from earlier? The one called Luo Shui? What was it? Luo Shui Go?" "Luo Shui Qing," she corrected him, her displeasure evident, concluding with a retort. "You're the real Luo Shui Go." Realizing that she seemed to have no affection for the Hu family either, Ding Dong relaxed slightly and, without further words, turned to leave. However, he was halted by Luo Shui Qing grasping the corner of his clothing. "What are you doing here?" she whispered urgently. "Rescuing someone." Ding Dong replied coolly, retracting his clothing sharply, his heart heavy with the thought of Erzhu suffering because of him. "Very well, I'm here to steal something. You focus on your rescue and don't cause me any trouble," Luo Shui Qing stated. Then, with a slight bend of her knees, she executed a graceful leap from the several-meter-high rooftop, landing silently on the ground. "Impressive skills," Ding Dong muttered to himself. Ding Dong murmured in admiration, wishing to emulate Luo Shuiqing's agility. However, upon assessing the height, he despondently clung to a tree nestled between the roof and the exterior wall, gradually sliding down to the ground. By this time, Luo Shuiqing had vanished without a trace. The Hu residence was vast, its architecture and floral arrangements intricately woven. Crouching low, Ding Dong stealthily traversed the estate, utterly disoriented and unable to find his bearings. Continuing in this manner would yield no results by dawn. Leaning against a foam mountain, he sat down to rest, vexed, and slapped his forehead in frustration. At that moment, he faintly discerned voices nearby, though their words were indistinct. In similar situations before, Ding Dong would have retreated cautiously, but this time, he chose to follow and uncover the truth. The speakers were three servants of the Hu household. One carried a large pot on his back, while the other two lifted a stove together, walking side by side and conversing. "What is that fellow up to today? It's rare for the young master to impose private punishment. What is going on? Remember just a few days ago when Scar's brothers were attacked by a local thug, resulting in several injuries and even death? Was that the work of this lad? How surprising." The listener gasped in astonishment, then reconsidered, questioning. "But he doesn't seem capable of such things. Just a moment ago, he was terrified. He doesn't possess such prowess. However, it seems he was with that thug and has apparently crossed paths with the young master today. He is certainly in for a rough time. He'll likely end up skinned and tossed into the pot." Ding Dong trailed behind the trio, absorbing every word of their conversation, his teeth grinding in anger. He suppressed his fury and cautiously followed them. They moved openly while he remained concealed, winding through the private garden of the Hu estate until they reached an artificial waterfall. The three servants ascended a series of steps alongside the waterfall, entering behind the cascading water. Ding Dong glanced around to ensure no one else was present and stealthily followed suit. Though the waterfall lacked grandeur, it exuded elegance. Resembling a curtain of pearls or a suspended gourd, occasionally releasing a fragrance of peach blossoms drifting in the water. Had Ding Dong not witnessed this scene with his own eyes, he would never have guessed that it concealed the Hu family's locale for executing private punishments. With a kitchen knife in hand, Ding Dong cautiously ascended the steps, droplets from the waterfall splattering against him, providing a chilling sensation. His breath grew heavy, filled with trepidation. The roar of the waterfall severely hindered his hearing, each second fraught with the peril of exposure. Behind the waterfall, at the top of the steps, lay a large opening illuminated by flickering flames, with shadows dancing inside. As Ding Dong approached the entrance, his clothes clung to him, dampened, leaving him uncertain whether it was cold sweat or mist. He cautiously peered inside and beheld a gathering of torch-bearing individuals encircling a wooden stake. Bound to the stake was a bloodied figure, his head drooping, rendering his fate uncertain. Not far from this unfortunate individual, an iron pot simmered on the stove, filled with oil yet to reach a boil. The scene before Ding Dong ignited a fierce rage within him, compelling him to charge in with a kitchen knife. Regardless of the peril, when suddenly, a shrill cry echoed from afar. Fire! The Hu residence is indeed ablaze. The inferno was neither too far nor too close to the waterfall where Ding Dong stood, billowing smoke and flames reaching towards the heavens. Within the cave, the occupants remained oblivious to the alarm, still fixated on the bound Erzhu, gesturing and whispering among themselves. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd. Brandishing a dagger, his scarred face twisted into a menacing grin, advancing step by step towards Erzhu. Was he truly going to skin him alive? Ding Dong was taken aback. Casting a glance at the raging flames, a sudden inspiration struck him. Pinching his nose, he shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Fire! Help put it out." This ploy proved effective. The group inside the cave panicked and hurriedly grabbed their torches, rushing out. To avoid detection, Ding Dong swiftly slipped into the waterfall, gripping the rocky edge with both hands, hanging precariously in midair. After a considerable time had passed, he surmised that the cave's occupants must have gone to extinguish the flames, and with a determined heave, he returned to the cave's entrance. To his astonishment, not everyone had vacated the cave. The scarred man was still there, menacingly brandishing his dagger before Erzhu, seemingly contemplating where to make the first cut. Just as he was about to strike, he sensed an ominous presence, leaping aside in alarm. As he turned to confront the newcomer, his countenance paled in shock. Trembling, he raised his dagger, caught between a desire to advance and a fear to do so. Ding Dong disregarded the scarred man entirely, striding directly to Erzhu. Placing his hand on the pulse at Erzhu's neck, feeling the faint thrum of life, hanging by a thread. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he shot a fierce glare at the scarred man and lunged forward, knife in hand. In truth, the scarred man was robust, and in a fair contest of strength. He might not have been easily overpowered. However, following the failed ambush, Ding Dong had become synonymous with terror in the scarred man's mind. He dared not resist, only evading desperately. In terms of combat experience, the scarred man was no match for Ding Dong. Seeing that his first two strikes had failed to inflict any injury, Ding Dong feigned a third attack aimed at the scarred man's lower body, forcing him to retreat while exposing his upper half. With a deft flick of his wrist, Ding Dong's knife slashed upwards, landing squarely on the scarred man's throat. The scarred man perished, his death agonizing. Ding Dong's strike not only severed his artery, but also cut through his trachea. On the ground, the man clutched at his neck, writhing in pain for a time before finally succumbing. With a sigh of relief, Ding Dong wiped the blood splattered across his face, seized the kitchen knife from the ground, and hurried to Erzhu's side, severing the ropes that bound him. At that moment, Erzhu had lost consciousness, collapsing like a limp ragdoll. Alarmed, Ding Dong quickly hoisted Erzhu onto his back and turned to leave, only to catch sight of the lifeless body of the scarred man on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he stripped the tattered clothing from Erzhu and exchanged it for the scarred man's garments. He hoisted the corpse of the scarred man and cast it into the recently boiling pot of oil. The events that transpired after this waterfall of chaos became known to no one else, for the entire Hu family was thrown into disarray. Although the great fire had been extinguished, the toll of casualties needed to be assessed, and the losses of property required meticulous accounting. The steward of the Hu family stood before a heap of ruins, his demeanor one of utter disarray, vowing in exasperation to uncover the true cause of the inferno. Henceforth, all the servants of the Hu family lived in a state of perpetual anxiety, for none could ascertain whether the scapegoat for the disaster would be another or themselves. Ding Dong, carrying Erzhu, successfully fled the Hu residence amidst the turmoil, aimlessly sprinting down the street. Panic-stricken, he was at a loss for what to do or where to go. "What are you running in circles for?" A melodious voice suddenly pierced through Ding Dong's temples, instantly calming him and bringing his frantic steps to a halt. Following the source of the voice, he beheld a graceful figure emerging from the shadowed corner, revealing Luo Shuiqing. Now clad in feminine attire, he had no desire to engage with her and was about to depart when she said, "If you wish for your friend to survive, come with me." Filled with surprise, he hurriedly followed her. Their ultimate destination was a place previously visited by Enchang, the 13th stall of the Chunko vegetable market, which was none other than the residence of Dr. Duan Hu. "What brings us here?" "Dr. Duan has gone on a journey." Ding Dong expressed his disappointment. "Journey my foot. He was at my home last night, drinking tea with my father." "Just wait," Luo Shuiqing declared, and without knocking, she effortlessly leapt and vaulted into Dr. Duan's home. Shortly thereafter, the crimson gate of Dr. Duan's residence creaked open, revealing the steward whom Ding Dong had previously encountered. "Come in." Luo Shuiqing beckoned urgently to Ding Dong. He hesitated for a moment, then, like a madman, rushed through the entrance of Dr. Duan's house, the crimson door hastily shutting behind him. Moments later, Hu family servants wielding torches hurriedly passed by the entrance, yet their frantic search that night would yield nothing. Dr. Duan was slender, with high cheekbones and a goat-like beard hanging below his jaw, accentuating the brilliance in his eyes. Clad in a deep blue robe of fine fabric, he walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his head bobbing slightly, giving him the appearance of a pedantic scholar rather than a renowned physician. "Place him there," Dr. Duan instructed, pointing to a wooden bed. The bed was covered with a cooling mat, meticulously clean, but soon became stained and sullied with the blood of Erzhu and Ding Dong. "Once you've placed him down, step aside," Dr. Duan commanded after Ding Dong moved away from the bed. He swiftly approached Erzhu, lifted his eyelids, and took his pulse, his expression growing grave. "Dr. Duan, he will be all right, won't he?" Ding Dong inquired anxiously. Dr. Duan extended 5 fingers towards Ding Dong, stating calmly, 50% chance. However, no sooner had he spoken than Erzhu suddenly turned over, blood slowly trickling from his nostrils and the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Duan Hui unconsciously bit his lower lip, retracting 2 of his 5 outstretched fingers, leaving only 3. Chapter 13. Intentions of the martial arts at Duan Hui's request. Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing exited the room, closing the door behind them. Luo Shuiqing sat on the stone steps, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Ding Dong, who was pacing back and forth due to his agitation, and she couldn't help but smile. "You are quite an interesting person," she unexpectedly remarked. "You are delusional," Ding Dong retorted, his mind too troubled to engage in banter, his frustration causing him to speak with disdain. "Duan Hui is extraordinarily skilled. I have witnessed his abilities. As long as a person is not entirely deceased, he can bring them back. He mentioned that your friend has 30% of their life left, so there should be no cause for alarm," Luo Shuiqing reassured him. "Really?" Ding Dong turned his head in surprise, his expression brightening. "Rest assured," Luo Shuiqing smiled. Rising to her feet, after a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "How did your friend get entangled with the Hu family? Is it due to your influence?" Ding Dong remained silent, his hands gripping his hair in frustration as he crouched down. The answer was painfully evident. "I bear some responsibility as well," Luo Shuiqing murmured regretfully, mistakenly believing that the entire incident stemmed from her actions. In truth, her conflict with the 3 young masters of the Hu family was only part of the equation. The thugs who had previously injured Ding Dong, led by the scarred one, were indeed servants of the Hu family. When had the Hu family's servants ever suffered such indignities? Each one had sworn to find Ding Dong and exact their revenge. What kind of family is the Hu family? Do they carelessly take lives without consequence? Isn't the civil court supposed to intervene? Ding Dong exclaimed furiously. Luo Shuiqing did not respond immediately. She lowered her head, and after a long pause, she slowly asked, "When you encounter a mosquito or a fly, do you not feel the urge to swat it dead? If you were to kill that mosquito or fly, would anyone emerge to punish you for it?" Ding Dong understood the implication of Luo Shuiqing's metaphor and could not help but counter, "But this is a human life, which cannot be compared to a mosquito or a fly." Luo Shuiqing looked at him with a bitter smile, shaking her head gently, choosing not to pursue the conversation further. In this world, the lives of the impoverished might indeed hold no more value than that of insects. Otherwise, Ding Dong would not have harmed so many and been released without consequence. The prison guard, Xiao Lu, would not find pleasure in inflicting injury, and the Hu family would not so ruthlessly seek to harm Erzhu due to misplaced anger. What kind of world is this? Ding Dong silently questioned himself, yet he could find no answers. You have provoked the Hu family. It is perilous. Why not become my attendant? Stay by my side, and I will guarantee that they cannot lay a finger on you. Plus, I will even pay you, Luo Shuiqing offered, puffing her chest out and adopting a commanding demeanor. You? Spare me, Ding Dong scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Luo Shuiqing. You, with a clear and vibrant aura, stood with your hands on your hips and proclaimed loudly, Our Luo family, in this spring city, may not boast vast wealth or immense power, yet by virtue of my father's stature, even the city lord must extend him a modicum of respect. Upon hearing this, Ding Dong was reminded of his own orphaned existence, causing a sharp pang of pain to surge through his heart, which subsequently manifested as a grimace upon his face. Indeed, due to the dimness of the night, Luo Shuiqing did not notice Ding Dong's peculiar expression and continued with pride. My father is the dean of the College of Literature at the Martial Arts Academy of Spring City. The anticipated gasps of astonishment did not materialize, prompting Luo Shuiqing to glance curiously at Ding Dong, who was drawing circles in the dirt with his finger, seemingly oblivious to her earlier words. So what do you say? Will you be my attendant? Many are willing to pay for the privilege, but I have no interest. Luo Shuiqing could not help but reiterate, elevating her own worth in the process. Whoever wishes to be your attendant can seek you out. Ding Dong replied as he stood up and moved to sit on the stone steps, lapsing into silence. Luo Shuiqing, exasperated, found herself at a loss for words, eventually sitting down as well, puffing her cheeks in displeasure and choosing not to speak further. As the night deepened, fatigue enveloped Luo Shuiqing, and she inadvertently slumped against the wall, drifting into slumber. Upon awakening, the day had already dawned. She lifted her arm to rub her sleepy eyes, only to discover a coarse cloth draped over her. Grasping the fabric, she looked up and saw Ding Dong, bare-chested, supporting himself with 2 fingers while performing a handstand. Sweat flowed down his back, pooling on the cobblestone path below. His upper body was sculpted, every muscle radiating a rugged masculinity, and the sweat glinted in the autumn sunlight. Dazzling to behold, Luo Shuiqing found herself entranced by Ding Dong's figure, lost in admiration. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing Duan Hu, pale and bloodied, stumbling out of the room. As he crossed the threshold, he swayed unsteadily, almost toppling over. Duan Hu, are you all right? Luo Shuiqing quickly rose and hurried to his side, extending her hand to assist him, but he waved her off. I am fine, Duan Hu replied in a flat tone. By this time, Ding Dong had rushed over, snatching his shirt from Luo Shuiqing's hands and hastily putting it on. How is Erzhu? Ding Dong inquired urgently. His life is spared, but his condition remains precarious. I recommend keeping him here. If complications arise, I can manage them promptly, Duan Hu said, wiping the sweat from his forehead, inadvertently smearing blood across it. After a night of intense labor, compounded by transferring his own vitality into Erzhu, he felt not only fatigued but somewhat drained. Ding Dong, filled with joy, retrieved a pouch brimming with gold coins from his pocket, eager to offer it to Duan Hu. Duan Hui did not accept Ding Dong's purse, nor did he even spare it a glance. He turned to Luo Shuiqing, his expression stern, and said, having gone out to revel all night, if you skip class again, I shall see how your father deals with you. I know, Luo Shuiqing replied impatiently, turned her head to make a face at Ding Dong, and skipped away, embodying the naivety of a young girl unversed in the world's intricacies. As for you, Duan Hui addressed Ding Dong in a tone lacking warmth. You may choose to remain here or attend to your own affairs. After saying this, he turned and departed. Behind him, an autumn breeze stirred the fallen leaves in the courtyard, swirling them around and brushing against Ding Dong's calves. At that moment, Ding Dong yearned to ask Duan Hui for help in restoring his memories, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his request. I will seek his assistance once Erzhu is healed, Ding Dong thought to himself as he reclaimed his purse, gently pushed open the door, cast a distant glance at Erzhu, sighed deeply, and turned to leave. He could not linger here. He needed to reassure Erzhu's elderly mother and also make his way to the martial arts academy. As he walked through the streets, Ding Dong was weighed down by heavy thoughts. Though he had been in Shun City for only a few days, he had already witnessed an array of intolerable events that had inflicted a profound impact on his heart. He began to harbor a disdain for this world, resenting such an empire. This sentiment nestled within him like a seed buried deep in his soul. Suddenly, Ding Dong sensed something amiss. The long years of living as a bandit had sharpened his awareness of his surroundings. He realized he was being followed. Who it was remained unclear to him, as did their intentions. He speculated it might be someone from the Hu family and clenched his fists, thinking, damn it, this is just perfect. Without exchanging a word, Ding Dong hastened towards the vacant lot in the impoverished district to the northwest, halted, and turned back to cast a cold gaze over his shoulder. To his surprise, the person tailing him was quite diminutive and appeared to be alone, striding boldly towards him. As the figure approached, Ding Dong immediately recognized them. It was a prison guard named Xiao Lu from the Civil Affairs Bureau, whose face bore a wide grin that seemed devoid of malice. What do you want following me? Ding Dong asked with a tone of hostility. Xiao Lu, with a fawning smile, stopped 3 meters away and did not answer Ding Dong's question, but instead queried, what kind of supernatural ability did you use that night? It was certainly not the blood chi technique or the martial blood chi technique. Get lost. Ding Dong retorted in anger, dismissing Xiao Lu and turning to leave. Xiao Lu did not pursue him further. Instead, he extended a finger and flicked it twice towards Ding Dong's receding figure, then shook his head, withdrawing his finger while chuckling softly to himself. Interesting. With that, he turned and departed. Upon returning to Erzhu's home, Ding Dong had just entered when he heard the elderly woman inside inquire, is that my son, Erzhu? I am a friend of Erzhu's, having visited before. He has been busy with the 4 directions inn and will be occupied for the next few days. So he shall return later. Ding Dong fabricated a kind lie. He handed the food he had purchased on the way to the elderly woman, then found his package in the corner of the room, retrieved a few small trinkets from it, and exited the dilapidated house. In the dimly lit room, an elderly woman cradled the food in her arms, yet did not partake. Instead, she trembled as she raised her arm to wipe away the 2 streaks of murky tears staining her cheeks. The bond between mother and child was palpable. Perhaps she harbored a foreboding sense of dread. On the journey to the Wu residence, Ding Dong endeavored to compose himself, arriving at his destination with palpable excitement. After tending to Wu Ziheng's horse, he took the steed for a leisurely stroll around the courtyard under the pretext of allowing it to digest. Yet he could not find the enchanting girl, who seemed to descend from the heavens. While he was lost in his thoughts, he encountered Butler Wu and hurriedly approached him. I am responsible for looking after the young lady's horse, yet I have yet to meet her, Ding Dong inquired with a disingenuous smile. Oh. The young lady typically attends classes at the Wanwu Academy during the day. Thus, you would not have seen her, replied Butler Wu. Wanwu Academy? What is that? Ding Dong felt the name was familiar, as though he had heard it before. With a patient smile, Butler Wu explained. Wanwu Academy is an institution established by the Empire for the cultivation of scholars and warriors, present in all 10 principal cities of the Empire. Ding Dong nodded, partially understanding, but could not suppress his disappointment as he led the horse back to the stable. As evening fell, Ding Dong departed from the Wu residence, waiting for a while at the entrance, but seeing no sign of Wu Ziheng. He reluctantly placed the gifts he had brought on a stone lion outside the gate and left, disheartened. He wandered the streets, purchasing some supplements before making his way to Dr. Duan Hu's home. The butler greeted Ding Dong with the exuberance akin to that of a fortune god, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Generously, Ding Dong tossed a silver coin to the butler. Not long after, while sitting with Erzhu, Luo Shuiqing arrived. Upon seeing her, Ding Dong sprang to his feet, recalling that Luo Shuiqing had mentioned the previous night that her father was the dean of the literary faculty at Wanwu Academy. Why such excitement upon seeing me? Luo Shuiqing seemed pleased by Ding Dong's reaction, her smile widening. I have decided, I can be your attendant, and I shall not require payment, Ding Dong declared, extending a finger. However, I have one condition. A condition? Luo Shuiqing furrowed her brow, her demeanor turning cautious. Indeed, I wish for you to assist me in gaining admission to Wanwu Academy. Luo Shuiqing exhaled in relief, her smile returning as she stepped closer to Ding Dong, raising her palm and cheerfully stating, a gentleman's word is his bond, swift as a galloping steed. Ding Dong mirrored her gesture, lightly pressing his palm against hers. Chapter 14. The Bullies Challenge Wanwu Academy, situated in the northern expanse of Spring City, came into view as Ding Dong followed Luo Shuiqing from the bustling Sprinka Market, traversing the main road through the affluent northern district. Contrary to his expectations, Wanwu Academy lacked towering pagodas and grandiose palatial structures. Instead, it featured neatly arranged, modest residential-style buildings, accompanied by a flat, sandy playground of muted yellow. The surrounding wall was low, barely exceeding 2 meters, even shorter than the typical walls of affluent households. The entrance was rather dismal, constructed from 3 slabs of bluestone, inscribed with the characters for Wanwu Academy. Is this the Wenwu Academy of the Spring City? Ding Dong found it hard to believe. Indeed, Luo Shuiqing replied, seemingly oblivious to any incongruity. At this moment, darkness enveloped the sky, and the academy lay in utter silence, devoid of any presence. Just as Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing entered the grand gates of the academy, an elderly man suddenly sprang forth from the side, brandishing a broom in one hand and holding a dustpan in the other, blocking their path. His face bore a fierce expression akin to that of a guardian deity, exuding the eccentricity characteristic of a madman. Who are you? What do you want? The deranged old man boomed at Ding Dong. Ding Dong blinked, alternating his gaze between Luo Shuiqing and the old man, at a loss for words. Zhangbo, this is my friend. I brought him to discuss some matters with my father. Luo Shuiqing stepped aside, placing herself between the madman and Ding Dong, a smile gracing her lips. Yet her small hand discreetly gestured behind her back, signaling Ding Dong to remain calm. Oh, the old man relaxed his menacing demeanor, nodded, and stroked his grizzled beard. Peering around Luo Shuiqing, he suddenly burst into laughter. Familiar faces may pass, but little ghosts must not disturb. Enter, then. With a peculiar grin, he leaped aside, leaving only the sound of rustling fabric behind as he vanished from sight. After walking a considerable distance, Enchang and Luo Shuiqing could not help but glance back at the desolate entrance of the academy, perplexed. What was that old man about? It feels like something is amiss here. Ding Dong pointed to his temple. Oh, you mean Zhangbo? He arrived not long ago, seemingly acquainted with my father, claiming he needed a meal. My father arranged for him to guard the gate, Luo Shuiqing replied, glancing around to ensure they were alone, and continued in a hushed tone. He's quite eccentric, appearing to be genuinely mad. Yet, his blood techniques seem formidable. He often materializes in various corners of the academy without notice. Fortunately, he has not caused any trouble. As the two whispered to each other, a pair of eyes appeared in the shadows behind them, fixated on their retreating figures. The eyes had a slight droop at the corners, reminiscent of a smiling gaze. Luo Shuiqing led Ding Dong across the playground, circumventing a row of single-story houses, until they arrived at the faculty housing area. The layout of the housing area was peculiar. Directly to the north stood a stone house, flanked by a dozen or so other residences on either side, each differing in color and style. The houses in the northwest were adorned with light gray walls and topped with pale purple glazed tiles, while those in the northeast featured dark gray walls and deep purple tiles. Though the night was not yet late, only a few houses emitted light through their windows. Noticing Ding Dong's puzzled expression, Luo Shuiqing smiled and explained, the solitary house to the north is our principal's residence. The slightly lighter-colored houses to the northwest are the dormitories for the liberal arts faculty, while the residences for the martial arts faculty are located to the northeast. Both the principal and the faculty members have their own homes, which is why these dormitories often remain unoccupied. However, my father is quite bothersome, residing in the school day in and day out, forcing me to board here as well. Who could blame my mother for being uneasy about my father, constantly fretting over the possibility that he might be keeping a mistress? As the conversation progressed, her lips pouted in irritation, and with her violet eyes, she appeared all the more innocent and endearing. Ding Dong remained silent on the matter, recognizing it as a private family affair. Any judgment he could offer would be inappropriate, so he simply indulged in his musings. Lost in thought, he was suddenly stirred by Luo Shuiqing's exuberant exclamation, "Father, I'm back." He quickly looked up and realized they had arrived before a modest house nestled in the northwestern corner. A deep male voice emanated from within, undoubtedly belonging to Luo Shuiqing's father. Luo Shuiqing took the lead, pushing the door open and announcing, "Father, I need your help." Ding Dong followed her into the house, where a very simple scene unfolded before him. The interior, though small, was divided into three distinct areas. The left door was tightly shut. The central space served as a living room with merely a table and two chairs, while the door to the right stood wide open, revealing a man seated at a table, his back turned to them as he appeared to be engrossed in writing. "Please take a seat. My father is likely grading papers." "I'll go check," Luo Shuiqing whispered reassuringly to Ding Dong before tiptoeing into her father's room, standing by patiently. After what felt like half a stick of incense had burned, Dean Luo exhaled deeply, set down his brush, and rose to his feet. "Father, I've recruited a retainer who won't cost us anything. I want him to join our academy, so I can have a companion every day." "How impressive," Luo Shuiqing exclaimed, her voice echoing loudly, completely disregarding Ding Dong's presence in the hall. However, with his thick skin, Ding Dong seemed unfazed, instead straining to catch Dean Luo's reaction. Dean Luo affectionately ruffled Luo Shuiqing's hair, chuckling, "You little imp, always up to mischief. Yet, there was no hint of reproach in his tone. Father, look. Look. It's him. I've brought him with me. Luo Shuiqing clung to her father's arm, playfully coaxing him to turn around. It was at this moment that Ding Dong finally beheld Dean Luo's appearance. He was distinguished with sharp brows and bright eyes, a straight nose, and a wide forehead. Although his face bore a slight gauntness, he radiated vitality. His sparse beard stood defiantly, and his finely tailored blue robe accentuated his elegant demeanor with every gesture. Like Luo Shuiqing, he too possessed violet eyes. Dean Luo merely cast a glance at Ding Dong before redirecting his attention back to his daughter. You must be aware of the Empire's rules. Those below the status of wealthy merchants are prohibited from pursuing literary studies. To enter the academy, one must study martial arts. This is something you should discuss with your teacher. That guy is terrifying. I refuse to go. You should go on my behalf. Perhaps he'll grant you some favor, Luo Shuiqing insisted, tugging at Dean Luo's arm and employing her innate charm. It is often said that daughters are their father's nemesis. And it proved to be true. Dean Luo found himself utterly defeated by her allure. Very well, come with me. I shall take you both. He then turned his attention to Ding Dong, asking, what is your name? Ding Dong, he replied. Ding Dong, with his head held high, proclaimed his name. Upon hearing Ding Dong's confident yet composed tone, Dean Luo was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist casting a few more glances at him. Pondering to himself, what a remarkable young man. His demeanor is certainly unlike that of an ordinary commoner. With a furrowed brow, he redirected his attention to his daughter. At that moment, Luo Shuiqing was radiating joy, playfully clasping her father's arm and refusing to let go. Dean Luo could only manage a wry smile. Resigned to escorting the two children towards the dormitory of Su Nantian, the head of the martial academy. Coincidentally, Su Nantian was present in his dormitory. After Dean Luo elucidated his purpose, Su did not immediately acquiesce, but instead stated that he needed to assess Ding Dong's physical constitution. The training required of martial practitioners is far more demanding than that of their scholarly counterparts, necessitating an exceptional physique. Children from impoverished backgrounds, having often endured hunger, typically possess underdeveloped bodies ill-suited for the rigorous training of martial warriors. Su Nantian was a towering figure, robust and imposing, with rugged features and eyes as large as bronze bells. His thick beard resembled a thicket of weapons, and his gait was powerful and commanding. With a voice that boomed like thunder, he positioned himself before Ding Dong, scrutinizing him from above. Despite perceiving Su's formidable aura, Ding Dong did not falter. Instead, he proudly met his gaze. Very well, let us see you run 10 laps around the track, Su Nantian suddenly declared, his voice resonating like a clap of thunder, causing Ding Dong's ears to tingle. Nodding in agreement, Ding Dong stepped out of Su's room, yet instead of rushing onto the field, he surveyed his surroundings as if searching for something. Then, to the astonishment of onlookers, he approached a stone table set in the open air, spat into his palms, rubbed them together, and with a mighty shout, lifted the stone table and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Su Nantian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he thought, this lad has some potential. With the stone table still on his shoulder, Ding Dong maintained a composed demeanor and strode into the field, embracing the twilight as he began to sprint around the track with remarkable speed, akin to a fierce tiger. Su Nantian clapped his hands, a broad smile spreading across his face, and without waiting for Ding Dong to finish, he laughed heartily as he returned to his room. The following day, with the assistance of Luo Shuiqing, Ding Dong received his student identification card adorned with red and gold, along with a gray uniform. Leaving him bewildered, is this all it takes? Just one lap? It's too easy, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, his admission into the martial academy was largely due to Dean Luo's influence, a detail that Luo Shuiqing chose not to disclose. Now that he had entered the martial academy, Ding Dong could no longer work at the martial manor. After explaining the situation to Butler Wu, he eagerly made his way to the academy to commence his inaugural day as a student. Unlike Luo Shuiqing, who was already engaged in the mastery of blood qi techniques and the cultivation of its volume, Ding Dong, as a new student, was assigned by Su Nantian to a systematic physical training regimen. Among the students at the martial academy, Ding Dong encountered 3 familiar faces, the grandsons of the Hu family, who had previously troubled Luo Shuiqing. Reflecting on the plight of Erzhu, still confined to a hospital bed, an uncontrollable anger surged within him. However, being in the esteemed martial arts academy restrained him from acting out recklessly. Out of sight, out of mind, Ding Dong, while playfully hopping around with a stone table, squinted his eyes in search of Wu Ziheng, but disappointment shadowed his efforts. Soon, the midday break arrived. Ding Dong returned the stone table to its rightful place, and headed to the academy's shower room for a refreshing cleanse. Just as he was about to leave, an ominous presence struck him, prompting him to hasten his steps into the changing room to don his clothes. Upon glancing back, he noticed several students from the martial arts academy glaring at him from the misty shower room. He let out a disdainful chuckle, only to be halted by a pair of imposing hands blocking his exit. "Newcomer, I am Gu Kebiao, the leader here. Do you possess such audacity to disregard everyone?" Gu Kebiao, tall and robust, bore a striking resemblance to the academy's principal, Su Nantian. His fiery gaze was fixed on Ding Dong, radiating a palpable fury. Ding Dong, taken aback by the sudden confrontation, was about to retort when he caught sight of the three figures standing behind Gu Kebiao, igniting a surge of rage within him, his fists clenching tightly. Those three were the notorious scions of the Hu family. "What do you want?" Ding Dong spat through clenched teeth. "A duel," Gu Kebiao shouted, his eyes wide with fervor. Chapter 15. Turning the tide. Ding Dong and Gu Kebiao locked eyes, neither willing to yield. The three Hu scions reveled in the tension, eagerly fanning the flames of conflict. "Get lost," echoed the identical words from both Ding Dong and Gu Kebiao. Ding Dong was taken aback. He had assumed this school bully was merely a pawn of the Hu family, yet the reality appeared to diverge from his expectations. At that moment, the shower room door swung open with a crash, and a throng of students erupted out, encircling Ding Dong. "Weren't you quite bold with your words? Why do you cower at the mention of a duel? Speak plainly, do you dare or not?" Gu Kebiao declared, jabbing a finger at Ding Dong's nose. "First and foremost, I have no idea what your nonsensical ramblings mean," Ding Dong replied, swatting Gu Kebiao's finger away. "Secondly, if you dare to confront me, I shall oblige you, for otherwise, my future would be at stake. Lastly, I have matters to attend to, so the farther you can get away from me, the better." Faced with Ding Dong's fierce retort, Gu Kebiao stood momentarily stunned, while the others present were left in astonishment. Gu Kebiao, caught between rage and amusement, replied, "Good lad. Enjoy your moment of joy a while longer. I shall see you on the playground after school tonight." With that, he strode away, leading the others in his wake. Casting a mocking glance at the three Hu scions, Ding Dong smirked, vowing silently, "Once I settle this matter, you shall pay dearly." He stomped his foot in frustration and turned to leave. During lunch, Ding Dong finally encountered Wu Ziheng, accompanied by a girl he recognized. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that she was Wang Ruoyo, the daughter of the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The color of their school uniforms was unexpectedly white. Ding Dong glanced at his own gray uniform, momentarily taken aback. Wang Ruoyo also spotted Ding Dong and greeted him with a smile. He responded politely, yet his gaze was fixated solely on Wu Ziheng. Wu Ziheng returned his look with a charming smile, brushing past him while holding Wang Ruoyo's hand. Ding Dong inhaled greedily the lingering fragrance left by Wu Ziheng, feeling somewhat intoxicated. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden pain shot through his head, and upon turning around in irritation, he found Luo Shuiqing standing with her hands on her hips, gazing at him. After just a brief absence, "You've become quite chummy with the girls from the Literature Academy. I had no idea you possessed such charm," Luo Shuiqing remarked, seemingly displeased. "Not at all," Ding Dong replied, his face flushing as he lowered his head and walked away. Luo Shuiqing hurried after him, blocking his path, and retorted, "Have you forgotten your duties? As my attendant, you are not permitted to wander off like this." "Ah," Ding Dong responded unusually obediently, causing Luo Shuiqing to feel somewhat unsettled, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words, only able to huff in response. The meals at the Martial Arts Academy were lavish, featuring an array of meats, vegetables, and eggs. Although Luo Shuiqing was a girl, her appetite was considerable. After finishing her own portion, she attempted to snatch Ding Dong's food. Naturally, he was unwilling to share, wrapping his arms protectively around his meal and swallowing it hastily. However, to outsiders, their interaction appeared exceedingly intimate, which did not go unnoticed by the three sons of the Hu family, who seethed with anger. The afternoon classes at the Martial Arts Academy mirrored those of the morning, with the exception that Ding Dong was exempt from physical training, as he had a dedicated instructor to teach him about weaponry. Inside the weapons room, an extensive collection of swords, spears, halberds, and axes awaited him, yet his interest was solely captured by the sword. When the teacher instructed him to practice with it, he surprisingly demonstrated a commendable proficiency, prompting the instructor to declare that Ding Dong could advance to the next level of study and lauded his exceptional talent. Ding Dong offered no response, for he could hardly reveal that his prior experience as a bandit had involved wielding a broadsword. After school, as Ding Dong exited the weapons room, he noticed a crowd gathered on the playground from a distance. Luo Shuiqing was vociferously arguing with Gu Kebiao. who stood with his arms crossed, gazing elsewhere with an air of indifference. It seems he is waiting for our duel, Ding Dong thought, smirking as he strode overconfidently. Upon seeing Ding Dong approach, Luo Shuiqing froze momentarily, then panicked, urgently tugging at him to leave with her. She whispered urgently in his ear, "Gu Kebiao is the school bully. There's no need for you to fight him. Let us go." Gu Kebiao turned his head to observe Ding Dong, a scornful smile playing on his lips, yet he remained silent. The onlookers began to jeer loudly. Ding Dong's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation as he forcefully withdrew his arm from Luo Shuiqing's grasp, hissing, "Get off me." Luo Shuiqing, taken aback, bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. She stamped her foot and exclaimed, "You are my servant. How can you speak to me like that? I no longer want you. Your fate is of no concern to me." With that, she turned and ran away. "You little rascal, you've got some nerve." Gu Kebiao chuckled lightly at Ding Dong, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Enough of the nonsense. Let us begin," Ding Dong responded impatiently. "Splendid. Choose a weapon," Gu Kebiao said, beckoning to those nearby. Immediately, a dozen individuals armed with various wooden weapons stepped forward, forming a line. Ding Dong scanned the array with his eyes and selected a large knife, swinging it a couple of times in his hand to gauge its suitability before stepping aside. Gu Kebiao, on the other hand, opted for a long spear, twirling it with flair, earning cheers from the onlookers. Then, with a sweeping motion of his spear, he announced loudly, "Clear the area." The crowd erupted into a flurry, creating a wide circle around them. Ding Dong, gripping the wooden knife in one hand and raising the other, beckoned Gu Kebiao with a flick of his fingers. This gesture was not born of frivolity. On the contrary, he recognized the formidable nature of Gu Kebiao. The leader had once imparted a piece of wisdom, the staff for the month, the knife for the year, and a lifetime of mastery with the spear. A skilled spear wielder was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Aware of his own limitations, Ding Dong sought to provoke his opponent, hoping to incite a reckless response that would lead to his eventual triumph amidst the chaos. Gu Kebiao, indeed, fell into the trap, believing himself underestimated. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a cacophony of wild cries, thrusting his spear towards Enchang with furious intent. The wind of his approach preceded the spear itself. Ding Dong's heart raced. He lifted his knife defensively, gripping the hilt with one hand and pressing down on the blade with the other, barely managing to deflect Gu Kebiao's thrust. The immense force sent him sliding backward, and before he could regain his footing, Gu Kebiao twisted his body and swept the spear horizontally. Ding Dong rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the spearhead that grazed his face, leaving a burning sting. In the contest of distance, with Ding Dong armed with a short knife against Gu Kebiao's long spear, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Gu Kebiao, fully aware of his advantage, wielded the spear with precision, forcing Ding Dong into a corner. "Die!" Gu Kebiao shouted as he pressed Ding Dong to the brink of falling, suddenly leaping high into the air, swinging the spear downwards like a club with ferocity. Seizing the moment, Ding Dong chose not to block the attack. Instead, he executed a roll and ended up in front of Gu Kebiao, slashing upwards with the large knife, striking the spear's midsection. Fortunately for Gu Kebiao, the strength with which he wielded the spear prevented it from slipping from his grasp. However, Ding Dong's initial strike bore no fruit, and he dared not retreat. As Gu Kebiao landed, Ding Dong charged forward, knife in hand. This time, the tide turned. As Gu Kebiao found himself at a disadvantage, the length of the spear compromised his agility in close combat, leaving him with no choice but to defend. "Fool!" Gu Kebiao shouted, suddenly shortening and thickening the spear, unleashing a burst of flames from its tip. This left his chest exposed, revealing a vulnerability. Recognizing the opportunity, Ding Dong positioned his knife against the transforming spear, lifting a foot to press against Gu Kebiao's chest, sending his opponent reeling backward. However, as Ding Dong advanced, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Gu Kebiao, mid-air, flicked the spear and caught the hilt of Ding Dong's knife, the flames scorching his hand. In pain, Ding Dong instinctively released the hilt, sending the wooden knife soaring into the distance. Gu Kebiao lay on the ground, yet the muzzle of his gun was already pressed firmly against Ding Dong's throat. A mere forward push would suffice to extinguish Ding Dong's life. The onlookers, who had been watching in rapt attention, fell into a hushed silence, their eyes fixated on the duel unfolding before them. Unaware of the presence of Dean Luo of the College of Arts and the gatekeeper, Zhang Bo, standing quietly behind the crowd. "You have lost," Gu Kebiao proclaimed as he rose, his gun still hovering perilously close to Ding Dong's throat. The spectators, awakening from their stupor, erupted into cheers. Ding Dong, with a sullen visage, remained silent, gripped by a sense of dread, Had his opponent not expertly restrained his strength, he would have already met his demise. Having lost, you must accept the consequences. Otherwise, you will remain oblivious to the hierarchy within this martial and literary academy, Gu Kebiao asserted, swiftly retracting his pistol and sweeping it menacingly towards Ding Dong's head. Consumed by humiliation, Ding Dong chose not to evade, closing his eyes to await the impending blow. Suddenly, a heat surged through his chest, followed by a torrent of power emanating from his abdomen, racing to the tip of his right index finger. Unconsciously, he raised his hand, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a luminous sphere shooting forth, striking the center of the gun barrel. With a sharp crack, the barrel splintered in two. The tremendous force sent Gu Kebiao tumbling backward, his face smeared with dirt as he gazed at Ding Dong, rendered speechless by astonishment. I have lost, Gu Kebiao declared, regaining his footing and discarding the severed gun barrel onto the ground as he turned to leave. Wait, Ding Dong called, snapping back to reality. Gu Kebiao turned. Fury etched across his features and glared at Ding Dong, demanding, "You have already won. What more do you desire? The outcome is of little consequence. What matters is that I believe we should clear up this misunderstanding," Ding Dong replied, his voice resolute. "I have only just entered the academy today, and prior to this, I had no acquaintance with you. My sole intention is to earnestly study here, without seeking trouble or aiming to stand out. Thus, it is impossible for me to have provoked you or anyone else. Whether you choose to believe my words or not, I have said my piece." With that, Ding Dong turned to leave. "Hold on," Gu Kebiao called out, prompting Ding Dong to glance back, his brow furrowed in skepticism. "How about a change of clothes for a more formal encounter? Just the two of us. Are you brave enough?" Gu Kebiao asked, a smile masking his menacing tone. "Count me in," Ding Dong replied, both young men sharing a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Hu Jia's three sons seized the opportunity to sneak away unnoticed by the crowd. Unbeknownst to them, Dean Luo and Zhang Bo had already departed the training ground, now settled within the confines of Dean Luo's dormitory. Zhang Jixing. It must be this young man, for in this age group, only someone capable of wielding your blood chi technique, whom we do not know, could possess such prowess. Zhang Bo mused. Zhang Jixing, languidly seated with his legs crossed in a chair, absent-mindedly picked at his toes while yawning, replied, "It has been 5 years. So it's hard to say, but I did receive word that he would be coming to Spring City. Come, Luo Cheng, take a whiff of this." He gestured with his toe-picking hand towards Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng was taken aback, quickly evading and stepping towards the door, gazing at the now desolate playground. He remarked softly, "Whether it is true or not can be discerned from what he holds in his embrace. Allow me to handle this matter." Chapter 16. On the verge of revelation within the private room of the Four Directions guest house, a grand circular table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Ding Dong and Gu Kebiao exchanged toasts, their earlier enmity forgotten in the haze of camaraderie. Gu Kebiao, the eldest son of the deputy city lord, was known for his generous spirit and exceptional talent in martial arts, thus commanding a following at the Martial and Literary Academy, where he was regarded as a campus leader. Yet, he never oppressed the weak and often stood up for the downtrodden, earning him a stellar reputation. Ding Dong, hailing from a bandit background, greatly admired such a peer. Their conversation flowed freely, as if they were kindred spirits who had long sought each other out. With matters laid bare, the entire sequence of events became clear. The three brothers of the Hu family, Hu Liqiang, Hu Litung, and Hu Lifei, had sought out Gu Kebiao upon learning of Ding Dong's enrollment at the academy. Fabricating numerous falsehoods and maligning Ding Dong with words that ignited Gu Kebiao's fury. "These rascals will soon face consequences," Gu Kebiao declared, his fist crashing onto the table, causing dishes to clatter in disarray. "What business does their family engage in?" Ding Dong inquired. "Merely a wealthy merchant family in Spring City. They have purchased numerous official titles, though none of them hold any real weight. They can only bully the common folk and the impoverished," Gu Kebiao scoffed dismissively. "Yet, when I first arrived in Spring City, I witnessed 2 of their servants attempting to intimidate the young lady of the civil affairs office. Had I not chanced upon the scene, I shudder to think of the unfortunate outcome." "What?" Gu Kebiao gasped, springing to his feet, his eyes blazing with indignation. "Their kin dared to bully Ruoyu? They must be courting death." Ding Dong was startled by Gu Kebiao's reaction, jumping up as well. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he chuckled. "Wang Ruoyu is a friend of yours, then?" The implication of friend was not lost on Gu Kebiao, whose face flushed crimson as he sheepishly returned to his seat. "Well, not quite." However, his tone shifted, resolute. "Regardless of whom she favors now, she will eventually be moved by my sincerity." Ding Dong chuckled, raising his glass, exclaiming heartily, "Let us drink to that. Cheers." The two indulged in revelry until the late hours of the night. Despite their youth, both Gu Kebiao and Ding Dong possessed considerable drinking prowess, further solidifying their bond as soulmates. Standing at the entrance of the Four Directions guest house, they clasped hands, reluctant to part ways. "Brother, come stay at my home. Let us converse through the night." "Nay, I must visit another brother. He was grievously injured by the Hu family's servants and nearly lost his life." "Humph, that Hu family shall pay. I will ensure those three rascals face justice come tomorrow." Thus, the two swayed unsteadily in their separate directions. The autumn breeze, cool against Ding Dong's face, heightened the effects of the alcohol, causing the world around him to swirl in a chaotic blur. He staggered along the path, unwittingly veering towards the Martial and Literary Academy. He slightly raised his eyelids and cast a glance at the sign on the door, shaking his head and grinning foolishly for a moment before turning back to retrace his steps. Suddenly, he felt a heaviness on his shoulder, stumbled, and nearly fell. As he turned to unleash a torrent of curses, he was met with a fleeting shadow, and then his body was lifted into the air, as though hoisted by unseen hands. The sensation of being carried was far from pleasant, especially in a state of inebriation. Ding Dong, jostled about, was left disoriented, and as soon as he hit the ground, he expelled the contents of his stomach onto the floor, flipping onto his back and lying on the cold ground. Ding Dong attempted to discern his surroundings, but was only met with blinding candlelight, lulling him into a state of drowsiness. However, he suddenly felt something writhing against his chest, as if a hand was rummaging through his belongings. Alarmed, his drunken haze dissipated slightly as he bolted upright, only to witness a hand extracting all his possessions from his bosom. He tried to intervene with a frantic gesture, but instead toppled over. Luo Cheng looked at the inebriated Ding Dong on the floor, shaking his head with a resigned smile before bending down to inspect the retrieved items. In the pouch, Luo Cheng found Ding Dong's jade pendant, and, after examining it closely, couldn't suppress a gasp of delight. "Indeed, it is you." Moments later, overwhelmed by uncontrollable tremors and tears streaming down his face, he raised his gaze, exhaling a heavy sigh, murmuring, "Brother Ding, heaven has eyes, allowing me to meet your descendant." Truly, heaven has eyes. At that moment, Zhang Jixing barged in through the door, glanced at the drunken Ding Dong, shook his head, and then stumbled, nearly falling at Luo Cheng's feet. Quick as a flash, he snatched the jade pendant from Luo Cheng's grasp, scrutinizing it for a moment before bursting into laughter. "My eyesight is indeed remarkable. I knew it had to be him." "So, are you planning to recruit him into your organization? Let's observe him further. After all, he is still young, and it remains a mystery how he has fared these past 5 years. Regardless, I will take it upon myself to continue his education. Techniques of brute force are not suited for him." Meanwhile, not far away in the dormitory of the Martial Arts Academy, Su Nantian paced back and forth with an expression of excitement. He had not anticipated that Ding Dong could even best Gu Kebiao. This was indeed a prodigy. It seemed that our Chun City Martial Arts Academy was destined to produce yet another exceptional talent. Speaking of exceptional talent, the only great general of Chun City, Wu Yuanqi, sat with a frown at his desk, lost in thought. Kneeling before him was Zheng Kuei, head bowed and silent. With a resounding clap, Wu Yuanqi struck the desk, exclaiming, "This child is truly a source of concern. If he continues this reckless behavior, his identity will inevitably be exposed, leading to dire consequences." Rising to his feet, he turned to Zheng Kuei and inquired, "You say he is currently in Luo Cheng's dormitory?" "Yes. Change into your night gear and accompany me." "Understood." Thus, Zheng Kuei and Wu Yuanqi donned their tight-fitting black night attire and leapt into action, racing swiftly toward the Martial Arts Academy. Zhang Jixing had already departed, leaving Luo Cheng to carry Ding Dong to his bed, laying him flat and removing his shirt, preparing a basin of warm water to cleanse his body. Increasingly alarmed by the sight before him, as he observed, the myriad scars adorning Ding Dong's body were countless. A pang of sorrow pierced his heart, making his nose tingle, as he lamented the tragic fate of the orphan of the Ding family. Ding Dong had already drifted into a deep slumber, his young frame producing sonorous snores that echoed through the night. Luo Cheng gazed upon Ding Dong's visage and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, shaking his head and whispering, "Ding Jinyu, dear child, aside from the faint resemblance in your features, there is truly no other similarity." Suddenly, Luo Cheng detected the faint sound of footsteps outside the door, a jolt of alarm coursing through him. He hurriedly tucked Ding Dong beneath the covers, uttering a soft command, "Hold your weapon," as a delicate blue long sword materialized in his hand. "Sharp," he declared, and a piece of azure armor gradually formed upon him, enhancing his imposing presence. He dashed into the living room, extinguished the candle with a breath, and stealthily approached the door, straining to listen to the commotion outside, only to be met by the whisper of the wind. Furrowing his brow, he stepped back and, with a sudden force, kicked the door open and charged out. Outside, the moonlight poured down like water, casting a cool glow over the land, while the crisp night breeze whistled ominously. Luo Cheng froze at the threshold, paralyzed with fear. For at that moment, a crude blade was pressed against his neck. He turned to see two masked figures in dark clothing, their cold gazes fixated upon him. "Where's the child?" Wu Yuanqi deliberately rasped. Luo Cheng remained silent, his mind racing to devise a strategy for the impending peril. He understood that these two figures were certainly after Ding Dong, and their intentions were unclear. Therefore, he could not possibly relinquish Ding Dong. "Humph," Wu Fushai snorted. Striding into the room, Ding Dong was not difficult to locate. Although he was hidden beneath the covers, his snores betrayed his whereabouts, causing Luo Cheng to silently curse his misfortune. Upon confirming that Ding Dong was unharmed, Wu Yuanqi felt a slight relief and took a seat on a nearby chair. Zheng Kuei, gripping his knife, ushered Luo Cheng into the room, standing before Wu Yuanqi. Anxiety gnawed at Luo Cheng's heart, mirrored in Wu Yuanqi's expression, for he had spotted the blood-red Ding character pendant beside Ding Dong's pillow. Wu Yuanqi realized that, given Luo Cheng's identity, he must have uncovered Ding Dong's true lineage. He now hesitated, contemplating whether to eliminate Luo Cheng to safeguard Ding Dong's secret. Luo Cheng perceived the thoughts swirling in Wu Yuanqi's mind through his gaze. As he pondered, a faint smile spread across his face, and he spoke. "I am aware of your intentions to silence me. Yet I must caution you that such a course of action is ill-advised. The abilities Ding Dong displayed on the playground today were witnessed by many students of the martial academy, and word will inevitably spread. Should you choose to kill me now, not only will you fail to suppress the information, but you may inadvertently amplify it." Wu Yuanqi felt a surge of alarm within, while Zheng Kuei seethed with rage. Tightening his grip on the crude blade, ready to sever Luo Cheng's head at a command from Wu Fushai. "Now, how do you intend to dispose of this child?" Wu Yuanqi inquired, forcing himself to remain composed. "To be candid, my original name is Luo Shujia," Luo Cheng revealed, gambling on the recognition of the man before him. He had concealed his true identity for 5 or 6 years, and no one had ever uncovered the truth. The name Luo Shujia, 5 years ago, was one that resonated throughout the heights of the empire, known to all and sundry. He was the foremost disciple of the then-chancellor Ding Jinyu, and during Ding's reform efforts, nearly all drafts were authored by his hand. However, due to his elusive nature, few had encountered his true form. Most believed that when Ding's reforms met with failure, Luo Shujia had perished. Little did they know he had been living incognito, hidden away in the Wenwu Academy of Spring City, where he had ascended to the position of Dean of the College of Arts. Upon hearing Luo Cheng reveal his identity, Wu Yuanqi stood in astonishment, scrutinizing his companion before finally saying, "The identity of Ding Dong must remain confidential. This jade pendant can no longer be used. Let us depart." With that, he exited Luo Cheng's dormitory, followed closely by Zheng Kuei, who, taken aback, hastily sheathed his weapon and left with him. At this moment, Luo Cheng felt a wave of moisture on his back. He turned to gaze into the profound darkness outside, gradually calming his mind. His gamble had paid off, indeed. His counterpart harbored no malice towards Ding Dong, which was the outcome he had fervently hoped for. Had the situation been otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. He secured the door, reignited the candlelight, and settled onto the edge of his bed. Picking up Ding Dong's jade pendant, he hesitated for a moment before rising, approaching the wall, removing a stone, and concealing the pendant within the hollow space. Then replacing the stone, Luo Cheng cast another glance at the oblivious Ding Dong and sighed, stepping out into the night. Feeling the increasing breeze and inhaling the slightly humid air, murmuring, "It seems a change is upon us." Meanwhile, within the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Wang Zixian clandestinely summoned his subordinate, Zhen Zhen. Leaning close to Wang's ear, Zhen whispered, upon investigation, "There are more than 100 officials from the Ding family within the empire. However, only 3 currently hold positions above city officials. Continue the investigation," Wang instructed gravely. "Examine the households of the 3 Ding officials to see if any have sons aged 15 or 16. Furthermore, the servants of the Hu family dare to provoke Ryu. Their leniency towards their subordinates is excessive. If they cannot manage their own affairs, the Ministry of Civil Affairs shall take it upon ourselves. Do you understand my intent?" "Yes." Zhen Zhen bowed respectfully and exited the room, vanishing into the night. Chapter 17. Night points the nation. When Ding Dong awoke in Luo Cheng's dormitory, dawn was just breaking. Thirst compelled him to rise and seek water, and he found Luo Cheng resting with his arm propped beneath his head in the living room. Luo Cheng, having slept lightly, opened his eyes upon hearing the faintest footsteps and relaxed upon seeing Ding Dong's puzzled expression. "Would you care for some tea?" Luo Cheng offered, stepping out to fetch a pot of hot water. Upon returning, he noticed Ding Dong rummaging through the room, clearly in search of the Ding family jade pendant. "I have taken temporary custody of that pendant. You cannot carry it for now, or it will surely invite peril upon you," he stated. "When will you return it to me?" Ding Dong demanded, anger flaring within him. Luo Cheng contemplated for a moment before responding slowly, "When you depart from Spring City." "Depart from Spring City?" Ding Dong was taken aback. He himself was uncertain when he would leave, suspecting that Luo Cheng was attempting to force his hand. Just as he was about to unleash his pent-up fury, he heard Luo Cheng speak softly. "After that day, chaos will ensue." Ding Dong opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Similar sentiments had been expressed to him by Vice Marshal Wu. Contemplating Wu's words, Ding Dong could not help but wonder, would he have to depart from Spring City when his memories returned? Would chaos engulf the world? Such thoughts seemed utterly absurd. "By the way, I examined the attributes of your blood and energy and found that you are not suited for the martial blood energy technique. Therefore, I shall approach the principal tomorrow to see about transferring you to the College of Arts. For now, I would like to seek your opinion. Would you be willing to join the College of Arts?" The mention of the College of Arts filled Ding Dong with delight. His entry into the Martial and Literary Academy was primarily to gain an opportunity to interact with Wu Zihong. Whether he practiced literature or martial arts was of little importance. Thus, he nodded enthusiastically, which caused Luo Cheng to regard him with curiosity. "Let us have tea." Luo Cheng brewed a cup and poured it for Ding Dong. Receiving the cup, Ding Dong took a small sip, finding the temperature suitable for consumption. He quickly drank the entire cup, feeling warmth spread through his stomach, causing his pores to open. Exhaling a sigh of comfort, he felt immensely relaxed. The day is still young. If you are not inclined to sleep, I can assist you in reviewing some knowledge. Without waiting for Ding Dong's response, Luo Cheng began his lecture. In the primitive era of human communities, faith began to emerge. Alongside reverence for nature, there was an insatiable curiosity about the human body, particularly the blood within. Humans of that time believed that blood contained immense power, and indeed, this was true. Through countless generations of research, a systematic blood energy technique was eventually developed, rooted in the ability to condense the power of blood into energy for bodily use. With the advancement of civilization and societal development, the blood energy technique ultimately branched into two distinct paths: the martial blood energy technique, which is the most primitive and orthodox form, and the literary blood energy technique, which is considerably weaker and represents a variant of the original technique. Noticing Ding Dong's focused attention, Luo Cheng nodded in satisfaction and continued. "The cultivation method of the martial blood energy technique is from the outside in. One begins by strengthening the muscles and bones, then the internal organs, followed by understanding the flow of blood, condensing it into energy, and using this energy to enhance one's flesh and the tools one interacts with, thereby increasing combat power. Consequently, the martial blood energy technique is also referred to as energy technique. The energy technique is divided into 7 levels. The first level strengthens the body, enhancing health and resilience against illness. The second level, known as enhancement, significantly boosts the strength of wielded weapons, condensing energy into objects. The third level, resistance, increases the defensive power of armor, condensing energy into multiple objects. The fourth level, momentum, allows one to lift 1,000-pound weights, condensing energy in the hands. The fifth level, swiftness, enhances speed tenfold, condensing energy in the feet. The sixth level, invulnerability, enables one to remain unscathed without armor. And the seventh level, War Emperor, grants unparalleled power, able to traverse heaven and earth without limitation. Ding Dong felt a surge of excitement and eagerly inquired, "What about the literary blood energy technique?" Luo Cheng smiled and shook his head, explaining, "The primary focus of scholars is to study literature, broadening their horizons, embracing the universe, seeking the welfare of the people, and governing the nation. This is why the phrase civil governance and martial power exists. I still fail to see the advantages of studying literature. The martial path seems far more imposing. To traverse heaven and earth, to be omnipotent, how magnificent." Ding Dong expressed a certain disdain for the study of literature. Let me draw an analogy to illuminate the contrasting realms of martial and literary pursuits. The act of pioneering and cultivating land represents two distinct processes. If we envision the world as an expansive territory, The martial practitioner's endeavor is akin to establishing order and expanding dominions, embodying the pioneering phase. Conversely, the scholar's mission revolves around governing the realm, seeking the welfare of the populace, and safeguarding the territory, akin to the agrarian process of cultivation. While pioneering may appear effortless, reaping the rewards proves to be a formidable challenge. Luo Cheng, with a roundabout yet earnest tone, conveyed his thoughts, culminating in a display of deep emotion. Your perspective is flawed, Ding Dong interjected, shaking his head, and continued under Luo Cheng's astonished gaze. Consider the present empire. It is not merely barren land, but a wasteland overrun with thorny weeds. If cultivating this land proves arduous, how can we continuously discuss agricultural practices? Luo Cheng, far from disheartened by this assertion, found a spark of enlightenment and eagerly inquired, how do you propose we cultivate the present world? This wretched empire is not worth deliberation. We ought to dismantle it and rebuild anew. Ding Dong blurted out impulsively, his mind racing with this nascent thought, oblivious to any impropriety. Luo Cheng, with a wry smile, reflected inwardly. He remains but a child, viewing matters with naive simplicity. After hearing your words, I find little merit in scholarly pursuits. They render one vulnerable to exploitation. No wonder Luo Shuiqing abandoned her studies after merely 2 days to pursue martial arts. Ding Dong spoke without restraint, heedless of Luo Cheng's feelings. Luo Cheng, maintaining a serious demeanor, retorted, Luo Shuiqing is simply headstrong and short-sighted. Being a girl, I have little inclination to intervene. Yet, how can you, as a man of stature, share such a perspective? Moreover, how can you assert that scholarly endeavors inevitably lead to victimization? Is it not conceivable that a learned individual might overwhelm a martial practitioner with a plethora of philosophical arguments? Ding Dong, unwilling to concede, retorted in kind. Scholarly warriors can indeed be formidable. Observe. Upon uttering these words, Luo Cheng issued a command, hold the weapon, as a radiant blue light emanated from his palm, conjuring a delicate azure sword that appeared with remarkable grandeur. Ding Dong was taken aback, not solely by the sword, but also by the command hold the weapon that Luo Cheng had just uttered. Sensing Ding Dong's astonishment, Luo Cheng reveled in the moment, showcasing his prowess. Divine weapon. In an instant, a suit of ethereal blue armor gradually enveloped him, rendering him as imposing as a celestial warrior descended from the heavens. However, this state was fleeting. Soon, he dispelled the armor and weapon, breathless as he returned to his seat, gulping down tea. After a moment, Ding Dong regained his composure. Casting a glance at his own hands, he slowly closed his eyes, only to abruptly open them, exclaiming, hold the weapon. As he did, a small dagger materialized in his palm, radiating a soft blue glow. Luo Cheng was initially taken aback, but soon smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, it seems your scholarly blood energy technique has reached its threshold. Now, even if you desire to pursue martial arts, it is beyond your grasp. The cultivation methods of the scholarly and martial blood energy techniques are entirely opposite. The former emphasizes internal development before physical enhancement, also known as the chi armor technique. Having embarked on one path, Ding Dong is now precluded from pursuing the other. The cultivation of the art of blood and chi primarily transpires through deep contemplation, and it is categorized into 7 levels. The first level, known as armed, allows one to condense chi into a form within the palm, where the formation of a dagger signifies the initiation. The second level, combat, enables the condensation of chi into unique destructive weapons, such as Luo Cheng's sword or Ding Dong's blade. The third level, edge, permits the additional condensation of chi into a chest plate. The fourth level, iron foot, allows for the formation of battle boots. The fifth level, full seal, facilitates the extra condensation of chi into leg and hand guards. The sixth level, divine weapon, provides the ability to condense chi into a helmet and shoulder guards. And the pinnacle, the 7th level, known as Emperor of Letters, enables the condensation of chi into a unique steed, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth, covering vast distances in a day, with the vista of the realm stretching infinitely. Upon hearing Luo Cheng's introduction to the art of blood and chi, Ding Dong's eyes lit up, exclaiming that this was the art he must master. Luo Cheng, filled with both joy and trepidation, recalled the time 5 years prior when Ding Dong had been but a child, running about with books in hand, unable to even perform the most basic chi condensation. Now, 5 years later, the once naive child had matured into a robust young man, possessing a newfound understanding of the world, and most importantly, he had embarked upon the path of the art of blood and chi. From now on, I shall follow you, Principal Luo, Ding Dong declared loudly. leaving Luo Cheng both amused and exasperated. "Father, what are you two arguing about?" Suddenly, the door beside them swung open, revealing Luo Shuiqing, her sleep-laden eyes rubbing away the remnants of slumber. Upon noticing Ding Dong gazing at her, her expression shifted from surprise to frowning disapproval, culminating in a forceful slam of her door. Recalling the hurtful words exchanged with Luo Shuiqing before his duel with Gu Kebiao, Ding Dong felt a twinge of regret. Scratching his head awkwardly, uncertain of what to say. At dawn, Luo Cheng set out to facilitate Ding Dong's transfer to another academy. Gaining the approval of the principal was relatively straightforward. However, convincing the head of the martial academy, Su Nantian, proved to be an insurmountable challenge. As Su seemed to have taken a liking to Ding Dong and was reluctant to let him go. In desperation, Luo Cheng resorted to an alternative approach, securing a dormitory for Ding Dong and deciding to impart his teachings during extracurricular hours. From that point onward, Ding Dong immersed himself in martial arts during the day and literary studies at night, reveling in his busy schedule. Gu Kebiao dealt with the three brothers of the Hu family, forging a close bond with Ding Dong, and from that moment on, no one dared to trouble Ding Dong within the martial and literary academy. Luo Shuiqing, however, remained aloof and indifferent towards Ding Dong. Yet, he exhibited remarkable patience and perseverance, trailing behind her throughout the day, serving tea, fetching water, and preparing meals, thus becoming a diligent attendant. As for his relationship with Wu Ziheng, Ding Dong encountered no progress, resorting to aimlessly lingering at the gates of the Wu residence after school, stealthily placing small tokens upon the stone lion when no one was observing. Gu Kebiao, sharing in Ding Dong's plight regarding matters of the heart, found himself frustrated as Wang Royo completely disregarded his various overtures, preferring to remain close to Wu Ziheng and another boy from their class, much to Gu Kebiao's chagrin. To care for Erzhu's mother, Ding Dong generously distributed wealth to the nearby impoverished, urging them to look after her well-being, thus unwittingly earning their respect. All of these actions did not go unnoticed by Luo Shuiqing. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Ding Dong's progress in both literary and martial pursuits had been sluggish, particularly in martial arts, where he found himself stagnating at the second tier of auxiliary strength, disappointing those who had high hopes for him. At this juncture, the injuries of Erzhu had healed significantly, allowing him to walk with some effort, which filled Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing with exhilaration. After a delightful celebration with food and drink, they tended to Erzhu's rest before departing from Duan Hu's residence. Where were they headed? Ding Dong noticed that the path they took today diverged from their usual route. "We're off to do something fun for a celebration," Luo Shuiqing declared, pausing to glance around before nimbly climbing a tree and retrieving a package. Upon opening the package, Ding Dong's excitement surged as he discovered two neatly folded black night garments within. Chapter 18. An Oath of Rebirth. "I relish this task," Ding Dong remarked with a mischievous grin. "Just when my funds have run dry, and I'm in a tight spot. Go. The money we stole isn't for your use," Luo Shuiqing retorted sharply, stomping down on Ding Dong's foot, causing him to yelp and hop about in discomfort. Once they had changed into their respective outfits, they exchanged knowing smiles and, shrouded by the cloak of night, stealthily infiltrated a wealthy household. Luo Shuiqing was adept at thievery, skillfully navigating every situation with ease. Ding Dong's role was merely to assist and bear the burdens. Under Luo Shuiqing's guidance, he confidently emerged with two small bags in tow. Meanwhile, the household from which they had pilfered remained utterly oblivious to their loss, as the affluent were often so wealthy that even a small theft went unnoticed. "They are so rich that they wouldn't even realize something is missing," Luo Shuiqing remarked. "I've been a bandit and now a thief. I have truly excelled in wrongdoing." Ding Dong laughed heartily. Upon opening the bags, Ding Dong was met with a dazzling array of golden coins, nearly salivating with delight as he exclaimed, "How shall we divide this fortune?" "All of it is yours. I need none," Luo Shuiqing unexpectedly declared, leaving Ding Dong feeling uneasy. Hastily, he repacked the gold coins and pushed them towards Luo Shuiqing. "Dear lady, spare me. I dread the schemes you might concoct. I shall take none of this money. If you possess any conscience, simply grant me a single coin to sustain my existence." Ding Dong's face was a portrait of concern, evidently having endured considerable hardship at Luo Shuiqing's hands of late. "I know you've been distributing your wealth to the poor," he continued. "As the loyal companion of a chivalrous heroine dedicated to helping the needy, your actions comfort me. Therefore, let this money be yours to distribute." "So, you have indeed been generous to the poor before me?" Ding Dong inquired, skepticism lacing his tone. "Is there a problem?" Luo Shuiqing countered. "None." Ding Dong waved his hand dismissively. "I have changed my mind. I shall not donate a single coin to the poor. Upon hearing this, Luo Shuiqing was incensed and prepared to retaliate, but Ding Dong continued, I too have given a considerable amount to the needy during this time. And according to your own claims, you have dispensed quite a bit as well. Yet, I ask, why do the poor remain impoverished? I have observed that individuals who acquire a modest sum of wealth often squander it on indulgences such as alcohol and gambling, quickly dissipating their fortunes without investing in meaningful ventures. The more destitute these individuals become, the more susceptible they are to moral decay. They cannot accept their reality and yearn for instantaneous transformation of their circumstances. This pursuit of quick gains and a lackadaisical attitude ultimately lead to their downfall. Consequently, I perceive such individuals as spiritually impoverished, unworthy of sympathy. What are your thoughts? Luo Shuiqing, upon hearing Ding Dong's words, wholeheartedly agreed. I aspire to establish a few shops in Spring City, employing only the impoverished, enabling them to earn wealth through their own labor and gradually alter their conditions. This echoes my father's adage. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. Luo Shuiqing promptly expressed her approval. Not only Luo Shuiqing, but also Gu Kebiao supported Ding Dong's vision and sought the endorsement of his father, the deputy city lord. Thus, Gu Kebiao took it upon himself to enlist his household servants to scout locations and procure shops within Spring City. As the store renovations neared completion, Erzhu had finally recovered. Ding Dong went to fetch Erzhu from Dr. Duan Hu and implored the doctor to assist him in treating his amnesia. After conducting a thorough examination, Dr. Duan Hu informed Ding Dong that within him resided a unique essence of blood energy, which had suppressed all memories prior to his 10th year. Hence, the doctor surmised that Ding Dong's memories had been obliterated by the eraser, and restoration could only be achieved by the eraser utilizing its extraordinary ability to eliminate the peculiar blood energy within Ding Dong. The eraser is a rare entity, found in minimal numbers throughout the empire, leading Ding Dong to exhaust all avenues in search of one, yet yielding no pertinent information. Consequently, this matter had to be temporarily set aside. Luo Shuiqing unified the shops under the name Bai Beitang, exclusively hiring the impoverished, which stirred a significant wave of interest among the populace of Spring City, as neighbors spread the news, viewing it as a marvel. Wealthy merchants observed with disdain, waiting for Bai Beitang to fail and become a subject of ridicule. On the official front, most regarded this as a positive development, effectively addressing the settlement issue of the impoverished in Spring City, contributing to the enhancement of the city's appearance. However, a minority scoffed at it, dismissing it entirely. Bai Beitang was established, with a total of 4 locations across Spring City, strategically positioned at the centers of commercial districts where the impoverished intersect with the affluent in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Notably, the northwest branch was located at the Springku Vegetable Market, not far from the martial and literary academies. However, despite the establishment of the shops and the availability of personnel, the dilemma of what merchandise to offer became a source of frustration for Ding Dong and his associates. Competing with wealthy enterprises would prove arduous, while targeting the impoverished would jeopardize their well-being. Thus, Bai Beitang became a mere shell, paying wages without engaging in commerce. Unable to sustain itself for long. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, Ding Dong was unexpectedly visited by an uninvited guest. The newcomer, Xiao Lu, claimed to have once served as a prison guard in the Civil Affairs Bureau, but was now destitute and wished to work at Bai Beitang, specifically requesting to see Ding Dong. Upon meeting Xiao Lu, Ding Dong was filled with irritation, thinking to himself, is he here to amuse himself? I must set things right. As he was about to enlist Gu Kebiao's assistance, he heard Xiao Lu clasp his hands behind his back and cheerfully exclaim, I have an idea that could transform Bai Beitang's fortunes, enabling it to amass wealth daily while allowing all the impoverished to partake. Xiao Lu's proposal was straightforward. Engage in a no-risk business by offering services. Tasks such as cleaning, fetching water, transporting stones to create artificial hills, fertilizing, and tending to gardens. Essentially, any job that anyone could do but few were willing to undertake would be the focus of Bai Beitang. Xiao Lu's suggestion illuminated Ding Dong's mind, and they began to implement it the following day. Initially, their business struggled, but after several transactions, they earned a good reputation and indeed began to thrive. Furthermore, among the impoverished, regardless of age or gender, everyone found their worth. With Bai Beitang's business stabilizing, Xiao Lu approached Ding Dong to negotiate terms. Eager to learn Ding Dong's secret techniques, but was once again rebuffed. Ding Dong was not a stingy person. He simply could not decipher the secret himself. Unable to endure Xiao Lu's persistent inquiries, Ding Dong made a hasty exit, wandering about until he found himself at Sifang. Coincidentally, his stomach growled, prompting him to enter the establishment, where he spotted Gu Kebiao seated in a corner, pouring himself a drink. "Brother Gu, what are you up to?" Ding Dong greeted him and settled down beside him, grabbing a handful of peanuts to munch on. "Ding Dong, tell me, am I truly that bad?" Gu Kebiao asked, his expression forlorn and his face a mask of despair. "Not at all. You are loyal and generous, treating everyone with warmth. If I were a woman, I would be inclined to marry you," Ding Dong replied. Through their time together, he had come to understand the reason behind Gu Kebiao's current melancholy. Gu Kebiao harbored feelings for Wang Ruoyo from the literature department, yet she seemed to have already given her heart to another, a boy named Yi. That lad was delicate and articulate, captivating many naive young women in the literature department, including Wang Ruoyo. "Brother, you're just teasing me," Gu Kebiao chuckled helplessly, pouring himself another drink and shaking his head. "I confessed my feelings to Ruoyo today." Ding Dong perked up, eagerly inquiring, "And how did it go?" But he quickly realized that if things had gone well, Gu Kebiao would not be in such a state. "She called me a brute." Gu Kebiao slammed his fist on the table, startling everyone in the Sefang, utterly oblivious to their reactions. He continued, "Ruoyo said she admires heroes who can save the world and the masses, not brutes who only know how to fight and drink." "Do you know who she was referring to?" "It was me." Ding Dong chuckled. "She didn't say you specifically. She meant you in general." Gu Kebiao frowned, looking at Ding Dong with a smirk. "And what about you? Do you think you're any better? I can see it. You have a crush on Wu Ziheng. Yet she hardly acknowledges you. You pretend to be happy now, but who knows how you cry when you get home." Ding Dong's smile gradually faded, and he suddenly stood up, slamming his palm on the table, shouting, "Boss, bring 2 more bottles of wine. I am parched." On this night, 2 disillusioned young men in matters of the heart exchanged few words, but consumed copious amounts of alcohol, bidding each other farewell in a drunken haze as they returned to their respective abodes. Ding Dong staggered back to the dormitory of the academy, only to find the room ablaze with light. There, seated upon his bed, was the esteemed dean of the College of Arts, Luo Cheng. Squinting to discern the figure before him, it took Ding Dong a moment to recognize the man. "How much have you had to drink?" Luo Cheng inquired, his brow furrowed. "Not much," Ding Dong replied, finding a chair and seating himself. "Lately, you and Shui Qing have been returning home quite late. I am aware of your efforts to assist the impoverished, and thus I have refrained from intervening. I commend your noble intentions. Yet have you considered that your efforts can only marginally aid the destitute of Spring City? The situation remains unchanged at its core. Throughout the empire, there are countless others who languish in dire straits, awaiting liberation. What is your perspective on this?" Luo Cheng asked, his expression grave. The autumn night was frigid, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. "The empire?" Ding Dong scoffed, shaking his head with a cold laugh. "It shall inevitably meet its demise. Under normal circumstances." He would not express such sentiments so freely, but intoxication stripped him of his inhibitions, revealing his innermost thoughts without concealment. Luo Cheng remained silent for a while, simply gazing at Ding Dong. The latter, seizing a teapot to pour himself some hot water, discovered the liquid was merely lukewarm. He hastily took a deep gulp, breaking into a sweat, and the alcohol began to dissipate from his system. Setting down the teapot, he turned to Luo Cheng with gratitude. "Thank you for preparing the tea. It seems you have something to discuss with me?" Luo Cheng hesitated, his brow knitted, then nodded emphatically. Rising to his feet, he approached Ding Dong and procured a neatly folded piece of white cloth from his sleeve. Receiving it, Ding Dong unfolded the cloth to find it stained with blood, a blood letter. His posture straightened, and the alcohol faded further from his mind as he quietly read aloud the contents of the blood letter. "What is life? What is death? Where does the soul return? What is the time of the soul's return? Neither grievance nor anger can elicit pity or forgiveness. Our pain. The great aspiration is only found in righteousness and harmony. Righteousness unites the world. Harmony brings prosperity. This is the place to which the soul returns. This is the time for the soul's return. As long as the soul endures, so shall the spirit prevail. What fear is there in being ground to dust? Dare to hang one's head upon the gate. Even if my soul is but a speck among the stars, it shall ignite a conflagration. Fire shall bathe the land. An oath of wrath and rebirth." Chapter 19. The uprising at the Hu Manor. Ding Dong reread the contents of the blood letter multiple times, growing more sober and exhilarated with each reading, entirely oblivious to Luo Cheng, who was now sweating profusely, his right hand concealed behind his back, emanating a faint blue glow. Fire shall bathe the land. An oath of wrath and rebirth. Having studied with Luo Cheng for some time, Ding Dong fully comprehended the implications of the blood letter. He erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Teacher, this signifies that a great upheaval is imminent." I excel at destruction. What do you wish to do? I shall follow you. Luo Cheng finally let out a sigh of relief, retracting his right hand from behind his back, now empty. He spoke softly. You have been busy these past few days. And I too have not been idle. I have met with several teachers from the other 7 main city academies, and we have collectively resolved to establish a righteous society, dedicated to overthrowing the empire and creating a new world. This blood oath, crafted by our hands, shall serve as our pledge of membership. I join, Ding Dong exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Like father, like son, I knew I was not mistaken about you. Luo Cheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction and continued. The current empire has decayed to an unbearable extent. Salvation lies solely in the hopes of the youth. Among the young I have seen, you alone possess the potential to achieve greatness. That girl, Shui Qing, lacks your composure and cannot compare to you. You bear deep-seated enmities, yet remain so steadfast. I believe your shoulders can indeed bear the weight of this new world. Like father, like son? Deep-seated enmities? Master, what do you truly know about me? Ding Dong asked. Astonished, Luo Cheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Ding Dong for a moment, finally relaxing his brow with sudden realization. Ah, I see. When we parted, you were still young, and after all these years, it is quite normal for you to have forgotten me. I am your second master. Second master? Ding Dong was taken aback. You do not remember? Luo Cheng was astonished. Master, to be honest, after I turned 10, I have lived as a bandit on the Withering Plains, and all memories prior to that age have faded from my mind. I came to Spring City seeking Duan Hu to cure my amnesia, but he claimed that my memories are sealed by something known as the Old Remover. To recover them, I must rely on the Old Remover. Where on earth am I to find such a being? Ding Dong lamented. At that moment, Luo Cheng grasped the truth. Realizing that Ding Dong's demeanor was genuine and not a facade, he felt a twinge of regret for hastily bringing Ding Dong into the organization. However, it was too late to turn back now. After all, Ding Dong had expressed his support for the righteous society, and he could not bring himself to harm him. Master, since you are my second master, you must know my origins. Could you please tell me? Ding Dong implored. After a long hesitation, Luo Cheng shook his head, saying, I cannot disclose that information. If what I tell you conflicts with your recovered memories, it would not be beneficial for you. Recovering memories? Then I must find the Old Remover, but where will I search? Ding Dong pressed urgently. The Old Remover? There is one in Spring City. A retainer of the City Lord. At the end of this month, it is the City Lord's birthday, and I shall find a way to assist you then. Luo Cheng said, extending a finger with a smile. That night, Ding Dong tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His mind consumed with thoughts of the blood oath and the phrase deep-seated enmities. The end of the month was fast approaching. He felt he was drawing closer to the truth. The following day, classes resumed as usual, but once again, Ding Dong disappointed Dean Su Nantian, failing to complete the entry-level martial artist enhancement. Gu Kebiao continued to seize moments of respite to pull Ding Dong to the Literature Academy, attempting to ingratiate himself with Wang Ruoyo. Wu Ziheng continued to greet Ding Dong with a mere smile, unwilling to engage in further conversation. As for Miss Luo Shuiqing, she persistently treated Ding Dong as a servant. In summary, everything remained unchanged from the past. After school, Ding Dong, Luo Shuiqing, and Gu Kebiao hurriedly made their way to the Baibeitang at the Chunkou vegetable market to inspect the day's business. Passing by the Wu residence, Ding Dong discreetly placed a small trinket he had prepared on the stone lion at the entrance. Upon their arrival at Baibeitang, the trio was taken aback. The interior was in shambles. Signs, tables, and chairs lay shattered, scattered both inside and outside the store. Many of the staff were injured, sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Enraged, Ding Dong rushed forward to inquire about the situation. The staff informed him that a large group of individuals had stormed in without warning, attacking both people and property, and had even taken several individuals away, leaving no clue as to their origin. In a state of panic, Ding Dong and his companions hurried to the other 3 branch stores, only to encounter the same devastating scene. However, they gleaned crucial information. A significant portion of the assailants were servants from the Hu residence. Consumed by rage, Ding Dong cursed under his breath and charged towards the Hu residence to demand answers. Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao could not restrain him and returned home in search of assistance. Ding Dong was acutely aware of the Hu residence's oppressive tendencies towards the impoverished. He could not bear to witness the same fate befall others as had occurred to Erzhu. Time was of the essence. Every second delayed would only prolong the suffering of those captured. Yet, he did not recklessly storm the Hu residence unarmed. Instead, he procured several fire torches and barrels of oil, opting to approach via the route he had previously used to infiltrate the estate. Upon entering the Hu residence, Ding Dong began to pour oil liberally, coating the premises. A few servants from the Hu family noticed and rushed to intervene, only to be swiftly incapacitated by Ding Dong. News of the intrusion spread rapidly throughout the estate, prompting hundreds of Hu family members to converge and encircle Ding Dong in the reception hall. Ding Dong, placing a barrel of oil beside him with a resounding thud, nonchalantly pulled up a grand chair, resting a foot upon the oil barrel while clutching a fire torch. He proclaimed loudly, "Well, that was quite a swift response. Bring your master forth to speak." The members of the Hu residence, taken aback by such audacity, were enraged and eager to retaliate. Yet, as they gazed at the oil that coated the surroundings and the fire torch in Ding Dong's hand, they hesitated, resorting to shouts of indignation. Ignoring the cacophony of insults, Ding Dong ignited the torch and casually began sampling the pastries laid out on the table. Shortly thereafter, a stout middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. Upon surveying the chaotic scene and spotting Ding Dong, his face trembled with rage. Yet he maintained composure and addressed Ding Dong in a low voice. "I am Hu Yaozu. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity and purpose here?" Ding Dong swallowed a piece of osmanthus cake, glanced at the newcomer, and disdainfully retorted, "Hey, you there. How dare you speak to our master in such a manner?" The Hu family's steward erupted in fury. Hu Yaozu waved his hand, indicating to others to remain calm, then, trembling with emotion, declared, "I am the head of the Hu family." His chest heaved violently, clearly agitated. "I am Ding Dong, the leader of Baibeatang. I have heard that you have captured my people, and I have come to demand their release." Ding Dong glared at Hu Yaozu, speaking each word deliberately and loudly. "Baibeatang? Demand release? What is the meaning of this?" Hu Yaozu fixed a piercing gaze on the steward beside him, barking a question. The steward, visibly flustered, glanced around before leaning close to whisper to Hu Yaozu for an extended moment. Upon hearing the steward's words, Hu Yaozu erupted in fury, stamping his foot and exclaiming, "These three brutes are utterly outrageous." After venting his anger, he turned to Ding Dong and said, "I am unaware of the events that have transpired. I suspect there has been some misunderstanding. Rest assured, I will have your people released immediately." Ding Dong, upon hearing this, rose to his feet and, with a slight bow, responded with a smile, quite straightforward. "If you agree to release them, then all will be well. Pray tell, when will they be freed?" "They will be released at once, and I shall fully compensate for your losses at Baibeatang," Hu Yaozu stated. However, he quickly shifted his tone, coldly adding, "But you invaded our Hu residence, harmed our people, and left this place in disarray. I intend to settle the score with you." "Settle the score? Very well. I appreciate directness and detest endless, petty disputes. Speak. How shall we settle this?" Ding Dong replied, rising with a hearty laugh. "I require but one thing, and that will suffice," Hu Yaozu retorted with a cold smirk. "Oh, what is it?" Ding Dong inquired. "Your life," Hu Yaozu replied through clenched teeth. At the same time, Luo Shuiqing had arrived at the Wenwu Academy. Disregarding the private meeting of the principal and the two deans, she burst into the principal's dormitory, stamping her foot and exclaiming tearfully, "It's terrible. Ding Dong has gone alone to invade the Hu residence." Meanwhile, Gu Kebiao had raced back home, rushing into his father's study, urgently addressing the bewildered deputy city lord Gu. "Father, Baibeatang has been attacked by the Hu family, and our people have been captured. My brother has charged into the Hu residence alone to demand their release." Within the Hu residence, the standoff persisted, the atmosphere thick with tension. Hundreds of eyes within the Hu household were fixed on Ding Dong. Holding a fire stick and standing atop an oil barrel, Ding Dong tilted his head, smirking at Hu Yaozu. "You seem to hold me in high regard. I had no idea my life was so valuable. Am I not right here? You need not fear my escape. First, release my people, and then you may come to take my life. How does that sound?" "Very well," Hu Yaozu sneered, then instructed his subordinates to release the captives. After a considerable wait, news finally arrived that the captives had been set free. "Now, can we settle our accounts?" Hu Yaozu said, kicking the steward out. "You go." The steward, helpless, grasped a knife and trembled as he approached Ding Dong. Enraged, Ding Dong shouted, "What does he think he is? He has no right to take my life. Get someone else." The steward turned back, pitifully glancing at Hu Yaozu, who waved him off. Breathing a sigh of relief, he hurried back. Hu Yaozu contemplated for a moment, then pulled a person from the crowd. This individual, clutching a folding fan, appeared visibly agitated. Ding Dong immediately recognized him as Hu Yaozu's eldest son, Hu Liqiang. "You three brothers have caused this trouble. You shall settle it." Hu Yaozu handed Hu Liqiang a knife and pushed him forward, discarding the folding fan. Hu Liqiang grasped the knife with determination, glaring menacingly at Ding Dong with a sinister grin as he approached. "Die!" Hu Liqiang exclaimed, raising the knife to strike Ding Dong. Ding Dong deftly sidestepped the attack, swiftly delivering a kick that sent Hu Liqiang tumbling to the ground. The oily floor caused Hu Liqiang to fall hard, even sending the knife flying from his grasp. Without hesitation, Ding Dong seized an oil barrel and drenched Hu Liqiang in its contents. Then, he waved a fire starter above Hu Liqiang's head, looking up with a smile at Hu Yaozu and proposing, "Shall we strike a deal? One life for another." Chapter 20. Turning danger into safety within the Hu family's reception hall. The air was thick with tension as hundreds of eyes fixated on the fire starter in Ding Dong's hand. Hu Liqiang wiped the oil from his face, his stomach churning. The young man was indeed resilient, defiantly glaring at Ding Dong while hurling insults. "Shut your filthy mouth. It is not your turn to speak." Ding Dong raised his foot and kicked Hu Liqiang in the face, knocking him to the ground. When Hu Liqiang lifted his head again, half of his face was swollen grotesquely. "Go ahead, strike me if you dare. I am not easily frightened," Hu Liqiang retorted, attempting to rise, only to receive another kick. "If you seek death, I shall oblige," Ding Dong declared, preparing to hurl the lit fire starter at Hu Liqiang. Just then, Hu Yaozu finally interjected. "Stop. It seems the hero is indeed young. I concede today. You may leave." Hu Yaozu weakly gestured for his subordinates to clear a path. Ding Dong nudged Hu Liqiang with his toe, grinning. "Get up. You lead the way." Hu Liqiang had previously thought Ding Dong was merely bluffing, but witnessing his unwavering demeanor instilled a sense of fear. Although he continued to curse, he complied, unsteadily rising on the slippery floor and moving forward. Ding Dong closely followed him, passing by Hu Yaozu with a smile, saying, "Pleasure doing business. Get lost." Hu Yaozu's expression was one of utmost displeasure, realizing that after a lifetime of dominance, he had unexpectedly fallen to a mere youth. Ding Dong remained unfazed, trailing Hu Liqiang through the crowd until they reached the entrance of the Hu residence without incident. However, a shocking turn of events unfolded. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air, and before Ding Dong could react, the fire starter was struck from his hand by a swiftly launched arrow. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Liqiang turned and fled, scrambling into the throng of the Hu family. Ding Dong, filled with uncertainty, gazed in the direction from which the short arrow had been shot, and beheld a figure disguised as a servant of the Hu family, crouching upon a tree and beckoning to him with a mischievous grin. The servants of the Hu family, seeing that their adversary had lost his leverage, surged forward in a tumultuous wave, encircling Ding Dong, awaiting a single command from Hu Yaozu to rend him asunder. Hu Yaozu parted the crowd and stepped into the circle, fixing his cold gaze upon Ding Dong, and sneered, "Now, what bargaining chips do you possess for negotiation?" He was attempting to extract information from Ding Dong, doubting that he would dare to wreak havoc upon the Hu residents alone, suspecting that he must have accomplices. Ding Dong burst into a hearty laugh, proclaiming loudly, "With my head on the line, I dare to come alone, so I fear not death in this place. Let your men come at me. Spare me your meaningless chatter." As he spoke, he drew 2 kitchen knives from his waist, adopting a stance of desperation. Hu Yaozu's eyes narrowed dangerously, raising his hand to issue the command for execution, when suddenly a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. "Everyone halt." Hu Yaozu's heart skipped a beat as he parted the servants to see 3 figures rushing towards him. It was Luo Shuiqing, accompanied by her father Luo Cheng and her master Su Nantian, who had arrived just in time. The earlier shout had emanated from Su Nantian, furrowing his brow with uncertainty. Hu Yaozu maintained his decorum and stepped forward, clasping his fists in greeting. "It is an honor to have the 2 esteemed leaders gracing my humble abode. May I inquire what brings you here? I have heard that one of my students has caused a disturbance at your Hu residence, and I am quite furious. Thus I have come to retrieve him for punishment," Su Nantian replied as he entered the circle, returning Hu Yaozu's salute with a bow. He cast a fierce glare at Ding Dong, bellowing, "Look at yourself, what a disgrace. When we return, I shall see how I deal with you." "He is your student?" Hu Yaozu was taken aback, frowning as he inquired. Ding Dong, not being foolish, promptly bowed his head in contrition towards Su Nantian, saying, "Master, I was wrong. Punish me as you see fit." Hu Yaozu, caught between amusement and vexation, felt his ire swell rather than subside. He signaled to his servants, and forthwith, a dozen men sprang forth, pinning Ding Dong to the ground. Ding Dong offered no resistance, placing his hopes upon Su Nantian and Luo Cheng. "What does this mean?" Su Nantian demanded furiously. To speak candidly, Hu Yaozu feigned a pained expression, sneering, "Your student has thrown our household into chaos. Not only attempting to set our Hu residence ablaze, but also plotting to murder my son, Hu Liqiang. But your residence and your son are unscathed, are they not?" Luo Shuiqing interjected anxiously. Hu Yaozu's gaze grew cold as he continued. I believe you are all aware that a few days ago, several of our cold rooms were set afire, resulting in substantial property damage and casualties, yet we have yet to apprehend the true culprit. I suspect that this youth is responsible for that arson. Therefore, I intend to deliver him to the civil authorities for investigation. If he is innocent, there is nothing to discuss. If he is indeed the perpetrator, then I must extend my gratitude to you for raising such a fine disciple. Though he spoke thus, he had already resolved that once Ding Dong was in the hands of the civil authorities, he would spare no expense to ensure his demise. Su Nantian, stung by Hu Yaozu's derision, found himself at a loss for words, while Luo Cheng's expression darkened considerably. Hu Yaozu stated, with unwavering resolve, that there would be no room for error, leaving them not a shred of opportunity. Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a troop of soldiers unexpectedly arrived, encircling the members of the Hu residence. Wu Yuanqi, accompanied by Zheng Kuei, emerged with a smile from behind the soldiers. What an eventful day. What play is unfolding here? Wu Yuanqi inquired with a grin. Deputy Commander Wu, your arrival is unexpected. A prior notice would have been courteous, came the reply. Hu Yaozu felt a chill in his heart, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. I happened to be conducting military drills and thought I would investigate the matter. Wu Yuanqi fixed his gaze upon Hu Yaozu. Internally, Hu Yaozu cursed Wu Yuanqi's ancestors, for it was the first time he had encountered the deputy commander personally leading troops in the streets of Spring City rather than within the confines of a military camp. However, he dared not offend the man and thus recounted the entire incident with embellishments, his voice trembling with feigned emotion. Wu Yuanqi turned his attention to Ding Dong, who was being restrained on the ground, his eyes narrowing with anger. In broad daylight, under the imperial gaze, how dare such audacious scoundrels commit wrongdoing? Bring forth the offenders. Yes. Zheng Kuei stepped forward, kneeling before Wu Yuanqi. Seize that rogue and take him back for severe punishment, Wu Yuanqi commanded loudly. Understood. Zheng Kuei complied, rising to escort Ding Dong away. We are grateful to Deputy Commander Wu for your intervention. Hu Yaozu nodded appreciatively as Ding Dong was taken back to the Wu residence. Luo Shuiqing burst into tears, while Luo Cheng, feeling helpless, along with Su Nantian, took her back to the Wenwu Academy to devise a new plan. On their way, they encountered the frantic Gu Kebiao, who, upon learning the entire saga, was infuriated and began to pound his thigh. My father mentioned that Hu Yaozu's godfather is a high-ranking official in the capital, making it difficult for him to intervene in such matters. In my anger, I rushed out with a knife, thinking that if I couldn't rescue my brother, I'd face the consequences alongside him. I never anticipated that Deputy Commander Wu would also involve himself. This complicates matters significantly, Gu Kebiao lamented. The four of them, disheartened, returned to the academy to strategize. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Hu Yaozu felt increasingly uneasy, pondering, why did Wu Yuanqi choose this precise moment to arrive? How coincidental. Furthermore, such trivial matters were typically the concern of the Civil Affairs Bureau. What business did the city guards have in this affair? The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became, suspecting deeper intrigues at play. Consequently, he dispatched his capable subordinates to the Wu residence under the cover of night for reconnaissance. Wu Yuanqi instructed Zheng Kuei to bring Ding Dong into his study, his expression grave. You have been exceedingly reckless. Do you not realize the peril you are in? Ding Dong smiled faintly and replied, if my head were to roll, it would be but a minor scar. Nonsense. You have far more pressing duties. You cannot afford to perish in such a trivial manner. I warn you, I may save you once, but I cannot do so a second time. Return at once. From this day forth, as long as you remain in the Spring City, you must exhibit a degree of honesty towards me. Otherwise, I shall expel you from this city and will never again entertain the notion of your union with Hung. Wu Yuanqi's words struck a harsh chord, targeting Ding Dong's vulnerable spot. Biting his lip, Ding Dong pondered for a moment before suddenly kneeling before Wu Yuanqi, bowing 3 times with profound reverence. A true man must discern when to act and when to refrain. If I do not take this stand today, many impoverished souls may perish. Therefore, I harbor no regrets for my actions today. Should I encounter a similar situation again, I would undoubtedly make the same choice. I trust in my fortune and fate. Next time, allow me to succumb to destiny. After speaking, he bowed 3 more times. Wu Yuanqi closed his eyes, exhaling a heavy sigh, and weakly gestured with his hand, murmuring, I have no desire to engage in further discourse with you. Be mindful of your own path. Ding Dong remained silent, bowed 3 additional times, and then rose to leave the Wu residence. Meanwhile, Luo Shuiqing and others were anxiously concocting a rescue plan when the door swung open, revealing Ding Dong striding in unscathed. The group was momentarily taken aback, mouths agape in astonishment. Unable to restrain her emotions, Luo Shuiqing rushed forward, enveloping Ding Dong in a tight embrace. Her delicate face streaked with tears. Ding Dong blushed in embarrassment, offering only an awkward smile. Realizing her inappropriate behavior, Luo Shuiqing hastily released him and, with tears in her eyes, playfully punched his head, exclaiming, "If you were to die, where would I find another such inexpensive companion?" Laughter erupted among the group. In the depths of the night, within the Hu residence, a lamp burned brightly as Hu Yaozu listened intently to a report from a servant sent to gather intelligence from the Wu residence, his emotions tumultuous. "Ah, Wu Yuanqi. We shall see how this unfolds," Hu Yaozu muttered fiercely, picking up a pen to swiftly compose a letter, which he entrusted to a servant with instructions to deliver it to the capital. That same night, at the Ministry of Civil Affairs, Zhen Zhen returned from his inquiries, informing Wang Zixian, among the current officials of the Ding family, none have male children aged 15 or 16 who are absent from home. Wang Zixian pressed his lips together, his expression grave. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he instructed Zhen Zhen, investigate further. Look into all non-serving officials of the Ding family and their kin. Every last one must be accounted for, without exception. Yes, Zhen Zhen replied, half kneeling in salute before rising and vanishing into the night. That night, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the stars and moon, with frequent flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Xiao Lu sat atop the Baibao Hall, propping himself up with his hands, gazing skyward, lamenting, "It seems a change is upon us." A bolt of lightning illuminated his face, revealing not the innocent visage of a youth, but rather the smirking countenance of an adult. Beside him lay a human skin mask, spread out upon the glass surface. Chapter 21. The Mad Scholar. A torrential downpour swept through the city, accompanied by hail the size of sesame seeds, heralding the arrival of winter. The children of affluent families donned leather boots and padded jackets, while the impoverished, regardless of age, remained scantily clad, their plight exacerbated, suffering immensely. After a discussion among Ding Dong, Luo Shuiqing, and Gu Kebiao, they decided to allocate 70% of Baibao Hall's funds to purchase winter clothing for the city's destitute. Yet it was a mere drop in the ocean, leaving the three deeply disheartened. Every day after school, Ding Dong would wander between the shops of Baibeitang, his heart heavy as he observed the dire conditions of the impoverished. His face would darken in silence, cursing this decaying empire in his mind countless times to no avail. Meanwhile, the Yihui, led by Luo Cheng, operated clandestinely, successfully enlisting several advanced students from the College of Literature who were imbued with humanitarian ideals, including Wu Zihong, Wang Ruoyou, and Yi He. Luo Cheng's daughter, Luo Shuiqing, remained unaware of these developments, not due to a lack of understanding, but because of her fiercely independent nature. Which concerned Luo Cheng, he feared her potential for success might be undermined by her obstinacy. Ding Dong finally bridged the gap with Wu Zihong, exchanging greetings and occasionally engaging in light conversation, which brought him immense joy, inciting envy in Gu Kebiao. One day, feeling particularly downcast, Gu Kebiao dragged Ding Dong out for a drink to drown his sorrows. After school, they arranged to meet at Sifang, each returning to their respective lodgings first. In his dormitory, Ding Dong hummed a cheerful tune, only to be startled when Luo Shuiqing kicked the door open, prompting him to greet her with a wide smile. "Let us go check out the shop," she commanded, hands on her hips. "Of course," Ding Dong replied respectfully, his demeanor eliciting a laugh from Luo Shuiqing. As they approached the Wu residence, Ding Dong discreetly placed a small trinket he had prepared at the foot of the stone lion at the entrance, inciting Luo Shuiqing's ire, resulting in him receiving a sound thrashing. Bewildered, he pondered silently. Why was she always behaving as if she were under some strange influence? Upon reaching the Chunkou vegetable market, Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing were taken aback by a commotion nearby Beitang. Rushing over to discover that it was the servants of the Hu family causing trouble. Enraged, they pressed on. The Hu family's lackeys, spotting Luo Shuiqing and Ding Dong, fled with a cacophony of shouts. With a grim expression, Ding Dong entered the shop to find utter chaos. Several staff members bore injuries. Erzhu, bruised and battered, barged in, ready to vent his frustrations upon seeing Ding Dong. "They're coming again. Don't hold back. Beat them down," Ding Dong declared with anger. "We can't win," Erzhu replied, wiping blood from his nose, the grimace on his face evident. Ding Dong pondered for a moment, then slammed the table in determination to confront them, only to be pulled back by Luo Shuiqing. "Are you seeking death? Fortunately, the damage isn't severe. We'll sneak into their Hu residence one night and reclaim what is ours." Ding Dong considered her words, feeling enlightened, and a mischievous grin spread across his face. Before long, a panicked shop assistant burst into the store, handing Ding Dong a letter. Frowning, he opened it to find a challenge to a duel from an unknown adversary, presumably one of Hu's underlings. Enraged, he quickly penned a response, arranging the duel for 3 days hence in an open area of the impoverished district in the northwest of the city. That evening, while accompanying Gu Kebiao for drinks, Ding Dong mentioned the duel, igniting excitement in Gu Kebiao, who promptly began gathering students from the martial academy to support Ding Dong. Over the next few days, as Ding Dong reflected on the frequent oppression faced by the poor, he found his meals tasteless. After a restless night of contemplation, he sought out Luo Cheng to share his immature thoughts. He secretly aspired to impart the knowledge acquired at the martial arts academy to the impoverished, empowering them to safeguard themselves. This notion received the wholehearted endorsement of Luo Cheng, who entrusted Ding Dong with the arrangements, providing the necessary resources. Simultaneously, he meticulously compiled this suggestion into a draft and dispatched it to the members of the righteous and harmonious society in other major cities. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed, and the time for the duel had arrived. Without notifying anyone, Ding Dong armed himself with 2 cleavers and proceeded to the designated location. His opponents, a throng of dozens, surged forward upon noticing Ding Dong's solitary approach, eager to rend him to shreds. Fortunately, Gu Kegong and Luo Shuiqing, accompanied by a cadre of students from the Martial Arts Academy, arrived just in time to intimidate the adversaries. Ding Dong's opponent was a tall and robust man with a dark visage, wielding a pair of black iron hooks. His speech was laced with a mocking tone that was irksome to behold. Ding Dong, gripping his cleaver, regarded him with a cold smirk, remaining silent. The dark-faced man, with a scornful expression, sneered, "Boy, this day next year will mark your day of sacrifice. Be sure to remember to honor your ancestors." Ding Dong retorted with biting sarcasm. Furious, the dark-faced man tightened his grip on the iron hooks, growling as he empowered them, causing the hooks to swell to twice their size, flames igniting at their tips. The countenances of Ding Dong's companions turned grim. They had assumed their adversary was merely a common thug, only to discover he was a martial artist. Gu Kegong, brandishing a spear, stepped into the arena, intending to fight in Ding Dong's stead. "This is my battle. If I falter, you may take my place," Ding Dong asserted. Reluctantly, Gu Kegong retreated, his fierce gaze fixed on the dark-faced man. Ding Dong's martial blood technique had stagnated, unable to achieve empowerment. His literary blood technique had also been in a state of dormancy, as he had been engrossed in literary pursuits with Luo Cheng, delving into texts and exploring classics. Had it not been for his disciplined morning training regimen, which ensured his physical fitness, his combat prowess would have undoubtedly waned. The 2 sides remained locked in a stalemate, seemingly awaiting the other's strike. The audience's excitement peaked, and then a dramatic turn of events unfolded. A person, unknown to all, volunteered to officiate, declaring the duel officially commenced. The dark-faced man, indeed formidable, let out a thunderous roar and launched himself at Ding Dong with a swift leap. Ding Dong reacted with remarkable speed, lowering himself to parry with his cleaver, barely blocking the man's iron hooks. The dark-faced man pressed on, one hook ensnaring Ding Dong's cleaver while the other aimed for his throat, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Unfazed in the face of danger, Ding Dong sidestepped, retracting his cleaver and striking at the dark-faced man's head. Unaccustomed to such reckless aggression, the dark-faced man was compelled to defend himself. Both combatants executed their moves, neither sustaining injury, and retreated a step, creating distance. The factions rallied, cheering and shouting in fervor, igniting a lively atmosphere. The dark-faced man, having shed his initial arrogance, adopted a serious demeanor and reassessed Ding Dong. Suddenly, with a fierce cry, he charged at Ding Dong once more. Unyielding, Ding Dong raised his cleaver in response. In this collision, however, Ding Dong found himself at a disadvantage. The dark-faced man exerted all his strength with both hooks, yet failed to wrest the machete from Ding Dong's grasp. In a fit of rage, he raised his leg and stomped down upon Ding Dong's face. Enraged, Ding Dong seized the man's arm with both hands, attempting to bite him. The dark-faced man, feeling the pain, withdrew the hook to ensnare Ding Dong's neck. Though Ding Dong deftly evaded, he nonetheless sustained a gash on his shoulder, blood streaming forth. The dark-faced man, elated by his success in injuring Ding Dong, fought with renewed vigor, soon leaving Ding Dong battered and bruised, in a pitiful state. Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao exchanged glances, both registering an unsettling anxiety in each other's eyes. Nodding in unison, they prepared to intervene and aid Ding Dong, only to discover that the situation had escalated to a perilous climax. Ding Dong found himself pinned beneath the dark-faced man, who, with a terrifying cry, hurled the hook toward Ding Dong's neck. Should it connect, it would undoubtedly result in Ding Dong's demise, blood spilling profusely. Suddenly, a flash of white light shot in from the side, striking the back of the dark-faced man's hand and creating a gaping wound that splattered Ding Dong with blood. In a fury, Ding Dong sprang to his feet, delivering a kick that sent the dark-faced man sprawling. Seizing the machete from the ground, he unleashed a savage blow, severing the man's head from his body amidst the gasps of the onlookers. Bloodied and triumphant, Ding Dong howled to the heavens before turning and striding away, leaving a stunned crowd in his wake. All present were rendered speechless, particularly the students of the Wenhui Academy, who had never witnessed such brutality and carnage. Moreover, the perpetrator of this violence was none other than Ding Dong, whom they had previously supported. Luo Shuiqing turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer, and departed, nausea churning in her stomach. Gu Kebiao swallowed hard, silently relieved that he and Ding Dong were allies, not adversaries. There were no cheers, no jeers. For a long while after Ding Dong's departure, the two groups remained transfixed, staring at the cold, lifeless body, no one daring to breathe. Luo Shuiqing caught up to Ding Dong, observing that despite his blood-soaked appearance, he remained composed. With a frown, she queried, "You truly are not a commoner? What have you done in the past?" "Bandit. A bandit of the Withered Plains. Do you believe me?" Ding Dong abruptly halted, fixing his gaze upon Luo Shuiqing. After a prolonged moment of eye contact, Luo Shuiqing nodded affirmatively, stating, "I believe you. Moreover, I believe you to be a good person." Ding Dong refrained from further comment, offering only a strained smile. Luo Shuiqing, her cheeks flushed, appeared hesitant to speak, her large eyes wide open. Her long hair flowed gracefully, the hem of her skirt dancing in the breeze. Though not conventionally beautiful, she exuded the charm of a heroic maiden. Ding Dong gazed at Luo Shuiqing, momentarily entranced, thinking to himself, "So, she is truly lovely." The cold wind howled, mingling with scattered snowflakes that gently blanketed the world in a delicate layer of silver. Having hurried out without adequate clothing, Luo Shuiqing, previously oblivious to the winter chill in her fervor, now felt the cold wind seeping in through her collar, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. "Let us return," she said. "Indeed," Ding Dong replied. Luo Shuiqing wrapped her arms around her shoulders, feeling the chill subside slightly. The two walked side by side, leaving behind 2 lines of footprints in the snow. At this moment, the door to the dormitory of Luo Cheng at the Martial and Literary Academy was forcefully kicked open, allowing a gust of cold wind accompanied by swirling snowflakes to rush inside. Luo Cheng, engrossed in his studies, raised his head in surprise upon hearing the noise, only to see the eccentric old man, Zhang Jixing, float into the room. "I must take my leave," Zhang Jixing declared upon entering. Luo Cheng, taken aback, quickly rose and approached the door, peering out to survey his surroundings before returning and shutting the door. He furrowed his brows and questioned Zhang Jixing, "What is the matter? I sense that ill fortune is imminent." "Do not inquire further. I am unaware of the specifics. Therefore, I shall return to the secret realm to prepare," Zhang Jixing replied, his usual madness absent, replaced instead by a solemn expression. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Cheng nodded, "Very well. Upon reflection, Ding Dong's proposal is indeed commendable. We can not only cultivate students, but also transform the impoverished into a formidable force. I dare say that within 5 years, we shall achieve great things. That is a matter for your Iha society, not mine. I must depart," Zhang Jixing said as he dashed out, only to return moments later. He produced a neatly folded letter and handed it to Luo Cheng, saying, "Deliver this to Ding Dong, instructing him to seek me out when he finds himself at his wit's end. Furthermore, this child requires your guidance to temper his temperament. Had I not arrived in time today, he would have crossed into the realm of the dead." With that, he leapt away, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit secret chamber, several individuals huddled around a headless corpse at the center, engaged in examination. "There can be no mistake. Observe the wound on his palm. It bears the unmistakable mark of that individual," rasped a voice. "What do you imply?" Another inquired. "Immediately dispatch someone to report to the capital. The mad scholar Zhang Jixing of the Ding family has not yet met his demise." Chapter 22. Visitors from the capital in the frigid embrace of winter. Few pleasures rival the warmth of a comforting soup beside a crackling fire. For the impoverished of Spring City, such a scene was a distant dream, a luxury they dared not envision. They huddled together to endure the winter's chill, hoping merely to witness the arrival of spring in the coming year. The suffering of the poor, accustomed to the oppression of the elite, had become a fact of life. They merely took greater care when venturing outside. Yet, the harshness of nature's cold was an inescapable reality. Each winter claimed its toll, often taking the lives of the elderly, the young, and the infirm. However, this year was different, thanks to the establishment of Baibaitang. The impoverished now found refuge within its walls, warmed by small fires. Gazing out at the snowy landscape, and realizing that winter, when viewed beyond its harsh exterior, was not as malevolent as they had once believed. With a creak, the door of Baibaitang swung open, and a graceful figure emerged from the snowstorm. Teacher Hung has arrived. Teacher Hung has arrived, a child exclaimed joyfully, wiping his nose as he celebrated. The newcomer was Wu Ziheng, clad in a simple coarse cloth jacket, her neck adorned with a white woolen scarf that framed her large, expressive eyes. A tattered leather cap rested atop her head. Her humble attire was a deliberate choice, meant to conceal her identity. For what she was undertaking in the current empire was exceedingly perilous. She sought to educate the impoverished. This endeavor, aside from the directly benefited poor, was known to but a handful of individuals. Upon hearing Ding Dong's proposal to impart the knowledge of the Wenwu Academy to the impoverished, Luo Cheng spent several days contemplating a suitable plan. Ultimately, he chose Wu Ziheng to teach the literary subjects, while his daughter, Luo Shuiqing, would instruct in martial arts. Both young women were eager to participate. Wu Ziheng, undaunted by peril, and Luo Shuiqing, oblivious to the true intentions, only wished for the impoverished not to suffer incessant bullying from the minions of the powerful. On the other hand, the impoverished students were selected by Ding Dong and Erzhu based on a straightforward criterion. They had to be utterly trustworthy and tight-lipped. All of this transpired in secrecy. Come here, warm yourself by the fire, Ding Dong said upon seeing Wu Ziheng, his countenance swiftly flushed with warmth. Wu Ziheng replied, removing her scarf and moving closer to the small hearth. The surrounding impoverished individuals eagerly made space for her, bringing her a sense of comfort, for she perceived not fear, but rather genuine affection. My teacher asked me to inform you that the city lord's birthday banquet is approaching at the end of the month, so be prepared, Wu Ziheng remarked. Oh, all right. Ding Dong felt his spirit soar at the sound of her voice. He became momentarily entranced before suddenly jumping to his feet and declaring, I'll go open the door. With that, he donned his coat and hat and stepped outside. Erzhu, among the crowd, hastily rose to follow Ding Dong out. Noticing Erzhu's emergence, Ding Dong frowned and admonished, you should focus on your studies inside. What are you doing out here? With a pained expression, Erzhu replied, I can't grasp these subjects. They make no sense to me. I prefer learning martial arts. You can ask teacher Shuiqing. She knows. The mention of Luo Shuiqing instantly animated Erzhu. Ding Dong chuckled teasingly. You're quite lacking in ambition. He then ceased to press Erzhu to return to his studies. The two settled at the entrance of Baibao Hall. Gazing into the snowflakes drifting down upon the deserted street, each lost in thought. Erzhu, may I ask you, what is the purpose of your existence? Ding Dong suddenly inquired. What is the purpose? To have enough to eat and sleep soundly. That is all I desire. Erzhu initially hesitated, then slowly articulated. Is that all you aspire to? Ding Dong laughed and chided him. Big brother, I am not like you. I know you are destined for greatness. Erzhu said with a foolish grin. Greatness? Ding Dong sighed. I know not what constitutes greatness. Everything I do is merely for my own fleeting pleasure, often leading to considerable trouble. To speak candidly, back in the Withering Plains, my world was confined to that small realm, where I fought daily for territory, indulging in momentary satisfaction. However, upon leaving the Withering Plains and journeying east to Spring City, where I have lingered for so long, I have come to realize that this world is far grander than I ever imagined, yet more disheartening than I could have foreseen. I recognize how naive I once was. One cannot live solely for personal gratification. But what then should one live for? Erzhu was moved by Ding Dong's reflections. Ding Dong rose, gazing skyward, allowing the snowflakes to melt coolly against his face without wiping them away. After a moment, he raised 3 fingers and resolutely declared, there are 3 words, unwillingness to resign. With a lowered head, Erzhu silently committed these 3 characters to memory, his fists instinctively clenching. The end of the month approached swiftly, and in honor of the Lord's birthday, the entire Spring City was adorned with festive decorations. Every household hung lanterns, and the bare branches were festooned with red ribbons, creating a jubilant atmosphere. On the eve of the Lord's birthday, Luo Cheng summoned Ding Dong and advised him, tomorrow, simply follow my lead. I shall devise a means to glean information regarding the old remover from the Lord and subsequently seek assistance. Remain adaptable and avoid causing any disturbances. This occasion is unlike any previous one. as it is rumored that a high-ranking official from the imperial capital will also be present. Therefore, should you create trouble, both you and I shall suffer the consequences. Ding Dong acknowledged with a nod, yet remained indifferent in his heart. At last, the day of the Lord's birthday arrived. Ding Dong donned a silk robe, draped a fur coat over it, and presented himself as a young nobleman. Luo Cheng had meticulously prepared a substantial gift, and, accompanied by Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing, they made their way to the Lord's residence. The Lord's mansion, situated in the heart of Spring City, was a paragon of opulence. Its entrance resembling a dragon gate, flanked by intricately carved white jade pillars and adorned with a grand, vermilion door. The door featured relief sculptures of two fearsome guardian deities, their expressions fierce and imposing. Upon entering, they were greeted by a vast expanse of polished granite, pristine and untouched by frost or snow. On either side of the path stood half-height agate sculptures, each depicting owls in various poses. At the end of the path stood a grand hall, hexagonal in shape, resembling a single-tiered pagoda. Each corner was graced by a proud, watchful owl sculpture in deep crimson, with dark red glazed tiles that imparted an air of solemnity to the entire edifice. The mansion was ablaze with lights and festooned with decorations, teeming with guests in a vibrant celebration. In addition to the gifts, Luo Cheng brought a couplet for the Lord. The first line read, "Riding the gentle breeze." Achieving success across 10,000 miles, the second line stated, "Sailing on purple clouds, living 1,000 years of longevity." Previously, Ding Dong had regarded this couplet with disdain, considering its content to be typical flattery devoid of substance and its cost insignificant. However, upon witnessing the Lord's beaming delight at the couplet, pulling Luo Cheng in for an embrace akin to that of brothers, he realized that in such contexts, it was the true value of gold and silver that was truly cheap. Noticing the Lord's buoyant mood, Luo Cheng intended to subtly inquire about the old remover matter. But as more celebrants arrived, he suppressed his thoughts and took Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing to find their seats. The Lord's residence was a gathering place for the city's elite and affluent merchants. Among the crowd, Ding Dong spotted many familiar faces, including Vice Commander Wu Yuanqi and his daughter, Wu Ziheng. Eager to engage them, he was roughly pulled back by Luo Shuiqing, leaving him to forlornly gaze at Wu Ziheng's figure, feeling disheartened. Suddenly, a piercing gaze intruded upon Ding Dong's line of sight. He turned and found Hu Yaozu, adorned in gold and silver, smirking coldly at him. With a defiant tilt of his chin, Ding Dong returned the glare. Luo Cheng, noting this detail, quickly tugged at Ding Dong and whispered in his ear, "Be clear about the purpose of your presence here today, and refrain from inciting unnecessary trouble." Ding Dong nodded and offered a polite smile to Hu Yaozu. Hu Yaozu was taken aback for a moment, then let out a cold snort and swept away with a flick of his sleeve. Behind him, his three ineffectual sons were whispering among themselves, glancing around furtively. After a considerable time, the hall fell silent as no more guests arrived. The city lord, adorned in a silk official robe embroidered with an owl motif, stood in the grand hall, his complexion rosy as he boisterously laughed. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for attending today." Before he could finish his sentence, a servant from the city lord's residence hurriedly burst into the hall, disregarding the astonished gazes of the attendees, and rushed directly to the city lord's side. Whispering a few words into his ear, the city lord's initial irritation faded upon hearing the servant's words, replaced by an expression of delight as he eagerly inquired, "Is it true?" The servant quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare to speak falsely." The city lord nodded and burst into hearty laughter. "Please, everyone, bear with me for just a moment. I must go to receive a distinguished guest from the imperial capital." With that, he strode out of the city lord's residence, accompanied by a throng of officials. As the city lord departed, the gathered guests began to murmur amongst themselves, curious about the identity of the impending visitor. Before long, the city lord returned, and by his side stood a formidable general clad in black leather armor adorned with a tiger head emblem. He was tall and robust, his strides confident and composed, exuding the aura of a seasoned commander. Upon sighting the newcomer, the hall fell into an immediate hush. The leather armor, which Ding Dong had previously encountered in the vice commander's study, indicated that the visitor must be an official of vice commander rank. Luo Cheng gazed at the newcomer, momentarily stunned, then furrowed his brow, his teeth grinding audibly as the veins in his clenched fists bulged. "Father, what troubles you?" Luo Shuiqing asked, startled by her father's demeanor, and quickly whispered her inquiry. "It's nothing," Luo Cheng replied, relaxing his tense posture, yet his eyes remained fixed intently on the military officer. "Master, who is this person?" Ding Dong turned to ask. "Do you not recall?" Luo Cheng's expression darkened with anger, But upon remembering Ding Dong's amnesia, he sighed softly, his tone softening. Never mind. Once your memory returns, you will remember him. Even if he were to turn to ash, you would not forget. Ding Dong scratched his head, puzzled and eager to inquire further, but upon seeing the city lord leading the visitor into the grand hall, he fell silent. Wu Yuanqi was momentarily stunned upon seeing the visitor, pondering, what brings him to Spring City? Unable to deduce an answer, he felt increasingly uneasy. Hu Liqiang glanced at the newcomer and then at his father, whose face was now a mask of joy, and quietly asked, "Father, who is this person? What an impressive presence." "Mark this well," Hu Yaozhu said, gently ruffling his son's hair. "He is your god-grandfather." At that moment, the city lord's servant announced loudly, "Vice Commander Hu from the inner city of the imperial capital has arrived." Chapter 23. The gathering storm in the city lord's residence. The reception hall was filled with clinking goblets and sumptuous feasting. As Luo Cheng observed the city lord becoming inebriated, he approached to offer a toast and inquired about the matter concerning the old exorcist, expressing his desire for assistance from him. The city lord, preoccupied with socializing, promptly instructed a servant to escort Luo Cheng to meet his old exorcist's esteemed guests. The two individuals ventured into an isolated area, where the servant halted and turned to inquire, "What business do you have with the eraser?" Luo Cheng furrowed his brow as he regarded the servant from the city lord's manor. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the guests often disguised themselves as servants to conceal their identities. It seemed that this individual was indeed the eraser. "I have a student whose family, in order to facilitate his training, requested the eraser to seal his memories. Now that he has undergone sufficient training, his family wishes to restore his memories for recognition." Luo Cheng pondered this reason for quite some time. "Very well, bring him here." The servant replied after a moment of hesitation, nodding in agreement. Overjoyed by the response, Luo Cheng hurriedly summoned Ding Dong and repeatedly instructed him to cooperate with the servant. After scrutinizing Ding Dong, the eraser commanded him to close his eyes. Then, extending his right hand and spreading his fingers, he placed it atop Ding Dong's head, inhaled deeply, and also closed his eyes. In a short while, a faint blue light began to emanate from his hand, which grasped Ding Dong's head. With his eyes shut, Ding Dong sensed the surrounding chill gradually dissipating, as if he were situated in a room that was neither hot nor cold, shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a beam of light emerged from the distant horizon. The radiance grew larger and more brilliant, resembling an exit rapidly approaching. Soon, the light engulfed him entirely, while he felt as though his head were pierced by countless fine needles, causing excruciating pain. A multitude of images began to unfold before Ding Dong's eyes. 15 years ago, on the day of the beginning of winter, in the imperial minister's manor, Ding Dong was born. 10 years prior, he began to form memories. Studying under his father Ding Jinyu's guest, the foreign expert Luo Pingqiu, along with his brother Luo Cheng and the eccentric scholar Zhang Jixing assisting in his education. 6 years ago, the minister's manor initiated plans for reform, proposing the equal distribution of power to consolidate imperial authority, with Luo Cheng authoring the reform proposal that garnered the emperor's support. The reforms were trialed in a county under the imperial capital, with a 6-month duration and met with resounding success. That same year, among the guests of the minister's manor, a group led by the eccentric scholar Zhang Jixing developed a new martial technique, named the Royal Blood Technique, characterized by the external projection of blood energy to harm adversaries. Astonishing the realm. 5.5 years ago, the reforms officially commenced. However, many of the detailed regulations severely infringed upon the interests of the nobility, and the reforms began to face substantial opposition. 5 years ago, the current war minister, leveraging military power, forcibly terminated the reforms and initiated assassinations against reformists. Ding Jinyu rallied the guests within the manor to conduct counter-assassination activities, but suffered a devastating defeat. Subsequently, Ding Jinyu was sentenced to death for treason, and his entire family was executed. Thus, the reforms met their demise. Luo Pingqiu and several dozen guests from the minister's manor, embracing their fate, condensed their life force into the shape of the Ding family jade pendant and entrusted it to Ding Dong to conceal and protect the impulsive Ding Dong. A servant known as the eraser sealed all of his memories. When the minister's manor was besieged, the eccentric scholar Zhang Jixing managed to escape with the 10-year-old Ding Dong, fleeing southwest while gravely injured. Upon reaching the desolate plains, Zhang Jixing, on the brink of death, encountered a band of horse bandits. Surprisingly, they provided him with the necessary aid to recover. One day, Zhang Jixing quietly departed, leaving Ding Dong and a letter addressed to the head of the family and military. Ding Dong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat vacant. The elder, drenched in sweat, released his grip on Ding Dong, and nodded with a smile to the tense Luo Cheng before departing. Luo Cheng, overflowing with gratitude, bid farewell to the elder and turned back to grasp Ding Dong's shoulders in excitement, whispering, "How are you? Do you remember everything?" Ding Dong smiled faintly, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Luo Cheng's, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Master, I have returned." Luo Cheng was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting from tension to joy, tears welling in his eyes. He raised a hand to wipe away the tears, stifling his emotions, and said softly, "First, let us celebrate the city lord's birthday. We shall discuss everything else later." With that, he took Ding Dong back to the grand hall. Luo Shuiqing anxiously awaited amidst the chaos of the crowd, and upon seeing Luo Cheng and Ding Dong return, she hurried forward to inquire about the outcome. Ding Dong smiled and nodded at Luo Shuiqing, but said nothing, heading straight back to his seat to pour himself a drink. Luo Shuiqing gazed at Ding Dong's retreating figure, lost in thought, sensing that he had changed. The city lord's birthday celebration lasted the better part of the day, and only when the guests were thoroughly intoxicated did the festivities come to a close. Upon returning to the Wenzheng Academy, Ding Dong locked himself in his dormitory, shutting the door tight. Concerned, Luo Shuiqing attempted to enter, but was restrained by Luo Cheng. "Father, what is wrong with him?" she asked, biting her lip. Luo Cheng gently stroked his daughter's head and smiled. "Let him be. He is tired." Luo Shuiqing looked at her father's smile, but only saw weariness. She did not understand. Ding Dong had merely regained his memories, yet everything seemed to have turned melancholic. "Shuiqing, do you have feelings for Ding Dong?" Luo Cheng suddenly asked. Luo Shuiqing's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her head, stammering, "Father, what are you saying?" Luo Cheng chuckled and continued, "Although you can be a bit overbearing towards Ding Dong, I know it comes from a place of concern. That boy is quite remarkable." "Father." Luo Shuiqing felt utterly embarrassed, playfully interrupting her father's words. "Let me finish." Luo Cheng sighed with a smile. "Shuiqing, since I returned from the imperial capital, I have felt guilty towards you both. I am aware, yet there is little I can do. I have more pressing matters at hand. I do not know how much longer I have. Perhaps I shall never be able to make amends in this life. In the next, I will surely compensate you doubly. If I am no longer here, you must temper your nature. You have been spoiled. Do not let your arrogance scare him away. He is destined for great things. But he is only human. You must support him more." "Father, what are you talking about?" "I don't understand at all," Luo Shuiqing said, her head held high, her face streaked with tears. "In time, you will come to understand," Luo Cheng replied, gazing up at the sky, where the snow fell heavily, enveloping the world in a misty haze, much like an uncertain future, obscured and unfathomable. In the dead of night, Ding Dong knocked on the door of Luo Cheng's dormitory. At this moment, Luo Cheng had yet to succumb to slumber. He lay upon his bed, lost in thought, when a knock at the door startled him. Hastily, he rose to open it, and upon seeing Ding Dong, he exhaled a sigh of relief and welcomed him into the room. "Second master, I have a notion," Ding Dong declared as he entered. Luo Cheng, taken aback, eagerly responded, "Do share your thoughts." Ding Dong began to speak passionately. In the current empire, the military minister wields absolute power, oppressing the populace to the brink of despair. He harbors the delusion that by controlling the reserves of the Wenwu Academy and all military forces, he can dominate the entire empire. However, I firmly believe that his approach is flawed. He risks losing everything for the sake of trivial gains, ultimately leading to his downfall. "What do you mean by losing everything? What constitutes trivial and what constitutes great?" Luo Cheng inquired, his interest piqued as his eyes sparkled with curiosity. "The trivial refers to the power and interests he currently possesses. The great, however, is the will of the people. After enduring prolonged oppression, the spirit of rebellion lies dormant, but once awakened, it will manifest as an immense force. The Iha Association has designated the Wenwu Academy as a reserve force, a strategy akin to undermining the very foundation of his power, yet that is still a distant endeavor, decades, if not a century, must pass before this force can reach a formidable scale. By then, it is uncertain whether the people's hearts will still be in play. Are you suggesting?" Luo Cheng rose, excitement coursing through him. "To cultivate the impoverished vigorously," Ding Dong indicated with a pointed finger. "That is far too perilous, and the quality among the impoverished is exceedingly low. Even if they coalesce into a force, it would be feeble," Luo Cheng countered, shaking his head. Ding Dong smiled slightly and uttered 4 words. "Nurture bandits to be self-reliant." Luo Cheng was taken aback for a long moment before slapping his thigh and laughing heartily. "You are far more astute than your father. How have you navigated these past years?" Ding Dong spread his fingers in a smile. I served as a horse bandit on the Withering Plain for 5 years. Did not teacher Zhang Jixing inform you? He had reunited with the lost retainers of the Ding family, gathering in a place known as the Secret Realm, preparing for a resurgence. By the way, Luo Cheng retrieved a letter left by Zhang Jixing and handed it to Ding Dong. This is the address to the Secret Realm he left for you. The forces there await your awakening. Ding Dong accepted the letter, tucking it close. Winter, I have an ominous premonition, Luo Cheng confessed, anxiety etching his features. Is it due to that, Huao? Ding Dong ground his teeth in response. Luo Cheng nodded, stating, he is the foremost lapdog of the military minister. When the Ding family faced calamity, he was the first to storm into our estate. His sudden arrival in Spring City fills me with dread. Whether it is Huao or the military minister, I shall ensure they pay for their blood debts, Ding Dong declared vehemently as he rose. Father, what are you discussing? Luo Shuiqing, rubbing her sleepy eyes, entered the hall from her chamber. In truth, she had eavesdropped on much of the conversation between Ding Dong and Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng glanced at Luo Shuiqing, sighed deeply, and smiled. Shuiqing, you have risen just in time. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Luo Shuiqing alternated her gaze between Ding Dong and Luo Cheng, then resolutely nodded, proclaiming, Father, I have heard everything. I wish to join the Yiha Association. That night, in the Civil Affairs office, the study of Wang Zixian remained brightly lit. Wang Zixian paced excitedly within the room, while Zhenzhen knelt respectfully at his side. Thus, it is highly probable that the lad is indeed the orphan of the Ding family who escaped 5 years ago, Wang Zixian inquired with a trembling voice. The only possibility. Zhenzhen replied in a solemn tone. Excellent. Wang Zixian laughed heartily, slamming his hand on the table. You shall monitor Ding Dong closely, and once we are more certain, I shall meet with Vice Commander Hu. Should this endeavor be successful, the credit shall be yours. I dare not claim such merit. It is all due to your greatness. I, Zhenzhen, am willing to serve as your loyal subordinate, he said, taking his leave and stepping into the night. Once Zhenzhen departed, Wang Zixian returned indoors, where a figure trembled and emerged from the shadows. The moonlight illuminated her frozen, rosy face, revealing her identity as Wang Ruoyou. That night, at Hu's residence in the inner city of the imperial capital, the atmosphere was dimly lit, and many individuals were gathered within. Huao stroked his graying beard and smiled. Starting tomorrow, you will all disguise yourselves as commoners and gather intelligence regarding Zhang Jixing. We must follow the clues to uncover the larger scheme. Yes, Wu Yuanqi. You had best ensure you are not affiliated with this group of rebels. Otherwise, I shall see to it that your entire family suffers eternal damnation. Huao's face contorted into a sinister smile as he contemplated. On the same night, Wu Yuanqi sat restlessly behind his desk, his mind racing with thoughts as he speculated on Huao's sudden visit to Spring City, yet he could not fathom the motives. Zheng Kuei, came a voice from outside. At your service, Zheng Kuei responded. A storm was brewing, and Spring City would soon be unsettled. Before Huao departs, you need not return to report to me. Your sole duty is to protect Ding Dong throughout the day and ensure no harm befalls him. Additionally, conceal your identity well. There are many formidable individuals accompanying Huao, so tread carefully. Understood, Zheng Kuei replied, and the sound of his departing footsteps echoed outside. Chapter 24. The onset of turmoil. The snow fell throughout the night, blanketing Spring City in a silvery shroud. As noon approached, a few souls began to appear sporadically on the streets, trudging through the snow that reached their ankles, each step accompanied by complaints. The winter break at the Martial and Literary Academy had rendered it desolate. The once vibrant sounds of reading and laughter in the courtyard seemed to linger in the air, but upon closer inspection, only the whisper of the wind remained. Wang Ruoyou, wrapped in a thick fur coat, braved the biting cold as she made her way to the academy. Upon entering the gates, she felt as though something was amiss. After a moment of reflection, she realized it had been some time since she last saw the gatekeeper, Zhang Bo. She dismissed the thought, her heart filled with unease due to a conversation she had inadvertently overheard between her father and Zhenzhen a couple of nights prior. Aware of the urgency of the situation, she had stealthily ventured out while her father was absent. Ruoyou has arrived? Luo Cheng greeted her with a smile. Like the warm sun in winter. Where's Ding Dong? Wang Ruoyou inquired. He and Shuiqing have gone to Bai Beitang, he replied. Since that night of intimate conversation between Ding Dong and Luo Cheng, they had begun to disseminate the spirit of the Yihui among the impoverished. Their undertaking was perilous, and thus they had not informed Wu Ziheng or the others. Wang Ruoyou bit her lip, deep in thought. After a moment of hesitation, she shared with Luo Cheng everything she had overheard between her father and Zhenzhen that fateful night. Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng was taken aback, his composure shattered. He hastily donned his outer garment and made his way to the door, but suddenly paused, recalling something of significance. He returned indoors without hesitation, directly retrieving the Ding family's jade pendant from the wall in front of Wang Ruoyou. You should return home first. I must visit Bai Beitang, Luo Cheng announced. Pushing open the door, the biting cold wind struck his face like a blade, yet he paid it no mind. His heart was a tumult of confusion. But a resolution had formed. Ding Dong must depart from Chun City, and the sooner, the better. At this moment, Wang Zixian had arrived at the quarters of Deputy Commander Hu, his heart racing with excitement. He had initially believed that capturing a descendant of the Ding family would suffice for him to gain merit and promotion. However, he was unexpectedly presented with even more auspicious news by Zhen Zhen. A treasonous organization known as the Yihui was concealed within Chun City, closely linked to Ding Dong. And even Luo Cheng from the Wenwu Academy was involved. It appeared that if he did not ascend to the position of City Lord, he could certainly secure the role of Deputy City Lord. Wang Zixian was delighted, calculating his prospects in his mind. Meanwhile, Deputy Commander Hu had received reports from his subordinates. Learning that Zhang Jixing had previously served as a gatekeeper at the Wenwu Academy, but had mysteriously vanished days prior. Synthesizing this information, Hu Ao swiftly deduced the existence of a significant treasonous organization hidden within Chun City. In comparison, dealing with Wu Yuanqi seemed trivial, and he would need Wu Yuanqi's military support to apprehend the Yihui. Prepare the horses. We are heading to the City Defense Department. Hu Ao commanded loudly as he exited. Wang Zixian, wearing a broad smile, responded, There is no need to rush, Deputy Commander. I have already dispatched someone to capture Ding Dong. I believe it won't be long before he arrives here. Hu Ao smiled slightly in appreciation, but still turned and left the room. Indeed, Wang Zixian had sent Zhen Zhen to capture Ding Dong. Yet he was unaware that Zhen Zhen was currently engaged in a fierce battle with a figure clad in black amidst the snow. Luo Cheng instructed Wang Ruoyou to return home and, alone and weary, made his way to Bai Beitang. Father, what brings you here? Luo Shuiqing exclaimed, her spirits lifted, only to notice the grim expression on Luo Cheng's face, prompting her to ask anxiously, What has happened? Furrowing his brow, Luo Cheng replied urgently, The situation has been exposed. You and Ding Dong must leave Chun City immediately. With that, he produced the Ding family's jade pendant from his pocket and returned it to Ding Dong. At that moment, in the City Defense Department, Wu Yuanqi was overseeing his soldiers conducting winter drills when he received word that Hu Ao had come to visit. Alarmed, he nonetheless welcomed him inside. Do you know that there is a treasonous organization called the Yihui hidden within Chun City? Hu Ao stated bluntly upon meeting Wu Yuanqi. Wu Yuanqi was taken aback, quickly inquiring, Is this true? Humph. Hu Ao sneered, Otherwise, do you think I traveled from the imperial capital to your Chun City for no reason? Immediately take your troops and come with me to apprehend them, or you too will be implicated. Furious, Wu Yuanqi found himself unable to refute the accusation. The emergence of a treasonous organization within Chun City indeed placed him in a position of culpability. He suppressed his fury, shrugged his sleeves, and rose to declare to his subordinates, seal off the entire city, only allow entry, and prohibit exit. Before Wu Yuanqi's order to lock down the city could be fully disseminated, Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing, under the protection of dozens of impoverished citizens led by Erzhu, had already departed through the northern gate of Spring City. Luo Cheng, steadfast and resolute, chose not to leave with Ding Dong, remaining behind in Spring City. He understood that without someone left to buy time, no one would escape. Standing amidst the snow, he closed his eyes and silently recited the oath of the righteous and harmonious fists, then trudged toward the civil affairs office with uneven steps. You all can stop here. Please return. Ding Dong respectfully addressed Erzhu and the other impoverished citizens with a fist salute, his voice resonating. At that moment, they were already 20 kilometers outside of Spring City, which had become a blurry silhouette in the snowstorm. Erzhu's eyes glistened with tears as he stepped forward to envelop Ding Dong in a bear hug, his voice trembling. I will miss you. Ding Dong playfully shoved Erzhu away, forcing a smile as he scolded, Don't speak so ambiguously. I certainly do not fancy men. Erzhu chuckled, releasing Ding Dong. Then turning to Luo Shuiqing, he expressed, Teacher Shuiqing, thank you for allowing me to finally feel like I can live as a human being. With that, he suddenly knelt and bowed deeply to Luo Shuiqing. Startled, she hurried to assist him, only to find that all the impoverished citizens present had knelt in unison, creating a sea of bowed heads. She was momentarily taken aback, tears streaming down her face. Ding Dong placed a hand on Luo Shuiqing's shoulder, sighing, Let us go. We will return. Luo Shuiqing, covering her mouth, could not contain her tears and nodded repeatedly. As they departed, they quickly became two indistinct figures amidst the swirling snow. At that moment, Erzhu and the others rose, a throng of dozens returning towards Spring City. The search operation within Spring City yielded no results. However, Hu Ao remained unperturbed, as Luo Cheng had voluntarily come to the Civil Affairs Office to confess. Yet, aside from admitting his guilt, he remained tight-lipped on all other matters. I refuse to believe I cannot pry the truth from him, Hu Ao scoffed. Take him to the Sky Prison. Just then, a covert informant embedded within the city reported back that 2 hours prior, dozens of impoverished citizens had exited through the northern gate, among whom was a person resembling Ding Dong. Hu Ao was taken aback, promptly urging Wu Yuanqi to lead troops out of the northern gate in pursuit. But on the way, they encountered Erzhu and the other impoverished citizens returning to the city. With a command, Hu Ao ordered his subordinates to draw their swords, encircling the impoverished individuals. The citizens trembled in fear, yet Erzhu emerged from the crowd like a pillar of strength, gazing defiantly at Hu Ao. Where's Ding Dong? Hu Ao demanded furiously. He is gone. Erzhu replied boldly, showing no fear. Do you realize you are rebelling against the empire? Wu Yuanqi shouted angrily. This is your empire, not ours. For us, it cannot be considered rebellion. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuanqi was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Erzhu, who bore a striking resemblance to Ding Dong, prompting a softening in his tone. Do you understand what you have done? You will die? But I am alive now, and I have never lived with such pride. How exhilarating. It is worth it, Erzhu exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Hu Ao struggled to contain his rising fury. Yet he forced a smile and inquired, Can you inform us of the direction in which Ding Dong fled? Perhaps I might consider sparing your lives. Erzhu disregarded Hu Ao's words and turned to address the other impoverished souls. I ask you, would you prefer to die standing or live kneeling? Returning to the days of old would be a fate worse than death for me. This time, I shall live with defiance. The other destitute individuals, stirred by Erzhu's declaration, erupted in fervent cries. Better to die standing than live kneeling. At that moment, an unknown voice shouted, What is life? What is death? The crowd fell silent, only to soon join in unison, chanting, What is life? What is death? What is the destination of the soul? What is the return of the soul? Grievances are not to be pitied. Anger is not to be forgiven. Our pain. Each impoverished soul shouted while tears streamed down their faces. They understood that their lives were nearing their end, yet there was no trace of fear among them. They firmly believed that the world would undergo a profound transformation, just as Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing had proclaimed. A new world awaited, one of righteousness and harmony. Where there is great aspiration, there exists only righteousness and harmony. Righteousness brings unity to the world. Harmony fosters prosperity. This is the destination of the soul. This is the return of the soul. As Erzhu shouted, he slowly drew a kitchen knife from his waist, thinking, Ding Dong, teacher Shuiqing, please do not let them capture you. I shall do my utmost. The soul endures, thus the spirit persists. What fear is there in being ground to dust? Dare to hang my head upon the gate. Even if my soul is but a speck among the stars, it shall ignite a blazing inferno. With a fiery resolve, I vow to be reborn. As the final word of the oath of the righteous and harmonious society was uttered, all the impoverished souls unsheathed knives, axes, and other makeshift weapons, standing resolutely before them, ready to face death. Hu Ao's expression darkened, while Wu Yuanqi took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Kill. Hu Ao drew his sword, announcing the commencement of the massacre. The fighting spirit of the impoverished was feeble. They fell like wheat under the scythe, blood flowing like rivers. Retreat. Wu Yuanqi weakly gestured, unable to bear the sight any longer. The wind howled, the snow fell, and the ground was strewn with the evidence of the empire's sins, gradually covered by ice and snow, awaiting the coming year to transform into desolation. At that time, no one foresaw that the events of this day would be recorded by future generations in the annals of history. On the 15th day of the 12th lunar month in the 43rd year of Tianqing. At dusk, the Spring City massacre occurred in the northern outskirts of Spring City, where Erzhu and dozens of members of the righteous and harmonious society heroically sacrificed their lives. In the 44th year of Tianqing, at the border of the empire, Chen Jinfeng and Gu Shichan frequently faced incursions from barbaric tribes, ultimately losing control, resulting in the loss of a central city and 3 county towns. The general's fury ignited, leading an army of millions westward to reclaim the cities, decapitating 300,000 enemies. The barbaric tribes were thus severely weakened, retreating beyond the borders. In the wake of war, the empire began to impose heavy taxes, disregarding the lives of the populace, deploying armies beyond the borders, ultimately unifying the empire's territories. In the same year, Wu Yuanqi resigned from his position as the guardian of Spring City, dispersing his servants and leading his wife and children to seclude themselves in the mountains. Luo Cheng, bound by silence regarding the Boxer Rebellion, ultimately endured severe torment and met a tragic end within the confines of a prison. In the 45th year of the Tianqing era, floods and earthquakes ravaged the empire, leaving a trail of sorrow across the land, with instances of cannibalism erupting in various regions. Yet, within the imperial capital, the royal court continued its revelries, and officials unabashedly amassed wealth, epitomizing the empire's ultimate decay. As the farmers began to raise banners and cry out against the empire, their efforts were met with violent suppression by imperial forces. By the 47th year of Tianqing, the empire's tyranny escalated, with corruption deeply infiltrating the military, leading to an unprecedented consumption of soldiers' blood. In just 1 year, hundreds of thousands of officials and soldiers deserted to become bandits, seizing territories for themselves. In the 48th year, uprisings by bandits erupted across the empire, and the once formidable imperial army now crumbled under pressure, often surrendering without a fight, as flames of war rapidly engulfed nearly half of the empire's territory. By the 49th year, 5 cities, East City, Nine-Tooth City, Bay City, High City, and Spring City, declared their independence from the capital's rule, marking the empire's descent into chaos. Chapter 25, A Midnight Heist on June 17th, in the 50th year of Tianqing. At the hour of high, every household in Spring City had tightly closed their doors, with lights extinguished. The empty streets occasionally bore witness to slovenly night watch soldiers lazily ringing bells. Nearly a year had passed since Spring City's independence. The citizens had anticipated a brighter future, only to find themselves exchanging one predator for another. Under imperial rule, life had been arduous but survivable. Now, Spring City had transformed into a haven for bandits, a purgatory for its people. The only inhabitants remaining were the frail, the sick, and the remnants of the bandit forces. Those who could flee had long since departed. The bandits, devoid of principles or humanity, not only pilfered money and food but also reveled in the violation of young maidens. Their tempers were as volatile as demons, often finding amusement in taking lives. This night appeared no different from the past. However, the slumbering bandits were oblivious to the impending end of their reign. Countless shadows, like phantoms, emerged atop buildings and around corners in Spring City, agile as swallows, gliding along eaves and walls, sometimes illuminated by the moonlight, at other times shrouded in darkness. The patrolling soldier meandered through the streets until he sensed a hand suddenly reaching for him. Before he could react, the hand covered his mouth and nose. As he struggled, a sharp pain seized his throat, and darkness swiftly engulfed him, leaving him lifeless in mere moments. The owner of the hand discarded the body onto the street, delivering 2 harsh kicks to confirm the demise before letting out a cold laugh. He turned to his companions, instructing them to support their brethren at the Lord's residence, emphasizing the need to capture the bandit leaders alive for a ceremonial display. As the moon slipped from behind the clouds, its light illuminated the striking features of a man, Ding Dong, who had returned. 5.5 years had passed since Ding Dong last departed Spring City, transforming from a fervent youth into a mature, composed young man. At least, he appeared so. Ding Dong dismissed his companions, shaking his arms, and boldly strode towards the city guard's headquarters. At that moment, several guards stationed at the lookout post at the northern gate of Spring City lay lifeless, their throats slit, their bodies cold. It was entirely their own folly. They dared to doze off while on duty, oblivious to the intruders who had stealthily made their way onto the city walls, ultimately meeting a tragic end in their dreams. Luo Shuiqing stood atop the northern gate, casting a disdainful glance at the corpses below, and smiled as she proclaimed, "Brothers, open the northern gate, raise the flags, and light the torches to welcome the army into the city. A few more brothers, accompany me to the Martial and Cultural Academy." With that, she lightly leaped down from the battlements and dashed towards the academy. At the vice mayor's residence, the plaque of the Gu family lay shattered in several pieces at the entrance. On either side of the door, 2 bodies of the guards had grown cold. The great door of the Gu residence stood wide open. Gu Kabiao, a robust figure filled with fury, stood inside, surveying the debris and weeds strewn across the ground. He bellowed, "Brothers, follow me. Slay every last one of these ruffians inside. Leave not a single soul behind. Damn it, how can my home be inhabited by these locusts?" With a fierce flick of his spear, he led a group of formidable men into the fray. Wu Yuanqi rode atop a magnificent black steed with snow-white hooves, his expression grave as he galloped through the northern gate of Spring City. Behind him followed a dozen riders, and further back, a dense throng of people. This was an army known as the Righteous Army, united under the banner of common cause, with Wu Yuanxi as their commander. Emerging from the secret realm of Tian New Mountain, they had all disguised themselves as refugees, scattering to traverse through the 5 counties and numerous townships, evading countless ruffians. Their objective being to strike directly at the heart of the bandits in Spring City. Dozens of skilled fighters had infiltrated Spring City in advance, coordinating their actions at midnight, striving to seize control of the city before the bandits stationed in the surrounding countryside could react. Timing was crucial, and they aimed to accomplish their mission within 2 hours. Wu Yuanxi calculated the time. They were ahead of schedule by a full hour, unable to suppress a joyous laugh. As the hour of the rat arrived, lights began to flicker throughout Spring City, indicating that the Righteous Army's assault team had successfully completed their tasks. Wu Yuanxi meandered through the streets of Spring City, memories flooding his mind, and he found himself uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. The once vibrant Spring City had deteriorated beyond recognition. Even the bustling Springku vegetable market bore no distinction from the impoverished corners of the city. Many buildings had collapsed, debris littered the streets unattended, and burn marks marred every wall. In this chaotic scene, the sight of charred corpses was haunting. As Wu Yuanxi observed the devastation, anger surged within him. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to the Wu residence. To his surprise, the damage was not as severe as he anticipated. The front door bore arrows embedded into the character for Wu on the plaque. He could only shake his head and give a bitter smile. The doors of the Wu residence stood ajar, yet the lights within remained dim, the sounds of shouting and anguished cries echoing from inside. Wu Yuanxi dismounted, tethering his reins to the stone lion at the entrance, and ascended the steps, peering into the dark interior. The courtyard is in dire need of cleaning. The weeds should be pulled, and the paint on the door requires a fresh coat. Wu Yuanxi was musing to himself when he suddenly heard the hurried sound of footsteps approaching from afar. He looked up to see a one-armed giant, covered in blood, striding toward him with a massive, ethereal blue-glowing broadsword in hand. It was Zheng Kuei, who, 5 years prior, had battled fiercely with Zhun Zhun of the Civil Affairs Bureau to save Ding Dong, paying the price of his arm while his adversary lay dead from grievous wounds. Subsequently, he had departed from Spring City alongside Wu Yuanxi, arriving at the secret realm of Tian New Mountain. There, they gathered thousands of bandits and impoverished individuals, training them into a formidable army for this very day of returning to Spring City. Zheng Kuei quickly approached Wu Yuanxi, half kneeling in military salute, and proclaimed, "I, Zheng Kuei, humbly welcome the marshal back to the Wu residence." Wu Yuanxi nodded and replied, "Rise, and bring the men with me to inspect the city guard in the rear." "Yes." Zheng Kuei rose, sheathed his blade, and whistled, summoning 5 burly men to him. Upon seeing Wu Yuanxi, they all half-knelt in military salute. Wu Yuanxi acknowledged them with a nod, unsheathed his 7-star sword, and led the way, with Zheng Kuei and the others following closely behind. Upon pushing open the back door of the Wu residence, Wu Yuanxi was taken aback. Before him lay a vast training ground, illuminated brightly by torches, as if it were daytime. In the center of the field, a dozen bandit-clad individuals knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads. Among them, Ding Dong lay sprawled on a platform, propping his head with one hand while picking his nose with the other. Not surprised by Wu Yuanxi's arrival, Ding Dong rolled off the platform, cast a glance at the bandits beside him, and loudly exclaimed, "Do you remember what I taught you?" The bandits trembled and nodded in agreement. 1, 2, 3, begin. As soon as Ding Dong finished speaking, the bandits began to chant in unison. The city guard of Spring City welcomes Marshal Wu. Wu Yuanxi rubbed his forehead, a helpless smile creeping across his face. The night raid on Spring City had been a resounding success, yet it was not without its challenges. The gathering place of the bandits was the former lord's residence, once the seat of supreme power in Spring City, now reduced to a den of revelry and debauchery for the bandits. Despite the late hour, the bandits inside showed no signs of rest, indulging in drinking games, embracing one another, and relishing their earthly pleasures. The raiding forces, led by the notably diminutive Xiao Li, had orchestrated the night assault on the lord's residence. 3 years prior, Xiao Li had encountered Ding Dong during a robbery in the secret realm and had stealthily followed him to the realm of Tian New Mountain. Upon being discovered at the entrance of the secret realm, he was captured and imprisoned in a cage, narrowly escaping execution. Before the sentence was carried out, he inscribed the words "layered cultivation" in the dirt beside his cage with a stick. The conditions within the secret realm were harsh. Thousands depended on meager rations. Yet the food supply was severely limited. Nestled within a vast canyon of Tian New Mountain, though expansive, the area was riddled with streams and rocks, leaving scant arable land. Even with Ding Dong and the bandits frequently venturing out to raid, they could procure only minimal provisions. At that time, the empire was engulfed in turmoil, with food supplies monopolized by the empire and various brigands, and the value of gold soaring. Otherwise, incidents of cannibalism would not have proliferated. When the phrase layered planting caught Zhang Jixing's eye, he was filled with a mix of surprise and joy, promptly dispatching someone to rescue Xiao Lu from the execution ground. Inquiring about the intricacies of layered planting, Xiao Lu extended a finger and said, "If Ding Dong teaches me the blood chi technique to harm others with just a finger, I can not only instruct you on layered planting, but also provide strategies to strengthen your army while remaining undetected by outsiders." Zhang Jixing laughed heartily, extending his index finger and lightly flicking it towards a nearby tree. A beam of white light shot from his fingertip, creating a transparent hole the width of a finger in the tree. He then asked Xiao Lu, "Is this what you mean?" Xiao Lu laughed heartily and nodded vigorously. From that moment on, Xiao Lu settled in the secret realm of Tian New Mountain, teaching the righteous army not only the techniques of layered planting, but also how to select sites for building embankments to store water, construct water wheels for irrigation, and create wooden plows. This resolved the survival challenges faced by the righteous army in the secret realm. Most of the righteous army hailed from the desolate plains, characterized by their bold and generous demeanor, which greatly appealed to Xiao Lu. Consequently, the enigmatic background of Xiao Lu began to circulate among the troops. Narrated by him during moments of inebriation, Xiao Lu belonged to an alien race, whose kin resided in the frigid, barren lands of the far north, perpetually covered in ice and snow, harsh and inhospitable. Due to the severe environment, only a few from Xiao Lu's tribe survived, amounting to barely 100 individuals. Eventually, they journeyed southward into the empire's territory, discovering a more hospitable environment, only to find that the empire was in the midst of northern expansion. Amidst the chaos of war, many from Xiao Lu's tribe perished while others fled. Xiao Lu was among the swifter ones, managing to escape for several months until he arrived alone in Spring City. To avoid being recognized as an outsider, Xiao Lu fashioned a mask from human skin to disguise himself as a child and stole a considerable sum from a wealthy family to secure a position as a jailer, thereby establishing his roots in Spring City. It was only upon meeting Ding Dong and becoming captivated by the wondrous blood chi technique that he began to cling to Ding Dong. Xiao Lu's kin were exceptionally intelligent, particularly gifted in invention, and the technique of layered planting was a testament to their wisdom. Upon discovering Xiao Lu's true identity, although many continued to doubt the authenticity of his background, an increasing number began to embrace him. Thus, he firmly rooted himself within the righteous army. During a covert operation in Spring City, the strategist entrusted Xiao Lu with the critical task of infiltrating the Lord's mansion, recognizing his quick wit. Even if the mansion could not be overtaken, he could certainly engage the enemy until the main forces entered the city. Had it been Ding Dong or Gu Kebiao in charge, the outcome would likely have been a bloody and devastating affair. At this moment, Xiao Lu stood at the entrance of the Lord's mansion, surveying the interior. Instead of forcing the soldiers of the righteous army to charge inside, he instructed his comrades to dig large pits at each entrance. As the primary force attacking the mansion, they were numerous, and they completed the digging within half an hour, covering the pits with straw and sprinkling them with dirt. Upon witnessing that his side was fully prepared, Xiao Lu stood at the top of the grand entrance, hands on his hips, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, "Grandsons, your sixth grandfather has returned." Chapter 27, a solo breakthrough after spending 5 years in the secret realm, Ding Dong. Under the guidance and assistance of Zhang Jixing and the loyal retainers of the Ding family, gradually absorbed the immense energy contained within the Ding family jade pendant. Breaking through to the 6th tier of the Wangqi warrior realm, he found himself at the threshold of advancing to the 7th tier, the Wenghuang, with formidable combat strength. However, Wangqi warriors, unlike their Wakiki counterparts, do not possess the same overwhelming power, rapid speed, or impenetrable bodies upon reaching the 6th tier. While Wangqi warriors can adequately defend themselves on the battlefield, they are somewhat lacking in offensive capabilities amidst the chaos of war. Moreover, throughout the annals of the Empire's history, there has been no record of any Wangqi warrior charging into battle to slay enemies. Even when Wangqi warriors joined the military, they predominantly served as strategists. Consequently, Ding Dong's actions were undoubtedly perceived as suicidal by all observers. This sentiment was not confined to the rebel forces, but was shared by the enemy as well. The leader of the bandits, Tang Tianyu, upon hearing of a lone rider emerging from Chunqing and heading straight for his camp, initially thought it was merely a messenger from the opposing side and paid little heed. It was only when Ding Dong stormed into the camp that he realized the intentions of the intruder were to forcefully break through. prompting him to hastily arm himself and rush over. Upon discovering that the intruder was a Wangchu warrior, he could not suppress his laughter and instructed his subordinates to allow the intruder deeper into their ranks before encircling him, hoping to capture him alive as a hostage. Ding Dong galloped forth, anticipating a fierce confrontation, yet was bewildered to find that the enemy was continuously yielding to him. As he reached the very heart of the enemy encampment, surrounded by a throng of bandits, the intent of his foes became clear. With a cold sneer, he positioned his great blade before him and charged directly into the crowded mass. "Hold your weapons," the bandits at the forefront shouted in unison, their long spears suddenly growing thicker, flames igniting at their tips. "Kill!" The bandits advanced, thrusting their spears towards the oncoming Ding Dong. Just as Ding Dong's steed was about to sustain grave injury, he remained unperturbed, pulling the reins with great force. The noble horse halted in its tracks, rearing up with a neigh, standing on its hind legs. Ding Dong released the reins, exerting strength in his legs to leap into the air. Grasping the saddle with one hand and wielding the great blade with the other, he executed a half-circle in midair, hanging beneath the horse's belly. With a thunderous roar, the blade sliced through the air, creating a sweeping blue arc that severed the long spears of all the bandits before him into two. As the horse's front hooves descended towards the ground, fearing it might fall, Ding Dong quickly let go of the saddle and executed a forward roll. Landing half a meter away, he swiftly rose to his feet, raising his great blade and wildly hacking forward. A powerful gust of energy surged forth, stirring up sand and stones, crashing towards the obstructing bandits. The bandits, taken aback by the sheer force of the attack, had never witnessed such an assault and instinctively leaped aside in alarm, clearing a path. Seizing the opportunity, Ding Dong hastened back to his horse, using the tips of his feet to propel himself into the air, ultimately landing securely back on the steed's back. "Go!" With a sudden and forceful pinch of the horse's flank, Ding Dong spurred the steed into a wild gallop, eliciting a pained whinny. On the horse's back, he danced like a vibrant butterfly, flitting from one side of the horse's ribcage to the other, wielding his massive blade to unleash waves of air that intimidated the blocking bandits, swiftly propelling him a considerable distance away. "What are they cowering from? That gust cannot harm anyone," roared the bandit leader, Tang Tianyu, his voice drowned out by the gasps of his men. Indeed, Ding Dong's earlier maneuver was merely a spontaneous flash of brilliance. The sheer size of his sword, combined with his rapid swings, created air currents that appeared devastating but lacked true lethality. These bandits, no longer the valiant soldiers of the former empire, were gripped by fear and began to retreat at the sight of Ding Dong's bluster. Many, caught off guard by the gusts, fled even more swiftly, resulting in chaos on the battlefield. Tang Tianyu, infuriated, seized a fleeing soldier and, wielding his meteor hammer, brutally dispatched him, declaring, "Traitors shall be executed." His actions had an immediate effect, halting the retreat. The bandits, having once been disciplined troops, gradually regained their composure and resumed their orderly ranks to obstruct Ding Dong, recognizing his ruse and expressing their hatred with clenched teeth and curses. Seeing the bandits restoring their order, Ding Dong felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was too late to turn back. He could only grit his teeth and press forward. At that moment, chaos erupted behind him as the bandits shouted warnings. "Two riders from Chun City are approaching." Tang Tianyu's eyes widened with fury as he commanded, "Subdue this man first. The others can wait." The two riders emerging from Chun City were none other than Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao, armed with a spear and a large sword, respectively, charging towards the enemy camp like twin bolts of lightning. They were not the elite troops sent by Wu Yuanxi, but rather had ventured out of the city, driven by concern for Ding Dong's safety. On the northern gate of Chun City, Wu Yuanxi surveyed the tumult within the bandit camp, recognizing the ensuing chaos. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and reached a resolution. Opening his eyes, he called out, "Zheng Kuei, where is Xiao Lu?" Zheng Kuei and Xiao Lu stepped forward, half kneeling in military salute, responding in unison, "At your service." "You two shall lead 100-strong team of sword and shield soldiers along with 100 archers to assist Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing. Once Ding Dong breaks through, bring them back immediately, and remember, do not linger in battle." "Yes." Zheng Kuei and Xiao Lu accepted their orders and swiftly assembled their troops, opening the northern gate of Chun City to charge forth. "Report. Troops from Chun City are attacking." Tang Tianyu seethed with rage, exclaiming, "What do they take me for? Forget that literary fellow. Rearrange the ranks immediately and prepare for battle." Upon receiving their orders, the bandits abandoned Ding Dong and regrouped at the front lines. Seeing this, Ding Dong was filled with joy and urged his horse onward, disappearing into the distance. As Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao approached the enemy's formation, the bandits had already established their positions, rendering it impossible for them to charge in like Ding Dong. They could only vent their frustrations through curses. Tang Tianyu stood at the center of the formation, gazing at Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao with a cold sneer, remarking, "Truly, there is no one left. Even women dare to take the field." He then called out loudly to his soldiers, "Who among you can capture those two? 100 gold coins for a live capture, and 50 for a dead one." No sooner had he finished speaking than two men surged forward, galloping towards Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao. At this moment, Xiao Lu and Zheng Kuei had also arrived, forming a line to bolster the spirits of Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao. Gu Kebiao faced a burly man with a square face, whose large countenance and small eyes were obscured by a wild mass of hair that fused with his thick beard, giving him the appearance of a brutish ape. Brandishing two hefty axes, he bellowed incessantly at Gu Kebiao. Upon seeing the man's grotesque visage, Gu Kebiao erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Hey, big hairy monkey, from which mountain did you descend?" The big hairy monkey did not respond but charged forward, raising his axe to strike at Gu Kebiao's head. Despite his flippant demeanor, Gu Kebiao did not underestimate his opponent. He deftly sidestepped the fierce blow, gripping the reins with one hand while thrusting his spear towards the man's throat with the other. The big hairy monkey, taken aback, recoiled just in time to narrowly evade Gu Kebiao's lethal strike. Undeterred, Gu Kebiao did not withdraw his spear but rather angled its tip downward and struck forcefully. "Down you go." With a resounding thud, the big hairy monkey was knocked off his horse, landing in a disheveled heap, spitting blood. Just when everyone assumed the big hairy monkey was about to meet his demise at Gu Kebiao's hands, Gu Kebiao unexpectedly rode off to assist Luo Shuiqing. Her opponent wielded a pair of dual daggers, each a meter long and glinting with a menacing sheen. Not adept in mounted combat, Luo Shuiqing dismounted, using her agility to evade attacks while launching surprise strikes. The dual dagger-wielding bandit, overwhelmed by Luo Shuiqing's relentless assault, failed to notice Gu Kebiao's approach, and was swiftly dispatched by a spear thrust through his throat, tumbling off his horse. Luo Shuiqing peeked out from her cover, casting a glare at Gu Kebiao before swiftly mounting the fallen bandit's horse. "Shuiqing, retreat." Ding Dong had successfully broken through. Luo Shuiqing looked northward and indeed spotted a rider becoming a distant black, raising a cloud of dust. Nodding in acknowledgement, she urged her horse alongside Gu Kebiao to return. Tang Tianyu, meanwhile, wore a grim expression. Suffering consecutive defeats in the initial skirmish was a significant blow to morale. If he allowed the enemy to retreat unscathed, the battles ahead would be futile. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Do not let them escape. Archers, fire." At this moment, Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao had already rejoined Zheng Kuei and Xiao Lu's reinforcements. "Shield and sword formation, defend." Zheng Kuei commanded loudly. At the forefront of the formation stood the 100-strong shield and sword brigade, their disciplined ranks uniting their shields to form an impenetrable barrier against a relentless barrage of arrows from the enemy. "Return fire," shouted Xiao Lu, prompting the righteous army's archers to retaliate, forcing the advancing foes to retreat once more. "Fall back," commanded Xiao Lu in unison with Zheng Kuei. Under their direction, the orderly retreat of over 200 soldiers commenced towards Chun City. "Excellent withdrawal. Everyone, follow them into the city," Tang Tianyu exclaimed with delight, hastily signaling his men to follow suit. Thus, the two groups moved in tandem, maintaining a steady distance as they advanced towards Chun City. As the vanguard of the righteous army reached the city's base, the northern gate of Chun City swung wide open, allowing the archers to enter in a well-coordinated manner. Aware of the fleeting opportunity, Tang Tianyu swiftly ordered an aggressive push into the city. At that moment, Xiao Lu from the righteous army sprang forth, igniting a firebrand and tossing it ahead. The bandits, upon witnessing this, were ready to mock, yet they were taken aback when the firebrand struck the ground, erupting into a fierce blaze. Both man and steed were caught off guard, fleeing in terror with cries of alarm. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Lu turned and dashed through the northern gate of Chun City, which began to close behind him. Tang Tianyu was startled by the sudden flames, his frightened steed throwing him to the ground. Regaining his composure, he detected the scent in the air and glanced at the ground, fury igniting within him as he realized he had been deceived once more. The ground had been soaked in oil. Observing the chaos below, Wu Yuanqi felt a surge of exhilaration and bellowed, "Release the arrows." Instantly, a torrential rain of arrows cascaded from the city walls, wreaking havoc on the pursuing bandits, leaving many in disarray, with only a mere 100 managing to escape. However, Wu Yuanqi did not allow himself to bask in the triumph of this minor victory. He understood that the enemy's losses constituted only a fraction of the pursuing forces, while the main contingent remained largely unscathed. Moreover, countless bandits still lurked menacingly on the other three sides of Chun City, and the threat persisted. Gazing towards the horizon, he silently wished, "Ding Dong, you must bring back good news." Meanwhile, Ding Dong pressed forward relentlessly, racing towards the secret realm of Tian New Mountain. Yet, before he could enter the territory of Tian New Mountain, he encountered 5 riders approaching him. At the forefront of these riders was none other than the mad scholar Zhang Jixing, the very person he sought on this mission. Chapter 28. The Earth's fracture. Accompanying Zhang Jixing were 4 others, all former retainers of Ding Jinyu, including the equally renowned Zhong Yomo. It was once said in the Ding household, the mad scholar possesses no literary finesse, while the valiant warrior only conquers hearts. The valiant warrior referred to Zhong Yomo. Zhang Jixing was a remarkably gifted martial artist, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of literature. Though clearly a martial artist, he bore the countenance of a delicate young scholar, compounded by his scruffy appearance in coarse garments, earning him the moniker of the Mad Scholar. In stark contrast, Zhong Yomo was a burly figure with a rugged beard, his robust physique clad in leather armor, yet he was a strategist at heart, excelling in cunning and intrigue. Thus, he earned himself the title of a valiant warrior. When Ding Dong appeared alone on horseback, Zhang Jixing and the others were momentarily taken aback. "Excellent. I was just about to seek you out," Ding Dong exclaimed joyfully as he rode up to Zhang Jixing and the others. "How did you manage to escape?" Zhong Yomo inquired with a furrowed brow. "Don't even mention it," Ding Dong replied, waving his hand. "We captured Chun City quite smoothly, but just days later, we were surrounded by tens of thousands of bandits. Now, the military commander is in a state of desperation." Zhong Yomo's expression turned displeased as he gravely asked, "I meant, how did you manage to get out?" "Oh." Ding Dong hesitated, then replied animatedly, "I broke through. Let me tell you, despite their loud voices, that group of bandits is truly incompetent." Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Ding Dong was met with a bright red handprint on his face. Zhang Jixing, clearly furious, pointed a finger at Ding Dong's nose and reprimanded sternly, "What a reckless fool. Who told you to act so rashly? If anything were to happen to you, how would we old fellows face your father in the afterlife?" Ding Dong, though struck, felt no anger. He understood their concern and warmth filled his heart. Rubbing his cheek, he chuckled, I understand. I won't be so foolish again. Will there be a next time?" Zhang Jixing huffed, turning away in exasperation. Enough. Zhong Yomo's tone softened considerably as he admonished Ding Dong, "You must not behave this way again." Yes. Ding Dong nodded vigorously. "Let us proceed to Chun City," Zhang Jixing said, still bearing an unsightly expression. With the elder's admonition weighing upon him, Ding Dong tempered his reckless spirit, refraining from mentioning any further daring incursions into enemy camps. Disguised as refugees, they abandoned their horses and took the back roads to bypass the encircling bandits, entering Chun City under the cover of night. Currently, everyone within Chun City was particularly tense. The bandits had besieged the city for several days. Aside from Ding Dong's bold venture into the bandit camp, there had been no other direct confrontations. The bandits' intentions were easy to decipher. Although Chun City was not situated in a perilous location, it was also not easy to capture. The bandits were in no rush to seize Chun City, as it had already been ravaged, leaving little in terms of supplies or women, all of which had to be sourced from the surrounding counties. Their strategy was to encircle Chun City, effectively trapping the righteous army within. Despite being aware of the enemy's calculations, the righteous army lived in constant trepidation. The recent weather had been oppressively hot. Within the grand hall of the city lord's estate, key figures of the righteous army awaited Zhang Jixing's pronouncement, only to be taken aback by his unexpected remarks. Indeed, the heat in Chun City is quite unbearable, causing everyone in the righteous army to simmer with frustration. Luo Shuiqing remarked sarcastically. Zhang Jixing spat in disdain, his face flushed with anger, but then burst into laughter, nonchalantly picking his nose as he declared, "With me around, what is there to fear? Mr. Zhang, do you have a strategy to repel the enemy?" Wu Yuanqi inquired. Luo Shuiqing interjected. "He will surely claim he can summon celestial beings or some such nonsense." With an incredulous glare, Zhang Jixing laughed heartily. "How did you know?" Initially, everyone assumed that Zhang Jixing's mention of celestial soldiers was merely a jest. However, when they witnessed him and Tan Yomo scouring for individuals and materials the following day, constructing an altar at the northern gate, astonishment gripped them. Could it be that he truly intended to summon celestial warriors? As the altar took shape, It drew the attention of all the righteous forces. Even the bandits led by Tang Tianyu gazed from a distance, murmuring among themselves. The altar was erected at a considerable height, nearly level with the city walls, adorned with a plethora of colorful round stones, writing implements, yellow talismans, and other assorted trinkets, creating a dazzling spectacle that left onlookers dumbfounded. On the subsequent day after the altar was completed, peculiar phenomena began to manifest throughout the heavens and earth. The waters in all the wells within and around Spring City began to bubble, while dragonflies and flocks of birds flew low in migration. Various creatures exhibited signs of unrest, with even the subterranean pests emerging to the surface. Could it indeed be that celestial soldiers were on their way? Excitement surged among the righteous forces. At noon that day, Zhang Jixing instructed Wu Yuanqi to open the city gates wide, summoning all individuals within Spring City to gather before the altar at the northern gate. Wu Yuanqi, taken aback, hesitated but, seeing Zhang Jixing's air of confidence, resolved to comply, reasoning that remaining confined within Spring City was untenable. After all, he had spent 3 years in the secret realm with Zhang Jixing, aware that the latter never undertook ventures without assurance. Wu Yuanqi's command spread swiftly throughout the city, inciting waves of protest. Nevertheless, the righteous forces obeyed, fully armed, and assembled at the altar. Observing the unusual behavior of the righteous forces, the bandits were left speechless, none daring to seize the city, all congregating at the northern edge of Spring City to observe the actions of their adversaries. Aren't we supposed to gather everyone? Where are the common folk? Zhang Jixing expressed his discontent towards Wu Yuanqi. Enraged, Wu Yuanqi retorted, only the frail, the elderly, and captives remain in the city. If a conflict erupts, they will perish. Zhang Jixing sighed deeply and remarked, do you understand why, despite your capabilities, you only ascended to the rank of deputy commander during your time in the empire, constantly facing exclusion? It is due to your excessive compassion. This overflowing kindness of yours can save lives, but it can also bring harm. Enough of this discourse, if you doubt me. Those individuals will perish in Spring City, due to your current mercy. Taken aback, Wu Yuanqi locked eyes with Zhang Jixing for a moment, sighed, and finally conceded, very well. I shall trust you once more, hoping you will honor the lives of these thousands. With that, he turned and left. At the hour of the goat, Tan Yomo ascended the altar clad in a pure white robe. Zhang Jixing instructed those below to heed Tan Yomo's words, urging everyone to chant in unison, each word resounding loudly. Upon taking the stage, Tan Yomo held a long sword in one hand and a bell in the other, ringing the bell while performing sword dances. After a brief interval, he ceased his movements, set down the bell, and dipped a brush in chicken blood to inscribe a talisman. Following this, he ignited the talisman and cast it into the wind. He raised his gaze to the heavens, brandished the sword high, and proclaimed, what is life? What is death? The righteous army chanted loudly, what is life? What is death? Their voices resonated like thunder across the plains, echoing far and wide. Simultaneously, the ground trembled slightly. Though none paid heed, Tan Yomo ignited another talisman and continued to recite, what is the soul's resting place? What is the soul's return? The righteous army followed suit, vociferously proclaiming these phrases, and the ground quaked even more violently. Tan Yomo ignited 17 talismans in succession, guiding the righteous army to recite the entirety of the Yihui oath. By this time, the ground was not merely shaking. Cracks began to emerge in various places, some even creeping up the city walls, a sight both alarming and awe-inspiring. Today, we are the righteous army. Tan Yomo tossed a rainbow-hued stone into the air and shattered it with his sword. Today, we are the righteous army. At this moment, the righteous army held Tan Yomo in utmost reverence, sensing that celestial beings were indeed about to descend upon the world. Destroy Chunqing, revolt. Tan Yomo shattered another rainbow stone. Destroy Chunqing, revolt. The righteous army surged with fervor, while nearly 10,000 bandits began to feel fear, swaying left and right with the trembling ground. To take the world as our responsibility. To take the world as our responsibility. We vow to extinguish the empire and rescue the populace. We vow to extinguish the empire and rescue the populace. As thousands simultaneously shouted the final phrase, a rumbling sound emanated from beneath the earth. The walls of Chunqing began to collapse, fissures appeared in the ground, and trees toppled over. At this moment, the altar fractured, and Tan Yomo fell, only to be caught securely by Zhang Jixing. Zhang Jixing raised his fist towards Tan Yomo, exclaiming passionately, the great event is upon us. Tan Yomo nodded and smiled in response. It shall surely be accomplished. Zhang Jixing set Tan Yomo down and, filled with excitement, shouted swift. His feet erupted with a burst of blue light. Taking a deep breath, He turned and charged toward the throng of nearly 10,000 bandits. Ding dong. Swaying with the tremors, was startled to see Zhang Jixing's actions and thought to himself, "This old man is chiding me? Is he not more impulsive than I?" He chuckled softly, shaking his head, but out of concern for Zhang Jixing's safety, he pursued him. However, Zhang Jixing was far too swift for him to catch up, leaving him to follow at a distance. Zhang Jixing halted abruptly 100 meters in front of the bandit army and declared loudly, "Today, we, the righteous army, act on heavenly mandate, revolting against Chunqing, vowing to extinguish the empire and rescue the populace. If you persist in your obstinacy, troubling and opposing me, you will undoubtedly incur heavenly wrath, cast into the depths, forever denied rebirth. Before you now lie two paths. 1. To disperse of your own accord. 2. To surrender your weapons and join our righteous army, aligning with the will of heaven to accomplish a momentous deed." Zhang Jixing's words quickly spread among the bandits. And within moments, nearly 10,000 bandits raised their weapons overhead, kneeling en masse, repeatedly proclaiming, "We wish to join the righteous army, to rescue the populace." Their voices thundered mightily. At this moment, Ding Dong finally arrived at Zhang Jixing's side. Seeing the multitude of kneeling bandits, he was taken aback and could not help but ask Zhang Jixing, "What are these bandits doing? Have they gone mad from what you said?" "Do not refer to them as bandits any longer," Zhang Jixing said with a slight smile. "From this day forth, they shall be regarded as members of our righteous army." At that moment, the earth's fractures had reached their zenith, and the city of Chun City, unable to withstand such turmoil, began to collapse on a grand scale. Following a series of thunderous roars, what was once one of the 10 illustrious cities of the empire, a place of opulence, had been reduced to ruins. Now a mere memory. This event would be etched in history, known as the day the righteous army descended, leading the uprising that destroyed Chun City. Commemorated as the 50th year of Tianqing, on the 1st of July. Chapter 29. The purple-eyed clan at noon. Under the scorching sun, the melodies of birds had vanished, replaced by the relentless chorus of insects. Ding Dong and Wu Zihang sat upon the branches of a parasol tree, relishing the cool shade. Between them perched a small monkey with golden fur, alternating between glancing at its companions and baring its teeth in an endearing display to seek attention. Yet, the duo remained oblivious, gazing into the distance. In that direction, far away, a group of men were laboring under the sun, bare-chested, transporting stones and timber, their voices echoing as they toiled, drenched in sweat. Since entering the Tiannu Mountains' secret realm 3 years ago with her father, Wu Zihang had been responsible for the logistics of the righteous army alongside many other women. During this period, her interactions with Ding Dong had become frequent, their bond much closer than in the days of Chun City. However, in her eyes, Ding Dong was merely a dear friend, and she had never entertained thoughts of a deeper relationship. Ding Dong's countless attempts to win her favor did not go unnoticed, but to her, a good friend remained just that. The golden-furred monkey, named Xiao, was rescued by Ding Dong during a hunting expedition in the mountains when it was but a clumsy infant, abandoned by its kin amidst a pile of rubble. Feeling a surge of compassion, Ding Dong brought it back to the secret realm, expecting it to perish due to its fragility. To his surprise, under Wu Zihang's devoted care, Xiao thrived. Xiao was humorously regarded by Luo Shuiqing as Ding Dong's long-lost brother, a notion he ardently propagated, making it nearly common knowledge among the righteous army that Ding Dong had a monkey sibling. Xiao shared a special bond with Wu Zihang, but harbored animosity toward Luo Shuiqing, who often teased it, leading Luo Shuiqing to vent his frustrations on Ding Dong. Currently, Luo Shuiqing had been dispatched on an errand by Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo. Having not seen Luo Shuiqing for several days, Ding Dong found himself missing him, even as he sat beside the enchanting Wu Zihang, whose alluring figure occupied his thoughts. "Ding Dong, when do you think Chun City will be rebuilt?" Wu Zihang suddenly inquired. Ding Dong snapped back to reality, squinting at the righteous army members working on the reconstruction of Chun City. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I do not know. The sooner, the better, I suppose. News of the situation here will soon reach the imperial capital. The Minister of War will not remain indifferent. Perhaps it won't be long before the imperial army marches southward. Sigh, 3 years have passed. I wonder how Ru Yu and Yi are faring. Where could they be now?" Wu Zihang lamented. Ding Dong remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Wu Zihang swung her feet gently, her gaze fixed on the sky, lost in her thoughts. Xiao made a playful face at Ding Dong and, with a few agile movements, climbed onto Wu Zihang's shoulder. Together, they gazed at the sky, but after a while, they found nothing particularly interesting. Xiao then leaped away, bouncing from tree to tree, thoroughly engrossed in her own amusement. Ding Dong also lifted his gaze to the heavens and, quite unconsciously, recalled the words spoken by Zhang Jixing the previous night. "Young lad," he had said, "I have conferred with Tan Leaguai, and we have decided to reveal the truth to you, as a lesson." In fact, the recent earthquake in Spring City was predicted 2 months ago when Tan Leaguai observed a tornado sweeping from the east into the territory of Spring City and disappearing. We orchestrated this situation to consolidate our own strength and that of the surrounding rebel forces, staging a performance before everyone. Do you understand the purpose behind this? The most formidable power is not born of hatred, nor of self-interest, nor even of protection, but rather of faith. Faith. Ding Dong pondered. Will this world indeed become a better place? Will it align with his father's aspirations? Will it fulfill the hopes of his second master? Will it meet the expectations of the people of the world? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from beneath the tree, interrupting his thoughts. Ding Dong was taken aback and looked down to see Luo Shuiqing, weary yet radiant, staring up at him. He joyfully jumped down from the tree, his face alight with surprise. "When did you return?" "Just arrived," Luo Shuiqing replied curtly, then turned to Wu Ziheng. "Sister Hung, why are you climbing so high? It's quite dangerous." Without hesitation, she playfully kicked Ding Dong. Wu Ziheng's face flushed, and she softly replied, "It's not like that. I wanted to climb up myself." "Be careful," Luo Shuiqing cautioned, then sprang lightly into the air, landing gracefully beside Wu Ziheng, causing the branches of the phoenix tree to shudder slightly. Startled, Qiao, who had just returned, let out a shriek and leaped to another branch, eyeing Luo Shuiqing with caution. Luo Shuiqing raised an eyebrow, glanced at Qiao, and waved her small fist, prompting Qiao to scurry up to the treetop in alarm. "This place is precarious. Let me help you down," Luo Shuiqing said. And without waiting for Wu Ziheng's response, she bent down, scooped her up, and effortlessly descended back to the ground. Wu Ziheng's face turned crimson as she expressed her gratitude. Qiao dashed down from the tree, hiding behind Wu Ziheng, peeking out to bare her teeth at Luo Shuiqing, as if in defiance. Luo Shuiqing playfully kicked Ding Dong again, exclaiming, "Running around everywhere, making it difficult for me to find you. Come on, we need to go back. Zhang Lao is looking for you." The two hurriedly bid farewell to Wu Ziheng and dashed towards Zhang Jixing's temporary residence. Wu Ziheng watched Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing's retreating figures, a faint smile gracing her lips as she murmured, "Actually, Ding Dong and Sister Shuiqing are quite well matched." Qiao, scratching her ears on Wu Ziheng's shoulder, seemed utterly oblivious to what Wu Ziheng had just said. Spring City was in the midst of reconstruction, and the militia was living under austere conditions. Thus, Zhang Jixing's dwelling was exceedingly cramped. In this cramped space, 4 individuals were squeezed together. When Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing knocked on the door, they discovered that there was not even a place to set foot inside. So they had no choice but to wait outside. Before long, the occupants of the room began to emerge one after another. Among them were Zhang Jixing, Tan Yomo, and Wu Yuanqi, along with a stranger. The newcomer was an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, yet his face bore few wrinkles, and he appeared remarkably robust. His long, snowy hair was tied atop his head, giving him an invigorated demeanor. Upon seeing the elderly man's face, Ding Dong was momentarily stunned, for he, like Luo Shuiqing, possessed a pair of violet eyes, albeit a deeper shade than hers. "Ding Dong, this is your grandmaster. He is the master of your teacher Luo Pingqiu and your second teacher Luo Cheng, the venerable Luo Tianqin," Zhang Jixing said with a smile, addressing Ding Dong. Realization dawned on Ding Dong, who promptly knelt to pay his respects. Luo Tianqin stroked his long, white beard, gazing at Ding Dong with a smile, nodding in approval. Once Ding Dong had completed his bow, he gently urged, "Child, rise." Ding Dong stood up and, alongside Luo Shuiqing, assumed a respectful stance to the side. Wu Yuanqi, seemingly in good spirits, suggested, "Let us go and inspect the progress of the reconstruction in Spring City." Zhang Jixing and the others nodded in agreement, leading Luo Tianqin towards the direction of Spring City, chatting amiably and laughing as they walked. Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing did not follow. And after watching Luo Tianqin's receding figure for a while, Ding Dong turned to Luo Shuiqing and inquired, "Did old Zhang call you out to seek out our grandmaster? Why have I never heard you mention such a person?" "I only learned of him from old Zhang as well," Luo Shuiqing replied, then began to recount to Ding Dong the recent information she had come to know. Unlike Ding Dong, Luo Shuiqing belonged to the alien race of the violet-eyed clan. In her clan, all members share the surname Luo and are born with violet eyes. While her father was of the violet-eyed clan, her mother was not, resulting in her slightly lighter purple irises. The violet-eyed people once established the state of Luo west of Spring City, which corresponds to the current territory of Nine-Toothed City. The state of Luo was distinct from the empire. It did not implement an imperial system, but rather a system known as the righteous and harmonious governance. In the state of Luo, land, resources, and wealth were equally distributed, with equality between officials and citizens. All laws and systems in the state of Luo were derived from an organization called the Assembly, whose members were elected by the people of Luo to represent their rights and interests. Initially, the state of Luo enjoyed peace and prosperity, with its citizens living in harmony. However, one day, nearly 100,000 imperial troops silently invaded the territory of Luo, seeking to seize its land by force. The violet-eyed clan, predominantly composed of scholars, possessed limited military prowess, rendering them unable to withstand the empire's formidable cavalry. Thus, after a series of battles, the state of Luo ultimately fell, becoming what is now Nine-Toothed City. The violet-eyed clan suffered significant casualties during the war, leaving only a handful of survivors. These individuals scattered throughout the empire, barely preserving the bloodline of the violet-eyed clan. Luo Tianqian had once served as the chairman of the Assembly of the State of Luo and was one of the few surviving members of the violet-eyed clan. Living in seclusion with several of his fellow clansmen in a remote location on the Shitian New Mountain, difficult for outsiders to find. Luo Cheng and Luo Pingxiu were of the younger generation, brothers by blood, whose parents perished during the turmoil of war many years ago. Upon learning of the current state of the empire, the two brothers, harboring dreams of restoring righteousness to the world, bore the weight of national grievances and familial resentments. They departed from Tian New Mountain and, on foot, journeyed for over half a year before finally arriving in Chun City, where they settled for several years. One day, the brothers suddenly recalled their original purpose for leaving the mountains. Thus, with resolute determination, they abandoned their family estate and set forth towards the imperial capital. Through a series of fortuitous events, the Luo brothers garnered the attention of the esteemed Chancellor Ding Junyu, who took them under his wing as retainers. The subsequent events, as Ding Dong was already aware, were not elaborated upon by Luo Shuiqing. A few days ago, old Zhang unexpectedly sought me out and presented me with a map, instructing me to locate the hidden refuge of our kin as indicated on its markings and to earnestly invite our ancestral master to come forth. Initially, our master was reluctant to emerge, harboring distrust towards the people of the empire. However, after I recounted the multitude of events that had transpired over the years and acquainted him with the conditions we faced, he eventually consented to descend from the mountains. Luo Shuiqing spoke fervently, his voice growing hoarse from his lengthy narrative. Upon hearing Luo Shuiqing's account, Ding Dong felt a surge of excitement, secretly envisioning the day when righteousness would indeed prevail across the realm. News of the righteous army's uprising in Chun City spread throughout the world, transforming into a tapestry of tales that grew increasingly fantastical, with the most widely circulated version proclaiming that the empire had incurred the wrath of the heavens. Divine soldiers descended upon Chun City, leading to its catastrophic collapse. These celestial beings, dubbed the Righteous Army, were poised to march northward, intent on dismantling the empire and rescuing the suffering populace. The flag bearing the emblem of the Righteous Army, adorned with flames, became an object of clandestine reverence among the people. These rumors not only invigorated the populace but instilled fear within the empire, inspiring many with aspirations. In the 50th year of Tianqing, during the month of July, extraordinary occurrences became increasingly frequent. For instance, in the far northern city of Yi City, a colossal stone fell from the sky, creating a massive pit, from which a stele emerged inscribed with the words "The World in Harmony" and a name alongside a birth date. In the southern coastal city of Hai City, tumultuous waves unleashed havoc, amidst which emerged divine soldiers sent by the sea god to challenge the empire. In the eastern city of Bay City, thousands of fish were found to contain strips of cloth inscribed with the phrases "The army emerges, the world thrives." On the 15th of that month, within the Lord's mansion of Bay City, a blood-soaked Ehe stood proudly in the grand hall, brandishing a sword imbued with a ghostly blue aura in one hand and the severed head of the bandit leader who had claimed dominion over Bay City's territory in the other. Beside him lay a headless corpse, blood gushing forth and pooling upon the floor. Before him knelt a throng of soldiers clad in earth-toned leather armor. Wang Royo stepped forth, disemboweling a live fish to retrieve a rolled-up strip of cloth, which he unfurled before the assembly. Ehe raised the head aloft, proclaiming loudly, "The army emerges. The world thrives." The soldiers echoed his call, their voices resonating throughout Bay City. Chapter 30. The rebirth of Chun City. The empire found itself in disarray. besieged by insurrections from all corners, struggling to cope with the overwhelming pressure. The Minister of War was occupied daily with the reorganization of forces, plotting a northern campaign aimed at rectifying the situation and targeting the Ming army, which raised the flag of the sun and moon within each city. The multitude of southern rebels, compounded by the formidable barrier of Tiannu Mountain, deterred the minister from hastily launching a southern offensive. Consequently, the righteous army in Chun City was afforded ample time and resources to grow and strengthen. The reconstruction of Spring City has reached one-third completion. Under the astute military governance of Wu Yuanqi and the benevolent stewardship of Luo Tianqian, the reputation of the Spring City militia has begun to spread widely among the populace. An increasing number of displaced individuals have sought refuge in Spring City, leading to a noticeable shortage in the management of the temporary council. Consequently, applications to join the militia have surged, encompassing individuals of all ages. In response, the militia has adopted increasingly stringent criteria for the selection of new recruits. In light of these developments, a proposal jointly put forth by Zhang Jixing, Tan Yomo, and Luo Tianqian has led to the establishment of the Yihe Academy, which is now open to the public. This institution comprises two major divisions, the College of Arts and the College of Martial Studies, aimed at nurturing and reserving talent for both civil and military roles. Each college features 3 departments catering to different age groups, the juvenile, youth, and adult divisions. The adult division primarily focuses on addressing the current needs of the environment, while the youth and juvenile divisions are oriented towards future considerations. The establishment of Yihe Academy has sent shockwaves across the world. This initiative has shattered the traditional belief that only the affluent and powerful are entitled to access such educational institutions. Commoners have begun to dream of the day they might graduate, transforming into esteemed scholars or valiant warriors. Following the example set by Yihe Academy, various factions have launched their own public academies, including the empire itself. In recent years, the imperial army has suffered a significant decline in strength, facing shortages in both personnel and leadership. The once mighty force of 1 million has dwindled to approximately half. As their military resources continue to diminish and the echoes of rebellion grow louder, both the military leaders and the empire find themselves in a state of alarm. The reforms within the militia extend beyond the establishment of Yihe Academy. Luo Tianqian has emphasized the need for the ongoing rapid reconstruction and transformation of Spring City, ensuring that the populace can thrive and the land can sustain them, thereby swiftly accumulating wealth to support the militia's future endeavors. Consequently, all resources within Spring City are now managed by the military and allocated uniformly by the council. A unified currency has been introduced, serving as both a reward for labor and a means of exchanging for daily necessities. This has sparked a fervor for labor, aside from the elderly, infirm, and disabled who receive a fixed living stipend. All others must earn their currency through work. Although the new system still exhibits numerous flaws, the overarching direction is commendable, and the achievements thus far are encouraging. Wu Yuanqi has also initiated reforms within the military, dismantling the traditional patriarchal structure in favor of a system that separates military positions from ranks. Military positions denote authority and are hierarchically structured, with increasing numbers of soldiers managed at each level. The ranks are categorized into leaders of small groups, squads, and formations, with intermediate and senior leaders, as well as the overall commander, totaling 11 distinct ranks. This restructuring aims to enhance the survival capabilities of small units amidst chaotic combat, ensuring that, even in adverse situations, the strength of one's own forces can be maximized. Furthermore, it fosters cohesion within each team and positions them to implement his previously ambitious strategies in the near future. Military ranks, distinct from positions, are determined by length of service and military achievements, influencing only the individual's pay. The ranks are divided into 9 levels, identifiable by the number of flame patterns on the chest armor. The separation of military ranks from positions offers numerous advantages, safeguarding the rights of every soldier while maximizing the potential for discovering and promoting talent. To illustrate, a prodigious young talent, exceptionally gifted in military command, may well ascend to the rank of a mid-level commander, perhaps even a general. Conversely, an unremarkable veteran who has served for over 9 years at a lower rank may retire merely as a private, albeit the highest paid among them. Although Ding Dong, Gu Kebiao, and Luo Shuiqing have consistently excelled in the secret realms, they have never encountered a true battlefield and thus lack the capacity to lead armies in combat. Consequently, their promotions have been modest, achieving only the rank of squad leader, a recognition stemming from their commendable performance in the Battle of Stealing Spring City. Zheng Kuei, having received profound teachings from Wu Yuanqi, has been appointed as the general, commanding an army of over 20,000 troops. This formidable force is divided into two main divisions. One comprises the original bandits from Spring City, while the other is primarily composed of the initial members of the righteous army, many of whom hail from the marauding factions of the Withering Plains. The leader of the first division is Tang Tianyu, the bandit chief who once besieged the northern gate of Spring City. The second division is led by Ma Yuxing, the chief of the marauders from the Withering Plains. Despite mutual disdain between the bandits and marauders, military discipline prevents significant conflict, compelling them to compete vigorously in their training efforts. Wu Yuanqi is highly satisfied with this outcome, believing that healthy competition within the ranks is a crucial element for the growth of an army. Tan Yomo, resourceful as ever, discovered two elderly women among the refugees who could sing, and he tasked them with setting the oath of the righteous army to music. However, he found the initial melody to be lackluster. By chance, he encountered a burly soldier humming a lively tune, and he instructed the women to record this melody, which was subsequently refined and adopted as the army's anthem, spreading widely. Though the military song is not particularly stirring when sung by thousands, it resonates with a magnificent energy that invigorates the spirit and ignites passion. The anthem of the righteous army echoed across the training grounds, as the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the soldiers' leather armor. Ma Yusheng, wielding his saber, stood atop a platform, nodding with a satisfied smile, feeling a deep sense of gratification for his current position, a reward of his wise choices in the past. Indeed, even without Zhang Jixing's promise, he would have rescued both Zhang Jixing and Ding Dong from peril. Now, as Ding Dong has matured and the righteous army has grown in strength, the citizens within the borders of Spring City enjoy peace and prosperity, filling him with immense pride. All right, brothers, you've worked hard. Today's training is concluded. You are dismissed, Ma Yuxing declared. As he spoke, the assembled ranks of thousands clasped their fists in salute, collectively exclaiming, "General, we appreciate your efforts." Their voices resonated harmoniously, akin to thunder, startling the birds into flight. A resounding applause erupted, and the ranks began to exit the training grounds in an orderly fashion. After bidding farewell to the departing soldiers, Ma Yuxing smiled faintly, brushed off the dust from his shoulders, and made his way towards the newly constructed marshal's residence, where he was to attend an important meeting concerning the next steps for the righteous army. Meanwhile, Ding Dong, Gu Kebiao, and Luo Shuiqing arrived at the newly built gathering hall, conversing and laughing together. Compared to the original Sifang restaurant, the only unchanged element is the chef. Although the establishment exudes a refreshing simplicity, the flavors and textures remain unparalleled. The three friends casually chose a table near the entrance, ordered a few small dishes and a jug of fine wine, and began to engage in light-hearted conversation. As they reminisced, they recalled the time when the Spring City was besieged and Ding Dong bravely infiltrated the bandit camp. In just a few swift moves, I knocked that big brute off his horse, Gu Kebiao exclaimed animatedly. Suddenly, he noticed a few figures entering the restaurant. Among them was the very hulking man he had faced at that time. With a mischievous grin, he discreetly pointed at the man and said, "That's him." The big brute, who had been laughing and chatting with those around him, noticed someone pointing at him. He squinted and, upon recognizing Gu Kebiao's face, was momentarily taken aback before his expression shifted to one of anger. Clenching his fists, he strode over. Gu Kebiao, unfazed, stood up with a grin, and as the man approached, he raised a bowl of wine and offered it to him. The big brute was initially surprised, but then broke into a hearty laugh, accepting the wine and exclaiming his delight. He then returned the bowl to Gu Kebiao, smiling as he said, "I, Cheng Das Ho, admire those who are righteous and courageous. You suit my taste quite well. However, regarding our last encounter, I felt it led to your underestimating me. Thus, I issue you a challenge." Gu Kebiao replied with enthusiasm. "Excellent. I've been itching for a real fight after all this practice. When shall we duel?" "Now, let us find an open space," Cheng Das Ho declared, extending a finger. Consequently, the two groups departed from the Sifang restaurant in search of a suitable location for their contest. Meanwhile, at the marshal's residence in Spring City, senior officers of the righteous army convened to discuss the next military strategy. Before a sand table, Wu Yuanqi pointed at Jiuqi City and proclaimed, "Our next objective is to seize all territories to the south of Tiannu Mountain surrounding Jiuqi City." Ma Yuxing stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Most of your troops hail from the Withered Plains within Jiuqi City's domain and are well acquainted with the area. Therefore, this battle shall be led by your first division," Wu Yuanqi stated, producing a token from his pocket and handing it to Ma Yuxing. Tang Tianyu, standing nearby, appeared somewhat displeased and stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute. Marshal, I too wish to fight. The comprehensive military capabilities of our 2nd Division undoubtedly surpass those of the 1st. I believe this battle is more suited for us. Upon hearing this, Ma Youxing's expression darkened, and he opened his mouth to rebut, but was interrupted by Wu Yuanqi's furious gesture. As members of the righteous army, we must unite in purpose. I do not wish to hear any words that contradict the principles of our cause. Startled by Wu Yuanqi's anger, Tang Tianyu fell silent. Lowering his head, though the rising and falling of his chest betrayed his lingering dissatisfaction, Wu Yuanqi approached Tang Tianyu, gently patting his shoulder, and remarked, I understand your eagerness to achieve merit. However, as the commander of the formation, you hold a position akin to the vice-general of the empire. Every word and action must be weighed with utmost consideration. Tang Tianyu felt a flush of embarrassment at Wu Yuanqi's words. With a smile, Wu Yuanqi nodded and produced a token from his pocket, saying, Tang Tianyu, accept this order. Taken aback at first, Tang Tianyu soon rejoiced and promptly saluted. I command you to closely monitor the movements towards Haiqing. If all goes as anticipated, once news of the 1st formation's advance towards Jiuqi City spreads, the Sea God army from Haiqing will undoubtedly invade. As the city stands, so does the army. When the city falls, the army perishes. Resolutely accepting the military order, Tang Tianyu declared, should those shrimp soldiers and crab generals dare to invade, I shall ensure they return empty-handed. At that moment, Gu Kebiao, having just received a kick from Cheng Dasho, lay sprawled on the ground, covered in dirt and looking quite disheveled. Cheng Dasho, with a bruised face, looked at Gu Kebiao and laughed heartily. Gu Kebiao rose, dusted himself off, and joined in the laughter before charging at Cheng Dasho, shouting, come again. Luo Shuiqing, standing nearby, nudged Ding Dong and pouted. You men are truly incomprehensible. You fight fiercely, yet you seem to revel in it. Ding Dong responded with a smile. Between men, communication is often through fists. You women wouldn't understand. It's something we men innately grasp. Chapter 31. Establishing the military order. Although Ma Youxing of the 1st Formation and Tang Tianyu of the 2nd Formation were vying for the opportunity to assault Jiuqi City, this did not imply that the city was a mere soft target to be easily seized. On the contrary, Jiuqi City was notoriously formidable. Currently, it was held by 2 factions from the Western Expedition, led by Chun Jinfang and Gu Shichan. Before the empire's fragmentation, they commanded an army of 100,000, leveraging the city's strategic terrain to declare independence. Now, after many years, Jiuqi City had grown strong, rivaling only the empire in power. Their reluctance to attack Chun City was already a cause for gratitude, so it was unexpected for Wu Yuanqi to propose an assault. Offering merely 10,000 troops from the 1st Formation, Ma Youxing remained silent within the marshal's residence, but once he departed, he found himself in despair. If that young lad Tang Tianyu was eager to fight, perhaps he should be allowed to do so. Arriving at the quarters of the formation strategist, Su Zhan, Ma Youxing began to voice his grievances. Su Zhan, a middle-aged man with a pallid complexion, shared a similar background with Ma Youxing. He was the strategist frequently mentioned by Ding Dong. If we let him go, it might lead to disaster. I fear they won't just fail to capture Jiuqi City. They could inadvertently draw that 100,000-strong army towards Chun City. Su Zhan analyzed calmly, extending a finger as he spoke. Ma Youxing sighed, saying, what can we do? This battle cannot be fought. No matter how one looks at it, they are seasoned soldiers, and even a mere foot soldier possesses formidable martial prowess. Our strength is limited, and the only advantage we have is in cavalry, yet we barely muster 1,000. There is always a way, Su Zhan replied. Su Zhan sighed and fell silent. Throughout the latter half of the night, Ma Youxing could not extract any useful information from Su Zhan and had to leave, burdened with thoughts. The following day, Su Zhan received a brocade pouch sent by Wu Yuanqi. Upon opening it, he discovered a small strip of cloth inscribed with 6 characters, smoke like flowers, drunk by many. He repeated these 6 words, suddenly elated, as if a profound understanding had dawned upon him, and promptly mounted his horse, galloping towards the training ground of the 1st Legion. The training ground housed a large conference room, where that afternoon, all the leaders above the group leader rank of the 1st Legion gathered, seated on either side, with Ma Youxing and Su Zhan at the forefront. Yesterday, I received the commander's orders to lead a campaign against Jiuqi City. We shall soon mobilize the entire legion to march westward, Ma Youxing announced loudly as the attendees rejoiced, unable to contain their murmurs of excitement. However, as Ma Youxing spoke again, silence fell over the room. He surveyed the gathering and continued. Currently occupying Jiuqi City are 2 formidable imperial armies from the Western Expedition, led by Chun Jinfang and Gu Shichan, with a total strength exceeding 100,000. The atmosphere of jubilation dissipated instantly, replaced by shock and dismay among the crowd. Are they sending us to our doom? Someone lamented loudly, and many echoed this sentiment. Ding Dong, seated at the back, however, wore an expression of exhilaration. Luo Shuiqing, noticing this, frowned and nudged him, whispering, "What are you so happy about?" Ding Dong waved his fist and smiled broadly, but offered no reply. His demeanor startled Luo Shuiqing. Just as she was about to admonish him, Ma Yuxing spoke once more. Although we face seemingly insurmountable odds, the commander has illuminated a path for us, one fraught with challenges, yet promising remarkable results. Military strategist, please share your insights. Ma Yuxing gestured to Su Zhen and ceased his speech. Su Zhen smiled, nodded, rose, and surveyed the room, proclaiming, "I wonder if anyone here has heard the phrase, smoke like flowers, drunk by many. Isn't that the famed Baiwang wine from Jiuqi City? Are you suggesting, military strategist, that we should intoxicate that 100,000-strong army?" Suddenly, someone shouted this aloud, provoking laughter and easing the tension in the room. Su Zhen smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying, leaving everyone in a state of perplexity, each pondering, could this truly be the plan? That seems utterly absurd. Military strategist, please be forthright. We are all anxious to hear your thoughts, they urged. Su Zhen nodded with a smile and continued, most of you hail from the Withered Plains, so you are likely familiar with Baihuang wine. Many of you have probably tasted it. But does anyone know its origin? The crowd exchanged glances, unable to respond. After a moment of silence, Su Zhen elucidated, Baihuang wine is crafted from the nectar of over 100 different flowers, and the water used in its production must be the dew collected after a morning mist. This is why the wine is renowned for its sweet flavor and lingering aftertaste. Celebrated far and wide, the 100 Flowers brew was not the creation of a single individual or tribe, but rather a culmination of the labor and wisdom of countless clans from the Western territories prior to the empire's rise. These tribes once thrived in a vibrant culture, yet gradually faded from the world's notice following the imperial incursions into the West. Are you suggesting my strategist? Someone inquired, unable to contain their surprise. Su Zhen smiled and nodded, continuing, decline does not equate to extinction. To my knowledge, most of the original tribes of the West still exist, albeit many have retreated into the mountains, while a few linger within the various counties of Jiuqi City. These tribes likely still possess considerable martial prowess. They simply lack a unifying force to consolidate their strength. Imagine if all these tribes rose together, and we mobilized our forces simultaneously, executing a well-coordinated effort. What fear could a so-called army of 100,000 instill in us? Furthermore, Jiuqi City, though expansive, is narrow and bisected by the formidable Tiannu Mountain. Of that 100,000, 30% guard the south and 70% the north. This presents a significant advantage for us. Strategist, what do you propose we do? Su Zhen pondered for a moment, his smile fading, replaced by a solemn expression. He surveyed the faces of everyone present and spoke gravely. We need to dispatch a group to rally the strength of the hundreds of tribes within Jiuqi City in the next fortnight. Only by accomplishing this can we succeed. Now, I wish to seek the opinions of those present. Who among you is willing to lead this endeavor? The assembly exchanged glances. Yet no one spoke. These men, seasoned in combat, showed no fear when blades were at their throats, but the prospect of diplomacy left them uncertain. I volunteer. Ding Dong exclaimed, leaping to his feet with enthusiasm. Ma Yusheng also stood, shooting a disapproving glare at Ding Dong, and retorted, nonsense. You only stir trouble. Sit back down. Laughter erupted among the others, but soon their expressions turned serious as they bowed their heads, none eager to take on the task. For they were at a loss as to how to begin. The atmosphere remained heavy for quite some time, and Su Zhen, not receiving the response he had hoped for, sighed deeply and announced the meeting adjourned. Once the attendees departed, the vast conference room felt empty. Su Zhen and Ma Yusheng sat across from each other, sharing a bitter smile. Perhaps I should undertake this journey myself, Ma Yusheng suggested. Su Zhen waved his hand dismissively, saying, if you go, the formation will lack a leader. Even if we succeed, our forces will likely be in disarray before they even enter Jiuqi City's territory. Then I shall go. Su Zhen insisted. Absolutely not. Ma Yusheng interjected, shaking his head vigorously. You are too frail. You wouldn't stand a chance in danger. Besides, if you leave, who will offer me guidance? He cursed under his breath. These youngsters are all talk. When it comes to action, none of them measure up. While the two lamented their predicament, the door to the conference room swung open, and Ding Dong appeared at the threshold, offering a slight smile to Ma Yusheng and Su Zhen. With a flourish, he tossed a bundle of cloth, which soared through the air toward Ma Yusheng. Ma Yusheng caught the bundle, fuming, What the devil are you up to? Ding Dong scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Boss, take a look at this. After you see it, you can scold me. Ma Yusheng, suppressing his bewilderment, furrowed his brows and held the cloth bundle before his eyes. Upon examining it for a while, he discovered that it was a strip of fabric tied into an innumerable number of knots, formed into a spherical shape. Controlling his anger, he painstakingly began to untie each knot one by one, and after some time, he finally managed to unfurl the fabric. When he clearly saw the words inscribed on it, a loud buzz resonated in his mind, and he slammed his hand on the table, erupting in fury. You little rascal, not only am I going to scold you, but I'll also give you a beating. However, after uttering this, Ma Yusheng found himself at a loss, as he watched the meeting room door sway in the wind, realizing that Ding Dong was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Ma Yusheng asked anxiously. He left. What was written on that thing? Su Jin stood up curiously, casting a glance at the words on the fabric. He was taken aback for a moment, then erupted into laughter, saying, Forget it, this kid is quite lucky. Let him be. I only hope it doesn't delay our matters, otherwise it could become troublesome. What is so troublesome? Ma Yusheng replied irritably, waving the fabric in his hand. If he accomplishes it, I'll promote him. If he fails, then according to his own words, he should be executed according to the law. No, I'm still a bit uneasy. Let Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao accompany him, Ma Yusheng mumbled to himself, his sharp tongue contrasting with his soft heart, before heading out to find Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao. At that moment, Ding Dong was already galloping westward on horseback, feeling a sense of achievement after his prank. The boss's clumsy hands would take forever to untie all those knots. Haha. Ding Dong rode westward until he reached the foot of Tian New Mountain, only to realize that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Earlier, he had impulsively issued a military order, taking on a task that no one else dared to accept. Now, he suddenly awoke to the fact that he had no idea what steps to take next. Sigh, I'll just take it one step at a time. Ding Dong dismounted, shook his head, and led his horse along the narrow, winding mountain path, ascending towards Tian New Mountain. Ding Dong. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar behind him. Startled, he quickly hid behind a tree and peeked down the mountain, only to see a man and a woman galloping towards him on horseback. The duo was none other than Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao. Upon recognizing them, Ding Dong felt a surge of joy and hurried down the mountain to meet them. Ding Dong, you really are something. You've issued a military order, and it seems you're quite confident. Gu Kebiao dismounted and lightly punched Ding Dong on the shoulder. Ding Dong laughed heartily. Confidence? Let me be honest with you. I have no idea what to do now, and I don't even know where to find anyone. Gu Kebiao was taken aback by this revelation, his face contorting into a grimace. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to find you. Now I'm stuck with a military order too. What did you write? Ding Dong inquired. Just like you. If the tribes of Jiuqi City don't rise up within the stipulated time, then execution by military law. Gu Kebiao pouted, grumbling. You've really gotten me into trouble. You also issued a military order? Ding Dong turned to ask Luo Shuiqing. Luo Shuiqing smiled faintly, shaking her head as she said, I certainly did not. I am far too lazy to write. I merely signed my name beneath whatever it was that a Biao penned. Upon finishing her words, she paused, turning to Gu Kebiao with a startled expression. You can't be serious. Was that a military order? Gu Kebiao nodded in a manner that conveyed his grievance, but chose to remain silent. In a fit of rage, Luo Shuiqing turned and delivered a fierce kick to Ding Dong, exclaiming, We have been utterly ruined by you this time. Ding Dong, secretly pleased, feigned a pained smile and shook his head slightly, saying, One step at a time. When the cart reaches the mountain, a path will surely appear. Luo Shuiqing, further incensed, charged at Ding Dong with her tiny fists raised. Meanwhile, Gu Kebiao stood nearby, whistling and gazing at the sky, pretending not to notice, even as he heard Ding Dong's cries of distress echoing in the air. Chapter 32. The Wrath of Heaven's Fury confronted with the uncertainty of their impending journey. Ding Dong felt bewildered and Gu Kebiao was in a state of panic. Fortunately, Luo Shuiqing had a plan. The Purple Eye Clan, once a part of the myriad tribes of the western frontier, was suggested by Luo Shuiqing as their first stop. She proposed that they seek out the elders of the clan hidden within a secluded valley for guidance. Thus, under Luo Shuiqing's direction, the trio hastened day and night, overcoming thorns and brambles, fending off beastly attacks, and enduring insect bites, eventually arriving at the sanctuary of the Purple Eye Clan by the third day. The elder of the clan was a frail old man with hair and beard as white as snow, yet his violet eyes sparkled with vitality. Upon learning the purpose of their visit, Elder Zhang informed them that the tribes of the western frontier had once been united. Among these tribes, only the Sai tribe held a position of leadership. When the empire invaded, it was the Sai tribe that led the charge against the enemy. However, after their defeat, most of the Sai warriors were slaughtered, and the remaining members fled to a plain west of Tian New Mountain and east of the Western Sea to live in seclusion. To rally the strength of the tribes, the most expedient and effective method would be to persuade the current leader of the Sai tribe to emerge from hiding. Thus, the three bid a hasty farewell to Elder Zhang and continued their journey westward. They traversed mountains and crossed streams, and after 2 more days, they beheld a towering snow-capped mountain. According to the elder of the Purple Eye clan, beyond that snow mountain lay the western extremity of Tian New Mountain. My goodness, this mountain is exceedingly high, Ding Dong exclaimed, gazing up at the snow-covered peak in awe. Enough idle chatter. Let us press on, Luo Shuiqing replied. Fatigue etched upon her face, her eyes darkened by severe lack of rest. Gu Kebiao stifled a yawn, nodding in agreement, and, in a daze, led the horses forward unsteadily. The snow-capped mountain, its upper reaches cloaked in ice and snow, proved treacherously slippery and difficult to scale. The three of them, leading their horses, looked up at the seemingly endless summit with astonishment. Let us walk around the mountain. Climbing higher would not only test our endurance against the cold, but we would surely lose our 3 horses, Ding Dong suggested, gaining the approval of Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao. Thus, the trio navigated the base of the mountain. After a day and night of such travel, they crossed several peaks and eventually reached the mountain's edge, where they beheld the boundless expanse of the deep blue sea, with steep cliff walls surrounding them. This time, they found themselves devoid of options, reluctantly returning to the mountains. They ascended the steep cliffs until they reached the ocean, where they clung to the rocky walls and wound their way back. Thus, they swam for the better part of the day before finally reaching dry land. The ground was adorned with pale yellow sand, warmed by the sun, and walking upon it was exceedingly comfortable. The 3 of them, drenched, lay on the beach, gasping for breath, yearning for a restful slumber. Yet, they summoned their resolve and got back on their feet, continuing their journey. At the end of the sandy stretch lay a chaotic expanse of rocks, and beyond that, an expansive grassland unfolded. As they lifted their gazes, they beheld towering snow-capped mountains to one side and an endless azure ocean to the other. Beneath their feet, rugged stones contrasted with lush green grass, creating a scene reminiscent of a dream. Look, over there, Luo Shuiqing exclaimed, pointing in excitement. Ding Dong followed her gaze and indeed spotted numerous dark figures in the distance. Growing larger as they approached, his spirits soared, and he shouted joyously as he ran toward the figures, with Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing trailing closely behind. After a brief sprint, they discerned the true nature of the shadows. It was a herd of wild horses, numbering over 100. Among them rode a young girl clad in a multicolored robe, her hair adorned with countless braids, chasing after the herd. Following her were 5 robust men, also dressed in colorful robes, their faces marked with tattoos. From their attire, they appeared to be the people mentioned by the elder, those who called themselves the horse-riding tribe. Exceptionally skilled in equestrianism, Luo Shuiqing exclaimed in delight, then pondered aloud. What are they doing? They are taming the horses, Ding Dong replied, recognizing their intent with keen insight. How impressive. 6 individuals can tame over 100 horses. Luo Shuiqing marveled. Not quite, Ding Dong interjected, gesturing forward. They are only aiming to tame the Stallion King. The Stallion King? Both Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes widening as they gazed at the herd. Indeed, at the forefront galloped a magnificent stallion, resplendent in a vibrant red coat, neighing fiercely as it raced, followed in an orderly fashion by the rest of the herd. Ding Dong laughed heartily, charging toward the herd. What are you doing? Luo Shuiqing called out anxiously. Helping. Ding Dong's voice echoed back to them. With a few agile leaps, he positioned himself directly in front of the Stallion King. The stallion, infuriated by the sudden obstacle, reared its front hooves, aiming to trample Ding Dong. With a gentle smile, he remained composed, bending slightly before executing a swift roll forward, evading the descending hooves and arriving under the stallion's belly just in time. He half-crouched, unleashing his strength, propelling himself like an arrow upwards, reaching out to grasp the stallion's mane. In a graceful arc through the air, he landed firmly upon the Stallion King's back. The mighty steed, feeling pain, reared up and let out a loud neigh, attempting to dislodge the unwelcome passenger upon its back. Ding Dong felt his body lighten, nearly being thrown off, yet he clung tenaciously to the mane with both hands, resolutely holding on until the stallion's forehooves touched the ground once more, allowing him to regain his position atop the majestic creature. The stallion raised its head and neighed once more, after which the herd of 100 horses behind it scattered in all directions, halting only at a distance. encircling Ding Dong and the stallion, snorting continuously and pawing the ground with their forehooves. "Ah, you wish to assert your dominance over me? How amusing." Ding Dong laughed heartily, tightening his grip on the stallion's mane, pressing his body flat against its back while his legs clamped firmly around its abdomen. At that moment, the young girl from the tribe had arrived, reining in her horse as she observed Ding Dong on the stallion's back, her brow furrowed, her expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve. 5 burly men from the tribe soon joined her, also halting their horses. "Princess Naya, shall we eliminate those 3 outsiders?" One of the men inquired softly, drawing a curved blade from his waist. With a quiet incantation, the blade expanded dramatically, resembling a crescent moon that had descended to earth, glimmering ominously with a cold light. The other 4 men, witnessing this, drew their own blades, chanting the same incantation, causing their weapons to swell in size as well. Princess Naya raised her hand, calmly stating, "Let us not act hastily. I hope they are friends, not foes." Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing, upon witnessing the movements of the tribe, were startled. However, upon realizing that the others merely drew their swords and did not advance, they breathed a sigh of relief, albeit still feeling tense. Their journey was purposeful. They could not afford to provoke hostility at first encounter, for that would complicate matters significantly. At that moment, Ding Dong remained blissfully unaware of the tense atmosphere surrounding him, as he was busy shouting and grappling with the stallion. The beast, now flustered, had not anticipated such a tenacious opponent. Despite its frantic leaps and attempts to shake off its rider, it was unable to rid itself of Ding Dong. In desperation, it began to gallop at an incredible speed, resembling a streak of red lightning or a crimson whirlwind, leaving a multitude of red afterimages in the eyes of all who beheld it. Ding Dong, feeling the rush of wind against him, was overwhelmed with exhilaration, wanting to shout in delight, yet he dared not open his mouth. The stallion continued to accelerate, seemingly reaching its utmost speed, letting out a powerful neigh before suddenly halting, its hooves digging into the ground, uprooting tufts of grass as it came to a sudden stop. This left Ding Dong in quite a predicament. He felt the tremendous force of inertia pulling him forward, his legs slipping from their hold on the stallion's abdomen, causing him to slide off. All he could do was cling to the mane with all his might. However, he felt one hand empty, having torn away a handful of fiery red mane. Fortunately, his other hand remained secure, allowing him to glide gently to the ground. As he regained his balance, he deftly leapt back onto the stallion's back, seizing the opportunity during the stallion's moment of confusion to once again grasp the mane tightly, his legs encircling its abdomen once more. This time, the stallion seemed to have yielded, ceasing its antics and instead trotting a few steps, shaking its head and snorting, appearing quite helpless. Ding Dong, witnessing this, was overjoyed and took control of the stallion, encouraging it to trot before accelerating into a gallop and then coming to a halt. The stallion complied perfectly, presenting a docile demeanor. Elated, Ding Dong attempted to dismount, only to hear a sharp voice from afar warning him to be cautious. Alarmed, he sought to return to the saddle, but it was too late. He saw a flash of red as the stallion leapt forward, rearing back and delivering a powerful kick with its iron-like hooves aimed directly at Ding Dong's chest. Realizing the imminent danger, Ding Dong was taken aback, knowing that if the stallion's blow connected, it could either kill him or leave him incapacitated for life. In this critical moment, he shouted divine weapon, feeling his blood surge rapidly throughout his body, enveloping him in a faint blue aura that formed a protective armor. Just in time, the stallion's kick struck his chest plate with a resounding thud, sending Ding Dong hurtling backwards several meters. As he rose, he tasted the metallic tang of blood in his throat and uncontrollably coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. A gasp escaped from the 2 girls present. Luo Shuiqing, in a panic, drew her slender sword, ready to confront the stallion, but was restrained by Gu Kebiao. "Ding Dong is fine. Look," he asked, still smiling. Gu Kebiao reassured. Luo Shuiqing looked up to see Ding Dong wiping the blood from his lips and wearing a peculiar smile. However, his smile was not one of joy. It was a grimace born of anger, as he thought, "What a beast, daring to toy with me. Fortunately, my defense was timely, otherwise, it would have surely been my end." With this thought, he couldn't help but glance back at the Scion girl, offering her a grateful smile. Without her warning, he knew he would have been doomed. The stallion, too, seemed surprised that its strike had failed to eliminate its assailant, staring at Ding Dong with its dark, curious eyes. Ding Dong let out a cold laugh and charged toward the stallion. However, the stallion would not allow Ding Dong to approach. It turned and bolted in a frantic direction, heading straight for the group of 5 men and 1 woman from the Scion tribe. As a scholar, Ding Dong lacked the speed to catch up. helplessly watching as the crimson figure grew more distant. When the stallion neared Princess Naya, she let out a sharp command and expertly tossed a lasso that ensnared the stallion's neck with remarkable precision. The rope was exceptionally long, spanning several dozen meters. By the time the lasso reached its limit, Ding Dong had arrived, shouting his thanks as he leapt high and grasped the rope that Princess Naya had released. To his astonishment, he found himself soaring through the air like a kite. Chapter 33. The divine steed in fiery dance. As Ding Dong was lifted and tossed about by the stallion, Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao felt a burning urgency to pursue. Yet they were overwhelmed by their helplessness. At that moment, Princess Naya, accompanied by 5 robust warriors from the Saiyan tribe, rode forth to stand before Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao. Princess Naya raised her whip and inquired loudly, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Gu Kebiao, sensing the imposing demeanor of the newcomers, felt a surge of displeasure and was about to unleash his anger when he noticed Luo Shuiqing tugging at his sleeve. She stepped forward and stated, "I am a descendant of the Purple Eye clan, and we are also members of the Spring City Militia. We seek the assistance of your Sa clan. My name is Luo Shuiqing, and this is Gu Kebiao. What of that valiant warrior?" Princess Naya tilted her chin and turned her head toward Ding Dong, who had distanced himself to the point of becoming a mere silhouette. "His name is Ding Dong. He is with us," Luo Shuiqing explained, her heart heavy with concern for his safety, her gaze lingering anxiously in the direction he had departed. "You mentioned you are from Spring City? Are you subjects of the Empire?" Princess Naya's expression grew cold as she asked in a low voice. The 5 Sa clan warriors behind her also stiffened, their curved blades positioned threateningly before them, poised to strike should the strangers affirm their allegiance to the Empire. Luo Shuiqing shook her head vehemently, gritting her teeth as she declared, "The Empire is tyrannical, inciting the wrath of the world. Presently, insurrections are erupting across the land. The Empire is crumbling, and its downfall is merely a matter of time. Our militia bears the responsibility for the world, with the aim of overthrowing the Empire and establishing a new realm of equality, prosperity, and peace." At these words, Princess Naya nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Indeed. The new world you speak of resembles the governance of our former Lu kingdom in the west, and considering your Purple Eye lineage, I shall tentatively accept your claim. However, my knowledge of past events is limited, and I must consult my grandfather." As she spoke, her expression dimmed, and after a pause, she sighed and asked, "What is the current situation outside?" With patience, Luo Shuiqing recounted the profound transformations that had unfolded in recent years, bringing joy to Princess Naya's countenance. "Come, let us return to our clan," Princess Naya announced, turning to depart. Gu Kebiao, unable to contain his urgency, interjected, "No, we must first rescue Ding Dong." Princess Naya turned back to regard Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing, then glanced toward the distance before nodding. "We Sa clan are a people of the steed. That warrior possesses the essence of a gifted rider, deserving of our respect. Let us mount our horses and seek him together." Overjoyed, Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao nodded eagerly, and soon they were assisted onto horses by the 2 warriors. The group of 8, riding 6 steeds, galloped forth, soon spotting a solitary shadow approaching from afar. As the figure drew nearer, they first noticed the vibrant red hue, instantly recognizing it as the previously encountered Horse King. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the figure atop the Horse King was none other than Ding Dong, his body seemingly drenched in blood. As Ding Dong neared, he patted the Horse King's neck, and the majestic creature came to a halt, struggling to dismount. Ding Dong steadied himself against the horse's back, but faltered and tumbled to the ground. Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao exclaimed in unison, hastily dismounting to assess Ding Dong's condition. Ding Dong resembled a figure drenched in blood, yet wore a faint smile as he weakly uttered, "This fellow is too fierce, he nearly took my life." Upon hearing this, Luo Shuiqing was momentarily taken aback, then burst into tears, lamenting and striking Ding Dong with her small fists, incessantly blaming him. Ding Dong's eyelids fluttered slightly, his body softened, and he unexpectedly lost consciousness. Witnessing this, Luo Shuiqing was momentarily stunned, quickly regretting her actions, her foremost thought being that she had inadvertently caused Ding Dong's demise, which made her weep even more fervently. Gu Kebiao checked Ding Dong's breath, exhaling a long sigh of relief, assuring, "This lad is remarkably resilient. He yet lives." The horse, Ma Wang, trotted over, its massive head leaning close to Ding Dong, extending its warm tongue to affectionately lick Ding Dong's face, cleansing him of the bloodstains. Luo Shuiqing, infuriated by this, scolded, "If it weren't for you, Ding Dong wouldn't be in this state. I shall confront you." As she spoke, she drew her sword, intent on striking Ma Wang, entirely oblivious to the astonished and angry expressions of Princess Naya and her companions nearby. Gu Kebiao timely intervened, lifting Ding Dong and placing him atop the horse of a burly man. Luo Shuiqing, feeling helpless, shot a glare at Ma Wang, which was also glaring back at her, huffed, and turned to remount her own horse. The group continued onward, only to notice that Ma Wang persistently followed at a close distance. What more does it desire? Luo Shuiqing inquired angrily. Princess Naya sighed, remarking, "It appears that Huo Wu has deemed your friend as its master." As she spoke, a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. The group pressed on, and before sunset, at last arrived at the dwelling of the Sei clan. Smoke spiraled gracefully from chimneys, with tents arranged in neat rows, indicating a populous community of no fewer than 1,000 residents. Upon witnessing Princess Naya's return, the Sei clan members erupted in jubilant cheers, converging towards her. Those with keen eyes spotted Huo Wu not far away, unable to suppress their astonishment, diverting everyone's attention towards Huo Wu. Consequently, the entire clan erupted in thunderous applause, a multitude approaching to congratulate Princess Naya. Her face flushed crimson. She quickly waved her hands, vocally clarifying the situation. Only then did they notice Ding Dong and his companions. "It is he who has conquered Huo Wu," Princess Naya proclaimed, pointing at Ding Dong. At that moment, the clan fell into a profound silence, countless eyes fixated on the unconscious Ding Dong. "No, how can Huo Wu be claimed by an outsider?" Suddenly someone shouted, prompting the entire clan to erupt into chaos. "Silence," Princess Naya commanded, and one by one, the crowd hushed, all eyes turning to her. "Let us set aside other matters. This warrior is undeniably valiant, and I believe he is a warrior sent from the heavens, riding upon a steed. Currently, he faces a perilous plight, and we must ensure his survival." Shortly after Princess Naya's words, two elderly women emerged from the crowd, addressing Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing. "You two, accompany us with this valiant warrior." Though their words were polite, their tone was decidedly frigid. Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao exchanged a glance and nodded, following the two elderly women through the crowd until they finally arrived at a tent. At that moment, Princess Naya was in a rather somber mood and remained silent as she led her horse away quietly. The others sighed and dispersed. Naya approached a tent, secured her horse, and gently caressed its face, letting out a sigh before entering the tent. Inside, an elderly man lay with his eyes tightly shut, his high cheekbones accentuating his emaciated form. Beside him knelt a slightly plump older woman, tending to his body. "How is grandfather?" Princess Naya inquired softly as she approached the woman. The older woman glanced up at Naya, sighed, and shook her head. "I barely managed to feed him a little. The chief's health is deteriorating rapidly. If this continues, he may not last much longer." Naya bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she squatted beside the old man, her expression filled with sorrow. "What was all that noise outside just now?" the woman asked. "Fire dance has been tamed," Naya replied in a hushed tone. "What?" The woman stood up in surprise, asking urgently, "It seems the heavens have not forsaken us. The old chief may yet be saved." "Who is the new leader?" Naya shook her head. "He cannot be the chief, for he is a foreigner." "A foreigner?" the woman exclaimed. "How can there be a foreigner?" Naya patiently recounted her recent encounter. After listening, the woman bit her lip and nodded thoughtfully, pondering for a long while before asking Naya, "What are your plans next?" "Though that warrior is not of our tribe, having tamed Fire Dance grants him the right to ascend the snow mountain. I hope he will be willing to help us retrieve the sacred flower to save grandfather. The journey to the snow mountain is fraught with peril. Would a foreigner risk himself for us?" the woman asked with a furrowed brow. "I do not know," Naya replied, lowering her head, her voice barely a whisper, her thoughts drifting to Ding Dong. Ding Dong's injuries were not severe. He had succumbed to exhaustion after taming Fire Dance. With the aid of the Surge tribe's secret medicine, he awoke the following day. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt intense pain throughout his body, but still mustered the strength to sit up. Beside him, Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao were still fast asleep. They too had endured much fatigue, having come to look after Ding Dong, yet they succumbed to their weariness. Ding Dong quietly rose and stepped out of the tent. As he took in his surroundings, he saw numerous men clad in colorful robes, their heads adorned with small braids, busily engaged in physical labor, while similarly dressed women were weaving and cooking. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hooves approaching and turned to see a fiery red figure drawing near. Startled, he took a half step back and chuckled. "You nearly gave me a fright. Why have you returned?" Fire Dance shook its head and snorted a few times, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Observing this, Ding Dong cautiously stepped forward, reaching out to caress Fire Dance's face. Huo Wu closed her eyes, luxuriating in the gentle caresses of Ding Dong, appearing utterly content. Hey, you are quite amusing, nearly playing me to death before, and now you feign a pitiful demeanor, Ding Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Huo Wu opened her eyes, her large, bell-like orbs glaring at Ding Dong, letting out a low whinny, seemingly venting her grievances. Observing this, Ding Dong quickly sought to appease her. Just joking, just joking. You are so stunning. I took an instant liking to you. Huo Wu lifted her head, exuding a sense of pride. It seems you two share an excellent rapport. A voice, as melodious as wind chimes, floated from behind Ding Dong. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Princess Naya, before bursting into laughter. It's you. I must thank you for your lasso. Princess Naya smiled and nodded at Ding Dong, then attempted to approach Huo Wu, but upon noticing the hostility in Huo Wu's gaze, she halted, shaking her head with a wry smile. I am Ding Dong, he said, scratching his head and chuckling. I am Naya, the princess of the Sais tribe. The fiery steed behind you is Huo Wu, a divine beast of our clan, tamed only by our chieftain, Princess Naya replied with a smile. Ding Dong was taken aback, exclaiming, Oh dear, have I gotten myself into trouble then? Come, come, I shall return her to you. I am not worthy of being your chieftain. At this, Huo Wu raised her head and whinnied before dashing away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ding Dong could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly, feeling quite embarrassed. Princess Naya looked at Ding Dong with a mix of surprise and delight, unable to restrain herself from asking aloud, Are you willing to give Huo Wu to me? Indeed, Ding Dong responded, though he had a fondness for magnificent horses, especially one of such legendary stature. He understood what was rightfully his and what was not. Huo Wu is a divine beast of your clan. Did you not say only your chieftain can tame her? As I am not one of your Sais people, I cannot claim her as my own. Are you not a princess? Therefore, you should have the right to possess her, should you not? Besides, you also played a part in taming her, did you not? Princess Naya, observing Ding Dong's earnest expression, detected no deceit and nodded. In a hushed tone, she asked, If a perilous task were to arise that required your assistance, would you be willing to help me? Chapter 34. The Monster Cave of the Snow Mountain, a perilous task? Ding Dong was taken aback, asking in alarm, You don't mean to say you want me to tame another horse like this one, do you? Princess Naya was amused by Ding Dong's reaction, shaking her head. However, her expression soon turned grave as she sighed softly and said, My grandfather is elderly and gravely ill. Only the sacred flower at the summit of the Snow Mountain can save him. However, our Sais tribe has always regarded the Snow Mountain as a holy mountain. Only those who can tame the divine steed are considered chosen warriors worthy of ascending to its peak. Such divine steeds are rare, appearing once in a century or even a millennium, and Huo Wu is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime divine steed. Many warriors of our tribe have sought to tame her, yet all have suffered injuries from her kicks. Who would have thought that you would ultimately succeed? Are you suggesting that I ascend the Snow Mountain to seek the sacred flower? Ding Dong's understanding was swift, demonstrating his potential for learning. Princess Naya nodded, Precisely so. Moreover, only you can undertake this mission. Your two companions must remain here and await your return. Upon hearing these words, Ding Dong felt a surge of displeasure, his brows knitting together as he coldly inquired, Are you attempting to use them as leverage against me? No. Princess Naya quickly shook her head. I merely wish for your assistance. You possess the qualifications to ascend the Snow Mountain, while your two companions do not. Ding Dong gazed into Princess Naya's eyes, captivated by the twinkling stars within them. The sight of this vulnerable figure stirred a profound compassion within him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he raised his head, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, and declared, I may agree, but I have a stipulation. One stipulation? I would acquiesce to as many as you desire. Princess Naya exclaimed, nearly leaping in delight. I require your companionship, Ding Dong replied, narrowing his eyes at her with a playful grin. He devised a plan. If they sought to coerce his companions, he would, in turn, hold the princess as his own bargaining chip. Absolutely not. Princess Naya hastily waved her hands in refusal. I lack the qualifications to ascend the Snow Mountain as well. Ding Dong furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before asking, Is it true that taming the fire dance grants one the right to ascend the Snow Mountain? Princess Naya nodded, her face a picture of confusion as she questioned. What do you mean? Come with me, Ding Dong instructed, suddenly grasping her delicate hand and dashing away. As Princess Naya felt his grip, her cheeks flushed with warmth. She attempted to resist, but found herself powerless, an inexplicable emotion blossoming within her, rendering her mind blank as she allowed Ding Dong to lead her in a sprint. The surrounding members of the tribe stood astonished, their mouths agape at the sight of the two hand in hand. Finding an open space, Ding Dong released Princess Naya's hand and, placing his fingers to his mouth, emitted a sharp whistle. Princess Naya touched her hand, still tingling from his grasp, her heart racing uncontrollably, leaving her with a hollow sensation. No sooner had Ding Dong's whistle faded than a fiery figure came galloping towards them. Responding to his call, it was the fire dance. Ding Dong affectionately stroked the mare's face, and she nuzzled against his shoulder, their bond evident. At that moment, the men and women of the tribe gathered around, their eyes wide with astonishment as they observed Princess Naya, Ding Dong, and the fire dance, puzzled about their intentions. Ding Dong leaned close to Fire Dance, whispering earnestly. She seemed displeased at first, tossing her head back with a snort. After much persuasion, she eventually lowered her head, snorting repeatedly, appearing to feel aggrieved. Ding Dong, running his fingers through her mane, smiled, and said, "Good friend, thank you." Fire Dance turned her head towards him, her eyes glistening, and let out a proud neigh, evidently moved by the term brother. "Come, mount up," Ding Dong softly urged Princess Naya. She gazed at him in disbelief. Then at Fire Dance, her eyes welling with tears of gratitude. Unable to articulate her thanks, she simply nodded repeatedly, taking small steps towards him. Tentatively, she reached out to touch Fire Dance, and with a gentle leap, she gracefully landed upon the mare's back. Fire Dance offered no resistance, standing tall and proud, exuding an aura of regal superiority. The Serbs, upon witnessing this scene, were left in a state of astonishment, taking a moment to regain their composure before erupting into jubilant cheers. Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao, roused by the cacophony of celebration, groggily glanced at the floor of their tent, only to find the bedding tossed aside, with Ding Dong having mysteriously vanished. With gasps of surprise, they rushed out of the tent and into the crowd, finally spotting Ding Dong in the midst of the throng, which brought them a sense of relief. Thanks to Ding Dong's assistance, Princess Naya was hailed as the new leader of the Serbs. The ceremonial rites proceeded in an orderly manner that afternoon, with the entire Serb community reveling until the late hours of the night. Before the festivities concluded, Princess Naya announced from her elevated position that at dawn the following day, she and Ding Dong would ascend the snow-capped mountains in search of the sacred flower to rescue her grandfather, the elder chief. The entire tribe worked through the night to prepare warm clothing and climbing gear for the two, and as the first light of day broke, they bid them a grand farewell. Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao expressed a desire to accompany them. However, after hearing Ding Dong's explanations, they reluctantly conceded, choosing to remain with the Serb tribe, praying day and night for the safety of Ding Dong and Princess Naya. Together, Ding Dong and Princess Naya rode on the fiery steed, racing swiftly to the foothills of the snow mountain. Ding Dong urged the steed to halt, donned heavy cotton attire, and, with a glance at Princess Naya, who was similarly bundled, smiled faintly, and said, "Let us proceed swiftly there and back." Princess Naya, having trained in archery and martial arts since childhood, possessed remarkable physical prowess. With the aid of the Serbs' secret restorative herbs, Ding Dong had regained more than 70% of his strength. Thus, the two ascended smoothly to the mountain's midsection. Beyond this point, the path became treacherous, laden with ice and snow, demanding utmost caution. Ding Dong, ever the considerate companion, warned her gently, "The road ahead is perilous, tread carefully." Princess Naya exhaled a visible breath of warmth into the frigid air, nodded in acknowledgement, and produced 4 iron spikes from her pack. Handing 2 to Ding Dong, while retaining the other 2 for herself, they embarked on their arduous journey up the snow-covered mountain. The snow-capped peaks soared into the heavens, the weather ever-changing, luminous white light dazzling their eyes. With every step, they plunged into the deep snow, struggling towards the summit. The barren landscape offered no trees or grass to shield them from the biting winds, which howled with fierce intensity. While Ding Dong managed to withstand the gale, Princess Naya found it increasingly taxing. After traversing for half a day, they paused to gaze upward, still confronted by an endless expanse of blinding white. In such harsh conditions, even their iron-like bodies began to feel the strain. Ding Dong cleared a patch of snow to create a sizable resting place, then turned to Princess Naya, suggesting, "Let us take a moment to rest." The princess's small face had turned a rosy hue from the cold, her breath forming clouds of vapor that quickly dissipated, though not before freezing a few strands of hair upon her forehead. Overcome with fatigue, she nodded in agreement and sank down onto the makeshift resting spot that Ding Dong had prepared. Ding Dong looked at her with a slight smile and settled down a short distance away. They sat in silence, both gazing down the mountain, their eyes only meeting the swirling mists and the faint silhouettes of distant peaks. Ding Dong gazed at the splendid scenery before him and felt a surge of openness in his heart. He could not help but exhale deeply. wishing to transform all the grievances and injustices he had endured into a cloud of foul air, expelling it completely. Princess Naya, catching the sound of Ding Dong's sigh, turned her head to observe his profile, pondering, could it be that this seemingly nonchalant individual harbors his own concerns? Does he too experience sorrow and melancholy? As Ding Dong turned to meet Princess Naya's gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. He found himself entranced by her every frown and smile, and could not help but muse, how delightful it would be if it were hung air by my side. Though a tad cold, sharing such a majestic view would surely be a joy. Yet, despite his thoughts, it was the visage of Luo Shuiqing that lingered in his mind. Feeling the weight of Ding Dong's gaze upon her, Princess Naya blushed and rose to her feet, attempting to mask her flustered state. Let us continue on our journey, she murmured, biting her lip. Ding Dong, recovering from his moment of rudeness, realized he owed her an apology but was at a loss for words. So he merely nodded vigorously. Thus, the two resumed their ascent toward the mountain's summit, the sky darkening as they ventured further, with an uncertain distance still separating them from their destination. Ding Dong pointed into the distance, exclaiming with delight, "There is a cave over there. Let us spend the night there." The wind grew fiercer and the air colder, rendering further ascent impossible. Princess Naya nodded in agreement and followed Ding Dong as they struggled to reach the cave. At the entrance, icicles hung neatly from both the upper and lower edges, and the darkness inside loomed ominously, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, evoking a sense of dread. Though courageous, Princess Naya hesitated, whispering, "Why does this cave look like a great mouth ready to devour someone?" Ding Dong chuckled, stepping forward with a playful spirit. "Fear not," he said, brandishing his weapon, a large blade of a pale blue hue. With a swift motion, he severed the icicles, then turned to Princess Naya with a grin. "See, even if this great mouth could consume a person, it now has no teeth and would surely struggle against someone as tough-skinned as I." Princess Naya giggled, her spirits lifted, and she stepped into the cave. Once inside, Ding Dong set down his heavy pack, retrieving a fire starter and a torch, which he ignited. The flickering flame illuminated their surroundings, revealing a long, narrow cavern that extended deep into the mountain, its destination unknown. The walls were coated in frost, reflecting the torchlight and bathing the cave in a brightness akin to day. "Let us have some provisions first, then we shall explore deeper," Ding Dong suggested. Pulling out a sizable piece of jerky, he tore it in half, tossing one portion to Princess Naya while keeping the other for himself, gnawing on it alongside the snow until it was consumed. Though Princess Naya did not possess the delicate appetite of an ordinary girl, she was not as ravenous as Ding Dong, taking her time to savor her meal. "It feels wonderful to be well-fed and grounded," Ding Dong declared, patting his belly and letting out a resounding burp, which elicited a laugh from Princess Naya. "Let us proceed inside and see what we can find, preferably something to ignite. So we might warm our garments," Ding Dong suggested, raising his torch as he strode boldly into the depths of the cave. Princess Naya, having satisfied her hunger, felt invigorated and followed closely behind Ding Dong, her pace surprisingly swift. The cavern was exceedingly deep. After a considerable time, they had yet to reach its end. Suddenly, Ding Dong halted abruptly, raising a hand and turning his head to whisper to Princess Naya, "Do you hear that? It seems there is a sound." Princess Naya strained to listen, her complexion shifting dramatically, for she faintly discerned a noise emanating from the depths of the cave that resembled the roar of a beast. "Should we venture forth to investigate?" Ding Dong inquired softly, yet he was already inching deeper into the cavern. Princess Naya offered a rueful smile, inwardly reflecting that this was less a question and more a declaration. Though a twinge of fear gripped her, her curiosity prevailed, and she moved closer to Ding Dong. Time became nebulous as they traversed the cave, the beastly roars growing ever clearer and more cacophonous, indicating the presence of numerous unknown creatures. The walls, adorned with frost, began to emit a faint azure luminescence, allowing them to see their surroundings without the torch's light. Consequently, Ding Dong extinguished the flame and set it aside, turning to gently grasp Princess Naya's delicate hand, guiding her cautiously further in. Princess Naya felt an impulse to withdraw her hand, yet found herself incapable of doing so. Instead, an inexplicable sweetness surged within her as she became increasingly entranced, imagining the surroundings were filled with breathtaking vistas and the path ahead stretched on indefinitely. Suddenly, she felt the absence of his grip, a wave of disappointment washing over her. She looked up, only to meet Ding Dong's face, which radiated excitement. This time, Ding Dong remained silent, gesturing with his right hand. They had reached a corner, compelling Princess Naya to press against the wall and peek around. As she beheld the scene before her, a gasp of astonishment escaped her lips. Beyond the turn lay an expansive arena, surrounded by an array of ice sculptures depicting various beasts, each crystal clear and exquisitely crafted. The blue light emanating from the walls enhanced the ethereal ambience, casting a mystical glow upon the sculptures. What startled Princess Naya was not merely the artistry of the ice sculptures, but the uncanny impression that they were alive, with bared fangs and claws, all appearing to roar in unison. As guests, do come in and take a seat, a deep, gravelly voice resonated from the vast expanse. Its volume seemingly modest, yet piercing through the cacophony of roars from the ice beasts, reaching the ears of Princess Naya and Ding Dong with clarity. This indicated that the mysterious figure, concealed from view, possessed extraordinary prowess. Princess Naya was taken aback by the words, her chest heaving violently, her complexion paling. She instinctively turned to flee, but suddenly, her vision blurred, and she stood frozen in place. When she regained her senses, she realized Ding Dong had already strode confidently around the corner and entered the venue. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she followed closely behind. As the two of them made their entrance, the tumultuous roars immediately ceased, and all the ice sculptures froze into a single pose, becoming utterly motionless, as if everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion in the eyes of others. The transparent fangs and claws, as formidable as a forest, cast a faint blue glow upon the walls, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. "Who are you? What do you want?" Suddenly, a voice resounded from all directions, leaving Ding Dong unable to discern the location of the mysterious figure. At that moment, Princess Naya's bravery shone through. She stepped forward, her voice ringing clear and bright. "I am Princess Naya of the Serb people. We have come to the snow-capped mountains in hopes of obtaining the sacred flower to save my grandfather." The cackling laughter that followed was harsh and grating, sending chills down the spines of Ding Dong and Princess Naya. "You speak so lightly. Let me inquire, do you know how high the snow-capped mountains are? What lies at their summit? Where will your ascent ultimately lead?" The strange voice posed these questions only after indulging in its laughter. Ding Dong and Princess Naya exchanged bewildered glances, both at a loss for answers to the three questions posed. To know nothing yet to aspire to scale the heights of the snow-capped mountains is truly whimsical. The voice mocked. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from behind a cluster of beastly ice sculptures. Ding Dong squinted to assess the newcomer, discovering that the figure was remarkably small and frail, resembling a child, clad in a long white robe that trailed on the ground, with a bald head and a face obscured by a blue and white striped mask. Upon observing the figure's stature, he immediately thought of Little Six, surmising that if this individual was not a child, then they must belong to the same lineage. "Who are you?" Princess Naya inquired, her tense demeanor easing upon recognizing the figure's size. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I can assist you in acquiring what you seek," the masked figure replied. Princess Naya, skeptical yet hopeful, turned to Ding Dong, awaiting his decision. "Do you hail from the desolate lands of the far north?" Ding Dong asked. The masked figure remained silent, gazing up at Ding Dong, their eyes igniting with an unsettling intensity that caused Ding Dong's heart to race. "You seem to possess considerable knowledge. But allow me to caution you. Do not presume yourself too clever, for that is not a virtue." The masked figure's tone suddenly turned icy. "I know someone who shares your stature, and they hail from the desolate lands of the far north," Ding Dong retorted. The masked figure's eyes flickered with uncertainty, but after a brief moment, they returned to their previous composure. Nodding, they declared, "I have created a game, one that is quite intriguing. Should you prevail in this game against me, I shall assist you in obtaining the sacred flower. However, if you fail, you will not be allowed to leave. You must remain with me and play until I am satisfied. Only then will you be free to depart. Do not harbor any delusions that cast doubt upon my words. I can assure you, should you persist in your attempts to ascend the snow-capped mountain, you shall meet a most tragic demise." Princess Naya tugged at Ding Dong's sleeve, seemingly wishing to depart, but upon seeing Ding Dong turn back with a faint smile and a gentle nod, he addressed the masked stranger. "I believe you. What game do you propose?" Ding Dong was not one to easily trust the words of others, yet after spending considerable time with Xiao Lu, he understood that although Xiao Lu was playful, he never spoke falsehoods. Thus, he found himself inexplicably inclined to trust this masked individual, though his curiosity about the summit of the mountain only deepened. "Really?" The masked stranger appeared taken aback by Ding Dong's response, a spark of delight illuminating his features. "You are the first in decades to place your trust in me. Those before you either perished in the ice and snow or met their end by my hand. For I detest those who are ungrateful and unwise." Ding Dong mused silently. This peculiar individual shares a certain affinity with Xiao Lu, their eccentricities mirroring one another. Now, allow me to elucidate the rules of the game, the masked stranger declared, slowly extending his arms and spreading his palms. He tilted his head slightly upward, and a soft azure light appeared within his hands. With a commanding shout, he clenched his fists, shattering the blue glow into countless needle-like shards that dispersed throughout the space, obliterating all the frozen beasts that adorned it into mere fragments, drifting like mist in the air. The masked stranger retracted his arms, glanced around to confirm the area was now barren, then nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hands and snapped his fingers. Instantly, the icy remnants seemed to gain life, swiftly coalescing into numerous small piles that rapidly formed into countless humanoid ice sculptures, each the size of a fist. Pleased with his handiwork, he remarked, "Here lie 1,000 soldiers, each possessing identical combat prowess and defensive capabilities. I shall grant you 500, while I retain 500. We shall each arrange our formations, and once we are prepared, I will set these ice beings to battle. The outcome of their conflict will determine the result of the game. How does this sound? The rules are quite simple. Do you comprehend?" Ding Dong pondered for a moment, nodding in understanding, only to furrow his brow and shake his head in contemplation. Noticing this, the masked stranger grew anxious and exclaimed, "Do you understand or not?" Ding Dong replied, "The rules of this game are indeed quite clear, yet I feel a sense of imbalance within myself." "What do you mean? Speak your mind," the masked stranger pressed urgently. "As you have described it, this game resembles a wager. The stakes for us are our lives, whereas your stake is the holy flower. We are here. Yet where is this holy flower you speak of?" Ding Dong articulated slowly. The masked stranger paused, his breath quickening, and agitation washed over him as he began to pace restlessly, unconsciously kicking the scattered ice figures into disarray. After a prolonged moment, he abruptly halted, fixing his gaze upon Ding Dong, and declared loudly, "Very well, I shall procure the holy flower at once. You must wait here and not attempt to flee. This is not a request, it is a warning." With that, he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Ding Dong and Princess Naya. As he raised his hand, a formidable ice wall materialized, trapping Ding Dong and Princess Naya within its confines. He nodded slightly, turned away, and without a single step taken, vanished from sight. Princess Naya gazed at the ice wall. Feeling somewhat vexed, she lamented to Ding Dong, "How could you so readily place your trust in him?" Ding Dong replied with a wry smile, "I am well aware of this tribe's nature. They are whimsical to the core, eccentric, and prone to mood swings. The peculiar spell he just demonstrated made it evident that neither of us stands a chance against him. Thus, I believe it prudent to trust him this once." Princess Naya shook her head with a sigh. "Now, it is too late to contemplate escape. I can only hope he truly returns with the holy flower. This game he mentioned resembles military formations. You should have the confidence to outmaneuver him, should you not?" Upon hearing this, Ding Dong lowered his head in contemplation. Stroking his chin, "I must admit, I am not well versed in such matters, but do not worry. When the time comes, I shall emulate his formations, whatever arrangement he devises. I shall mirror it. Each round will likely result in a stalemate. While I may not win, I certainly will not lose. Should I falter, it will undoubtedly be due to his treachery. Throughout this process, I shall seek patterns, and when I feel assured, I will secure a victory in one of the rounds." "Let us hope your foresight proves accurate," Princess Naya sighed, shaking her head in resignation as she bent down to clear a space and settled down to rest. Ding Dong, feeling bored, crouched to play with the ice figures scattered around. When the masked guest returned, it was already midday the following day. However, Ding Dong and the others remained in the cave, shrouded in darkness, oblivious to the passage of time. The masked guest indeed returned with the holy flower, but it was evident that his journey had not been without difficulties. His white robe was tattered and stained with blood, a sight both alarming and disconcerting. Despite his disheveled appearance, his spirit seemed remarkably buoyant, especially upon seeing Ding Dong and Princess Naya still in the cave and the ice wall unscathed. "Behold, the holy flower," the masked guest proclaimed, presenting a flower the size of a gong, its petals thick and translucent, layered intricately, with a pale pink center radiating a faint golden glow. At first glance, it was clear that this was no ordinary bloom, yet Ding Dong could not resist confirming with Princess Naya, "Is this truly the holy flower?" Princess Naya stepped forward, scrutinizing the magnificent white flower for a moment before exclaiming in delight, "It is exactly as described in the Holy Scriptures. It must be the holy flower. How wonderful." Indeed, the masked guest chuckled, carefully stowing the holy flower away and moving to the innermost part of the space. He gently placed it on the ground. With a snap of his fingers, a perfectly square ice box emerged, encasing the flower within. Now, shall we commence the game? The masked guest turned to Ding Dong, inquiring. Of course, we have waited long enough, Ding Dong replied, lifting his head with a mischievous grin. Chapter 36. The Ice Formation. The masked guest, taken aback by the mischievous expression on Ding Dong's face, paused momentarily, but dismissed it. He lowered his gaze to the ice figures on the ground, noticing that some had been arranged neatly, which astonished him. After examining them closely, he could not help but exclaim in disbelief, Ding Dong, why are these two characters here? I had expected some wondrous formation. This is my name. Ding Dong leaned against the wall, a seemingly harmless smile adorning his face. The masked man burst into laughter, tilting his head as he scrutinized Ding Dong, and remarked with a faint smile, Your name is Ding Dong? You possess quite an intriguing character. Without further ado, he declared, Let the game commence. As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, and blue light erupted from his palms like flickering flames, dancing exuberantly. With a clenched fist, that blue light transformed into countless azure needles, scattering in all directions, shattering the ice figures strewn across the ground into a flurry of icy shards. Unwavering, he continued his incantation, causing the ice shards to coalesce once more into ice figures, neatly arrayed behind him and Ding Dong, resembling an army poised for battle. After gesturing to Ding Dong with an invitation, the masked man gracefully leapt into the air, his body floating upright as he soared backward, landing behind all his ice figures. Ding Dong shook his head, pivoted, and with a resounding thud, landed behind his own legion of ice figures, toppling many in the process. Fortunately, these ice figures were sturdy enough not to break upon impact. The masked man cast a sidelong glance at Ding Dong, chuckling quietly, and resumed his task, swiftly arranging the ice figures on the ground with precision. Ding Dong, bending down as well, stole glances at the masked man's formation, his hands moving quickly as he emulated the arrangement. Princess Naya stood nearby, alternating her gaze between the two busy figures and the exquisite, pure white holy flower in the corner, her heart racing with tension. Once he completed his formation, the masked man clapped his hands, stood up, and admired his creation with satisfaction. He had crafted a formation known as the wild goose wing formation, characterized by a cone-shaped protrusion at the center with expansive wing-like flanks. This formation was designed for offense, with the central forces charging into the enemy ranks, while the winged flanks swiftly encircled, clearly a setup of formidable lethality. As he reveled in his masterpiece, he suddenly heard Ding Dong exclaim in surprise. Curiously, he lifted his gaze, only to be taken aback, for before him, Ding Dong had arranged the identical wild goose wing formation. Are you copying me? Ding Dong's accusation was unmistakable. The masked man blinked in astonishment, glancing between Ding Dong's formation and his own, rendered speechless by the revelation. After a moment, a flicker of annoyance crossed his face, with a wave of his hand. The ice figures on the ground sprang to life, roaring in unison as they began to move. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the two formations charged at one another. After an intense clash, every single ice figure lay defeated, none remaining intact. The first round ended in a draw. Princess Naya, who had been anxiously on edge, finally felt her heart ease upon witnessing the outcome. She thought to herself, Ding Dong is remarkably clever, and it appears this peculiar individual has played fair. It seems there is indeed a chance of victory. Just then, she sensed a chill in the air. Upon closer inspection, she realized the chaotic scene had vanished, replaced by two brand new formations of ice figures. Thus, the second game began. The masked guest arranged a circular formation, known as the grinding disc formation. During the march, each ring of ice soldiers alternated in a forward rush, resembling a grand millstone, capable of maintaining a steady influx of reinforcements against the enemy while minimizing their own casualties, effectively wearing down the opposing formation. He clapped his hands, rose to his feet, and surveyed his grinding disc formation with a nod of satisfaction. However, when he turned to face his opponent, he was taken aback once more, for he saw Ding Dong, head bowed, placing the last ice soldier in position, completing a formation that was, astonishingly, also a grinding disc formation. Ding Dong, gazing at his own formation, chuckled, stood up, and feigned astonishment as he exclaimed, No way. What are the odds? The masked guest snorted dismissively, snapped his fingers, and turned his gaze elsewhere, allowing the two formations of ice soldiers to clash, generating an atmosphere of tension. The outcome of the second round was, without a doubt, another stalemate. This is absurd. I refuse to believe such coincidences exist, the masked guest thought as he commenced the third game. This time, he set up the twin dragons emerge from water formation, dividing the entire formation into two long, interlocking columns that appeared chaotic yet were, in truth, a cohesive entity. Now it was Ding Dong's turn to be flabbergasted. He had merely been mimicking his opponent's arrangement without understanding the underlying principles of formation. However, as he beheld the twin dragons emerge from water formation, he perceived a chaotic scene, yet upon closer inspection, he discerned a semblance of order, though the nature of that order eluded him. Once the masked guest completed the twin dragons emerge from water formation, he lifted his gaze and realized that Ding Dong had not arranged his formation at all, leading him to understand that the previous two coincidences were contrived. With a smirk, he crossed his arms in amusement. Ding Dong, now feeling overwhelmed, was unwilling to concede defeat easily. Surrender was not in his nature. However, his agitation clawed at him like a persistent itch, making it difficult to maintain composure. He yearned for tranquility. His breathing grew heavy, his mind clouded, and he felt as though he might explode. In a fit of frustration, he bent down, grabbed an ice soldier, and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching it down voraciously. The masked guest erupted in laughter. Believing Ding Dong was at his wit's end and had succumbed to despair, Princess Naya gasped in shock, but quickly covered her mouth. Though she had not known Ding Dong for long, she had developed a sense of reliance on him and did not believe he would give up. As the icy morsels filled his mouth, Ding Dong felt a semblance of calm wash over him, though the fire of frustration still simmered within. Thus, he decided to sit down, devouring one ice soldier after another until he had consumed 10, finally achieving a state of tranquility. During this process, vivid scenes from the previous two encounters flashed through his mind, and the countless ice soldiers began to coalesce into a singular entity, transforming into a great wild goose and a grinding disc. The goose opened its beak to bite the disc, only to have its bill worn down by the relentless grinding. Enraged, the goose extended its wings, enveloping the disc, and began to tear at it with all its might. Though the disc gradually stripped the goose of its feathers, it too diminished in size. When the goose was left bare, it let out a mournful cry and, in a final act of desperation, charged into the now diminutive, grinding disc. The disc shattered, and the goose fell. Ding Dong lifted his head, squinting slightly as he gazed at the formation of the two dragons emerging from the water, meticulously arranged before the masked figure. A moment of disorientation washed over him, as if he were witnessing billowing smoke rising, with two dragons coiling forth, their gaping maws wide open, roaring fiercely at him. In shock, he retreated step by step until his back collided with the wall. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed before his chest, and he felt a warmth emanating from an object nestled within his garments. When he reached inside, he discovered it was the Ding family jade pendant. During the years spent in the secret realm, Zhang Jixing and others had assisted Ding Dong in extracting the blood essence from the pendant, enabling him to attain the divine weapon realm in a mere 5 years. Since then, he had regarded the pendant merely as a token, keeping it close yet seldom examining it, and it had shown no signs of change. However, this time, he felt bewildered, uncertain as to why the pendant was now exhibiting unusual behavior. The pendant grew increasingly warm without inflicting any burning sensation upon him. Under Ding Dong's intense gaze, the pendant began to emit wisps of steam, from which countless long nails slowly emerged, arranged in an astonishingly three-dimensional formation in midair. Suddenly, a flurry of sounds erupted as those long nails surged toward the entwined dragons. Startled, the two dragons attempted to evade, only to become further entangled, ultimately pierced by numerous transparent holes, collapsing helplessly to the ground before dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. How much longer do you intend to delay? The masked figure's harsh voice pierced the air, sending a shiver through Ding Dong's body. The surrounding mist dissipated, and the pendant rapidly cooled, becoming chilling to the touch. When Ding Dong looked around again, there were no long nails, let alone dragons. All he could see was Princess Naya's concerned gaze and the seemingly chaotic yet profoundly intricate formation of the two dragons before the masked figure. It turned out that everything he had just witnessed was merely an illusion. Taking a deep breath, Ding Dong crouched down, preparing to arrange his formation. Having consumed 10 ice men, he was left with only 490. He divided these ice men into 10 groups, each consisting of 49, forming a large conical shape. Furthermore, he arranged each smaller group into a long nail shape. This formation, with nails arranged in a conical manner, caused the masked figure to feel a tingling apprehension at the sight. What kind of formation is this? The masked figure could not help but inquire in astonishment. This formation has quite an impressive name, Ding Dong replied with a slight smile, casually stating, "It is called the dragon-slaying nails." What an audacious claim. The masked figure retorted, his anger veiled by a mocking smile. He cast a cold glance at Ding Dong, raised his hand to snap his fingers, and then crossed his arms, lowering his gaze to the battlefield below, falling silent. The two dragons moved forward, seemingly poised to sweep through armies with ease. In stark contrast, Ding Dong's dragon-slaying nails showed no signs of hesitation, accelerating toward the dragons with remarkable speed. Princess Naya held her breath tightly, as if fearing her heart might leap from her chest. This was Ding Dong's first true confrontation with the masked figure. She was powerless to assist and could only offer silent prayers in her heart. The first nail has plunged into the dragon's mouth. Due to its incredible speed, the ice warriors within the dragon's formation had no opportunity to engage. They could only endure the relentless impact of the assailant. The force was overwhelming, with many ice warriors unable to withstand it, and the tremendous pressure continued to ripple backward. What appeared to be a formidable dragon's head was, in the blink of an eye, breached by a significant gap. However, this was merely the beginning. Following the first nail, the second and third nails surged toward the twin dragons, striking with the same velocity. In an instant, the masked figure's formation of twin dragons was shattered by Ding Dong's dragon-slaying nails, leaving only a scattering of disoriented soldiers fleeing in all directions, utterly incapable of further resistance. Meanwhile, Ding Dong still possessed 4 intact long nails. Victory! Princess Naya exclaimed with uncontainable joy, her voice ringing out. Ding Dong rubbed his eyes, seemingly incredulous that triumph was indeed within reach. He retrieved the jade pendant once more, clutching it tightly, and closed his eyes, silently contemplating. Father, is it you who guides me from beyond? The masked figure staggered back a few steps, losing balance and collapsing to the ground. He had not anticipated such a complete defeat. The sacred flower, Princess Naya declared, extending her palm toward the masked figure with a smile. The masked figure, struggling to rise, went to the corner to retrieve the sacred flower from its icy prison and tossed it back. The flower floated gracefully in the air, ultimately landing securely in Princess Naya's hands. Until the moment she secured the sacred flower, Ding Dong had been anxiously sweating, fearing the masked figure's humiliation might lead to a vengeful outburst. Let us depart, Princess Naya said, inhaling the fragrance of the sacred flower with an unmistakable expression of delight. She then lifted her gaze, beaming at Ding Dong. Just as he was about to respond, a white shadow flickered before him, and the masked figure stood directly in front of him. She may leave, the masked figure declared, arms crossed and eyes icy, fixing a cold stare on Ding Dong's face. After a moment, he raised an arm, slowly extending a finger to point at the vigilant Ding Dong, intoning gravely, "But you cannot leave." Chapter 37. The Western Expedition Against the Nine-Toothed Beast. What? Princess Naya exclaimed, her eyes widening with indignation as she grasped the whip at her waist, ready to act. Ding Dong furrowed his brow and shook his head at Princess Naya, then turned to the masked figure, saying, "I have no objection to continuing this game with you. But you have no stakes left, there is no allure in staying." He noticed the masked figure's hand tremble slightly, surmising that an unsightly expression lay hidden beneath the mask. A chill ran through him, prompting him to add urgently, "If it were a fair game, I would not mind playing along, but if it is coercive, I shall not fear death." The masked figure, akin to Xiao Lu, was inherently playful, utterly tenacious in pursuit of what he desired, shamelessly persistent until achieving his goal. Ding Dong understood that with such a personality, he could not be overly forceful, lest he provoke a desperate reaction. He could only strive to maintain stability and adapt to the situation as it unfolded. The masked figure stood in silence for a moment, then suddenly let out a cold laugh, his form shifting as he reappeared behind Ding Dong in the blink of an eye. With lightning speed, he extended his right hand and grasped Ding Dong's shoulder, uttering a low command. A chill, akin to vapor, emanated from beneath his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire being, and coursing through his right arm into Ding Dong's body. Although Ding Dong yearned to struggle, he discovered that his entire body was utterly unresponsive to his commands, rendering him immobile. The cold rapidly filled his being from his right shoulder, its force overwhelming and tyrannical. His internal vitality rose in defiance but was swiftly vanquished by the chill, retreating into his bloodstream, too terrified to emerge. Princess Naya, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, quickly regained her composure. Anxiously, she drew her whip, preparing to strike at the masked figure. If this brat survives, he had better behave. Should he disrupt my composure, I cannot guarantee I won't turn him into an ice sculpture, the masked figure intoned gravely. Princess Naya raised her whip, but hesitated for a moment before slowly lowering her arm. Biting her lip, she gazed at Ding Dong, whose face was already frosted and teeth chattering, her heart racing with concern. After a while, the chill surrounding Ding Dong gradually receded, returning through the masked figure's right arm into his own body. The masked figure released his grip, and Ding Dong slumped to the ground. The masked figure looked at him, astonishment evident in his gaze. Remarkable. At such a tender age, you have attained the realm of a literary warrior. You must be a prodigy. Enriched by vast experiences and profound knowledge, he remarked, nodding unconsciously. He then added, "This time, I shall not offer you a wager. Rather, I present a proposition. Should you choose to remain with me for a while longer, I can guarantee your breakthrough beyond the ultimate bottleneck of a literary warrior, allowing you to ascend to the realm of a literary monarch. If you refuse, I shall still keep you, but the exchange will no longer apply. Contemplate this." With that, he turned his back, hands clasped behind him. "How are you?" Princess Naya paid no heed to the masked figure's words. Her foremost concern was Ding Dong's safety. Ding Dong took several deep breaths, quickly regaining his composure. He leaned close to Princess Naya's ear and whispered for a while, then patted her shoulder with a smile. Standing up and declaring loudly to the masked figure, "I will stay." Princess Naya rose, gazing at Ding Dong for a moment before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, she halted, not looking back as she said, "My kin and I will await your return. As for what you entrusted to us, you need not worry, we shall fulfill it." With that, she strode out of the cave, not glancing back, fearing that tears might fall. The descent from the snow-capped mountain was decidedly easier than the ascent. Princess Naya reached the foot of the mountain in just half a day. In the distance, she spotted a fiery figure approaching swiftly. It was Fire Dance, seemingly having waited there for quite some time. Fire Dance rushed to Princess Naya's side, but refrained from drawing near. Instead, it raised its head high, scanning the surroundings for Ding Dong, occasionally letting out a long call. As if summoning him, Princess Naya gently stroked Fire Dance's back and softly said, "Fire Dance, he is yet to come down. But I believe it won't be long before he returns." Upon finishing her words, she closed her eyes, let out a deep sigh, and then opened her eyes again, clutching the sacred snow mountain flower tightly in her arms. "Let us return," Princess Naya whispered softly in Huo Wu's ear. Huo Wu shook his head, raised it high to glance at the snow mountain, reared up on his front hooves, letting out a long cry, before turning and galloping away. On the final day of the designated period, Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kubiao returned to the new spring city, accompanied by various tribal leaders from the western frontier, led by the newly appointed leader of the Sai's tribe, Princess Naya. Upon learning that Ding Dong remained on the snow mountain to cultivate, Ma Yuxing still felt a sense of unease. However, he understood that the most pressing matter at hand was to determine their course of action. Thus, he forced himself to steady his mind and convened a meeting with the tribal leaders to discuss the specifics of the impending assault on Jiuqi City. During this time, Xiao Lu created an innovative contraption. Utilizing the principles of blood qi technique, he fashioned a metal barrel just large enough to fit around a fist. This device allowed a blood qi practitioner to release their blood energy externally. However, while the emitted blood energy projectile could reach an extensive distance, its lethality was minimal. The barrel was intricately designed with 5 holes, perfectly sized for fingers to grasp, and when in use, one would condense energy in their hand. Then hook one of the internal iron hooks with their middle finger to release a pale blue blood energy projectile. This invention circulated within the military camp as a form of amusement. When the strategist Su Jin learned of it, he took interest and named it Thunderous Roar. Despite the grandiosity of its name, it served merely for entertainment, thus becoming a subject of jest. 2 days later, the tribal leaders of the western frontier returned to their clans, each taking a thunderous roar as a keepsake. Half a month later, Ma Yuxing finally issued the marching orders, leading an army of 10,000 towards the vicinity of Jiuqi City. Jiuqi City comprised 2 main fortresses, divided by the Tiannu Mountain, namely the North City and the South City, each mutually supportive and constructed along the mountainside. Gu Shichuan, stationed at the South City, upon hearing of the rebel forces' advance, deemed them a rabble and dispatched his general Sun Tao with an army of 10,000, foolishly attempting to eradicate the incoming rebels. The 2 armies clashed on the Withering Plains, and after just one exchange, the rebel forces retreated, abandoning armor and weapons in their disarray, fleeing into Tiannu Mountain. Sun Tao pursued the enemy into the Tiannu Mountain and ultimately was lured into the Throat Lock Valley, where the rebels sealed the valley's entrance and bombarded them with boulders from above, resulting in significant casualties for the 10,000-strong army. Sun Tao attempted a desperate breakout, but ultimately perished in battle. Of his thousands of troops, aside from a few who escaped or took their own lives, the majority were captured by the rebels. This victory was a resounding triumph for the rebels, suffering fewer than 100 losses while claiming 3,000 enemy lives and capturing 5,000, including the head of the enemy commander Sun Tao. Following this battle, the rebels gained renown. The rebel forces advanced with remarkable speed, and within an hour after the news of Sun Tao's defeat reached the South City, the vanguard of the rebels had already arrived outside the eastern gate of Jiuqi South City. Due to their exceptional performance in the Throat Lock Valley, Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing were promoted to the position of central commander. Gu Kebiao led a contingent of over 1,000 men, shouldering the mission of the vanguard, riding swiftly to encircle the eastern gate of Jiuqi South City, applying pressure to Gu Shichan's forces within the city. When Gu Shichan realized that his overconfidence had led to catastrophic losses, he clutched his chest and wept inconsolably. Suddenly, a hasty shout echoed from afar, reaching the former lord's residence of Jiuqinan City, which now served as Gu Shichan's abode. "What is it? Come in and speak." Gu Shichan wiped his tears and assumed a stern demeanor as he entered the grand reception hall, though his reddened eyes betrayed his distress. A timid soldier cautiously approached the hall, kneeling to pay his respects, and reported, "Vice Commander Gu, the vanguard of the rebel army has surrounded the southern gate and is currently taunting us." Upon hearing this, Gu Shichan sprang to his feet in alarm, inadvertently toppling the chair behind him. "What did you say?" he exclaimed. The soldier nervously repeated his message, lowering his gaze upon meeting Gu Shichan's swollen eyes. "This is outrageous. These bandits are utterly brazen." Gu Shichan fumed, pacing back and forth in the hall. Suddenly halting, he exhaled sharply and declared, "Summon all officers of the rank of 1,000-man commander and above to convene immediately and devise a strategy to repel the enemy." Meanwhile, in the back garden of Jiuqi North City, Shen Jinfang was watering flowers when he received news of Gu Shichan's 10,000-strong army suffering a major defeat. He merely raised an eyebrow, appearing indifferent. Old Gu is far too careless. He should have gauged the enemy's strength before rashly deploying his forces. Those ruffians hail from the desolate plains, and while their combat prowess may be lacking, they are cunning. While they should not be taken lightly, they are not to be feared entirely either. He likely still has over 20,000 men. As long as he remains vigilant and proceeds cautiously, he should be able to retreat successfully. Although I command 70,000 troops, we face a formidable imperial army. Go back and tell Gu Shichan to handle such trivial matters himself." Upon receiving the message relayed by the messenger, Gu Shichan felt a mix of irritation and begrudging recognition of its validity. Consequently, he ordered the city gates to be closed and convened with his officers to discuss strategies for repelling and combating the enemy. Jiuqi City, built against a mountainside, boasted a perilous terrain. Although Gu Kebiao's vanguard had surrounded the eastern gate of Jiuqinan City, they were only able to hurl insults day after day without mounting a direct assault. 3 days later, the first major contingent of the rebel army arrived outside Jiuqinan City, setting up camp. 2 days later, under the cover of night, Gu Shichan dispatched 3 divisions to stealthily emerge from the eastern, southern, and western gates of Jiuqinan City, intending to infiltrate the rebel encampment. However, they discovered the camp to be eerily empty and devoid of both men and horses. Just then, the drums sounded loudly, and the rebel army surged forth from all directions, launching a fierce attack against Gu Shichan's forces. In a state of chaos, Gu Shichan's army retreated, fortunate to possess greater offensive strength than the rebels, enabling them to return to Jiuqinan City with minimal losses, narrowly avoiding allowing the enemy to breach the city. From that point onward, Gu Shichan's forces refrained from recklessly leaving the city, while the rebels discreetly dispatched a portion of their soldiers to occupy and take control of certain rural counties within the territory of Jiuqi City. The series of victories for the rebel army in their campaign against the west reached Chun City, where Wei Yuanqi had gone many days without sleep. The situation unfolded as he had anticipated, as the First Legion of the Righteous Army was unable to retreat during their assault on Ninetooth City. The shameless Sea God Army issued a decree to quell the rebellion, intent on annihilating the righteous forces of Spring City. Currently, the grand flag of the Sea God Army had been planted at the border between Sea City and Spring City, standing in stark opposition to the Second Legion. Led by Tang Tianyu, a monumental battle was imminent. Chapter 38. The Return of Ding Dong. Have the scouts returned? How many soldiers from the shrimp and crab troops have arrived? Tang Tianyu, clad in black leather armor and wielding a pair of meteor hammers at his waist, stood in the army's command tent, his expression fraught with anxiety. Within the tent, dozens of officers exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in unison. Half a day prior, Tang Tianyu had dispatched over 10 scouts to infiltrate the Sea God Army, risking peril to ascertain their strength. To this day, not a single one had returned. The righteous forces could only discern a massive shadow advancing from afar, countless in number and unclear in formation, making it exceedingly difficult to devise a suitable strategy for engagement. A lanky deputy commander rose, clasping his fists, but was quickly interrupted by Tang Tianyu. The deputy held an imperial title and addressed him as the Grand Commander. Grand Commander, I have an idea. Perhaps we should summon the two esteemed counselors, Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo. If they were to call upon celestial beings, they could effortlessly vanquish those shrimp and crab troops. As he spoke, the deputy's complexion flushed with excitement. The others nodded in agreement. Yet Tang Tianyu furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, How easy do you think it is to summon celestial beings? If we could call upon them for every matter, how would we demonstrate our sincerity? What purpose would we serve? Rest assured, when we face dire straits, the divine will descend to aid us. But this is not the moment. The officers lowered their heads, each seemingly preoccupied with their thoughts, appearing indifferent to Tang Tianyu's words. He cast a fierce glance over his subordinates, exclaiming in anger, If it weren't for your current state, the marshal would not have sent those brigands to attack Nine-Tooth City. It is a rare opportunity for a hard-fought battle, yet you behave in this manner. I am truly disheartened. Grand Commander, a robust man with thick hair rose, clasping his fists and declaring loudly, I, Chung Das-ho, am willing to lead 500 valiant soldiers as the vanguard to probe the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. Tang Tianyu looked at Chung Das-ho, nodding in appreciation, just as he was about to respond when someone outside the tent shouted, A scout has returned. Indeed, a scout had returned, but only one, and he was covered in blood, evidently gravely injured. The Sea God army numbers no fewer than 30,000. With at least 5,000 cavalry, the scout managed to utter before lapsing into unconsciousness. Quick, summon help and provide all necessary treatment. Tang Tianyu felt a tightening in his chest. With the enemy's forces numbering 30,000 and the cavalry being formidable, this battle seemed fraught with peril. Simultaneously, he was perplexed. Why had the enemy not yet crossed the border to attack, despite their numerical superiority? The answer to his query came the following day from the revived scout. They are waiting for their supplies. Chung Das-ho, Tang Tianyu exclaimed with delight. I command you to immediately take 1,000 valiant soldiers, circumvent the enemy forces, and launch a surprise attack on their supply camp. Chung Das-ho stepped forward, clasped his fists in salute, and departed to muster the troops. Tang Tianyu gazed longingly towards the western sky, pondering the current state of Jiuji City. Meanwhile, on the front lines of Jiuji City, Ma Youxing's formidable army faced a dire predicament. After achieving consecutive victories, Chun Jinfang of the northern stronghold began to regard the disorganized militia with newfound seriousness, dispatching an additional 20,000 troops to bolster Gu Shichang in the southern city. Having suffered two significant defeats, Gu Shichang ceased to be complacent and began to exhibit the qualities befitting a former vice commander of an empire, meticulously organizing troops and strategizing. His army emanating an imposing aura. The righteous army, with its overall combat strength waning, retreated while engaging the enemy, losing control of the territories within Jiuji City and ultimately falling back to Tiannu Mountain. This time, Gu Shichang refrained from recklessly advancing. Instead, he sent men to gather flammable materials such as grease and charcoal, intending to ignite a great fire on the mountain, proclaiming that once the mountain was ablaze, he would lead his forces to assault Chun City. Ma Youxing, Su Zhan, and the other officers of the righteous army deliberated on strategies to repel the enemy. Yet to no avail, feeling an urgent pressure that deprived them of sleep. Let us inform the tribal leaders of the western frontier to rise in rebellion ahead of time. At that moment, Luo Shuiqing was covered in grime, her once radiant beauty now obscured. No, Su Zhan interjected, waving his hand. This move cannot be made just yet. While it may temporarily alleviate our immediate crisis, it is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. We would ultimately lose the fruits of our labor and plunge the tribes of the western frontier into an irretrievable abyss. What then shall we do? Gu Kebiao exclaimed, standing abruptly and slamming the table. Su Zhan shook his head, falling silent. If he had a better plan, the righteous army would not be confined within Tiannu Mountain. Their current reliance lay solely on the forest's cover. Should the enemy set the mountain ablaze, they would have nowhere to flee, potentially perishing in the inferno. Suddenly, a young soldier rushed in, his face alight with excitement. He is back. He is back, he exclaimed. Who has returned? Su Zhan asked, taken aback. Ding dong. He has returned, the soldier replied, breathless from his hurried journey. The crowd rejoiced, and even the usually solemn Ma Youxing burst into laughter, exclaiming, Quick! Summon this lad to see me. The young soldier, his expression turning sour, hesitated and stammered. He just showed his face and greeted us. Then what? Ma Youxing pressed. Anxious. He charged alone into the enemy camp, the soldier finished. Indeed, Ding Dong had returned from the snowy mountains. After ascertaining the current situation of the righteous army, he glared fiercely and dashed out from Tiannu Mountain, heading directly toward Gu Shichan's camp. Upon nearing the enemy's encampment, merely 100 paces away, Ding Dong halted. The opposing forces likely assumed he was a messenger from the righteous army and did not perceive him as a threat. With head held high and hands on his hips, Ding Dong erupted into laughter, suddenly leaping into the air and calling out, "Wen Huang." His form hung suspended in the sky, a pale blue light emanating from his abdomen, enveloping him entirely and transforming him into a magnificent blue sun. At this moment, Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao, leading two groups, intended to intercept Ding Dong before he acted recklessly. They paused in astonishment at the surreal scene unfolding before them. Amidst the azure light, the sound of a horse's neigh echoed persistently. Moments later, Ding Dong, clad in ethereal blue armor and wielding a colossal blue blade, descended upon them astride a majestic, ghostly blue steed, stirring up a cloud of dust. From within this haze, a fierce shout erupted from Ding Dong, and the blue silhouette surged forth like a lightning bolt, charging at the enemy camp with astonishing speed. "Is that Ding Dong? How formidable! What was he just shouting?" Gu Kebiao exclaimed, bewildered, posing 3 questions in quick succession. Beside him, Luo Shuiqing managed a wry smile and answered only the 3rd inquiry, saying, "Grandfather, I have returned." After nearly a month away, Ding Dong had finally returned at the level of the literary sovereign, making an entrance so distinctly his own that it filled Luo Shuiqing, Gu Kebiao, and their band of righteous warriors with both delight and trepidation. Ding Dong, commanding the literary sovereign's steed, brandished his massive blade, charging forward amidst the swirling dust. The intent of this approach was unmistakable. The soldiers of Gu Shichan were not fools. They quickly sprang into action. Dozens of archers positioned themselves and shouted in unison to ready their weapons. Their longbows swelled against the wind, arrows igniting in flames. And soon a torrential downpour of fiery projectiles rained toward Ding Dong. Amidst the chaos, Ding Dong perceived the overwhelming onslaught of fire and, with a thunderous roar, summoned the raging blood within him, channeling it into his steed. The horse, dipping its head and emitting a low whinny, accelerated dramatically, weaving through the storm of arrows. Propelled by a whirlwind of dust, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the enemy camp's threshold. Gu Shichan's troops maintained their composure. Archers retreated while the pikemen advanced synchronously, their red banners snapping in the wind, spear tips aimed forward as they collectively shouted to prepare their weapons. The length of their pikes surged, flames igniting at their tips. "Kill!" The pikemen's battle cry resonated thunderously, yet Ding Dong remained unfazed, leaping high upon his horse, soaring over the heads of the pike soldiers. In the distance, Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing witnessed this astonishing sight and hastily gestured for a halt. The group exchanged glances, their faces reflecting the panic in their comrades' eyes. Both men were consumed by urgency, yet they understood that Ding Dong had plunged deep into enemy territory. Recklessly pursuing him now would only lead to needless sacrifices. All they could do was silently pray. Pray? Ding Dong felt no need for prayers. He was like a tiger among sheep, reveling in the chaos of battle. Riding his steed, he charged aimlessly, recklessly cleaving at those who approached him, and trampling anyone who dared to obstruct his path. This unwelcome guest stirred turmoil within Gu Shichan's camp, and while all were filled with rage at his audacity, none could halt his advance. Countless were the souls he felled along the way. Gu Shichan was engaged in a discussion regarding the details of setting the mountains ablaze within the grand military tent when he was suddenly disturbed by an unusual uproar outside. Frowning in annoyance, he commanded, "Someone, go investigate what is happening out there." Before his messenger could depart, a clumsy soldier stumbled into the tent. "Marshal, it's terrible. The righteous army has launched a surprise attack." "How many have come?" Gu Shichan inquired, astonished. "Just one," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Gu Shichan was nearly overwhelmed with rage. Hastily donning his leather armor and helmet and grasping his sword, he led his generals out into the chaos. What greeted their eyes was a scene of tumult, with smoke billowing and disorder reigning supreme. To the high platform, Gu Shichan instructed as he ascended the structure. Though not particularly lofty, it granted a vantage point from which one could survey the entire area below. Who was that? He wondered. For it was none other than a scholar of the literary realm, a figure of renown among the righteous army. When had such a notable individual emerged among them? Gu Shichan's eyes widened in astonishment as he swallowed hard, unable to contain his surprise. His generals gazed in awe at Ding Dong, who was boldly traversing their camp. Left speechless, a scholar of the literary realm had always been regarded as a legendary figure. It was not that individuals of this caliber were exceptionally powerful, Rather, they prioritized knowledge and experience over martial prowess, typically reaching only the level of a divine warrior for self-defense. Traditional scholars devoted their time to studying ancient texts rather than honing combat skills. If one sought to enhance their fighting capabilities, they would invariably choose to pursue martial arts, which were far more practical and effective. It seems this young man is destined to become a significant figure in the future, possessing both courage and cunning. Gu Shichen mused approvingly. He observed Ding Dong for a moment before turning to his subordinates, asking, "Who among you can capture this person alive? Isn't he just a scholar? Even if he has reached the literary realm, he is merely an impoverished bookworm without any real combat strength. Marshal, allow me to bring him to you," declared a burly sergeant named Wang Ji, known for his immense strength and skill with a pair of intricately designed bronze hammers, which he wielded with great ferocity. "Then I shall depend on you, General Wang," Gu Shichen replied with a nod. "It will be no trouble at all," Wang Ji replied, cracking his neck and shaking his arms before leaping down from the platform. Surveying the area, he swiftly seized a soldier's horse and mounted it, brandishing his hammers as he bellowed for the crowd to part, charging towards Ding Dong. Ding Dong was in the midst of his battle when he suddenly heard a thunderous roar, causing those around him to scatter and clear a path. A fierce warrior brandishing bronze hammers surged through the throng, halting a mere 10 meters away from him. Wang Ji tilted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Ding Dong, and coldly demanded, "Who goes there? State your name at once, lest you become a nameless phantom." "I am Ding Dong, and you look like a gorilla. Who might you be?" Ding Dong retorted with a curse. "I am your grandfather, Wang Ji." Wang was inherently hot-tempered. When he was verbally assaulted by someone significantly younger, his anger flared up. After retorting sharply, he charged towards Ding Dong with deadly intent, harboring no thoughts of sparing him. He had even concocted a justification for his ruthless assault. Thus, he initiated his attack by swinging a massive bronze hammer aimed squarely at Ding Dong's head, intent on delivering a lethal blow. The hammer, imbued with formidable strength, cast a shadow that enveloped Ding Dong entirely. Should this strike connect, it would undoubtedly reduce him to mere pulp, if not a flattened mass. Ding Dong, however, merely chuckled softly, loosening the reins. His steed, a magnificent blue stallion, shattered into a flurry as he bent low and dismounted. The hammer missed its target, plummeting downward while Wang, taken aback, leaned forward in alarm. Upon landing, Ding Dong wasted no time. He planted his feet firmly and, like a bolt of blue lightning, surged forward, brandishing his colossal blade. He aimed a diagonal thrust at Wang's body. Wang felt a chill in his chest, followed swiftly by excruciating pain. Unable to suppress a scream as he glanced down to discover that Ding Dong's massive blade had pierced through him, leaving his heart icy and spirit soaring. A formidable warrior met his demise in that instant. With a fierce flick of his wrist, Ding Dong hurled Wang's lifeless body far away, then let out a thunderous roar. Leaping high into the air, his blood surged rapidly, transforming into a brilliant blue light that coalesced beneath him, manifesting into a stallion that landed with grace. He tightened the reins, causing the blue stallion to rear up, letting out a piercing neigh that instilled terror among the countless enemies surrounding him. Gu Shichen blinked in disbelief at the scene that had just unfolded. It was well known that Wang had been a valiant warrior on the Western campaign. Yet, unexpectedly, in a mere exchange, he had been slain by an unremarkable youth. "Commander, allow me to confront this young man," Gu Shichen declared, turning to see a figure leaping down from a high platform, clad in deep gray leather armor adorned with a large bear emblem on the chest. It was evident that he too was a centurion. His name was Qianqing Wang, a valiant vanguard general of the Imperial Western Expedition, much like Wang. Having a close bond with Wang, witnessing his friend's demise ignited a furious rage within him, fueling a desire to shred Ding Dong into pieces. Ding Dong, standing proudly atop his steed, surveyed the surroundings when he noticed another rider charging from the crowd, wielding a long-handled broadsword and shouting vehemently, "Impudent wretch! Prepare to meet your end." Qianqing Wang bellowed as he galloped towards Ding Dong. With a surge of strength, his broadsword expanded dramatically, slicing through the air towards Ding Dong. Ding Dong, not daring to underestimate the attack, swiftly positioned his massive blade to the side, successfully blocking the incoming strike. The tremendous force sent both him and his mount skidding several meters sideways, sparks flying where their blades clashed. Before Ding Dong could regain his footing, Qianqing Wang launched another attack, swinging his broadsword in a wide arc aimed directly at Ding Dong's head. Ding Dong tightened the reins, leaning to the side to evade the second strike, narrowly escaping the blow as it cleaved through the air. The blade struck the blue stallion, seemingly having no effect, as it penetrated the horse's body and struck the ground, carving a deep trench in its wake. The azure steed, struck by a blow, remained eerily unfazed. Almost spectral in its demeanor, Ding Dong returned to his mount, extending a hand to grasp the back of his opponent's long-handled sword while wielding his own massive blade in a sweeping arc towards Qian Xingguang. In a desperate attempt to withdraw his weapon, Qian Xingguang relinquished his long handle, tumbling awkwardly from his horse. This fortuitous misstep allowed him to narrowly evade Ding Dong's lethal strike. However, the giant's sword grazed his scalp, shattering his leather helmet and stripping away a significant portion of his flesh, leaving him bloodied and in a state of shock. Yet, in his frantic fall, Qian Xingguang inadvertently caught one foot in the stirrup, resulting in a jarring impact to his head and rendering him momentarily dazed. Before he could regain his composure, a flash of blue light surged before him as Ding Dong's second strike cleaved him in two, his demise grotesquely tragic. In a mere span of 5 exchanges, Ding Dong had dispatched 2 commanding officers, instilling terror in Gu Shichan's vast army, silencing all dissent and rendering them motionless. Each soldier was gripped by profound fear. This was no delicate scholar, but rather a celestial being descended upon them. The loss of 2 generals weighed heavily on Gu Shichan, filling him with regret and sorrow. Deploy the bronze-armored Yanling formation. Leave no heads intact, Gu Shichan proclaimed from his elevated platform, casting aside any hope of capturing Ding Dong alive. His sole desire now was to ensnare and annihilate Ding Dong, offering his remains as a tribute to the fallen generals. The bronze-armored Yanling formation, characterized by overwhelming numbers, involved layers of bronze armor at the front for defense, while archers concealed behind shield bearers awaited their opportunity to strike. The formation enveloped the enemy, proving exceedingly effective in containment and destruction. Previously, Ding Dong might have been rendered helpless against such a tactic, but now, possessing a profound understanding of formations, he was confident in his ability to navigate the impending peril. Positioning an army is an intricate process requiring time for a well-trained force. The arrangement and realignment occur in an instant. Yet, even this fleeting moment could be seized as a pivotal opportunity to dismantle the formation. Observing the enemy soldiers mobilizing with swift precision and the shield bearers advancing from the rear, Ding Dong instantly discerned their intent. A smirk graced his lips as he unleashed a chilling laugh, urging his steed forward and leaping high into the throng. By the time he descended, the shield bearers had assembled before him, their shields forming an imposing wall. Ding Dong furrowed his brow at the sight, urging his azure steed to break free and executing a roll to the front of the shield wall. He then diminished his massive sword to the size of his palm, thrusting it into an unsealed gap. With a powerful roar, the blade expanded back to its colossal form, instantly transforming the narrow opening into a gaping breach. He vaulted through the gap, his massive sword flailing wildly, sending severed limbs and dismembered bodies soaring through the air. The so-called bronze-armored Yanling formation was shattered by Ding Dong before it could even be fully realized. Gu Shichan gazed in astonishment and fury at Ding Dong, who was advancing ever closer through the chaos of battle. With a swift motion, he drew his sword from his waist, pondering whether Ding Dong's intentions were directed towards him. However, he soon realized he was mistaken, for Ding Dong, as he passed the high platform, did not even cast a glance in his direction, relentlessly pressing forward. Drenched in blood, Gu Shichan's astonishment deepened as he furrowed his brow, his mind racing yet failing to decipher the opponent's motives. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him, causing a cold sweat to break out. He must intercept him, at all costs. He must prevent him from advancing. Gu Shichan exclaimed in alarm, turning to the generals behind him, his fury boiling over as he shouted, "Are you all useless? Are you still here merely to spectate?" Upon hearing this, the generals hurriedly descended from the high platform, seizing their weapons and mounting their steeds. Yet, the chaos of the crowd hindered their progress, and they found themselves unable to advance significantly. Ding Dong fought through the throngs, a blood-soaked harbinger of doom, instilling terror in all who dared to obstruct his path. Most cowered away, lacking the courage to confront him, with only a few foolishly seeking their own demise by stepping forward. Observing the tumultuous scene, Gu Shichan's impatience ignited into a blaze, compelling him to leap down from the high platform and pursue Ding Dong. Ding Dong appeared to be a headless fly, recklessly charging ahead. Yet, in reality, he was on a quest, searching for the materials that Gu Shichan's troops had amassed to set the mountains ablaze. Ultimately, he succeeded in his search. The thick, yellow oil and neatly stacked charcoal, once guarded by a heavy presence, were now left vulnerable as the soldiers tasked with their defense had been scattered by the turmoil. This allowed Ding Dong to reach his destination with ease. Without dismounting, he deflected the attacks from surrounding foes while retrieving a firebrand from his waist. He swiftly ignited it, and with a hearty laugh, tossed the flame into the charcoal pile. At that moment, the soldiers finally grasped Ding Dong's intent, but it was too late to intervene. They could only watch helplessly as the charcoal ignited. The flames surging higher with the wind, ultimately reaching the barrels of oil. Boom, boom. The successive explosions reverberated behind Gu Shichan's army. A towering inferno erupting as nearby barracks were engulfed, causing the fire to spread rapidly. In that instant, no one cared for the mastermind behind the chaos. Instead, they clamored about, desperately searching for water to extinguish the flames. Amidst the turmoil, Ding Dong managed to escape Gu Shichan's camp, racing towards Tian New Mountain. On that day, Spring City faced its most significant crisis since its reconstruction. The second formation, led by Tang Tianyu, found itself overwhelmed by the thousands of Sea God army troops from Haicheng, retreating and barricading themselves within the freshly built Spring City. The chaos had driven numerous refugees into Spring City, with the Sea God army showing no restraint and seemingly intent on pushing even more displaced persons into the city. In a matter of moments, Spring City became overcrowded. Days later, the Sea God army besieged Spring City, surrounding it without launching an assault. Due to its geographical disadvantages, Spring City was easy to attack yet difficult to defend, leaving the righteous forces unable to break free. As days passed, food supplies within Spring City began to dwindle, causing unrest among the populace. The members of the second formation, led by Tang Tianyu, urgently petitioned Wu Yuanqi, beseeching Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo to invoke heavenly warriors to alleviate Spring City's dire predicament. Wu Yuanqi understood that the so-called celestial soldiers and generals were merely a consequence of an earthquake, a natural disaster. Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo had merely predicted the timing of the quake to incite a rebellion among the righteous army. There were no divine forces at play. Within Spring City, food supplies were critically low, besieged by tens of thousands of troops. While the primary formation confronting Gu Shichan's army at Jiuqi City was unable to retreat, the crisis in Spring City was unprecedented, and the fall of the city was but a matter of time. Just as Wu Yuanqi was engulfed in despair, Tan Yomo visited, calmly extending his hand towards him, assuring, "Commander, do not fret. Within 5 days, the siege of Spring City will be lifted." Chapter 40. To return or not to return. Ding Dong was drenched in the blood of the enemy, galloping on horseback, with flames erupting behind him. He felt an exhilarating rush. Every hair on his body seemed to quiver with delight. It had been an eternity since he felt so free. During the past few weeks on the snowy mountains, he had faced lifeless snowmen and ice figures, the only living being in his sight being a short, masked figure. He longed to escape, but found himself on the brink of madness. Now, however, he felt reborn. The Ding Dong once known to many had finally returned in all his glory. Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao spotted the enemy camp ablaze in flames and witnessed a bloodied figure charging towards them through the chaos. Unable to contain their excitement, they, along with their fellow soldiers, urged their horses forward to assist Ding Dong. Suddenly, a clear whistle rang out from within the tumult, and a blue figure darted forth at remarkable speed, pursuing Ding Dong. Startled by the sound, Ding Dong turned in the saddle, catching sight of a figure enveloped in blue light, brandishing a massive sword, advancing towards him with fierce intent. The pursuer was Gu Shichan. Though he held a commanding position, he rarely engaged directly in battle. However, his combat prowess was formidable, having reached the swift realm of martial prowess, just 2 steps away from the pinnacle of warrior kings. While the literary monarch represented the highest realm of literary warriors, their actual combat capability paled in comparison to that of martial warriors. Gu Shichan, swift as the wind in this realm, quickly closed the distance to Ding Dong. Realizing the peril, Ding Dong braced himself on the horse's back, awkwardly pivoting to ride backwards, and swung his massive blade down upon Gu Shichan. Gu Shichan crouched low, lifting his legs, propelling himself horizontally above the ground, and successfully evading Ding Dong's lethal strike. Utilizing his momentum, he aimed to land on the hind legs of the blue steed. However, to his surprise, he found nothing but emptiness beneath his feet. And before he could react, his entire body passed through under the horse's belly, ultimately positioning himself directly in front of Ding Dong. Having missed his mark, Ding Dong remained composed, swiftly turning his horse back to its proper position. He squinted ahead and clearly saw Gu Shichan leaping high, sword raised, casting a shadow that threatened to eclipse the sun. Consequently, Ding Dong forcefully reined in his horse, which reared up on its hind legs with a loud neigh. At that moment, Gu Shichan swung down his massive sword towards Ding Dong, the fierce wind it generated roaring in his ears. Ding Dong cast a fleeting glance at the blade in his hand, aware that he could not withstand the enemy's strike head-on. He sharply squeezed the belly of his steed, the blue-glowing horse, with his heels. The horse plunged forward, transforming into a streak of azure light. Gu Shichan's massive sword did not strike Ding Dong immediately. Instead, it crashed into the ground, cleaving a deep trench as though slicing through tofu. The momentum of the sword continued unabated, nearly grazing the rear of the blue-glowing horse as it pursued Ding Dong. Ding Dong had already maneuvered his steed to a position slightly below Gu Shichan. Just as the latter began to descend, the colossal sword lost its forward momentum and, at that moment, failed to strike Ding Dong. The blue-glowing horse reared up against Gu Shichan, raising its front hooves to deliver a powerful kick. Recalling his previous experience of passing through the horse's body, Gu Shichan paid little heed to the attack and focused all his attention on the colossal blade in Ding Dong's grasp. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, the blue-glowing horse's front hooves struck solidly against Gu Shichan's chest as he fell from the sky, sending him hurtling backward and stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding Dong exhaled deeply, shook his head with a faint smile, and urged his horse towards the direction of Tianshan Mountain. Just then, he heard the urgent cry of Luo Shuiqing, "Ding Dong, be careful." Without needing to turn around, Ding Dong instinctively understood the danger behind him. He swiftly dispersed the massive blade in his hands and urged the horse forward, propelling himself like an arrow towards Luo Shuiqing. In midair, he twisted his body, flicking his right hand, and 4 blue orbs shot forth from his fingertips, emitting a piercing sound as they sped towards the suddenly approaching Gu Shichan. Startled by Ding Dong's sudden attack, Gu Shichan rolled aside to evade it. Meanwhile, Ding Dong had already passed Luo Shuiqing, landing securely on her horse. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, tightened the reins, and brought the steed to a halt, swiftly turning it around to accelerate once more. Gu Kebiao, leading his fearless warriors, spread out their formation, raising longbows and spears in unison, their expressions solemn and resolute, showing no signs of retreat. Gu Shichan did not pursue Ding Dong further. Instead, he rose from the ground, reduced the size of his massive sword back to its original form, and sheathed it. Frowning as he loudly inquired, "Who are you? How can you wield the blood chi technique?" "I am Ding Dong, the son of the former minister Ding Jinyu. I swear to make the empire pay its blood debts in blood," Ding Dong declared emphatically, taken aback by these words. Gu Shichan's gaze drifted beyond the shoulders of the fearless warriors to the silhouette engulfed in the rising dust. For a moment, he seemed lost in thought before turning back to his camp. Upon returning to the temporary encampment of the rebel forces, Ding Dong was immediately surrounded by a throng of people, both familiar and unfamiliar, all inquiring with concern about his recent whereabouts. Before long, a scout from the rebel forces reported back, revealing that Ding Dong had infiltrated the enemy's main camp alone, inflicting significant damage by slaying 2 of their generals and igniting the enemy's oil and charcoal reserves meant for burning the mountains, resulting in heavy casualties for the adversary. In an instant, the soldiers of the righteous army shook off the gloom that had enveloped them during their days trapped on the wrathful Tianyu Mountain, erupting into jubilant cheers. Ding Dong climbed a nearby tree, perching himself on a low branch, and with outstretched arms, signaled for silence. The crowd fell silent, captivated by his presence. Clearing his throat, he began to regale them with a vivid account of his daring venture into enemy territory, his words flowing like a torrent. The warriors beneath the tree listened intently, palms slick with sweat. They gasped at the perilous moments and erupted into laughter at the exhilarating parts. At that moment, a figure squeezed through the throng just as Ding Dong was recounting his pursuit by an enemy general, every listener straining their necks in anxious anticipation, as if they themselves were confronting the danger. After unleashing those 4 spirited projectiles, I landed upon General Luo's steed, casting a casual smile over my shoulder, concealing my achievements, and swiftly returning to safety. Ding Dong threw his head back in laughter, and the throng of warriors below joined in merriment. As he smiled and lowered his gaze, he spotted a familiar silhouette and promptly leaped down to stand before the individual. "Military strategist, you have arrived. Did you miss me?" Su Jin stroked his beard and replied with a smirk, "Miss you? Who has the time? This is a grueling battle, not to be taken lightly. Is this all of us? Did Princess Naya not bring anyone?" Ding Dong inquired, glancing around in confusion. Su Jin gestured for silence and pulled Ding Dong along. Luo Shuiqing, observing Ding Dong's retreating form, felt an inexplicable surge of anger, stamping his foot before turning away. Ding Dong followed Su Jin to the temporary tent of Ma Yusheng, where many individuals were already seated, most of whom had once been chieftains of the decaying Plains bandits. They had been assigned various military ranks within the righteous army, contingent upon the number of followers they had brought. Upon Ding Dong's arrival, the assembly rose in unison, directing appreciative gazes towards him. "You rascal, you've outdone yourself." Returning so soon with a grand gift, Ma Yuxing said, striding forward with open arms to clap Ding Dong on the shoulder, praising. "You've grown sturdier since we last met." Ding Dong scratched his head, grinning sheepishly, playing the fool. "Find a spot to sit first." Just then, the tent's entrance was lifted, and Gu Kebiao along with Luo Shuiqing entered. "Your timing is impeccable. Please, take a seat," Ma Yuxing said. Once the three settled down, Ma Yuxing and Su Zhan took their places on two rudimentary chairs at the head of the table. Ma Yuxing surveyed the room and proclaimed loudly, "Let us resume our earlier discussion. What thoughts do you have regarding the siege of Spring City? Speak freely. Do not withhold your opinions." "The siege of Spring City?" Ding Dong sprang to his feet in alarm. Ma Yuxing raised his right hand, signaling for calm, urging Ding Dong to remain composed. Ding Dong fought to quell his rising panic and slowly reseated himself, his mind swirling in turmoil. "In my view," one individual rose to speak emphatically, "we must return. Spring City is our foundation. Regardless of whether we can seize Jiuqi City, we must hold on to Spring City." "Absolutely not." Another individual stood up, shaking his head, and remarked, "The scouts report that the Sea God army from Haiqing numbers over 30,000, and they possess ironclad war chariots fashioned from ships. Given our current predicament, returning now would not only fail to save Chunqing, but also draw the troops from Jiuqi City back, plunging Chunqing into irrevocable despair." The two voiced opposing opinions, and the tent was soon filled with discord. Silence. Enough. After a lengthy pause, Ma Yuxing suddenly rose and declared loudly, "I have made my decision. We will heed the counsel of Counselor Tan Yomo and continue our assault on Jiuqi City. I believe the brothers at the second major formation can hold their ground. If we lose Chunqing, then we shall simply revert to our previous lives as bandits, carefree as before. That is all I have to say. You may disperse." The soldiers stood and bid farewell to Ma Yuxing. "Ding Dong, stay a moment," Ma Yuxing called out to Ding Dong, who was about to exit the tent. Once the others had departed, only Ma Yuxing, Su Zhan, and Ding Dong remained inside. "There were too many people just now for me to speak my mind. Do you realize that your actions today were utterly reckless?" Ma Yuxing's expression darkened as he gazed at Ding Dong, his tone stern. "You could die. Do you understand?" "I am not afraid of death," Ding Dong replied defiantly, tilting his head. "I fear that if you die, all these years I have cared for you will be in vain," Ma Yuxing retorted angrily. "Oh, I understand. I won't do it again, is that all right? If there's nothing else, I shall find Gu Kebiao for a drink." Ding Dong expressed his impatience, turning to leave. Su Zhan stepped forward, placing a hand in front of Ding Dong with a slight smile. "Why should we keep you here if there's nothing else?" "I wish to take advantage of the enemy's main force being here to arrange some personnel to sneak into the southern city of Jiuqi." "A splendid idea," Ding Dong exclaimed, turning around with a gleam in his eyes and laughing heartily. "I shall take on this task." Chapter 41. The change of leadership in Jiuqi due to his daring infiltration of the enemy camp that alleviated the crisis for the righteous army. Ding Dong was promoted to the position of major team leader, overseeing the two central formations led by Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao. This major team was secretly tasked by Su Zhan and Ma Yuxing to travel day and night, covering 100 miles, circumventing Gu Shichan's encirclement, and stealthily arriving outside the southern city of Jiuqi, lying in ambush within the mountains and forests. Su Zhan and Ma Yuxing, disregarding casualties, frequently emerged from the mountains to harass Gu Shichan's encampment, successfully ensnaring the main forces of Gu Shichan's army with traps and deceptive formations. Ding Dong perched atop a tree, gazing at the crescent moon and stars above, exhaling a deep breath of pent-up frustration. His major team had been concealed outside the southern city of Jiuqi for the better part of a day, and with his temperament, he was nearing the brink of internal distress. By this time, it was roughly the hour of high, and Ding Dong could see the southern city of Jiuqi shrouded in darkness, with only a scattering of torches flickering atop the city walls. He formed a circle with his thumb and index finger, letting out a soft whistle, and then leapt down from the treetop. In a matter of moments, all the soldiers of Ding Dong's major team had gathered around him. Lowering his voice, Ding Dong addressed everyone. "Before we ascend the city walls, none shall use blood aura techniques, as the blue light emitted would alert the enemy. Let us remember those brothers who have sacrificed for our cause. We have no reason to fear or retreat." The crowd nodded in agreement. "All right, let's go," Ding Dong declared, charging ahead, followed closely by Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing. The other soldiers, witnessing their three commanders leading the charge, felt compelled to join them. Ding Dong had planned for everyone to stealthily reach the base of the wall. then sneak up to the battlements to unleash a massacre, thus effortlessly seizing Jiuqi South City. However, he did not anticipate the high vigilance of the city's defenders. Before they could reach the wall, they were already discovered. In an instant, the sound of gongs echoed from the walls, and the guards rushed to the battlements, raining arrows down upon the unwelcome intruders. Ding Dong watched in agony as his comrades fell one after another to the chaotic barrage of arrows, and for the first time, he felt a pang of retreat. It was not that he feared battle. Rather, he could not bear to witness the living beings beside him transform into wandering souls. Lost in thought, Gu Kebiao suddenly caught up to him, pointing toward a distant shadow. The guards have sent for reinforcements. Should we pursue? Ding Dong assessed the distance and realized it was futile to chase after them. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Brothers, draw your weapons and polish your armor. With me. Let us storm Jiuqi City before dawn." The soldiers unsheathed their blades, echoing his rallying cry. Instantly, a shimmering blue light erupted at the foot of Jiuqi City, causing the defenders on the walls to falter in confusion. Ding Dong leaped high into the air, calling out Wen Huang. In that fleeting moment, his armor, treasured blade, and steed coalesced, transforming him into a celestial figure. As the blue steed landed, Ding Dong extended his arms downward. Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing, who had just arrived, understood his intent and leaped forward to grasp his hands. With a mighty roar, Ding Dong pulled them onto the horse's back, then forcefully spurred the steed forward. The blue steed neighed and surged ahead, darting toward the base of Jiuqi's walls with such swiftness that the guards' arrows could not reach them. As they approached the formidable wall, the blue steed showed no sign of slowing down. It leaped and landed atop the battlements, galloping up the wall as if it were level ground. The arrows rained down upon Ding Dong, but he raised his massive blade to shield Luo Shuiqing, effectively blocking the incoming projectiles. With a collective gasp, the blue steed vaulted over the wall, soaring into the air. Ding Dong, along with Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao, brandished their weapons as they leapt toward the battlements. To the defenders, it appeared as though a magnificent steed, aglow with blue light, was charging into the sky, followed by three figures descending like deities, instilling terror in their hearts. Soon, someone recognized Ding Dong as the audacious soldier who had infiltrated their camp days prior, effortlessly slaying two of their generals and setting their barracks ablaze, prompting a cacophony of fear. In this atmosphere, the defenders' will to fight began to wane, replaced by sheer dread. Thus, like wolves entering a flock of sheep, Ding Dong and his companions commenced a ruthless slaughter, carving out a substantial breach. Gradually, the remaining soldiers of the righteous army climbed atop the city walls, engaging the enemy in fierce hand-to-hand combat. The following morning, news of the attack on Jiuqi City reached the front lines, leaving Gu Shiqian astounded. Abandoning the righteous troops in Tian New Mountain, he led his forces back to the city for rescue, arriving near the southern gate of Jiuqi by noon. From a distance, Gu Shiqian observed that the gates of the southern city were tightly shut, and the flags on the walls had been replaced by the righteous army's fiery banner. From atop the gate tower, a voice boomed, "Hey, listen up, this city now bears the surname Ding." Gu Shiqian stood in stunned silence for a moment, swayed slightly, and suddenly coughed up blood, tumbling from his horse. Ma Yuxing and Su Zhan, witnessing the enemy's panicked retreat, understood that the southern city of Jiuqi was now within their grasp, and they joyfully relayed the news to the entire army. The news of the capture of Jiuqi South City swiftly reached Jiuqi North City, causing Chen Jinfang to finally lose his composure. What could this Gu Shiqian possibly do? 5 against 1, and they had lost the city. Enraged, Chen Jinfang rose and shattered the teapot in his hand. "Come here. Relay my orders, assemble the entire army, and bring forth the Chuan Yun giant crossbow and the Firestone vehicles." The Chuan Yun giant crossbow and Firestone vehicles were heavy weaponry, immense and unwieldy, intended solely for siege warfare. Originally, Chen Jinfang had stationed the Chuan Yun giant crossbow and Firestones in Jiuqi North City for an assault on the Empire's Sand City, never anticipating that he would now need to deploy them against his own gates. He cursed Gu Shiqian profusely in his heart, but his anger could not alleviate his deep-seated resentment. 3 days later, Chen Jinfang led tens of thousands of troops across Tian New Mountain, arriving in the southern region, where he joined forces with Gu Shiqian's army outside Jiuqi South City to set up camp, plotting a vigorous assault on the southern city the following day, vowing to reclaim it and reduce the righteous army to ashes. That night, at the hour of the dog, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the stars, enveloping the world in a pall of darkness. Above Jiuqi South City, dozens of blue orbs of light ascended into the sky, exploding in midair and illuminating the world as if it were day. Though fleeting, This light radiated for hundreds, even thousands of miles. Gu Shichan and Qin Jinfang, observing the splendid blue light from their respective camps, mistook it for a celestial phenomenon, delighting in its beauty and making wishes. Little did they know that a calamity was soon to befall them. At the hour of the rabbit the next day, news arrived from Jiuqi North City that it had been taken. The occupying forces exhibited various combat styles and donned diverse attire, strikingly reminiscent of the exiled tribes from the western regions. Qin Jinfang realized he had fallen into the righteous army's trap of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair. Filled with regret, which soon morphed into furious indignation as he ordered an all-out assault on Jiuqi North City. The defending righteous army, taking advantage of the advantageous terrain, mounted a composed defense. However, they had not anticipated the might of the Chuan Yun giant crossbows and firestone vehicles, whose formidable attacks threatened to obliterate the city gates. The walls began to crumble in several places, and flames engulfed the city. The casualties among the military and civilians within Jiuqi South City were severe, and the fall of the city became a matter of time. At this critical juncture, a cloud of dust appeared in the rear of the allied forces led by Qin Jinfang and Gu Shichan, heralding the arrival of countless roaring beasts. Reluctantly, the coalition forces abandoned their siege and turned to engage the beast horde. Unfortunately, the sheer number of wild creatures inflicted severe casualties upon the coalition, rapidly diminishing their combat effectiveness. As the beast horde charged, a dark wave of cavalry surged forth. Leading them was a figure as vibrant as fire, a princess of the Serb lineage, adorned in multicolored attire, wielding a whip with unrestrained mastery, causing cries of anguish wherever she passed. This valiant leader was Princess Naya, who, after a surprise attack that captured the northern Nine-Tooth City the previous night, had rallied the myriad tribes of the western frontier and hastily crossed the furious mountain to rescue the beleaguered righteous army. At the moment when the coalition was engulfed in chaos, the gates of the northern Nine-Tooth City suddenly swung open. Ma Yuxing led thousands of still combat-ready righteous soldiers out of the city, crashing into the ranks of the coalition. Surrounded on all sides, the coalition forces, bereft of fighting spirit, scattered in disarray, casting aside their flags and weapons in a desperate bid for survival. Witnessing tens of thousands of their troops being thoroughly defeated by the considerably outnumbered righteous army and the myriad tribes of the western frontier, Qin Jinfang, consumed by shame, took his own life amidst the turmoil, his body lying lifeless upon the chaotic ground. Gu Shichan, abandoning the last vestiges of resistance, surrendered his forces. Thus, the righteous army's expedition to the west, spanning several months, concluded in triumph. The myriad tribes of the western frontier successfully reclaimed their homeland. That evening, a grand celebration unfolded within the northern Nine-Tooth City, where the righteous army mourned their fallen brothers with tears and wine, reveling in their hard-won victory. Princess Naya, with a goblet in hand, sought out Ding Dong amidst the jubilant throng. She raised her cup towards him, her enchanting eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yet her face bore a radiant smile. "I missed you," she conveyed with a fleeting glance at Luo Shuiqing beside Ding Dong, offering a bittersweet smile before downing her drink, stifling her potentially joyful tears. The sweetness of the celebratory wine was tinged with an unexpected bitterness. "What?" Ding Dong returned her toast, scratching his head in confusion. "Follow me," Princess Naya instructed before turning away. After a moment's hesitation, Ding Dong hurriedly followed her. Luo Shuiqing, with a complex expression, watched as Princess Naya melded into the crowd, then, dissatisfied, urged Gu Kebiao beside her, "Let us go. We must see this." Without further ado, she pulled Gu Kebiao along in pursuit of Ding Dong. News of the coalition's successful capture of Nine-Tooth City swiftly reached Spring City, coinciding with the inexplicable retreat of the Sea God army besieging it. The arrival of these two favorable tidings transformed the atmosphere in Spring City from despair to exuberance, bringing smiles to countless faces, even as tears flowed freely. Wu Yuanqi held a grand banquet in celebration, and the citizens of Spring City spontaneously adorned the town in red and green, celebrating with a fervor surpassing that of the new year. A few days later, Zhang Jixing returned from the east to Spring City, revealing to all the true reason behind the Sea God army's withdrawal. The northern city He army had stealthily attacked Sea City, forcing the Sea God army to retreat to defend their stronghold. However, the He army had avoided direct confrontation and retreated back to Bay City prematurely. Uncertain of the relationship between the Spring City Righteous Army and the Bay City He army, the Sea God army hesitated to act recklessly, opting instead to stockpile provisions and train their troops in preparation for the inevitable battles that lay ahead. A month later, news arrived from the north that the imperial army, After enduring a fierce resistance from the rebel forces in Yi City, ultimately breached its defenses and reclaimed the territory. Enraged, the military minister ordered a massacre of 3 within the city, transforming Yi City into a hellscape of flames and wails. 3 days later, the once vibrant city lay in ruins, reduced to an empty shell, with only the remnants of the victor's flames smoldering. This fire, too, would eventually extinguish. Yet new flames would inevitably ignite, destined to consume the filthy empire. Chapter 42. Reunion with an old friend. The aftermath of the great battle left Jiuqi North City in utter disarray, a sight too harrowing to behold. Boulders obstructed the paths, and remnants of walls lay scattered. Many citizens mourned the loss of loved ones, desperately digging through the debris with bare hands. Their tears and cries starkly contrasting with the celebratory soldiers. Princess Naya and Ding Dong gradually distanced themselves from the jubilant throng, wandering through the city, their hearts heavy with the tragedy that unfolded before them. Did we truly emerge victorious in this battle? Luo Shuiqing's voice trembled with emotion. War always exacts a toll. It is not only the soldiers who perish, but far more civilians. Without the blood and tears to honor the sacrifices, how could a new world ever be born? It will be all right. Once the empire falls, our righteous army will lead the people to self-governance. Everything will be fine by then. Gu Kebiao's voice dwindled, uncertainty clouding his thoughts about the arrival of that day. Leading the way, Princess Naya remained silent, her gaze fixed downward. Ding Dong, observing the continuous display of devastation around him, felt his brow furrow deeper, his heart tumultuous with questions. His curiosity had shifted from whom Princess Naya intended to meet to when this war would finally conclude. Unbeknownst to them, the path beneath their feet gradually leveled and widened, bringing them to the heart of Jiuqi City, where the suffering was less pronounced, as even the most formidable artillery had its limits. Yet, the residents bore no expressions of relief. Their faces reflected only shock and bewilderment, utterly ignorant of how to carry on with their lives the following day. Is that not fire dance? Gu Kebiao's sudden exclamation captured the attention of the others. Ding Dong looked up and indeed beheld, beneath the night-as flames, a magnificent red steed standing proudly, surrounded by a pack of large dogs, all of which lay whimpering before it. Fire dance, Ding Dong called out in delight. Recognizing the fiery steed, having just triumphed over the pack, Fire Dance was reveling in its victory. Upon hearing its name, it lifted its head, recognizing Ding Dong with a joyful neigh, galloping towards him. The wild dogs, seeing Fire Dance depart, scrambled away in disarray. Fire Dance approached Ding Dong, nuzzling against him affectionately. Ding Dong embraced the horse's neck, gently stroking its face, the bond between them radiating warmth and intimacy, evoking envy from onlookers. Isn't that Princess Naya's mount? How can it be so close to you? Gu Kebiao inquired with astonishment. Ding Dong smiled and shook his head, replying, it is not merely a steed. It is a friend. Huo Wu appeared to comprehend Ding Dong's words, frolicking around him with exuberance, occasionally nuzzling against his face. Seizing a moment of distraction, she stealthily stepped on Gu Kebiao's foot, causing him to hop about in pain, exclaiming loudly. Ding Dong, who had been suppressing his emotions, finally felt a flicker of joy and allowed Huo Wu to draw near. Luo Shuiqing, observing from the sidelines, was filled with envy. Each time she attempted to reach out to Huo Wu, the creature evaded her grasp, even displaying a hint of aggression, prompting Luo Shuiqing to pout in frustration and exclaim, "Umph. If you refuse to let me touch you, so be it. Do you think I care?" Princess Naya watched the scene unfold with a faint smile, though her expression betrayed a deep-seated sorrow. She sighed quietly and was about to turn away when she heard Ding Dong call her name. Hey, where are you going? Princess Naya did not respond or turn back. Instead, she walked slowly into the distance, her seemingly delicate silhouette revealing an overwhelming sense of loneliness and despair. It was not that she did not wish to answer or turn around. She merely did not want anyone to witness her vulnerability as the newly appointed leader of the Seljuk people and ruler of the tribes of the western frontier. Ding Dong gazed at Princess Naya's retreating figure, biting his lip before wrapping his arms around Huo Wu's neck. He closed his eyes and whispered softly into her ear for some time. Huo Wu seemed dissatisfied with his words, struggling to lift her head, but Ding Dong held her tighter. He leaned in once more, continuing to speak into her ear. When he finally released Huo Wu, she lowered her head, clearly reluctant to part. Ding Dong patted her back, feigning nonchalance as he said, "Go on, take care of her." Huo Wu began to walk slowly in the direction Princess Naya had departed, pausing after a few steps to look back at Ding Dong with deep affection. "Go." Ding Dong waved his hand at Huo Wu. The creature reared up, letting out a resounding cry before, in an instant, transforming into a fiery whirlwind and vanishing into the night. The following day, Ma Yusheng and Su Zhan commenced the task of settling the tens of thousands of captured soldiers, accepting those they could and dispersing the rest. Gu Shichan and several other defected military leaders were placed under house arrest, awaiting the arrival of officials from Spring City for their fate. Half a month later, Zheng Kuei arrived at Jiuqi North City with several companions. Their arrival was noteworthy, as each of them rode upon a peculiar wooden horse. Its rough exterior barely resembling a horse, complete with wings that could flap like those of a bird, expanding and retracting. Zheng Kuei introduced. This is yet another successful invention from Xiao Lu following the thunderous boom, utilizing the blood control technique. Counselor Tan Yumao named it Fei Jun, meaning flying steed. The creation process was exceedingly complex. During the siege of Spring City, dozens were made, yet only about 10 were capable of flight. Due to the limited mastery of the blood control technique among the soldiers, several had been destroyed, leaving only a few remaining. Ding Dong was filled with wonder and insisted on trying one of the flying steeds. Considering Ding Dong's adeptness with the blood control technique, Zheng Kuei patiently reiterated the key points of controlling Fei Jun until Ding Dong could recite them flawlessly, at which point he was permitted to mount the majestic creature. Controlling the majestic steed requires both audacity and meticulousness. One must be well acquainted with the extent and rhythm of the wings unfurling upon the back of the horse to achieve mastery. Ding Dong possessed the requisite boldness, yet lacked the necessary finesse. Despite memorizing the key points of control, he found himself utterly incapable of managing the steed once mounted. As the horse spiraled through the air, amidst gasps of astonishment, it collided with the city wall. Though Ding Dong emerged unscathed, he was left thoroughly embarrassed. Zheng Kuei, gazing at the wreckage of the steed at the foot of the wall, felt a pang of distress, his face turning a shade of green with frustration. Wishing to reprimand Ding Dong severely. Aware of the trouble he had caused, Ding Dong hastily fled before Zheng Kuei could arrive, refraining from showing his face again. After a full day of tallying the current military strength of Jiuqi City, Zheng Kuei was elated. The first formation of Ma Yusheng, following this encounter, had expanded its ranks to 50,000. When combined with the military forces of the western frontier tribes, the total stationed in the north and south of Jiuqi had reached 70,000, significantly amplifying the fighting capacity of the righteous army. However, Zheng Kuei was at a loss regarding the next steps. Thus, he decided to escort Gu Shichan and other leaders of the surrendered forces back to Chun City to report. This time, they did not traverse the skies but opted for the land route. The steed had become a burden, serving no real purpose and relying on carts for transport. Consequently, their journey took several days before they reached Chun City. After deliberations among Wu Yuanxi, Zhang Jisheng, and other council members, Gu Shichan and the leaders of the surrendered forces were retained in Chun City, with dedicated personnel assigned to attend to their daily needs, effectively placing them under house arrest until the end of their days. Once Jiuqi City was formally handed over to the righteous army, comprehensive reforms commenced in a systematic manner across military, political, and economic spheres. The residents of Jiuqi City felt rejuvenated, expressing profound gratitude towards the righteous army, which facilitated the spread of their ideals among the populace. After integrating and reorganizing their military forces, the righteous army now comprised 4 divisions and 8 regiments. This included the independent forces of the western frontier tribes along with 2 subordinate formations. The commander of the independent forces was Princess Naya, holding the title of Grand Commander with the rank of First Flame. The first formation was expanded into the First Army, with Ma Yusheng as the Grand Commander, and Ding Dong serving as the formation leader, overseeing 2 battalions led by Luo Shuiqing and Gu Ku Biao respectively. The leadership of the second formation was temporarily assumed by Ma Yusheng. The Grand Commander of the Second Army was Tang Tianyu, while Zheng Kuei held the title for the Third Army. With Wu Yuanqi commanding 80,000 troops, he had truly become a prominent marshal. Following a series of successful reforms, Jiuqi City was entrusted to the independent governance of the western frontier tribes, which established a council where the tribal leaders, in addition to their military roles, also served as council members. Aside from the independent forces, the remaining 3 armies withdrew from Jiuqi City, returning to Chun City. As the righteous army traversed the streets of Chun City, they were warmly welcomed by the townsfolk. Clad in blue luminescent armor and mounted on a similarly radiant steed, Ding Dong stood out amidst the otherwise drab ranks of the army. Many young maidens were captivated by his extraordinary presence, ensnared in admiration. However, the oblivious Ding Dong remained unaware of the effect he had on those around him. After bidding farewell to Xie Bingli, aside from Tang Tianyu's second army, which remained stationed outside of Spring City, the rest of the troops withdrew to various counties. Ding Dong, whose county was not far from Spring City, eagerly shed his armor on the first day of rest, and, with Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao, set out to explore the city, planning to indulge in a sumptuous feast at the new Sifong restaurant. Spring City had transformed beyond recognition, flourishing with vitality. Its inhabitants were well-fed and comfortably sheltered, no longer troubled by the struggle for survival. Instead, they began to aspire to a higher quality of life. One day, the fire of our righteous army will blaze across the world, granting rebirth to countless souls. Ding Dong raised his cup and shared a hearty drink with Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao. As the trio laughed and enjoyed their drinks, Ding Dong suddenly felt something fall onto his head. Startled, he reached up to touch it and found it was a furry creature. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was Qiu Qiu. Luo Shuiqing chuckled, "Your brother has come to find you." Qiu Qiu seemed to understand Luo Shuiqing's words, raised its paws to cover its face, and then made a funny face at Ding Dong, eliciting laughter from several nearby tables of patrons. Qiu Qiu was notoriously attached to Wu Ziheng, leading Ding Dong to surmise that Wu Ziheng must be nearby. He tossed Qiu Qiu to Luo Shuiqing and scanned the surroundings for Wu Ziheng, soon spotting her ethereal visage at the entrance of the hotel. Light and graceful like a fairy. However, she was not alone. Two others accompanied her. Upon recognizing the two, Ding Dong was momentarily taken aback. They were none other than Yi He and Wang Ruoyou, whom he had not seen in many years. Yi He had grown tall and slender, yet an air of leadership emanated from him in every gesture. Wang Ruoyou had blossomed into a more enchanting figure, her eyes like autumn waters, her smile radiant as a flower, and her skin as smooth as mutton fat, yet her brows exuded a commanding spirit. They had indeed matured. Gu Kebiao noticed the trio as well, unable to contain his surprise as he stood up, even knocking over his wine cup without a care. The beloved figure he had long yearned for had finally reappeared before him, and he felt a torrent of words welling up inside, yet he could only stammer silently. Like a mute, Luo Shuiqing discreetly kicked Gu Kebiao under the table, whispering, "What a lack of ambition." Ding Dong shot a mischievous grin at Gu Kebiao before waving to Wu Ziheng and the others, calling out, "Hey, Ziheng, what a coincidence. Isn't that Yi He and Wang Ruoyou? Long time no see. Come sit with us. Let us catch up." Wu Ziheng had actually noticed Ding Dong and the others long before, hesitating about whether to approach them, but unexpectedly, Qiu Qiu made the decision for her. She glanced at Yi He, who nodded in encouragement, and with a smile, she led the two others toward Ding Dong. Chapter 43. The Martyrs' Cemetery. Tian New mountain slices through the continent mercilessly, dividing the north and south, and even Jiashishing was thus separated into two main cities. Yet, in truth, it is not so. Departing from the Spring City, traversing 3 county towns and 15 small villages, one arrives at the realm of Mount Tiannu, where visitors can gaze upon the towering cloud-piercing peak or indulge in the crystal-clear, natural waters of the foaming stream. Many pause in admiration, for the jagged rocks before them appear to be an insurmountable domain for mere mortals. However, a select few are aware that near the base of the cloud-piercing peak lies a massive stubborn boulder, behind which a narrow path winds its way. Following this path reveals an increasingly expansive terrain, flanked by steepening rock walls. At the journey's end stands a formidable checkpoint, a grand stone structure that spans the chasm between 2 cliffs. Beneath this edifice lies a stone gate, intricately carved, the only exquisite feature in the vicinity. Not far off, several rudimentary stone houses serve as barracks for the garrison. This place, known as Biechuan Pass, is part of Spring City and was once a secret route discovered during the Empire's early campaigns to the south, through which 100,000 troops stealthily traversed to subjugate the nations south of Mount Tiannu. Later, the military envoy constructed Biechuan Pass, signifying that passage through this gate would lead into a new realm. In earlier times, chaos reigned in Spring City, and the guards at Biechuan Pass abandoned their posts, turning into bandits upon reaching Spring City, while the military envoy, preoccupied with rectifying injustices, neglected to reinforce the garrison here. Consequently, following the uprising in Spring City, Biechuan Pass became a crucial defensive stronghold, now manned by a substantial force of righteous warriors. Atop Biechuan Pass, several of these warriors languidly leaned against a shaded area, boasting of their various illustrious achievements in battle, with a few spears scattered haphazardly around them. As one robust man animatedly recounted his exploits, he stood up, gesticulating dramatically. Suddenly, mid-sentence, he halted, eyes wide with disbelief as he glanced down, and then collapsed to the ground, lifeless, exhaling his last breath. His companions, stunned, discovered a gleaming arrowhead protruding from his throat, a spattering of blood marking the ground. "Enemies are approaching," cried one who reacted swiftly, scrambling to retrieve a spear from the ground. Almost simultaneously, arrows rained down like a torrential downpour. Many stationed soldiers, oblivious to the threat, became lost souls in an instant. The commander of the garrison, witnessing the deluge of arrows from above, urgently called for cover, himself pressing against the wall, nimbly scaling Bituan Pass. He gazed into the distance, inhaling sharply, for he beheld a dense mass of heads on the narrow path across the pass. Those arrows had originated from that very throng. A messenger was dispatched, sprinting back to Spring City to request reinforcements. "Brothers, the imperial army approaches. We shall stand our ground," declared the garrison commander, swiftly bending to seize a spear and hurling it at the enemy, skewering several unsuspecting soldiers of the imperial forces, rendering them helpless. As the remaining soldiers witnessed their commander fighting with such fervor, their blood surged with excitement and indomitable spirit. They roared in unison as they charged through the rain of arrows at Bituan Pass, vowing to protect their homeland with their lives. The messenger, yearning to join his comrades in battle, was acutely aware of his responsibilities. Thus, he could only grit his teeth in frustration, turn away, and dash towards the stable. He hastily untied the reins of 3 horses, leaped onto one, gripping the reins tightly as he urged the trio of steeds towards the direction of Spring City. Half a day and night had passed since the attack on Bituan Pass, yet Spring City remained blissfully unaware, basking in an atmosphere of prosperity and joy. Within the new 4 directions inn, Ding Dong and his companions were rising to toast one another. The bronze cups clinked together, producing a melodious chime, as a few droplets of wine, uncertain of their origin, sparkled like crystal, swirling into the air before shattering upon the ground. "Ehe, where have you and Ruo Yu been these past few years? It is indeed a rare fortune to encounter you again," Ding Dong began, having shared a familiarity with both from their time studying under Luo Cheng. After finishing a cup of wine, he exchanged pleasantries. In those days, teacher Luo Cheng risked himself at the Civil Affairs Bureau to secure your and Shui Qing's escape from the city, only to be ultimately betrayed and met with his demise at the hands of Huao. Shortly thereafter, Marshal Wu also resigned from his position and left Spring City. Ruo Yu and I deliberated that we could not allow the Iha society to fade into oblivion. To do so would be a disservice to our teacher's spirit. Hence, we departed Spring City with the blood oath left by our teacher, journeying eastward until we reached Bay City. In Bay City, we encountered Master Tang Zhizhong, another early member of the Iha society. By a stroke of fortune, he discovered the blood oath we bore and chose to keep Ruo Yu and me with him. We continued to develop the Iha society clandestinely, and over the course of several years, we managed to establish a thriving organization in Bay City, attracting elites from various professions, totaling over 1,000 members. Eventually, as unrest spread across the land with banditry on the rise, we could not bear to see our hard-won Iha society be destroyed. So we took a bold risk, seizing the military power from the local bandit leader and establishing control over Bay City, thereby forming the He army. He recounted the trials he and Ruo Yu had faced over the years. Though his tone was light, the weight of his words bore heavily on the others. Luo Shuiqing discreetly lowered her head to wipe away her tears, overwhelmed by an intense longing for her father. The visage and laughter of Luo Cheng lingered vividly in her mind. She reached out to touch the memory, only to find it was but a fleeting illusion. Ding Dong, seated beneath the table, subtly extended his hand to grasp Luo Shuiqing's small hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. Her emotions quickly steadied, and she hastily withdrew her hand, shooting him a glare before stepping on his foot, causing him to grimace in pain. Over the years, Gu Kebiao had been stealing glances at Wang Ruo Yu while feigning calmness in an attempt to console her. Yet, midway through his words, feeling it inappropriate, he abruptly stood up, raised his cup, and declared, "Cheers." He then downed the contents in one gulp, leaving the others momentarily stunned, puzzled by his sudden outburst. At that moment, Ding Dong paid little mind to Gu Kebiao's awkwardness. The memories he had evoked brought forth a cascade of images in his mind, featuring many familiar faces, Luo Cheng, his younger self, and the impoverished brother, Erzhu, from those days. The news of the passing of Erzhu and many impoverished souls reached him long ago, when he clandestinely returned to Spring City. It is a lamentable fate that such kind-hearted individuals lived in poverty and, upon their death, were denied even a humble resting place. Time has elapsed, and their corpses have decayed to ashes, their bones reduced to dust and rubble, making it exceedingly difficult to provide them with a proper burial. Thus, During the reconstruction of Spring City, Wu Yuanqi proposed the establishment of a martyrs' cemetery on a small hill outside the western outskirts of the city. At the summit of the cemetery, a grand monument was erected, aptly named the Monument of Heroes, inscribed with the names of those who sacrificed their lives in the struggle to overthrow the empire. Erzhu and the deceased impoverished were posthumously honored as members of the Yahiwi and recognized as martyrs of the Spring City massacre. Let us pay a visit to Erzhu and the others, Ding Dong mused as he quietly sipped on his drink. The mood was somber among the rest, leading to a significant reduction in conversation. The seemingly delectable spread before them was devoid of flavor. Chiu, puzzled by their cessation of eating, leaned over the table to glance around and stealthily grabbed a handful of fennel beans before scampering away, tail wagging in satisfaction. Let us go now, Luo Shuiqing suggested, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he stood to order food and drink at the counter. With heavy hearts, the group exited through the west gate of Spring City and arrived at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Though recently constructed, the site was already dotted with numerous graves and tombstones. Wu Ziheng gazed upon these graves, his nose twitching as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Wang Ruoyo, standing beside him, extended her arms to embrace Wu Ziheng, discreetly wiping her own tears when no one was watching. Those interred in this cemetery were fortunate. Their deaths held significance and purpose. Under the empire's oppression, countless commoners and the impoverished were persecuted to death. Who were they? What were their names? Who knows? Who cares? As they approached the highest point of the cemetery, where the Monument of Heroes stood, Ding Dong and the others heard someone shouting loudly. The wind was so strong that they could not discern the words. Clenching his fist, which was the size of a bowl, Ding Dong's eyes widened in anger. He was incensed by the disrespect shown to the deceased by the noisy interruptions at the Martyrs' Cemetery. With rising fury, he quickened his pace, soon reaching the summit. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. The mountaintop was not large. The Monument of Heroes occupied a significant portion of the space, while a multitude of individuals knelt in orderly fashion, likely soldiers of the righteous army. Among this group, only one stood, and it was from this figure that the raucous shouts emanated. Chengdaso? Ding Dong exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the distinct heavy mane of the individual. Chengdaso, oblivious to Ding Dong's call, spoke sternly to the kneeling soldiers. The blood stained on our hands is for the brighter future of our descendants. War demands sacrifice. All armies are the same, including the righteous army. You will die, and so will I. If our deaths contribute to the creation of a new world, then for us in the righteous army, it shall be the highest honor. One day, I shall stand tall upon the battlefield, facing with composure the blades that pierce my chest. Then, it will be my comrades, perhaps one among you, who will etch my name upon this monument of heroes. Well said, Gu Kebiao exclaimed with fervor. Cheng Daso furrowed his brow and turned his head, his heart lifting upon recognizing the approaching figures. And he hurriedly stepped forth from the throng, arms outstretched in welcome. What brings you here? Gu Kebiao finally spoke, his demeanor returning to normal. Although he and Cheng Daso had met only a few times and had once fought for their lives, their bond had grown profound through their shared experiences. Cheng Daso sighed, shaking his head. These young souls are disappointingly feeble. Some witnessed their comrades perish before their eyes during the defense of Shochuan City, while others, having taken lives, now bear the shadows of their actions. Even after this considerable time, they tremble and cannot wield their swords. I am here to rid them of their inner demons. Without confronting these fears, they shall be rendered useless. After expressing his grievances, he inhaled deeply, pondering, what brings you to this place of sustenance and drink? To pay our respects to dear brothers, to those bound by life and death, Ding Dong replied as he poured a large bowl of wine, carrying it with both hands toward the monument, pouring it onto the ground. He found the name of Erzhu on the stone and traced it with his fingers, his eyes glistening with emotion. Brother, I have come to see you. The soldiers kneeling below, witnessing Ding Dong's display, felt their own eyes welling with tears. Suddenly, someone shouted, what is life? What is death? A shiver ran through everyone, as a surge of fervor coursed through their veins. They clenched their fists in unison, raising their voices together. What is the home of the soul? What is the year of the soul's return? Grievance cannot be pitted, nor can rage be forgiven. Our pain. Justice unites the world. Harmony brings prosperity to the realm. This is the home of the soul. This is the year of the soul's return. As long as the soul endures, so too shall our spirit persist. What fear is there in being ground to dust? Dare we hang our heads upon the gate? Even if my soul is but a mere spark, it shall ignite into a conflagration. Fire shall bathe the land. In furious rebirth, we vow? The chorus of soldiers resounded like thunder, the oath of the righteous and harmonious society echoing far and wide, drifting toward Sichuan City. At this moment, a messenger stationed at Biechuan Pass rode swiftly on a steed, weary yet relentless, charging into Sichuan City and racing toward the marshal's residence without hesitation amidst the bustling market. Chapter 44. The battle at the pass. Upon receiving the news of the attack on Biechuan Pass, Wu Yuanqi was taken aback, rising from his seat in astonishment. He wished to inquire further, yet he noticed that the exhausted messenger had collapsed from fatigue. The messenger had worn down 2 horses on his journey. Having consumed neither food nor water, and with no rest, his strength and energy utterly depleted. He had only mustered the determination to relay this critical information to the marshal before allowing himself a moment of respite, only to succumb to darkness. The army physician had been alerted by Wu Yuanqi's orders and stood by, awaiting the messenger's arrival. When the messenger collapsed, the aged physician hurried forth to check his pulse, exhaling in relief as he nodded toward Wu Yuanqi. Wu Yuanqi felt a sense of relief and silently praised the messenger, although his brow furrowed into a deep crease. Summon the troops. Sound the assembly horn. The assembly horn did not refer to a single instrument, but rather to a small ensemble of a dozen soldiers. These individuals were all tall and muscular, boasting lung capacities that far exceeded the average. Together, they blew into the enormous horn perched upon a tree, the sound resonating powerfully enough to fill much of the Spring City. This assembly horn was unique to the righteous army, credited to the prodigious talent known as Xiao Lu within their ranks. At the martyrs' cemetery, Ding Dong and his companions were in the midst of paying their respects when the resounding horn reached their ears, signaling an impending battle. Consequently, Cheng Daso led a group of impassioned subordinates towards Spring City. Ding Dong, Gu Kebiao, and Luo Shuiqing hurriedly bid farewell to Yi He and the others, racing back to their station to gather the troops, setting forth in a grand procession towards Spring City. Upon hearing Wu Ziheng's explanation of the significance of the assembly horn, Yi pondered for a long moment before nodding in agreement. He turned to Wang Ruoyo and remarked, "Today, we have indeed gained much insight. I believe that with the combat prowess of the righteous army and the harmonious army, we are more than capable of overthrowing the empire and ushering the people into a new world. Indeed, the righteous army and the harmonious army must unite as one to embody true righteousness and harmony." Wang Ruoyo responded thoughtfully, nodding in affirmation. Wu Ziheng, however, paid little heed to their conversation, her mind clouded with concern over the sudden sounding of the assembly horn. Chiu stealthily slipped from Wu Ziheng's shoulder and, before the hero monument, took a clandestine sip from a half-filled bowl of wine, swaying slightly as the joy of inebriation enveloped her. Dressed in marshal's armor with the 7 stars sword at his side, Wu Yuanqi stood resolutely upon the troop assembly platform, his hair tousled by the fierce wind. Yet he remained steadfast, his gaze fixed intently upon the orderly ranks below. Meanwhile, the guarding forces near Spring City had begun to arrive in succession. All soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Army's 2nd Formation were commanded. The Imperial Army is advancing towards Biechuan Pass. You are instructed to arrive at Biechuan Pass before the hour of the snake tomorrow to support the defending forces. Should Biechuan Pass fall into the hands of the Imperial Army, it must be reclaimed at all costs. The remaining soldiers are to return to their stations and remain combat-ready at all times. After issuing the orders, Wu Yuanqi's fierce gaze swept across the entire army. Ma Yusheng. His eyes finally locked onto Ma Yusheng. Present. Ma Yusheng stepped forward, clasping his fists in salute, executing the military greeting of the righteous army. I appoint you as the commander of the reinforcements. Immediately assemble your troops and march to the rescue. Yes. Ma Yusheng acknowledged the command and swiftly began to organize and appoint troops, directing them towards the northern Biechuan Pass. Due to limited resources, Ma Yusheng designated Ding Dong's 1st Formation as the vanguard, ordering all cavalry to proceed on horseback, while the remaining 2 formations, whether cavalry or infantry, were to march on foot. The cavalry, having always held themselves in high esteem, boasted that even without horses, they remained cavalry and could outpace infantry. Naturally, the infantry resented this attitude, fueling a rivalry that inadvertently quickened their pace. However, 2 human legs could never match the speed of 4 equine legs. By dawn the following day, having covered only a fifth of their journey, Ding Dong's 1st Formation had already reached the foot of Tiannu Mountain. Ding Dong left a small contingent to tend to the horses, leading the remaining soldiers to scale the cloud-capped peaks, maneuvering around the massive boulders and entering the narrow paths. Hastening towards Biechuan Pass. In the distance, Ding Dong could see flames rising fiercely near Biechuan Pass, arrows raining down, and an innumerable array of corpses littering the ground. Upon the pass, a dense throng of figures shimmered with a blue aura of blood, continuously flashing. It appeared that the imperial army had already ascended the fortress and was engaged in a desperate struggle with the defending militia. Enraged, Ding Dong let out a fierce roar, calling out for Wen Huang, and, wielding his great blue glowing sword and riding his radiant steed, he dashed towards the base of the pass in the blink of an eye. Gu Kebiao, Luo Shuiqing, and the other soldiers were taken aback by Ding Dong's audacity, unaccustomed to their commander being the first to charge into battle each time. The soldiers rallied together, shouting Fuqiang, and surged forward under the leadership of the two captains. As Ding Dong reached Biechuan Tower, he witnessed a militia fighter's head being cleaved off by an imperial soldier. Consumed by fury, he urged his steed forward, gripping the hilt of his massive sword, and descended from above, bisecting the imperial soldier in one swift motion. The imperial army heard his shout, "Your grandpa Ding has arrived," as he exhaled a long breath, releasing the pent-up rage within him. The defending militia had already endured the enemy's third assault on the pass, suffering heavy casualties. With each soldier bearing wounds and having held the fort for 2 days without reinforcements, their morale teetering on the brink of collapse, and their combat effectiveness severely diminished. The fall of Biechuan Pass seemed imminent. At this critical juncture, Ding Dong descended like a bolt from the blue, exuding tremendous combat prowess and brutal ferocity. Coupled with the fearsome reputation he had garnered during the siege of Jiuqi City, he invigorated all the defending soldiers, transforming their despondent defense into a cohesive formation once more, as if they had been injected with a surge of adrenaline. To the north of Biechuan Pass, a man clad in black armor adorned with a tiger emblem, riding a fine, deep brown steed, was gazing intently at the pass. This man was Hu Ao, the imperial vice commander who had, years prior, orchestrated the deaths of Luo Cheng and the impoverished, forcing Ding Dong to flee from Spring City. Currently, high-ranking officers of the imperial army were under immense pressure, and Hu Ao, the garrison commander of the inner city of the imperial capital, had no choice but to don his armor and lead troops to the front lines. With narrowed eyes and a slight smile playing on his lips, he was reveling in the anticipated fall of Biechuan Pass, only to be startled as a surge of militia suddenly overwhelmed the pass, driving the imperial soldiers back and shattering his dreams of triumph. Report: Vice Commander Hu, the rebels have received reinforcements numbering in the thousands, and they have pushed our brothers back. The siege ladders have also been destroyed. The messenger's implication was unmistakable. It seemed that breaching the pass would be a daunting task once more. Hu Ao was seething with frustration. He had brought an army of 50,000 to stealthily assault Spring City, with the capture of Biechuan Pass being the critical objective. However, the geographical constraints of the pass rendered the vast army ineffective, and the defending militia was resolute in their unwillingness to surrender. Thus, he had repeatedly ordered a human wave assault on the pass. Just as he anticipated the success of the third assault, he was blindsided by the enemy's swift reinforcements, derailing his plans. Wait, is there a scholar up there? Suddenly, someone exclaimed loudly. Hua Ao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the news, quickly scanning the surroundings until he spotted Ding Dong clad in azure battle armor, wielding a colossal blue blade. With a cold smirk, he instructed those beside him, "Bring me my annihilation bow." The annihilation bow, a weapon of formidable craftsmanship, was robust and remarkably resilient. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, with a hand grip at the center, and both ends sharpened to a lethal point. It was equally effective in close combat as in long-range engagements, capable of striking down foes or vanquishing enemy generals. Hua Ao's archery skills were unparalleled. He had never met an adversary, and even the current emperor had once honored him with the title of the foremost archer in the realm. As the bow was handed to him, Hua Ao bellowed with fierce determination, notching an arrow and aiming at Ding Dong, who was fiercely engaged in battle at Biechuan Pass. With a swift twang, he released the cold arrow. "Be cautious, Commander," cried a sharp-eyed junior officer from the rebel forces, noticing the fiery projectile hurtling towards Ding Dong. He hastily dispatched 2 imperial soldiers in front of him, leaping forward just in time to shield Ding Dong with his own body, raising his crude blade to intercept the arrow's trajectory. Clang, clang, thud. The annihilation arrow pierced through the blade and leather armor of the officer, mercilessly embedding itself deep within his chest, continuing through to the other side. Ding Dong, half kneeling and having just severed the head of an imperial soldier, heard the commotion and looked up, only to find the arrowhead mere inches from his face. A chill washed over him, and he instinctively stepped back. To his horror, he witnessed the officer, a recent graduate of Ehe Academy and a novice in the army, collapsing before him. It was his first battle, and he had selflessly thrown himself in harm's way to protect Ding Dong from the ambush. Ding Dong stepped forward, cradling the fallen officer, gazing into the contented smile frozen upon his face. In an instant, his eyes turned crimson, burning with a fierce rage. He let out a thunderous roar to the heavens, gently laying down the cooling body and preparing to leap down from the pass, intent on charging into the enemy ranks alone. By this time, the imperial forces had been driven back down the pass. Covered in blood, Gu Kebiao had thought he could take a breath of relief, only to be startled by Ding Dong's erratic behavior. He rushed over, wrapping his arms around Ding Dong's torso, and with the assistance of 2 seasoned soldiers, they restrained his reckless impulse. Ding Dong struggled with all his might, but to no avail. After several agonized roars, he found himself sobbing uncontrollably. War. This is bloody war. I want no part of this, he screamed, wild with despair. At that moment, Luo Shuiqing approached unnoticed, delivering a swift strike to knock Ding Dong unconscious. He then hoisted Ding Dong onto his shoulder, panting heavily, and addressed Gu Kebiao. This is in your hands for now. Ding Dong is too exhausted. I will take him down for rest. This marked the first clash between the rebels and the imperial army at Withered Pass. A brutal siege that resulted in staggering casualties on both sides, though it was merely the beginning. Reinforcements arrived, temporarily securing Withered Pass. Yet a profound gloom enveloped the rebel ranks, with worry etched on every face. Although the remaining reinforcements were equipped with heavy weaponry, they were still miles away, and the earliest they could arrive would be in 2 days' time. Beyond the frontier, an imperial army of 50,000 stands watchful and menacing, their attacks intensifying with each passing moment. Ladders and fire carts have already been deployed, leaving all uncertain of what lies ahead. Meanwhile, in the marshal's residence of Spring City, Wu Yuanqi engages in a confidential discussion with Yi. How have you found Spring City these past few days? Wu Yuanqi inquires with a forced smile, masking his deep concern over the turmoil at the Chunqing Pass. The forces of the righteous army have indeed begun to shape the nascent form of a new world. I plan to remain a few more days to absorb valuable experiences from here to take back to Beijing, he continues. Yi takes a sip of fragrant tea to soothe his throat and adds, tracing the roots, we, along with your esteemed army, originate from the same ideals. We all believe in righteousness and harmony. True righteousness and harmony arise when these elements unite. Our forces currently control Beijing, boasting an army of 50,000. While we may not rival your military might, we certainly cannot be underestimated. In fact, besides learning from the construction of New Spring City, I carry another mission, to foster an alliance between our 2 armies. Wu Yuanqi nods with a smile, affirming, indeed, that is also my intention. The room is illuminated by the flickering candlelight, while outside, the stars and moon shine resplendently. The heavens seem to gaze down with countless bright eyes, full of hope for this world. Those who sacrificed for the new world, Ding Jinyu, Luo Cheng, and many others, surely watch over us from above. Chapter 45. A night at Evergreen gradually awakening. Ding Dong feels a throbbing pain at the back of his head. He sits up and glances around, realizing he is in a stone chamber. Luo Shuiqing is beside him, her expression grave, fixated on him without uttering a word. Is it over? Ding Dong asks while rubbing the back of his head. Luo Shuiqing rises and walks to the door, peering outside without turning her head, and replies coolly. It has only just begun. Ding Dong bites his lip, stands, and approaches Luo Shuiqing, both gazing toward the distant Chunqing Pass. The arrow tower atop the pass has been partially demolished by falling debris, and many sections of the city walls lie charred and blackened. On the walls, a few soldiers of the righteous army remain vigilant, observing the movements of the imperial forces beyond the pass. Below, a group of comrades stands numbly, softly chanting a sorrowful dirge in their thick dialect, while arranging the still warm bodies of the fallen, piecing together the incomplete remains, awaiting the moment of cremation. Typically, the bodies that are cremated are hastily divided, with a few charred bones and ashes placed into small boxes, carelessly labeled with the names of the deceased. Though no one truly knows if the names match, nor do they care. Gu Kebiao leans against the wall of the city gate, his gaze averted from the corpses scattered across the ground. Why has it come to this? He wonders. Unlike the previous battles Ding Dong had experienced, which were relatively easy victories, this time, he feels a profound sense of defeat. When they seized Spring City, the true marauders had been vanquished in that one fateful night. Tang Tianyu and his men had never intended to engage the righteous army in battle. Their goal was merely to besiege the city and force the righteous army's retreat. As they besieged the nine-toothed city, Gu Shichan and Qin Jinfang were not adept at leading troops. It was the imperial prime minister himself who had previously commanded the army during the western expedition. Thus, despite the large number of soldiers at Nine-Toothed City, the battle was not particularly arduous. Luo Shuiqing continued. In truth, those soldiers who rebelled against the empire were all southerners, with their families and properties in the south. They yearned solely for survival. Our righteous army acts in accordance with the heavenly mandate and responds to the people's hearts. Thus, these battles, even before they commence, have already been won by 3 parts. Ding Dong pondered for a moment and nodded. What you say seems to hold some truth. How do you know all this? Luo Shuiqing sighed and replied slowly. After my father passed, I mourned for a long time. However, the deceased are gone, and life must go on. I cannot allow my father to be disappointed in me while I wallow in sorrow. As my heart gradually healed, I found my mindset much more serene than before. With tranquility comes clarity, allowing one to perceive many things that were previously hidden. Perhaps this is what we call growth? Ding Dong, you bear a heavy responsibility, and thus you must mature more swiftly. Indeed, Ding Dong nodded emphatically. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Ding Dong looked outside and was astonished to see a flaming boulder crashing down upon a stone house. He looked up and beheld several flaming boulders descending from above. The imperial army is coming again, someone shouted. The righteous army hurriedly set aside their tasks, seizing their weapons and rushing towards the city gates. Enraged, Ding Dong cursed vehemently and dashed out of the house. Luo Shuiqing shook his head with a bitter smile, drawing his sword from his waist, and followed suit. When Ma Yuxing led the army to arrive, 2 days had passed. The Biechuan Pass lay in ruins, with the original garrison and the reinforcements brought by Ding Dong numbering less than 1,000. The remaining food supplies for the defenders were also dwindling, forcing the soldiers to subsist on rice soup. The reinforcements felt a pang of sorrow, and several commanders volunteered to relieve the surviving brothers. Observing the change in troops at the city gates, Hu Ao's teeth ground in frustration. Just as the breach seemed imminent, a wave of reinforcements emerged from the enemy. Report. A messenger rushed to kneel before Hu Ao. Speak. Hu Ao's face was cold, his heart aflame with anger. The prime minister has sent a letter. The messenger respectfully presented a scroll. Hu Ao took the scroll, frowning as he unrolled it. The more he read, the grimmer his expression became. Retreat. Hu Ao glared at Biechuan Pass, then turned his horse and led his troops in a tide-like withdrawal. As the imperial army retreated, the recently arrived righteous army exchanged glances. Bewildered, uncertain of the enemy's intentions, Su Zhan, upon learning of the imperial withdrawal, found it hard to believe and hastily dispatched scouts, his heart filled with unease. The scouts stealthily followed the imperial army for over 200 miles, reaching the pass before returning. Although the situation seemed inexplicable, the crisis at Biechuan Pass had finally been averted. However, not a single member of the righteous army felt any joy. The losses from this battle were too great. The coalition of the righteous army and the harmonious army formally announced in Chunqing half a month later that Wu Yuanqi had been appointed as the supreme commander of the coalition forces. The flames of the righteous army's banner and the harmonious army's banner of Jianshan merged to become the fire-bathed Jianshan flag, representing the coalition. During this period, the imperial army did not launch any incursions. It was said that Prime Minister Wu was preoccupied with leading troops to quell bandits in the Desonglan Ridge. The purpose of forming the righteous and harmonious coalition was to overthrow imperial rule and establish a new world of righteousness and harmony. However, before formally engaging the empire, they must first eliminate the final threat posed by the Sea God Army in Haiqing. Fearing another imperial incursion, Wu Yuanqi stationed the Third Army, led by Zheng Kuai, at Biechuan Pass and allocated substantial resources for fortifications. The Second Army, serving as the garrison for Chunqing, was also unable to participate in the campaign against Haiqing. The independent army from Jiuzi City was even less capable, as the northern city of Jiuzi directly bordered the imperial strongholds of Shaqing and Huqing, always prepared to meet the imperial forces. Thus, for the expedition to the southern Haiqing, the righteous army could only dispatch the First Army, led by Ma Yuxing. Although the harmonious army of Beicheng was not as formidable as the righteous army overall, they were free from many concerns. As to the north lay the Tianyu Mountain, to the East Sea, and to the west Chunqing, allowing them to deploy more than half their strength, totaling 30,000 troops. According to the new structure of the righteous army, any unit exceeding 10,000 was deemed a significant formation, and the generals commanding these 3 major formations within the harmonious army were the well-acquainted Hu brothers, Hu Liqiang, Hu Liting, and Hu Lifei. It seems he has concealed much from us, remarked Luo Shuiqing to Ding Dong. Ding Dong turned in his saddle to gaze at the countless faces. lost in thought and oblivious to Luo Shuiqing's words. Since the Battle of the Guardian Pass, Ding Dong had become considerably more taciturn, often appearing in a daze, leaving one to wonder whether he had attained enlightenment or was merely more bewildered. Gu Kebiao expressed his agitation. I knew he was no good. Associating with those 3 rascals from the Hu family. No wonder I found him so displeasing. Your disdain for him likely stems from your feelings for Miss Ruoyu. Luo Shuiqing teased with a smile. Gu Kebiao's face flushed crimson, and he refrained from further comments. Ding Dong. Luo Shuiqing waved a hand in front of Ding Dong's eyes. Ding Dong snapped back to reality, nodding to Luo Shuiqing and replying nonchalantly, I'm fine. Luo Shuiqing playfully punched Ding Dong's upper arm, feigning anger. Get your head in the game. That hurts. Ding Dong grimaced, though a slight smile crept onto his lips. The righteous army had been marching for 3 days and would soon leave the borders of Chunqing, entering the territory of Haiqing. From the brothers of the Second Army, who had previously experienced the defense of the city, the soldiers of the First Army learned about the Sea God Army's formidable war chariots, converted from long-distance sea vessels, armored with bronze and iron, and exceedingly difficult to contend with. The thought of those armored chariots filled Ma Yusheng with unease. Commander, do not fret. Even the mightiest have their weaknesses, let alone mere machines. We shall take one step at a time. We will find a way. Moreover, we have our allies. The righteous and harmonious coalition together boasts over 50,000 men, and the Sea God Army cannot possibly match our numbers, being dispersed across various counties. Capturing Haiqing should pose no significant challenge, Su Zhen reassured him. Each step taken is a step forward, a method born out of necessity. As the day wore on and dusk approached, a scout returned with news. Ahead lay the evergreen forest. This forest marks the boundary between Spring City and Sea City, filled with ancient giants whose branches flourish and reach skyward. At the forest's edge, the Second Army's troops stood guard. Upon seeing the First Army's brothers approaching in grand procession, they clasped their fists and saluted in the manner of righteous warriors. The commander of the defending forces stepped forth to greet them, proclaiming loudly, "May the brothers of the First Army achieve resounding victories and swift success." The defenders echoed in unison, resounding victories and swift success. Ding Dong felt a surge of fervor, goosebumps prickling his skin. He yearned to charge into battle and secure a triumphant victory. Ma Yusheng rode forth to the front lines, clasping his fists in salute, declaring, "I shall not disappoint your expectations." The soldiers of the First Army joined him, raising their fists in unison. "We shall not disappoint your expectations." The defenders cleared the obstacles from the path, opening a wide avenue. "Please proceed." Afterward, Ma Yusheng led his troops into the evergreen forest. The army marched for a considerable time, and only when darkness enveloped the sky did Ma Yusheng command them to halt and set up camp for the night. As the night descended, Ding Dong tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Recently, every time he closed his eyes, the visage of the young commander who had perished before him haunted him, along with the smile that lingered on the young man's face at the moment of his death. Rising from his tent, he settled by the campfire, gazing into the crackling flames, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. Ding Dong prided himself on having experienced the pains of life and death, having taken countless lives and been saved on numerous occasions. Yet this was the first time his heart felt so profoundly stirred. He had interviewed the young commander upon his admission to the academy and awarded him his graduation medal upon completion. The young man often expressed his admiration for Ding Dong and vowed to become a great hero like him. With remarkable talent and diligent effort, Ding Dong had always aspired to cultivate him into a leader. The more he pondered, the heavier his heart grew. He closed his eyes, exhaling a long, warm breath, feeling as though his heart was being hollowed out. Perhaps it was fate's jealousy of exceptional talent, he sighed. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance drifted toward him, followed by the sensation of someone sitting beside him. Without needing to open his eyes, he knew it was Luo Shuiqing. "Are you feeling any better?" she asked softly. "I'm fine," Ding Dong replied, opening his eyes. Luo Shuiqing smiled gently, saying nothing more, simply sitting quietly beside him, both of them watching the dancing flames before them. As the night deepened, the sounds of snoring from various tents grew louder, and the night breeze rustled the foliage, startling a few small birds. "Let us head back," Ding Dong said, rising. Luo Shuiqing nodded in agreement, standing up and about to step away when suddenly she paused, tilting her head as if listening intently. "What's wrong?" Ding Dong asked, alarmed, lowering his voice. Luo Shuiqing gestured for silence, furrowing her brow as she continued to listen. Ding Dong held his breath, also straining to hear, but all that reached his ears were the sounds of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the rustling of leaves. Abruptly, A strange sound pierced Ding Dong's ears, sending a chill down his spine. Goo 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 goo. Ding Dong swiftly discerned that the sound, although reminiscent of birds or beasts, was undoubtedly not produced by them. Did you hear that? Luo Shuiqing inquired in a hushed tone, her voice tinged with anxiety. Ding Dong nodded, gritting his teeth as he whispered, "It seems we've fallen into an ambush. We must rouse everyone immediately." Chapter 46. Breaking into pieces, feigning nonchalance. Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing made their way toward the tent, all the while quietly strategizing. Suddenly, Luo Shuiqing halted, her face contorted with anger. She raised her foot and kicked Ding Dong to the ground, then pointed at him, unleashing a torrent of invective. Shameless. This pretense of a quarrel was their tactic, designed to awaken the righteous forces while avoiding alarming the enemy. Ding Dong rubbed his backside on the ground, mentally noting the forcefulness of her kick. Observing his pained expression, Luo Shuiqing felt a twinge of regret, yet pride swelled within her. She mused to herself, if we are to act, we must do so convincingly. Especially in a scene of combat, each blow must resonate with authenticity, each move must draw blood. Noticing that Ding Dong was merely nursing his injury, she felt a pang of disappointment that her strike had not drawn blood, prompting her to step closer and aim a kick at his face. Ding Dong, seeing the foot approach, quickly dodged, irritation bubbling within him as he questioned whether she had become addicted to this charade. Missing her target, Luo Shuiqing chuckled softly. "You're quite adept at dodging, aren't you?" With that, she moved in again, raising her leg, causing Ding Dong to leap backward in alarm. However, her kick was merely a feint. She had already clenched her right fist, awaiting his advance. Thud! Ding Dong's head met her fist, and he was once again knocked to the ground. Anger coursed through him as the pain ignited his temper. He sprang back to his feet, taking a bold step forward, raising his fist, a bull-sized weapon, ready to strike Luo Shuiqing. Instead of retreating, Luo Shuiqing advanced, hands on her hips, chest thrust out, and declared loudly, "Go ahead. Hit me." Her demeanor resembled that of a quarrelsome shrew, leaving Ding Dong bewildered as to where she had acquired such bravado. Ultimately, he did not bring his fist down, but to his surprise, Luo Shuiqing seized the opportunity to deliver another blow. Their commotion first attracted the attention of the night watchman, and soon enough, it roused all the sleeping righteous forces. Groggy and irritable, they emerged from their tents, inquiring about the source of the disturbance. Upon learning that it was Luo Shuiqing and Ding Dong in a scuffle, Ma Yuxing was instantly incensed. He ordered the two to be bound and brought into his tent while instructing the remaining soldiers to return to their quarters to rest. Yet, after the ruckus caused by the duo, who could still find sleep? "Leave them here. You may all go." Ma Yuxing waved his hand, dismissing the 4 guards who had escorted Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing. Casting a glance at the pair, he said nothing, instead moving behind a simple wooden table to gulp from a water jug. Before long, Su Zhen entered, lifting the tent flap. Upon seeing Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing bound on the ground, he smiled and quickly approached to free them. "You two are quite the lively ones," Su Zhen remarked. "Military strategist, are you already aware of this?" Luo Shuiqing inquired with astonishment. "You questioned Ding Dong about our previous endeavors? This method of signaling has long been obsolete in our region," Su Zhen replied with a chuckle. Ding Dong rubbed his reddened wrist, glaring at Ma Yuxing, and demanded, "If you know, why bind me and Shuiqing?" "To accompany you in the performance," Ma Yuxing replied nonchalantly. "Commander, I have discreetly dispatched our brothers to investigate." Su Zhen acknowledged with a bow towards Ma Yuxing. Ma Yuxing nodded. "Your efforts are appreciated, strategist. What shall we do next?" Ding Dong asked, momentarily bewildered. "Wait." The group endured a restless night, as those sent out returned one by one, yet without success. The night passed in a tense atmosphere. Another day dawned, and the righteous army had still not traversed the evergreen forest, necessitating another night of camping. That evening, under Su Zhen's counsel, Ma Yuxing increased the number of night patrols and arranged for a shift change every hour. The remaining soldiers were instructed to keep their weapons close at hand and sleep in their clothing, denying the lurking enemy any opportunity to strike. However, what was destined to occur would inevitably come to pass. At the hour of high, the sky erupted in a splendid display of colorful lights, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Following the noise, countless fiery arrows, accompanied by whistling sounds, rained down upon the righteous army's encampment from the shadows of the forest. Many of the patrolling soldiers were caught off guard, pierced by the rain of arrows like hedgehogs. Awakened by the commotion, the soldiers hastily seized their weapons and entered a state of readiness. The archers swiftly identified the enemy's vulnerable points, preparing to retaliate with their bows drawn. The arrows rained down from all directions, making it difficult to estimate the enemy's numbers. Thus Ma Yuxing refrained from recklessly deploying troops deeper into the fray. The conflict continued back and forth for much of the night, until the first light of dawn broke on the horizon, bringing a semblance of calm to the evergreen forest. Preliminary assessments indicated that dozens of righteous soldiers had sustained casualties, yet the enemy's losses remained undetermined. As the soldiers found only a multitude of arrows and charred remnants of foliage, without a single enemy body in sight, which left Su Jun profoundly vexed. Despite his frustration, Su Jun maintained his composure. Calculating the distance, he realized that within half a day's time, they would traverse the evergreen forest and reach the coastal plain. The coastal plain, expansive and flat, stood in stark contrast to the evergreen forest, which was filled with towering ancient trees and dense underbrush that obscured vision and impeded progress. He firmly believed that once they arrived there, the army would march unhindered. Yet, the remaining half-day journey for the righteous army was fraught with peril. The soldiers advanced cautiously, shields raised, ever vigilant for the possibility of concealed arrows. To their dismay, the foremost among them stumbled upon a snare concealed beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, yelping as they were hoisted upside down into the trees. In the next moment, several massive logs, each capable of being embraced by a single person, plummeted from above, crashing into the crowd and instantly killing or injuring several. Amidst the chaos of tending to the wounded, a chorus of ominous coos echoed through the forest. This seemed to signal the enemy's ambush, as a deadly rain of arrows descended, turning the densely clustered righteous soldiers into live targets. Do not act chaotically. Each small formation must independently establish its defensive configuration. The voice of Ma Yuxing resonated through the air, instilling a sense of calm in the already unsettled troops. The independent defensive formations, a preliminary attempt by Wu Yuanxi, were specifically designed for countering ambushes from the enemy, minimizing casualties to the greatest extent while allowing for the flexible integration of all small formations into a cohesive large defensive array. Ding Dong found himself shielded at the center by several shield bearers, the clanging of arrows striking their shields echoing in his ears, igniting a deep-seated frustration within him. This feeling of being blindfolded and struck was intolerable. He yearned to push aside the turtle shell-like shields surrounding him, charge forth, and confront the despicable enemy, wielding his blade with fervor to exact his vengeance. Officers of the central formation, gather for a meeting immediately. A meeting? What nonsense! Although Ding Dong cursed under his breath, he dared not act out, dutifully moving toward Ma Yuxing's position under the protection of his comrades. The meeting, presided over by Su Jun, was succinct, primarily focused on arranging the forthcoming military maneuvers. Once Su Jun solemnly concluded his strategic briefing, a cacophony erupted among the assembled soldiers. At that moment, the enemy's assault began to wane, and the atmosphere grew considerably quieter. Return to your positions at the sound of the horn. Is that understood? Despite some dissent among the soldiers, the military order was as solid as a mountain, and none dared to act recklessly, their grievances swallowed in silence. After a brief interval, as the enemy's arrows fell sporadically, Su Jun wisely dispatched someone to sound the horn. The horn signified the military command. The righteous soldiers retracted their shields, seized their weapons, and roared as they surged in all directions. This was Su Jun's stratagem, to divide and conquer, dispersing to break free. Most of the key military leaders in the First Army hailed from bandit backgrounds, excelling in leading small forces in guerrilla tactics across desolate territories. Though this plan appeared fraught with peril, it ultimately opened up a more advantageous scenario for the righteous army. Ding Dong led a company of over 100 men, predominantly fresh recruits who had yet to endure the crucible of battle. They lacked experience and composure, but were abundant in youthful fervor and unquenchable passion. These young men held Ding Dong in high esteem, reverently recounting his exploits, sneaking into Spring City, infiltrating enemy camps single-handedly, slaying dual commanders, and other legendary feats that had become the stuff of myth. Ding Dong relished this admiration. When inspired, he would inevitably embellish his tales, further igniting the fervor of the young soldiers. "Captain, come quickly and see what this is," shouted a scout from the front. Ding Dong hurried over to discover a heap of broken wooden components amidst a tangle of grass, shattered bows, and wooden wheels, their original forms and functions obscured. As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, a young soldier exclaimed with excitement, "I know. When we were ambushed, the enemy must have used this." Ding Dong nodded, finding the reasoning sound, yet a sense of unease began to stir within him. It appears that the sea goddess army possesses not only armored chariots, but also an array of other formidable weapons unknown to most. This southern expedition may prove quite arduous. After pondering for a moment, Ding Dong suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. An uncontrollable idea surged forth, enticing him to embark on a bold endeavor. Hey! Ding Dong waved his hand, and the previously boisterous soldiers fell silent, their eyes wide with anticipation as they turned to him. Surveying the surroundings with satisfaction, Ding Dong nodded, licked his parched lips, cleared his throat, and began. Given our current plight, it is evident that the enemy's strength far exceeds our expectations. With over 20,000 of us, we have not even laid eyes on the enemy, yet we have been scattered into hundreds of groups, fleeing in disarray. Such news would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. The soldiers, incensed, gripped their weapons tightly, fully agreeing with Ding Dong's assessment. He paused briefly before continuing. The enemy has miscalculated. We have ample reason to demonstrate that we are not to be trifled with. The young and impassioned soldiers were stirred by Ding Dong's words, erupting in fervent shouts. Commander, just tell us what you wish us to do. We will follow you. A squad leader proclaimed loudly, and the remaining warriors echoed their agreement, brandishing their weapons. Observing the morale at his disposal, Ding Dong nodded in approval. Then, a mischievous smile crossed his face as he raised a finger and lowered his voice, saying, From this moment forth, everyone will heed my command. Yes, the young warriors exclaimed, startled as if a flock of birds had taken flight. Everyone, follow me swiftly into the mountains to hunt, Ding Dong declared. The young soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, initially believing they had misheard him, until he reiterated his instructions, prompting them to comprehend his words. However, this time, the young warriors protested, clamoring to know Ding Dong's reasoning. He gestured for silence, adopting a mysterious demeanor, and said with a grin, If you can gather over 100 game before dawn, I will reveal my plan to you. Meanwhile, at another location within the Changchun forest, a burly man with a face full of beard and bare torso led a group of warriors clad in worn imperial armor, brandishing rudimentary weapons, all with fierce expressions, hastening toward the direction from which the startled birds had flown. Chapter 47. The martial poem Emperor in anticipation of a potential encounter with the enemy. Ding Dong did not immediately send his men into the depths of the forest to hunt. Instead, he imparted a formation he had devised on the snow-capped mountains to his soldiers. He named this formation the Cage Formation, which, as the name suggests, is a balanced offensive and defensive arrangement. The entire army was evenly divided into 8 squads, systematically arranged in 8 directions. Each squad comprised archers skilled in ranged combat, shield bearers adept at defense, and swordsmen proficient in close quarters. Regardless of the direction from which the trapped enemy attacked, they would be met with arrows from the remaining 7 positions, while the attack squad would primarily focus on defense, methodically retreating, with the objective of exhausting the encircled enemy. The young warriors, predominantly graduates of the Righteous Harmony Academy, exhibited remarkable aptitude in mastering the art of formation. Within the span of merely an hour, they grasped the essential elements of the encirclement formation and executed it with finesse. With all preparations in place, Ding Dong snapped his fingers in satisfaction, then waved his hand and boisterously declared, It's nearly time. Let us go. Brothers, it's time for the hunt. The righteous army had marched through the evergreen forest for several days without encountering any wild beasts. This was not due to a scarcity of wildlife, but rather because the sheer magnitude of their 20,000-strong contingent intimidated even the fiercest creatures, compelling them to keep their distance. Now, the righteous army had dispersed into hundreds of smaller teams, each operating independently. This division emboldened the more daring beasts, who, having been cooped up for too long, ventured forth. Appearing before the hunters, Look, a bear! Suddenly, a young soldier exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing this, Ding Dong's eyebrows shot up, and he approached the young soldier to deliver a swift punch to his head. In a hushed tone, he reprimanded, What are you shouting for? Do you wish to scare it away? The struck soldier pouted, his face contorted in a mixture of pain and grievance. Ding Dong turned to the others and whispered, Everyone, hold your horses. Let us set up the encirclement formation and trap this bear. The notion of 100 men hunting a single bear, employing military formations, seemed excessive. Yet, gazing at the black bear, the young warriors felt a surge of exhilaration. For them, aside from the ambush they had previously encountered, this was their second opportunity to apply their formation training in a real combat scenario. Ding Dong whistled sharply, prompting the soldiers to swiftly take their positions as rehearsed. Climbing a tree to gain a vantage point, he was pleased to see the young warriors had assembled perfectly. His gaze shifted to the center of the encirclement, where the unfortunate black bear remained blissfully unaware of its impending fate. It stood upright, scratching its back against a tree, eyes half closed, contentedly humming to itself. Leaning against the tree trunk, Ding Dong blew his whistle, sentencing the black bear to its doom. A flurry of arrows whizzed through the air from all directions, striking the bear with precision. Confused and wounded by the barrage, the bear leaped and howled in agony. However, its tough hide absorbed the assault, igniting its wrath instead. The massive bear shook its head vigorously, quickly zeroing in on the group of young soldiers concealed in the underbrush to the east. Rearing up, the bear bellowed loudly, swiping its forepaws downward to shatter the arrows embedded in its chest, before landing heavily on the ground, sending leaves spiraling into the air. Amidst the whirlwind of foliage, the black bear charged forth, its gaping maw revealing sharp, glistening teeth, and viscous fluids splattered across the ground, emanating a pungent stench. The young soldiers in the eastern formation were thrown into disarray by the ferocious advance of the bear. The shield-bearer trembled as he held his shield aloft, clearly unable to withstand any force. The swordsman cowered behind him, blinking in bewilderment, uncertain of what actions to take. The archers, in a frenzy, released arrows haphazardly, yet none struck their intended target. The other young soldiers fared little better. Upon witnessing their comrade's peril, they abandoned their formation, brandishing their weapons and rushing towards the black bear with wild cries. Ding Dong, feeling a surge of frustration, slapped his forehead, shaking his head in resignation. He then extended his right hand, softly calling forth his weapon, gripping the pale blue giant sword tightly. With a fierce shout, he shattered a sturdy branch beneath his feet and transformed into a gust of wind, charging towards the black bear. Gripping the hilt of the giant's sword with both hands, he raised it high above his head, bellowing as he descended upon the bear with a tremendous swing. As Ding Dong landed, time seemed to halt. The young soldiers stood agape, rendered speechless. The bear's massive paw remained suspended, yet to descend. Slowly, Ding Dong rose, releasing his grip on the sword, which then shattered into fragments of blue light, scattering in all directions. He reached out to touch the coarse fur on the bear's back, feeling its roughness. Frowning slightly, he grasped a tuft of the bear's thick hair and, with a powerful tug, tore the creature in two. Thick, deep red blood erupted from the wound, splattering all around. Ding Dong closed his eyes momentarily, extending his tongue to taste the bear's blood at the corner of his mouth, savoring the lingering warmth of life within it. A subtle smile crept across his face as he slowly opened his eyes, which sparkled with an enchanting light. The soldiers stationed to the east, now drenched in blood, trembled slightly, their mouths agape in astonishment, unable to utter a word. If that had not been a single bear, but 8, you would all be dead now. Do you understand? Ding Dong demanded sternly. The young soldiers bowed their heads, relieved to be alive yet chagrined by their earlier panic. Regain your composure. Remember the key points of formation and prepare to seek the next prey. A few of you, skin this bear and gather its paws and gall for storage. Returning to their senses, the soldiers cursed as they charged towards the bear's carcass, venting their fury with their blades. The appearance of the next quarry did not keep Ding Dong and his comrades waiting long. It was a fierce tiger, each roar sending a chilling wind through the forest. Known as the king of the mountain, its ferocity was self-evident. The tiger, highly vigilant, detected the soldiers before they could complete their encirclement, roaring as it charged. This time, the soldiers drew upon their previous experience, remaining calm under pressure. Even as the tiger approached, they skillfully executed their formation. The tiger, seemingly starved for a long time, salivated profusely, wildly striking the shield before it with its forepaws, producing a resonant thud. The shield-bearer braced himself, while the swordsmen and archers behind him were drenched in cold sweat, yet they ultimately restrained their fear and refrained from acting recklessly. A sudden whoosh pierced the air as several arrows flew forth, striking the tiger in its hindquarters. The beast, in agony, let out a mournful howl and, with a furious twist of its head, beheld several soldiers behind it, taunting and making faces. Enraged, the tiger roared mightily, abandoning its prey and charging forward. Little did it know that after a lifetime of hunting, it had become the quarry of these seemingly frail humans. The ensuing hunt unfolded with alarming ease. As the tiger sprinted eastward, arrows rained down from the west, and when it dashed westward, the arrows came from the east. Realizing it was encircled, the tiger prepared to charge through a gap, only to find the formation tightening around it, with the swordsmen showcasing their prowess under the protection of their shield-bearers. After expending its last ounce of strength against the cold shields, the tiger collapsed, its coppery eyes remaining wide open until death, its fading gaze carrying away all remnants of its defiance. Once the young soldiers confirmed the tiger's demise, they erupted in joyful exclamations. Ding Dong, exhilarated, reveled in his first practical application of the formation, although the odds were heavily in their favor. Suddenly, He heard an unusual sound, sensing impending danger. Frowning, he peered into the depths of the forest, hesitating momentarily before resolving to act. He raised his arm and, lowering his voice, instructed, "Everyone, remain silent. Assume your previous positions and climb the nearby trees, preparing for battle. Follow my orders when the time comes." The young soldiers, puzzled but compliant, swiftly followed Ding Dong's directions. Once everyone was in place, he moved to the center of the formation, agilely climbing a tree and concealing himself among the lush foliage. Before long, rustling sounds emerged, followed by a group of burly men coming into view. The young soldiers finally grasped Ding Dong's intention, their nerves taut with anticipation. Observing the newcomers, Ding Dong confirmed they did not belong to the righteous army, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he thought, "Dare to ambush me? Now I shall reclaim my honor." Leading the group was a bare-chested man, who, spotting the tiger's carcass nearby, rushed over, pinching the lifeless body and sneering, "Not long dead. They haven't fled far. Continue the pursuit." "Chase. Nonsense. Fire." Ding Dong's sudden shouts startled the enemy soldiers below, causing them to flinch. As they instinctively looked up to locate the source of the voice, the young soldiers, hidden in 8 positions, unleashed a volley of arrows. In the blink of an eye, a dozen of the pursuers fell. The leader reacted swiftly, rolling to the ground and seizing armor from a fallen comrade, donning it hastily. As he bellowed an incantation, a ghostly blue glow erupted around him, and a minuscule object in his palm swelled to several hundred times its size, a wolf's fang mace. With a chilling smirk, he aimed at a young soldier perched in a tree, launching himself forward with a swift leap to strike the trunk with the mace. With a sharp crack, the tree that the 2 men were embracing unexpectedly broke at the point of impact. Ding Dong couldn't help but inhale sharply, marveling inwardly at the ferocity of the force. The young soldiers of the righteous army perched in the tree were thrown into a state of panic, shrieking as they tumbled to the ground. The man, having successfully struck, did not pause. Instead, he charged in another direction, repeating his assault and felling another tree, causing more young soldiers to plummet to the earth. Ding Dong, sensing the impending disaster, shouted for his divine troops, donning his azure battle armor and wielding a colossal azure blade as he leapt from the tree. In the brief interval, the man had already knocked down 2 more grand trees. The pursuing sea god army, having been thrown into disarray by a hail of arrows, was in a frantic retreat, heads hunched in fear. However, upon witnessing their commander display such formidable prowess, their morale was instantly restored. With a furious roar, they rallied and charged toward the fallen soldiers of the righteous army. "Those in the trees, come down. Those on the ground, rise. Everyone, hold your formation." Ding Dong shouted anxiously, swinging his massive blade toward the opposing commander. Hearing the rush of wind, the man was startled and quickly ducked, narrowly evading Ding Dong's horizontal strike from the side, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Frustrated by his missed attack, Ding Dong spat on the ground, his peripheral vision catching sight of a small group of righteous soldiers engaged in a fierce battle against a throng of burly men, with 3 or 4 bloodied bodies lying on the ground, unmistakably belonging to the righteous army. Burning with rage, Ding Dong abandoned his pursuit of the opposing commander and turned to rescue his comrades. The burly man, turning around, caught sight of Ding Dong's retreating figure and widened his eyes in astonishment, urgently inquiring, "Are you a divine-class scholar? Who are you?" In the brief span of that question, Ding Dong had already felled 5 or 6 of his opponents. Fueled by battle fervor and without looking back, he boisterously declared, "Open your eyes wide and remember my name for a lifetime. I am your grandfather Ding Dong." The burly man staggered back a step, his eyes bulging in excitement as he exclaimed, "So you are the Blade and Horse Literary Emperor." Chapter 48. Journey Southward. The title of Blade and Horse Literary Emperor was a name given to Ding Dong by the common folk. Literary Emperor was supposed to signify the highest realm of a literary scholar, embodying not only formidable combat prowess, but also unmatched wisdom. However, it was indeed a paradox when a literary emperor was known only for wielding a sword while mounted, possessing merely a superficial understanding of governance. Yet, as Ding Dong's victories continued to mount, this seemingly incongruous title became increasingly renowned beyond the borders of Spring City, even becoming somewhat mythical. Upon recognizing Ding Dong's identity, the burly man was overwhelmed with excitement, every muscle in his body quivering with anticipation. He was a centurion in the sea god army, named Su Kong, endowed with innate strength, stout in stature, and known for his reckless and bloodthirsty nature. This time, the sea god army had received early intelligence about the righteous army and the allied forces approaching, and thus had dispatched 2 contingents of 5,000 troops to ambush them. The ambush site was set within this evergreen forest. What the sea god army's ambushers did not anticipate was that the righteous army had astutely divided into hundreds of squads, scattering to break free. The commander of the sea god army, eager to achieve merit, dispersed his troops to pursue the righteous army. Su Kong had long heard of the formidable reputation of the Blade Horse monarch, Ding Dong, yet he firmly believed that the literary scholars were inherently feeble. Thus, he yearned for an encounter with Ding Dong, envisioning the moment he would strike him down, thereby establishing his own renown. Many soldiers within the sea god army shared Su Kang's sentiments, and when he finally encountered the elusive Ding Dong, his excitement was palpable. Blade Horse monarch, hasten to battle with me. I am Su Kong, a centurion of the sea god army, possessing the valor to face 10,000. Su Kong bellowed, only to suddenly feel a chill at his neck, followed by a dizzying whirl of his surroundings. The final image that crystallized before his eyes was that of his own headless corpse, lifelessly collapsed upon the ground. Ding Dong cast a sidelong glance at Su Kang's severed head, spat upon the earth, and muttered disdainfully, all talk and no action. How utterly tiresome. The pursuers of the sea god army witnessed in horror as Ding Dong's colossal blade surged in size, swiftly severing the head of their general. Overcome with shock, they abandoned their weapons, fell to their knees, and collectively pleaded for mercy from the Blade Horse monarch. While the immediate crisis had subsided, the young soldiers of the righteous army found little joy in their victory. Despite Ding Dong's swift triumph, they had suffered losses of over 10 comrades. Just moments ago, they had shared laughter and camaraderie. Now, they confronted the grim reality of cold corpses, a sight too harrowing for the inexperienced warriors to bear. The fallen had met their demise by enemy blades or were crushed beneath fallen timber, their deaths grotesque and sorrowful. The young soldiers wept in unison, enveloped in overwhelming despair. Silence! What are you crying for? Ding Dong shouted in anger, plunging his massive blade into the ground and twisting it to carve a deep pit. He closed his eyes, his lips quivering, forcing himself to appear composed, though his voice trembled. Let us bury our fallen brothers. Through their tears, the young soldiers buried their sacrificed comrades, struggling to contain their grief, yet succumbing to tears. Ding Dong approached the surrendered soldiers of the sea god army and excavated another pit, speaking softly. Bury your fallen brothers as well. We each fight for our own beliefs. I shall not trouble you now. I offer you 2 paths. One leads north, where you may join our righteous army and fight for a new world belonging to all. The other leads south, back to your sea city, to continue opposing us. However, when we meet again, it shall be a battle to the death. With that, he returned to the young soldiers, disarmed himself, and knelt before the small mound of earth that had begun to rise. Brothers, Ding Dong is powerless to atone, he murmured. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the sea god army, having buried their comrades, bowed to Ding Dong in unison before rising to support one another as they made their way southward. With sincerity, they headed north. Yet their families remained in Sea City, leaving them with no other choice in this life. The young soldiers gently placed handfuls of fresh soil upon the graves. Choking back words left unspoken, Ding Dong remained silent, etching a gravestone for the valiant brothers of the righteous army, ensuring their names would be inscribed below, marking their final resting place. Brothers, upon our victorious return from the southern expedition, I shall lead you back to our spring city, where I will inscribe your names upon the monument of heroes. Ding Dong contemplated, clenching his fist, and turned to say, let us proceed. After journeying for a considerable distance, Ding Dong could not resist glancing back, only to faintly perceive several youthful faces adorned with smiles, standing by the grave and bidding them farewell with a wave. He blinked, and when he looked again, all he could see was Lin Feng's sweeping fallen leaves, the rustling sound echoing in the stillness. Since Ding Dong and his companions chose to venture deeper into the spring forest, they encountered no ambushes, nor did they come across any squads of the righteous army. In the time that followed, the young soldiers spoke little and laughed even less. Having experienced the bitter pangs of separation and death, they were now more mature in mind, exhibiting greater composure even in the face of the savage claws and gaping maws of beasts, responding with the calm demeanor Ding Dong had trained them to adopt. By nightfall, they had already captured dozens of fierce beasts, and their skills with the traps had become quite proficient. Henceforth, whenever they faced any ferocious creature, Ding Dong merely observed with a cold gaze, allowing the others to dispatch their quarry with ease. As the bonfire was lit, the group gathered around it, engaging in scattered conversations. The young soldiers yearned for home, a longing that choked their breath, yet they could only comfort one another with forced smiles. Suddenly, someone softly hummed a nursery rhyme, awakening the suppressed emotions within the group. The young soldiers smiled through their tears and began to sing the song in unison. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a frost-like glow that rendered the night chillier. Gradually, fatigue overtook them, and the young soldiers slumped into a restless slumber. Ding Dong gazed at the little ones around him, shaking his head with a wry smile, leaning against a tree trunk, and closed his eyes. In the latter half of the night, a sudden wolf howl echoed through the forest, jolting Ding Dong from his slumber. He hastily rose, alertly surveying his surroundings, only to discover countless pairs of luminous, elongated eyes glimmering in the darkness, revealing a thirst for blood and greed. Startled, Ding Dong quickly woke the slumbering young soldiers. As they rubbed their sleepy eyes, confused, someone suddenly spotted the multitude of glowing red eyes in the forest and could not help but exclaim in alarm. Faintly, Ding Dong heard a low growl, and an ominous premonition washed over him. These creatures were surely no benign beings. As the firelight illuminated the advancing beasts, the outlines of wolves, their silver-gray, fur bristling, came into view. Ah, wolves. The wolves are coming. A young soldier cried out in fright. Ding Dong, infuriated, stepped forward and delivered a swift kick, scolding. What are you shouting for? Why fear the wolves? We've faced bears and tigers. Do you still cower before wolves? But there are so many, the soldier stammered. Ding Dong furrowed his brow, feeling a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. The young soldier spoke the truth. There were indeed countless wolves, enough to encircle their nearly 100-strong group, rendering escape impossible. It seemed they could accomplish their task ahead of schedule. Ding Dong shook his head, yawned, stretched lazily, and quietly declared, "Divine soldiers, don your armor," gripping his massive blade, ready to engage in a grand battle. Onward. The valiant soldiers suppressed their fears and rose in unison, preparing for battle. Suddenly, a howl pierced the air, followed by a pack of wolves lunging towards the crowd. Onward. Ding Dong bellowed, brandishing his massive blade as he charged into the fray. The following morning, several dozen emerged from the Changchun forest, clad in rudely stitched animal hides and adorned with valuable trophies taken from beasts. They laughed and chatted as they made their way towards Haiqing. At this moment, the bulk of the volunteer army had already regrouped, having established their camp outside Luoyang County at dusk the previous day. Ma Yuxing dispatched men to tally the numbers and discovered a loss of over 2,000, with the chief of the first formation, Ding Dong, mysteriously absent. Where the hell has that rascal gone? Ma Yuxing feigned nonchalance before his troops, yet upon returning to the command tent, he could no longer contain his ire. Su Jin smiled as he handed him a cup of water, saying, "Commander, do not fret. Have a sip to soothe your throat before cursing again." Ma Yuxing accepted the water and gulped it down, exhaling deeply. He then shot a discontented glance at Su Jin and retorted, "How can you still smile? The battle has yet to commence, and we've already lost over 2,000 men. If word gets out, our first army's reputation will be utterly tarnished." The Sea God army had long set an ambush for us in the Chongqing forest. To escape with only 2,000 casualties is, in fact, the best outcome. Su Jin replied with a smile. "I understand your frustration stems from Ding Dong." Ma Yuxing paused, then closed his eyes briefly, sighing heavily. "Indeed, that brat is always so reckless, daring to infiltrate enemy camps alone on 2 occasions. Who can guarantee his luck will hold? My greatest concern is whether he has encountered misfortune." Su Jin waved his hand dismissively. "Ding Dong will be fine. His reputation has soared outside, being hailed as the blade and horse martial emperor, even more imposing than General Yuanji. If the Sea God army had truly harmed him, they would have disseminated the news to bolster their morale and undermine ours. The absence of any news is, in fact, the best news." "Blade and horse martial emperor?" Ma Yuxing exclaimed, rising from his seat, his brows raised in laughter. "That scoundrel has quite the title. It sounds most formidable. Tell me, strategist, what do people say about me?" Su Jin suddenly smacked his forehead, feigning enlightenment with a gasp. "Oh dear, I nearly forgot. The medicine is still simmering. We mustn't let it burn." He hurriedly exited the command tent. Ma Yuxing grumbled. "Who would have thought that scoundrel has become the blade and horse martial emperor? But, be it the blade and horse martial emperor or the war emperor, he is still flesh and blood. I hope nothing untoward happens." Ding Dong, of course, faced no peril. He was currently clad in a rudely stitched tiger skin coat, accompanied by nearly 100 junior soldiers draped in animal hides, hiding behind a small hillock as they gazed intently at the volunteer army's encampment outside Luoyang County. "Chief of the formation, shall we not return?" The squad leader could not resist inquiring. Ding Dong waved his hand, saying, "Luoyang County is of little challenge. They will capture it with ease. Our presence would serve no purpose. To embark upon a grand venture, let us seize a momentous opportunity." Upon hearing these words, The young warriors broke into broad smiles, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After vanquishing the wolf pack the previous night, they had fulfilled Ding Dong's challenge of hunting 100 wild beasts. True to his word, Ding Dong immediately revealed his plan. The young warriors reacted with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. Some exclaimed it was too perilous, while others jested about the thrill, but ultimately, they all willingly committed to Ding Dong's scheme. "Let us be off," Ding Dong declared, rising and brushing off the dust from his hands. The young warriors promptly stood, gathering their spoils from the night before, and followed Ding Dong southward. With the dawn breaking, illuminating the world, and casting a radiant glow upon Ding Dong's beaming face, they set forth. Chapter 49. Infiltrating the Sea City. As Ding Dong and his companions journeyed southward, they passed through a modest county, where some individuals volunteered to remain behind, awaiting the arrival of the righteous army. After a fortnight, they finally reached Sea City, now reduced to a mere dozen in number. Renowned as the foremost city in the realm, Sea City held a reputation second only to the imperial capital among the 10 cities of the empire. Nestled by the southern sea, it boasted the empire's largest seaport to its south, where one could reportedly glimpse foreign merchants with golden hair and azure eyes alongside those with dark complexions. Sea City sprawled across a vast expanse, its towering walls constructed with great fortitude. The city gates were resplendent and lavish, the walls sculpted from white jade, roofs adorned with glazed tiles, and the crimson doors and windows edged with gold. Under the radiant sunlight, every facet of the city gates shimmered with dazzling brilliance, easily leading one to momentarily mistake them for the entrance to a celestial palace. Indeed, Sea City was extraordinarily affluent. Ding Dong could not help but compare it to the newly constructed Spring City. If Sea City were the grand hall of a wealthy family, Spring City resembled a mere dilapidated outhouse. Attacking Sea City would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. Ding Dong mused aloud, prompting concern among the young warriors, who had just regained their senses after being awestruck by the grandeur of the city gates. "What do you mean?" they inquired, anxious at Ding Dong's remark about the difficulty of breaching Sea City. Clearing his throat, Ding Dong elaborated. "Irrespective of who attempts to assault it, they would be loath to launch an all-out attack that could devastate the city. Furthermore, the garrison is unlikely to open the gates, rendering Sea City exceedingly difficult to conquer." The young warriors exchanged glances, their laughter awkward as they were taken aback by Ding Dong's unexpected jest, albeit one lacking humor. As they gazed at the imposing city from a distance, Ding Dong was transported back to his own arrival in Spring City at the tender age of 15. He had been a brash youth then, brimming with audacity, carelessly courting trouble. Reflecting on those days, he felt a pang of gratitude for the many benefactors that fate had placed in his path. Yet, this thought also brought him pain as he recalled Luo Cheng, Erzhu, and countless others who had sacrificed for him. "Commander, it appears that infiltrating this Sea City may prove rather challenging," a young warrior remarked, pointing towards the grand gates of the city. Ding Dong snapped back to the present, inhaling deeply to steady his nerves. He fixed his gaze ahead, observing the lengthy queue at the city gates and the dense ranks of the sea god army flanking either side. He turned his head to glance at the crowd around him, then bowed his head in contemplation before slowly speaking. "Our numbers are excessive, and our objective too conspicuous. Therefore, I have decided to take 2 individuals with me to blend in, while the rest shall find accommodation in the nearby towns and await the opportunity to infiltrate Haicheng." The young soldiers nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with longing as they turned to Ding Dong, causing him to shiver in surprise. "Fei Zi, Xiaopai, you 2 will accompany me to blend in. The others should find a place to settle down. If anyone manages to enter Haicheng, seek us out at the most renowned inn in the city. Do you all understand?" Those not chosen by Ding Dong reluctantly replied that they understood and dispersed in small groups. Fei Zi, a squad leader of around 15 years, stood tall, just half a head shorter than Ding Dong. His rotund figure resembled that of a plump ball. He was honest and earnest, yet brave and tenacious. Having honed his martial prowess to the 3rd tier of mastery, he exemplified the archetype of a diligent genius. Xiaopai, a team leader of similar age, was small and slender, his martial skills unremarkable, having barely attained the 2nd tier. Had it not been for the recent heavy losses of the righteous army in battle, he would likely still be studying at the Yihao Academy. However, he was clever, quick-witted, and possessed rapid reflexes. Ding Dong bent down to hoist the hunted game from the ground and addressed Fei Zi and Xiaopai. "From this moment forth, I am no longer Ding Dong, nor the grand leader of the righteous army. I am Wang Dazhuang, the hunter. You 2 are my nephews and shall call me uncle. Is that understood?" "Understood," Fei Zi replied cheerfully. "Uncle," Xiaopai promptly exclaimed, his voice brimming with affectionate warmth. Let us proceed. Ding Dong nodded in satisfaction, leading the two youngsters to the end of the line waiting for city entry inspection. The trio stood in line for the better part of a day before finally reaching the city gates. Xiaopai glanced back over his shoulder and could not help but stick out his tongue at the long queue trailing behind them. What do you want? A soldier brandished a spear with a flaming tip in front of Ding Dong, his facial fat quivering with each word he spoke. Greetings, Lord Wu. We are humble hunters from the countryside who recently acquired some fine animal pelts in the mountains and wish to enter the city to sell them at a good price. Ding Dong replied, bowing respectfully. The title of Lord Wu was something he had learned from Erzhu many years ago, and he never imagined it would serve him in this context after all this time. What animal pelts? Let me see, the soldier demanded, extending his palm towards Ding Dong. A chill ran down Ding Dong's spine as he thought, will they confiscate them and then allow me entry? Maintaining a composed facade, he removed the bundled wolf skins from his shoulder and handed them to the soldier. Concealed beneath the pelts, he discreetly slipped a gold coin into the soldier's hand. The soldier hesitated, staring at Ding Dong for what felt like an eternity, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Ding Dong's back. He suddenly cracked a smile, and taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, stealthily slipped the gold coin into his pocket. Then, feigning nonchalance, he shook out a few wolf pelts and tossed them back to Ding Dong, gesturing dismissively to the side with his chin, saying coolly, go on in. Just as Ding Dong took a couple of steps, he heard the anxious calls of Xiaopai and Fei Zi behind him. Turning back, he saw the soldier who had previously blocked his way, brandishing a long rifle to obstruct the two. Master Wu, they are my two little nephews, Ding Dong was saying, when the soldier impatiently raised his rifle and grunted, get inside quickly. Next, with a mix of relief and trepidation, the three of them sighed quietly, their hearts still racing as they meandered forward until they reached a deserted spot, where they finally exhaled deeply. Oh my goodness, that scared me to death, Xiaopai exclaimed, clutching his chest, still feeling the lingering fright. Ding Dong shot him a sidelong glance and murmured, look at your lack of spirit. Wandering through the streets of High City, their heads spun like a top, mouths agape in awe. How magnificent! Xiaopai marveled, this street is truly wide. This building is incredibly tall. Wow, what is that? It smells divine. He slightly closed his eyes, flaring his nostrils to savor the aroma in the air, a glistening drool hanging from the corner of his mouth. Ding Dong twitched his nose, and his face broke into a beaming smile. With one arm around Xiaopai and the other around Fei Zi, he grinned mischievously, saying, having been out for over half a month, my mouth is practically parched. Come on, Uncle will treat you to some good food. The source of the enticing aroma was a lavishly decorated and named Hai Wangju, reputed to be the most famous and luxurious hotel in High City. Clad in rough animal skins and carrying more animal pelts, the trio had not bathed in quite some time, and a sour odor clung to them. Thus, as they approached the entrance of Hai Wangju, they were immediately halted by two doormen. Scram, go beg somewhere else. This is no place for you. The doormen looked at Ding Dong and his companions with disdain, pinching their noses. Ignoring their remarks, Ding Dong held his head high and boldly strode forward. Seeing this, the doormen's faces twisted in anger, and they quickly grabbed two large wooden sticks leaning against the door, blocking Ding Dong's path. Undeterred, Ding Dong chuckled, extended his hands to seize the sticks, and yanked them towards him, bringing the doormen closer. With a smirk, he shouted a curse and kicked them both, sending them flying in a comical tumble. Uncle, you're amazing, Xiaopai exclaimed, giving Ding Dong a thumbs up. Ding Dong chuckled and strode confidently into the grand hall of Hai Wangju, finding an unoccupied spot to sit down without paying any mind to the astonished gazes of those around him. In no time, several burly men brandishing weapons arrived, encircling Ding Dong and his friends. Ding Dong reached into his bosom, retrieved his money pouch, and tossed it onto the table. The delightful clinking of coins echoed as the pouch overflowed, scattering gold coins across the tabletop. The imposing figures overseeing the venue initially presumed that the newcomers were unrefined, impoverished country folk, only to discover that this seemingly rustic man was, in fact, quite affluent. The burly men exchanged furtive glances, hastily retreating with forced smiles. Patrons within the hall, anticipating a spectacle, craned their necks towards Ding Dong's table, only to be met with disappointment, retracting their gazes and returning to their meals and drinks. However, amidst the crowd, one individual gazed longingly at the coin purse on Ding Dong's table before stealthily exiting the Sea King's residence. Before long, a server approached, sporting a knowing grin as he inquired, "What can I get for you, esteemed sirs?" Ding Dong plucked a gold coin from the table and tossed it to the server, grinning broadly as he exclaimed, Bring forth a feast of delectable dishes. For drinks, 2 casks will suffice. Certainly, the server replied gleefully, turning to shout, 1 sea king banquet and 2 casks of fine daughter red. In mere moments, exquisite dishes began to grace the table of Ding Dong and his companions. The rich aroma of the freshly opened casks of wine enveloped the air, intoxicating in its allure. The Sea King banquet featured delicacies sourced directly from the ocean, fragrant shark fin, tender abalone, garlic-infused scallops, and succulent shrimp. The trio, unable to restrain their appetites, indulged heartily, leaving every plate turned upside down in their wake. Delightful, Ding Dong exclaimed, picking at his teeth while letting out a resounding belch, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Eating is, after all, a primal instinct. Just as the 3 were contemplating whether to settle in for the night, several soldiers of the sea god burst into the establishment. Advancing menacingly towards their table, Feizi cast a wary glance at the intruders, stealthily reaching into a hide to grip the hilt of a concealed dagger. Just as he was about to act, Ding Dong restrained him. The leading soldier approached their table, barking, "You 3 are accused of stealing someone's belongings." Ding Dong feigned trepidation, rising to bow respectfully, his face contorted in a pained expression. "What nonsense! We are but honest hunters from the mountains, utterly incapable of such thievery. No further discussion is needed. Come with us," the soldier replied, and in an instant, several sea god soldiers surged forward, binding Ding Dong and his companions tightly before escorting them to the civil court of the sea city. Chapter 50. Hidden in the dungeon, Ding Dong allowed the soldiers to bind and escort him without resistance, vocally proclaiming his innocence. He speculated that this sudden turn of events could stem from 2 possibilities, the first being that they had been recognized, rendering any resistance futile. The second being a misunderstanding that, once clarified, would lead to their release. Based on the soldiers' demeanor, Ding Dong believed the latter to be more likely. However, the situation unfolded in a manner beyond his expectations. Upon their arrival at the civil court, rather than facing any interrogation, they were unceremoniously cast into the dungeon. Not long after, someone came to release Xiao Pai, instructing him to notify his family to bring money for his ransom. Ding Dong was infuriated. He had not anticipated that the sea god army, now occupying Haiqing, would act with such brazen audacity, engaging in outright kidnapping and extortion. Even more shameless than the empire itself. Wealth should not be flaunted, especially when one appears to lack any substantial backing. Facing such rulers, one could only await their fate. Before Xiao Pai was freed, Ding Dong advised him to find a place to settle down, assuring him that he and Feizi would seek an opportunity to escape, and would come to find him afterward. Xiao Pai emerged from confinement with a heavy heart, wandering aimlessly through the unfamiliar streets, his pockets devoid of a single coin. Anxiety gnawing at him, he attempted to gather information about the war at the front, only to discover that most ordinary citizens in Haiqing were oblivious to the fact that the allied forces of justice had already penetrated the city. Occasionally, when idle men discussed the conflict, he scarcely had time to inquire further before several soldiers from the sea god army abruptly arrived, assaulting the men with fists and feet before dragging them away. Grasping his hair in frustration, Xiao Pai sat despondently by the roadside. Suddenly, a sharp clink startled him. He looked up to find a solitary copper coin quietly resting before him. Stunned for a moment, he picked it up and, with a wry smile, mused, "Have I truly become a beggar? Well, at least I can buy a bun to stave off hunger." As if on cue, his stomach grumbled audibly. Out of nowhere, a group of 7 or 8 middle-aged men, disguised as beggars, rushed at him, encircling him. "Hey, where did you come from? How dare you encroach on our territory?" One of the beggars shouted, his face contorted with anger. Xiao Pai was taken aback by their aggression, but soon realized that the beggars in Haicheng had formed cliques, each claiming their own domains. Thus, he quickly apologized and offered the copper coin, attempting to leave, only to be blocked once more. "How long has it been since you last ate?" the beggar who had stopped him inquired. Ever since he had emerged from confinement, his stomach had been protesting uncontrollably. Noticing Xiao Pai's silence, the beggar sighed and said, "We are all unfortunate souls. Let us not make it harder for you. Why not come with us? You may not eat your fill, but you certainly won't starve." Xiao Pai hesitated, his eyes moistening as he nodded vigorously. Ding Dong leaned against the damp wall of the dungeon in the civil affairs office of Haiqing, reminiscing about his own initial entry into Chun City, when he too had been imprisoned in this very place. Years had passed, yet it felt as if history was repeating itself. "Uncle, what are you thinking about? Can we get out?" Feizi whispered, leaning closer to Ding Dong. "Why do we need to leave?" Ding Dong replied with a smile. "For now, we shall remain here." His reluctance to depart stemmed primarily from the fact that, within the prison, he could overhear the latest news from the front lines. The guards were all soldiers of the sea god army, privy to the most current updates, and often discussed matters while overseeing prisoners. The revolutionary forces had recently captured Luoyang County, treating the local populace with kindness and even providing aid to the impoverished, thus winning their hearts. Subsequently, as the righteous army approached, every county would raise white flags, throw open their gates, and be greeted warmly by the populace. To serve in the army is indeed an act of righteousness. If it weren't for my advanced age, I would have eagerly joined the righteous forces to partake in grand endeavors. A gray-haired jailer took a sip of his drink and sighed softly. Indeed, a younger jailer concurred. How are we, the sea god army, any different from that empire? Sooner or later, we shall meet our demise. It is lamentable that those in power live in a perpetual state of indulgence, oblivious to the approach of the righteous coalition at the gates of Haiqing. I wonder if they can still find joy in their lives. Alas, it is a pity that I was born in the wrong place. Had I been born in Spring City, I would surely be among the ranks of the righteous army now. Since mastering the art of literary blood and spirit, Ding Dong had experienced significant improvements in his physical abilities, particularly after breaking through to the realm of the literary emperor with the aid of the masked guest. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two jailers, Ding Dong could not suppress a triumphant nod. "Uncle, what's the matter with you?" Fatty, noticing Ding Dong's peculiar behavior, could not help but inquire. "Shoo." Ding Dong placed a finger to his lips, tilting his ear to listen intently. The two jailers continued their discussion. "Old Wang, what do you think of the troops coming from the northeast?" Old Wang took another sip of his drink and replied, "They are somewhat stronger than our sea god army, but they cannot compare to the righteous army. The troops are excessively brutal, even killing captives. Alas, I hope the righteous army arrives at Haiqing first. If the troops come, I will surely fight them to the death. After all, death is inevitable." The young jailer clenched his fists resolutely. "Killing captives?" Ding Dong furrowed his brow, shaking his head quietly. Fatty, observing Ding Dong's alternating expressions of joy and dismay, scratched his head in confusion. Ding Dong wished to glean more information about the righteous coalition, but was thwarted by a change of guards. The new jailers were clearly ruffians, their conversations revolving around brothels and schemes for making money. The prison food was appalling, consisting solely of moldy buns that were nearly inedible. Ding Dong promised Fatty that once they were released, he would treat him to a splendid feast. The Sea King banquet? Fatty could not restrain his drooling, his eyes sparkling with hope. 10 days had passed since Ding Dong's imprisonment. At last, he learned of the righteous army nearing the gates of Haiqing, while the brutal troops were still besieging a county nearly 100 miles away. After this day, the jailers ceased to appear in the dungeon, presumably due to the urgency of the war, forcing all members of the sea god army to defend the city. "Fatty, it is time for us to feast." Ding Dong chuckled, and with a low call to arms, a burst of blue light erupted from his palm, and in an instant, a large blade materialized in his hand. Ding Dong used the blade to sever the chains and shackles binding both him and Fatty, then smashed the wooden door of the dungeon, striding boldly into freedom. The other prisoners, witnessing Ding Dong's formidable prowess, clamored and shook their cell doors in excitement. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Startled, Ding Dong warned Fatty, "Someone is coming. Prepare for battle." Feezy nodded, his hand instinctively moving to his waist, only to remember that his weapon had long been discarded with the animal hides in the lair of the Sea King. He glanced around and swiftly returned to the prison, grasping the severed shackles from the ground. The sound of footsteps grew louder and more chaotic, indicating that more than one person was approaching. Suddenly, the heavy door of the dungeon creaked open, and Ding Dong and Feezy lay in wait behind the door, poised to deliver a lethal strike upon the intruder's appearance. Abruptly, a small head poked in from outside. Ding Dong raised his large blade to strike downwards, but halted midway, straining to control the weapon. For he recognized the newcomer. It was Xiaopi. Hearing the commotion, Xiaopi looked up and saw the blade glowing with a blue sheen hovering above him, causing him to gasp in fright and withdraw his head. "I'll take him down," Feezy exclaimed, attempting to rush outside, but Ding Dong restrained him. "It's Xiaopi," he clarified. Upon hearing this, Feezy was filled with joy and called out towards the door, "Is it really Xiaopi?" Moments later, Xiaopi's head re-emerged, and upon recognizing Ding Dong and Feezy behind the door, he let out an excited gasp and rushed in, lifting Feezy off the ground and twirling him around. "Enough of the antics. What's the situation outside?" Ding Dong urgently inquired. Xiaopi set Feezy down. His face flushed as he took a few deep breaths to steady himself before replying. "Lord General has arrived at the gates of Haiqing with the army. They have engaged the sea goddess troops in several battles, suffering heavy losses, for the sea goddess armored chariots are incredibly formidable, impervious to blades, and highly lethal. Besides the armored chariots, the sea goddess forces are equipped with many unseen weapons. Even our bravest brothers are but flesh and blood, utterly incapable of contending with the sea goddess army. Alas, I truly wonder if our brothers can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Just then, a middle-aged beggar rushed in, nodding at Ding Dong and Fizi before addressing Xiaopi. Are all the people saved? If so, you must leave quickly. No time for chatter here. Be wary, for the soldiers may come this way. They are unlikely to have the energy to concern themselves with us. Ding Dong replied with a smile. Xiaopi, Fizi, I have a task for you both. Including the prisoners in this dungeon, gather all usable forces in the shortest time possible. I have plans in motion. Ding Dong was indeed correct. The sea goddess forces within Haiqing were currently on high alert, divided into two factions, one half guarding the city, while the other escorted heavily destructive weaponry outside the city to deal a crushing blow to the rebel forces. Ma Yusheng and Su Zhen had anticipated that. Apart from the armored chariots, the sea goddess army would possess other heavy weaponry, preparing themselves mentally in advance. However, they had not expected the sea goddess equipment to be so overwhelmingly powerful. With crossbows capable of firing 10 arrows in succession, stone cannons that could launch boulders the size of a bull's head, and massive shields that could reflect sunlight to dazzle opponents. The rebel forces stood no chance against such formidable combat capabilities. If this continued, the fallen brothers would have died in vain, and all prior efforts would be rendered futile. Ma Yusheng had already led his troops several dozen miles forward. He sat upon his steed, an expression of profound frustration etched across his features. Uncertainty loomed regarding the arrival of the military contingent, and even their presence might not signify a favorable turn of events. Su Zhen gazed into the distance at Haiqing, seemingly conversing with himself. Ding Dong had not abandoned the dungeon. Rather, he had established it as his stronghold within Haiqing. In these tumultuous times, the city was rife with paranoia. Any gathering of individuals could easily be deemed suspicious, and those accused of treachery would likely meet a gruesome fate at the hands of the sea goddess army. In contrast, the dungeon offered a semblance of safety. Ding Dong reveled in his decision when suddenly a beggar stumbled into the dungeon, panic evident in his demeanor. This is bad. The sea goddess army is coming, he exclaimed in alarm. Stay calm. How many of them are there? Ding Dong inquired anxiously. The beggar, after a moment's consideration, blushed crimson and awkwardly raised a single finger, stammering, just one. Ding Dong exhaled in relief, retorting, only one? What is there to fear? We are many. When he arrives, we shall bind him and toss him into the cell, allowing him to experience imprisonment firsthand. By the way, I still have a stale bun. Fizi, go fetch it. And let the sea goddess soldier taste it when he arrives. Creak. The door of the dungeon opened slowly, and all within fell silent, even their breath stilled. The soldier of the sea goddess army entered, closing the door behind him, only to be met by several blades poised at his throat. What are you doing? The newcomer stammered, attempting to resist, but was swiftly knocked to the ground by Fizi's kick. What is your name? Ding Dong asked, surveying the soldier before him with a smile. The man, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, appeared to be well past the age of retirement, yet for reasons unknown, remained within the ranks of the sea goddess army. My surname is Wang, the old man replied, struggling to rise while clutching his abdomen. You are old Wang, correct? Ding Dong inquired. Old Wang nodded, internally pondering. Of course I am old Wang. Am I supposed to be old Li or old Zhao? Who are you? He finally asked after scrutinizing Ding Dong. Ding Dong smiled faintly, seated regally upon the stone steps, looking down at old Wang. I am Ding Dong, the commander of the 1st Division of the Righteous Army. Old Wang furrowed his brow, gazing at Ding Dong in sudden realization, his voice trembling with excitement. You are the renowned Dao Mawen Huang? Ding Dong nodded and after a brief pause, posed a question. Old Wang, I wish to ask you, are you willing to join our righteous army? If you agree, you may come to my division. If not, we shall allow you to leave unharmed. You need not doubt my words, for I am well aware of your character. And you should also understand the principles by which our righteous army operates. Ding Dong's words were not mere flattery. He had recognized this elder as the prison guard, Old Wang, from the sound of his voice. Old Wang did not provide an immediate response to Ding Dong. Instead, he bowed his head, his expression a tapestry of complexities. After a considerable pause, he lifted his gaze slightly and shook his head, stating, I have grown old. I would be a burden on the battlefield. Should the righteous army indeed succeed in capturing Haiqing, I shall return to my hometown to retire. However, there are some young men within the sea god army who are discontent with its actions. I believe they would be inclined to join the righteous army. Yet, the families of those in the sea god army reside in Haicheng, and I cannot guarantee what choices those young men might make. It will be a task for you to persuade them, Ding Dong replied politely, then turned to those around him, saying, "Release General Wang." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pai became anxious and exclaimed, "Commander, we cannot let him go. If he alerts others, we are all doomed." Old Wang quickly raised his right hand, forming a fist by his temple, and solemnly declared, "I swear by the honor of my ancestors, I will never betray you." Ding Dong pursed his lips, lowered his head, and pondered deeply under the watchful eyes of all present. Finally, he made a decision, nodding vigorously and stating firmly, "Let General Wang go. I trust him." This was a gamble. Victory would bring everlasting glory, while defeat would lead to utter destruction. Given the current circumstances, Ding Dong indeed required the assistance of the soldiers within the sea god army to achieve great things. Old Wang departed, his demeanor unwavering. Yet his resolute gaze was not enough to assuage Ding Dong's anxieties. Ding Dong feared not death, but if his decision led to the demise of others, he would find no peace in the afterlife. The prison was dark and damp, the conditions exceedingly harsh. Yet, what truly tormented the soul was the unsettling anxiety that gripped his heart. Many of the prisoners attempted to escape, only to be thwarted by Ding Dong and subsequently returned to their cells. The beggars, bound by loyalty, returned to the dungeon in full numbers after gathering information. At that moment, the righteous army lacked the strength to confront the sea god army directly, resorting instead to a desperate strategy of retreating while fighting. A state of utter disarray. The allied forces were ensnared somewhere, delayed in their arrival. As dusk approached, commotion finally erupted outside the dungeon. "Here come many from the sea god army," a small beggar shouted as he stumbled into the dungeon, breathless with urgency. Xiao Lu drew a dagger from his waist and inquired, "How many have come?" "Over a dozen, all armed," the small beggar replied hastily. "Damn it. I knew that old man harbored ill intentions. Forget it, we'll fight them," Xiao Lu declared, ready to charge out with Fei Zi, only to be halted by Ding Dong's outstretched hand. "Stay inside. I will go and see," Ding Dong stated, opening the dungeon door, bending low, and slipping out, shutting the door behind him. Indeed, a group of over a dozen sea god soldiers approached, weapons drawn and stained with blood, exuding an aura of menace. Ding Dong furrowed his brow as he searched among the incoming men, but could not find old Wang. His breath caught in his throat, frustration gnawed at him, and he silently lamented. Could it be that old Wang was indeed fickle? Just then, the group was upon him. "Is Ding Dong, the general of the righteous army, here?" The leader of the sea god soldiers demanded, pointing his blade at Ding Dong. "I am he," Ding Dong replied. Ding Dong tilted his head and smiled in response. A glimmer of blue light flashing in the palm of his hand concealed behind his back, revealing his murderous intent. The dozen or so members of the sea god army exchanged glances and nodded slightly, then collectively knelt before Ding Dong, saluting him with military decorum. Ding Dong was momentarily taken aback. Before he could utter a word, the leader of the opposing group spoke up. "We pay our respects to the Emperor of Blade and Horse, wishing to join the righteous army, to serve General Ding in both peril and ease." Unflinchingly facing the trials of sword and flame, Ding Dong stood in stunned silence for quite some time, then suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, exclaiming, "How commendable! You truly are remarkable. Come, let us converse in the prison." The addition of these members from the sea god army undoubtedly provided a much-needed sense of reassurance to the beggars and prisoners. Simultaneously, they brought invaluable intelligence. The sea god army primarily comprised soldiers hailing from the coastal city, formed by those who had escaped from the northern regions of the empire and the original garrison of the coastal city. The highest commander of the sea god army was named Yao Xiaoyong, who once served as the town's governor and held the title of deputy commander of the empire. This man was exceedingly greedy, harboring delusions of unifying the world under the sea god army, aspiring to usurp the positions of the prime minister and the emperor. Initially, given the sea god army's strength, such naive aspirations were merely the fantasies of a dreamer, until an extraordinary young talent suddenly emerged from the coastal city. This youth, known as Xiao Jiao, was widely recognized as a prodigious genius, particularly skilled in the development of heavy weaponry. The introduction of new armaments, ironclad war chariots, rain of arrows, firestone cannons, and sunlight shields, dramatically enhanced the combat capabilities of the sea god army. Yao Xiaoyong, brimming with confidence in his army's prowess, intended to lead his troops northward, only to be met with news of the righteous coalition advancing from the south. Consequently, he dispatched 2 teams to ambush both the righteous army and the allied forces. hoping to gain sufficient time to produce more advanced weaponry. Yao Xiaoyong disregarded the losses of any town or county, recalling the main force of the sea god army back to the coastal city for defense, leaving only a few non-affiliated troops in various towns and counties. His aim was to create the illusion that the sea god army was vulnerable, thus leading the righteous coalition to underestimate them, ultimately planning to annihilate the two armies outside the coastal city in one fell swoop. Xiaojiu, Ding Dong pondered, stroking his chin and licking his lips thoughtfully. He suspected that there might be a connection between this Xiaojiu and Xiaolu. Xiao Pai, I entrust you with a task, Ding Dong said. Leave the coastal city to inform the high command and military leaders, urging them to devise a strategy to engage the sea god army without further depleting our forces in direct confrontation. Then, hasten back to Chun City and invite General Xiaolu. A soldier from the sea god army interjected, the entire city is under martial law. It's not so easy to exit the coastal city. It would be better to let him blend into my ranks and escape during the next battle amidst the chaos. Ding Dong clapped his hands and laughed heartily, saying, that would be splendid. By the way, where are the heavy weapons of the sea god army concealed? The sea god soldier smirked proudly, pointing downward with his index finger, and replied, they are all hidden beneath our very feet. With the assistance of these members of the sea god army, Xiao Pai managed to slip out of the coastal city unscathed, successfully reaching the righteous army's encampment, where he relayed Ding Dong's current situation and some plans to Ma Yusheng and Su Zhan. This information is classified as highly confidential, pertaining to the safety of Ding Dong and others within Haiqing, thus known only to the senior generals of the righteous army. In truth, the word of Ding Dong's survival has already circulated among the ranks of the righteous army. As he journeyed towards Haiqing, the young soldiers of the righteous army, having aided various counties in their allegiance to the cause, naturally returned to their ranks. Among these youthful warriors, it was to be expected that a few would let slip what they ought to have kept secret. Considering that Xiao Pai had just escaped from Haiqing and was in poor health, Su Zhan worried that this might hinder the flow of military intelligence. Thus, he dispatched a messenger to Chunqing to request General Lu Lu's presence at the front lines to bolster the war effort. Within Haiqing, Ding Dong, leading a group of prisoners and beggars disguised as refugees, scattered throughout the city in search of vital information. During this endeavor, he encountered those young soldiers who had infiltrated Haiqing after him, significantly enhancing the covert strength of the righteous army within the city. 2 days later, the Allied forces arrived outside Haiqing and finally united with the righteous army. Leading the Allied forces was Yi He, accompanied by Wang Ruoyou as the strategist. The commanders of the 3 divisions of the Allied forces were the Hu brothers, who bore a long-standing grudge against Ding Dong. Upon hearing that the righteous army had been soundly defeated by the sea god army, they took great delight in mocking their adversaries and petitioned Yi to launch an attack on Haiqing. Initially, Yi hesitated but was unable to withstand the fervent insistence of the Hu brothers. Given the sweeping victories of the Allied forces that had instilled fear in the sea god army, he too succumbed to a sense of overconfidence, eager to test the waters against the enemy. Thus, he appointed Hu Liqiang to lead the 1st Division into battle against the sea god army. This time, the sea god army concealed its true strength, sending only a few armored war chariots and over 10,000 troops to engage the Allied forces in the field, resulting in a decisive victory for Hu Liqiang, who returned triumphantly to Haiqing without losing a single chariot. His brothers, witnessing their siblings' success, were eager to follow suit and hastened to seek Yi He's permission to lead a charge against Haiqing. Caught up in the euphoria of victory, Yi He disregarded the advice of the righteous army and strategist Wang Ruoyou, stubbornly deploying the entire force in a reckless attempt to seize Haiqing. However, to his astonishment, the sea god army revealed its formidable capabilities, deploying all manner of advanced heavy weaponry, catching the Allied forces off guard and inflicting devastating losses. It was only then that Yi He realized he had fallen victim to the sea god army's stratagem of feigned weakness to lure them into a trap. In a fit of rage and despair, he contemplated ending his own life, only to be tearfully restrained by Wang Ruoyou. Seizing the moment, the leader of the sea god army, Yao Xiaoyong, led his forces into battle, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the coalition led by Yi He. Fortunately, Su Zhan maintained his composure, skillfully dispersing the army into the mountains and forests, biding their time for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, the messenger dispatched by Su Zhan had arrived in Chunqing, delivering a secret missive to Wu Yuanqi, who urgently summoned Xiao Lu to reveal its contents. After reading the contents of the secret letter, Xiao Lu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So it was Xiaojiu. That little rascal nearly scared me to death." Chapter 52. The change of ownership in High City. 7 days later, Xiao Lu, accompanied by the messenger soldier, rode the swift steed and descended outside High City. The area surrounding High City had been reduced to scorched earth. Amidst the billowing smoke, the cold bodies lay scattered, their faces frozen and grimy, marked by expressions of anger and unfulfilled desires. Headless red-tasseled spears were thrust into the ground, surrounded by corpses, tattered flags, dulled sabers, and scattered arrows. The messenger soldier, confronted by the harrowing sight, staggered and fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. Where have all the righteous army gone? With so many people, surely not a single one remains. Xiao Lu blinked his small eyes and inquired. The messenger soldier glanced around, overwhelmed by the devastation, tears streaming uncontrollably, unable to find words to respond. Let us take a look from above, Xiao Lu proposed, as he mounted the swift steed. The steed flapped its wings and soared into the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust. The messenger soldier followed closely behind, also ascending into the air on the swift steed. There are people in the forest over there, Xiao Lu exclaimed, peering down to spot figures moving in the distant woods. Thus, the two rode the swift steed towards the forest. As they flew over the treetops, members of the righteous army recognized the swift steed and erupted in cheers. Upon landing gently, the messenger soldier hurried to locate General Ma Yusheng for a report. Xiao Lu, citing the need to feed the steed, did not accompany him. Although the swift steed resembled a horse, it was made of wood and could not possibly graze. However, Xiao Lu, being playful, was well known among the righteous army, so the messenger soldier said nothing further, eager to find General Ma Yusheng and strategist Su Jin quickly. Xiao Lu made a face at the messenger soldier's retreating figure, then casually summoned a member of the righteous army to watch over the swift steed. While he strolled about with hands clasped behind his back, he had not wandered far when he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning to look, he discovered a burly man running towards him, accompanied by a graceful woman. The duo was Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing, both of whom were somewhat familiar with Xiao Lu. They had been tending to the wounded and rushed over upon seeing the swift steed in the sky. General Xiao Lu, Ding Dong, is in High City now. It's dangerous. You are clever. Surely you have a plan? Luo Shuiqing asked anxiously. He's so fierce. He won't die, Xiao Lu replied with a carefree laugh. Since you're here, you must have a way. Please, share it with us, Gu Kebiao urged. Xiao Lu wrinkled his nose in displeasure, replying, I did not come to fight for you. I came to see someone. Who are you here to see? Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao asked in unison. Indeed. I am here to meet someone. Why am I even here? Xiao Lu said, dashing towards the swift steed, mounting it swiftly. With his blood surging within him, he directed the swift steed to take flight, heading towards the direction of High City. When Ma Yusheng and Su Jin arrived, Xiao Lu had already taken flight for some time, becoming merely a black dot in the sky. No need to worry, although General Xiao Lu is playful. He is resolute when it matters most. Let us await his good news, Su Jin consoled the crowd, though uncertainty gnawed at his own heart. Upon reaching Haicheng, the Haitian army mistook him for a celestial deity, bowing in reverence. Their astonishment was palpable when they realized that the figure descending was a wooden horse bearing a dwarf. No one anticipated that the divine being would take such a form. Is there anyone normal? Go tell Xiao Ju that I, Xiao Lu, have arrived. Xiao Lu leapt from his steed, surveying the kneeling throng with a look of disdain. That evening, Yao Xiaoyong hosted a grand feast in honor of Xiao Lu, inviting numerous generals. Midway through the banquet, Xiao Jiu hurriedly made his entrance. He had been preoccupied with transforming ironclad chariots, insisting on solitude while working. It was only at dusk that he learned of a dwarf claiming to be Xiao Lu, prompting his joyous rush to the feast without even changing his soiled attire. Xiao Jiu, of similar stature to Xiao Lu, was considerably more handsome, with almond-shaped eyes, a cherry-like mouth, a round face, and fair skin. He possessed an androgynous beauty that could easily mislead one into believing he was no more than a child of 10. Upon their first meeting, the two brothers embraced joyfully. Once it was confirmed that Xiao Lu was indeed Xiao Jiu's elder brother, Yao Xiaoyong's happiness surged, and he encouraged everyone to drink alongside Xiao Lu and Xiao Jiu until they were thoroughly inebriated. That night, Xiao Lu and Xiao Jiu shared a room, conversing endlessly, growing more awake as their discussion continued until the early hours. Eventually, Xiao Lu returned to the matter at hand. Brother Jiu, I must confess, I have been playing with the righteous army and have learned a new trick. Look, he said, flicking his hand, causing a sphere of light to shoot forth and pierce a transparent hole through a wooden pillar. Xiao Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tugged at Xiao Lu's sleeve, pleading for his brother to teach him. Of course, I shall teach you, but before that, there is a serious matter to address. We are currently aligned with opposing factions, and one of us must relinquish his current allegiance to join the other. This was the rule established before we parted ways in the desolate north. As Xiao Lu spoke, he rose from the bed, shaking his fist, and continued, as per our old tradition, the loser shall accompany the winner. Very well, replied Xiao Jiao, also getting out of bed and raising his fist. I will count to 3. 3, 2, 1. Rock, paper, scissors. They both called out simultaneously. Brother Jiao, you still have a penchant for rock. Xiao Lu grinned mischievously. And is using paper so impressive? Xiao Jiao pouted, playfully chastising him before turning to Xiao Lu with a charming smile, tugging at his sleeve. Sixth brother, I will follow you. That is of no consequence. Please teach me that trick you just performed, the one where you flick your finger to create a hole. Xiao Lu affectionately ruffled Xiao Jiao's hair, assuring him, rest assured. Everything I know, I will teach you. However, the blood chi technique is not something one can master in a day or two. I shall teach you slowly. So when shall we depart? Xiao Jiao inquired urgently, as if she could not bear to wait even a moment longer. No rush, Xiao Lu replied with a gentle smile. Before we leave, I must find someone. When Xiao Lu located Ding Dong, the latter was dressed in a beggar's rags, disheveled, and seated by the roadside, scraping mud from between his toes. Xiao Lu almost failed to recognize Ding Dong's identity. Given the presence of soldiers from the Sea God army, Xiao Lu could not directly acknowledge Ding Dong. Thus, feigning a stumble, he seized a stick he carried and struck Ding Dong fiercely. Several soldiers accompanying him drew their gleaming swords, eager to dismember the unfortunate beggar, but were halted by Xiao Jiao. My brother Xiao Lu's mood will improve after a moment. Do not spoil it, she cautioned. Ding Dong had already recognized Xiao Lu and understood that the latter's actions were imbued with a particular intent. Consequently, he covered his head and face, standing up while shouting in pain and fleeing. Xiao Lu pursued Ding Dong closely, followed by Xiao Jiao and the soldiers from the Sea God army. The pedestrians on the street, fearing ill fortune, hastily cleared a path. Ding Dong led Xiao Lu into a deserted alley, abruptly halting and turning back with a furious glare at Xiao Lu, muttering, "You hit like a beast. They are coming." Xiao Lu heard the cacophony of footsteps drawing nearer. Upon hearing this, Ding Dong lay flat on the ground, clutching his head, wailing and begging for mercy, which made Xiao Lu unable to suppress his laughter. He hurled the stick down at Ding Dong, feigning anger. Today, out of goodwill, I shall spare your life. With that, he turned to join Xiao Jiao and the others. What a relief. Let us go. Xiao Lu laughed heartily as he led the group away. Ding Dong continued to feign anguish for a while, but upon realizing no one was coming, he picked up the stick Xiao Lu had abandoned to support himself and pretended to be grievously injured as he made his way toward the civil administration's dungeon. Upon arriving at the dungeon, Ding Dong grasped the stick in 2 parts, forcefully twisting it in opposite directions, causing it to split into 2 pieces, from which a rolled cloth fell. He unfurled the cloth and, after examining it, clapped his thighs in delight, exclaiming, "A grand undertaking is at hand." That night, under the pretense of teaching Xiao Jiao to ride the flying steed, Xiao Lu took her soaring into the skies. Yao Xiaoyong and his commanders looked up in awe, praising the spectacle and secretly deliberating on the mass production of this steed for military purposes, envisioning the formation of a formidable aerial army. It was not until they observed the flying steed soaring into the mountains where the Ehe alliance was located that they realized Xiao Jiao, who had always been under the Sea God army's protection, had been abducted. Yao Xiaoyong exclaimed in dismay, enraged and humiliated. He commanded his troops to scour the mountains for the Ehe alliance, even resorting to cutting down trees and clearing the forest, yet ultimately returned empty-handed. That same night, Ding Dong gathered all available resources in the civil administration's dungeon to begin crucial preparations. Yao Xiaoyong, who had not flinched during the loss of territory and troops, was utterly shaken by Xiao Jiao's defection, leaving him as if struck by lightning, unable to eat or drink, aging significantly overnight. He endeavored to recall what precisely he had done wrong, pondering where he had failed to meet Xiao Jiao's expectations, leading her to betray him at the moment of imminent victory. Had he known that Xiao Jiao's decision stemmed from a mere game of chance, he would have likely been driven to the brink of despair. The following day, chaos erupted in Haiqing as numerous fires blazed throughout the city. The Haitian army was preoccupied with extinguishing the flames, only to discover that the banners of the Boxer Alliance were being raised in multiple locations. The news of the Boxers entering the city swiftly spread, inciting even greater turmoil. Suddenly, several azure orbs ascended into the sky, bursting forth in a magnificent display. Immediately, the Boxers lying in ambush outside the city ignited torches, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. Yao Xiaoyong, taken aback, hurried to inspect the underground cache of heavy weaponry, only to find it utterly destroyed and rendered useless. Just as one crisis waned, another arose. The gates of Haiqing swung open at this critical moment, revealing a figure clad in radiant blue armor, mounted on a magnificent steed, wielding a colossal azure blade. Standing at the city gates, he led a contingent in repelling wave after wave of the Haitian army attempting to defend the entrance. The famed Daedamon Emperor had arrived. The Haitian army, stricken with terror, scattered in disarray. In a matter of moments, a battalion of iron cavalry surged into the city, led by a general whose voice boomed like thunder, declaring, "I am Gu Kabiao of the righteous army. Those who surrender shall not be harmed." At this juncture, the Haitian army had lost all will to fight, laying down their arms and kneeling in surrender. Realizing the tide had turned, Yao Xiaoyong discreetly led a handful of his subordinates to escape the city, fleeing by boat from the southern port. Thus, the Boxer Alliance triumphantly secured victory in the southern campaign, taking control of Haicheng, with tens of thousands of Haitian soldiers now turned into captives. In the sky, Xiao Lu and Xiao Jiu shared a steed, gazing down upon the inferno that was once Haicheng. Xiao Jiu lamented, "What a splendid city, now reduced to this state. It seems war truly is a scourge." To which Xiao Lu pondered, "The destruction of a city is not the true horror. The loss of the people's spirit is what truly terrifies. As long as there are people, everything can be rebuilt." Chapter 53. The righteous rescue of 10,000 troops. Ding Dong infiltrated the underground, relying on the few brothers from the Haitian army who had defected to his side. He had anticipated a fierce battle upon his exit, but was instead met with unimpeded passage. The disarrayed Haitian army paid no heed to those who passed by them. He then charged to the city gates, severing the massive bolt with a single stroke, commanding his men to push open the gates and welcome the Boxer Alliance into the city. He stood resolutely on horseback, mercilessly slaying anyone who dared to obstruct him. Fortunately, Yao Xiaoyong had already led his loyal officers to flee Haicheng, leaving behind only a mere centurion as the highest-ranking officer, allowing Ding Dong to handle the situation with ease. Upon witnessing Gu Kabiao enter the city, Ding Dong realized that his mission was complete. He felt weary, yearning for a moment of rest. As he dismissed the azure steed and shattered the blue blade, he sought a secluded place to catch a much-needed slumber. However, as he turned around, he was met with an exceedingly familiar figure, gracefully approaching him. Luo Shuiqing arrived swiftly, having already witnessed Ding Dong's remarkable act of singularly guarding the city gate. Upon their eyes meeting, their lips quivered slightly, despite the profound yearning in their hearts. Words eluded them. Ding Dong stepped forward, mounted Luo Shuiqing's horse, encircled her slender waist with his arm, grasped the reins firmly, and urged the steed to gallop forth from the city, racing along the wall until they reached a secluded spot, where he finally brought the horse to a halt. They tethered the horse and sat by the city moat, observing the night sky tinged with the glow of fire and hearing the cacophony around them, feeling as if they were in a different realm altogether. "I thought you were dead," Luo Shuiqing murmured, biting her lip. Ding Dong, scratching his head with a chuckle, replied, "I have a strong constitution and am quite adept at fighting. I won't perish easily." Luo Shuiqing, unusually subdued, lowered her gaze, refraining from venting her frustrations on Ding Dong. "What is wrong with you?" Ding Dong inquired, somewhat taken aback by her demeanor. Usually, she would be hitting him while chiding his incessant banter. Luo Shuiqing shook her head, choosing silence. Feeling a sense of unease, Ding Dong reached for her arms, only to feel a drop of water land on his hand. Upon tasting it, he found it to be salty and bitter. "Why are you crying?" he asked, alarmed. Luo Shuiqing shook her head again, remaining silent. After a moment of contemplation, Ding Dong scratched his head, making a few squeaking sounds, then inquired, "Haven't you always said that Qiuyo is my younger brother? Do I resemble a monkey in this state?" Luo Shuiqing looked up, her tear-filled eyes meeting Ding Dong's comical expression, breaking into laughter momentarily before succumbing to tears once more. "Shuiqing, what is truly troubling you? Please don't act this way, it frightens me." Suddenly, Luo Shuiqing grasped Ding Dong's hand, placing it upon her shoulder, then tilted her head to rest against his chest. At last, Ding Dong found stillness, his heart racing rapidly. "Once the war concludes," Luo Shuiqing suddenly spoke, "in a peaceful world, would you consider marrying me?" Ding Dong's mind buzzed, his ears ringing. He felt parched, opening his mouth yet unsure how to respond, tightening his embrace around Luo Shuiqing. War ending? A peaceful world? Ding Dong gazed skyward, silently praying. "May the empire surrender at dawn so that Shuiqing and I can wed by the afternoon." The thought brought an involuntary grin to his face. Luo Shuiqing gently closed her eyes, leaning against Ding Dong, a radiant smile gracing her lips. The sea god army of Haicheng, regardless of their previous exuberance, found themselves like lost dogs the moment the city gates swung open, gathering in the military assembly ground, awaiting their fate in silence. Outside the assembly ground, several circles of the harmonious army had formed. The righteous forces were busy within the city, reassuring the citizens, leaving them little energy to contest the handling of the surrendered troops. At this moment, he stood gravely at the command platform, his expression one of fury as he gazed down at the dark throng below. In his eyes, the sea god army bore the blame for the slaughter of his brothers in the harmonious army. No amount of retribution could quell his inner rage. Hu Liqiang and his two brothers stood beside Yi, gazing down at the crowd, their fists pounding the railing in frustration. Yi, issue the order to eliminate these people at once. What are you waiting for? Hu Liqiang shouted, his face contorted with rage. Yi, panting heavily, stood up, poised to give the command for slaughter, when suddenly a figure rushed in from the side. Stop! It was Wang Ruoyo, breathless and drenched in sweat. What brings you here? Yi furrowed his brow in concern. We cannot kill these people. We have already made too many mistakes on this journey. If we continue down this path, how will the world perceive us and the army? Without the support of the people, how can we hope for the prosperity of the nation? Not kill them. Yi scoffed coldly. So many of our brothers have perished far from home, their bodies still unburied. If we do not avenge them, what solace can I offer the spirits of our fallen comrades? In such chaotic times, the fate of all was beyond their control. Were it possible to choose, I believe no one would willingly embrace war. The true culprits are those in power. Yao Xiaoyong has already fled. We cannot vent our frustrations on these innocent soldiers. Wang Ruoyo argued passionately, her voice hoarse and tears streaming down her face. The voice from the command platform echoed throughout the barracks, stirring the hearts of everyone present. At that moment, the members of the sea god army held their breath, bracing for their fate, yet many harbored a deep-seated unwillingness to await death passively, prepared to stand against the He army. Enough of this nonsense, I do not wish to hear it. All soldiers of the He army, obey my command, kill. The He army erupted in cheers, while the sea god army shouted in unison with fury. A bloodbath seemed imminent. Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced through the air, silencing all voices like a clap of thunder. Whether from the sea god army or the He army, everyone halted their actions, bewildered. Yi, filled with both anger and shock, turned towards the source of the voice and was taken aback. Outside the barracks, a sea of people had gathered, and upon closer inspection, they were the citizens of Haiqing. Ding Dong sat atop a magnificent steed, a gargantuan horn affixed to the horse's head. In his hands, he held a square box connected to the horn by a thick rope. This contraption, dubbed the thunderous roar by Xiao Jiao, had just been used by Ding Dong to deliver his message, stunning the entire assembly. Auntie, it's up to you now, Ding Dong said, handing the box to a middle-aged woman beside his horse. Yes, just press these two spots and speak into the center. The soldiers of both the He army and the sea god army exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom Ding Dong's intentions. Release my son, the middle-aged woman cried out, her voice amplified by the thunderous roar, echoing across the barracks. Release my son. The countless citizens echoed her plea in unison. The He army remained perplexed, while the soldiers of the sea god army began to weep uncontrollably. Thousands of formidable men, unyielding even when swords were poised at their throats, remained silent in the face of wounds and maiming, and even the loss of their homes brought forth no tears. Yet, upon the sight of their parents emerging in such dire circumstances, they could no longer contain their anguish, bursting into tears like wronged children. Let us fight, someone suddenly shouted, and the soldiers of the sea god army joined in a fervent cry to confront the opposing forces, charging recklessly against those who surrounded them. The opposing soldiers, now reluctant to strike at their brethren, lamented the sorrow of being born into such tumultuous times. Ding Dong, sensing the moment was ripe, seized the thundering box from the hands of a middle-aged woman. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, please quiet down and lend me your ears." Instantly, the crowd fell silent. Satisfied, Ding Dong continued, "The true culprits are war and those in power. The soldiers, mere pawns in this conflict, are subjected to manipulation, often meeting their demise far from home, their bodies left unclaimed. We, the righteous army, despise war, yet we are compelled to fight for a new world, a realm that belongs to all. In this new world, no one shall be a mere pawn. Everyone will have the power to shape their own destiny. For what we believe is that peace brings prosperity to the realm." All soldiers of the sea god army listened intently, regardless of your past or your actions. "From this moment forth, we shall not hold it against you. If you desire, join our righteous army. If you are weary of war, take up your hoe and await the dawn of a new world. We shall not trouble you. Ding Dong's words struck at the heart of the opposing forces, rendering Yi's expression increasingly grim. He shouted, "You are in the presence of the Harmony Army. You have no right to speak here." Yet, his voice was drowned out by the roar of thunder. After Ding Dong finished speaking, a surge of blue light enveloped him, manifesting into blue armor and a colossal blue blade. With one hand gripping the box and the other raised high with the gigantic sword, he declared, "I am Ding Dong, and I vow by my name that my words shall be fulfilled. Should I waver in the slightest, I shall face the wrath of the heavens." The Blade and Horse Emperor. Someone recognized his identity. The soldiers of the Sea God army erupted in cheers, clamoring to join the righteous army. Ding Dong smiled slightly and gestured, "Come, let us bring our brothers back to the camp." No sooner had he spoken than a dozen armored war chariots emerged from the streets, halting at the remaining exits of the training grounds. Behind these chariots, numerous righteous soldiers clad in armor and wielding weapons swiftly gathered around the vehicles. The sight of the armored chariots thrilled the Sea God soldiers, who remembered all too well the fear these iron beasts inspired. Yi and his men had suffered greatly at their hands, and the mere sight of them now sent a chill through Yi. Infuriated, he trembled with rage, his face ashen, yet powerless to act. He waved his hand dismissively. Seething, "Release them." Beside him, Hu Liqiang urged urgently, "Yi, we cannot let them go. What about our fallen brothers? Release them." Yi roared in response. Sweeping away in a fit of fury, Wang Ruoyou gazed at Ding Dong from a distance, observing his victorious demeanor, and furrowed her brow in contemplation. Is this truly the brash, reckless figure of legend? Upon receiving the order for release, the soldiers collectively exhaled in relief, parting ways to clear a path. Xiao Pai and Fei Zi exchanged glances within the ranks of the righteous army, each reflecting joy in the other's eyes. What defines life? What defines death? A voice rang out amidst the crowd, and in the next moment, all the righteous soldiers united in chanting the oath of the Yihui. The citizens of Haiqing knelt before Ding Dong, tears streaming down their faces, prompting Ding Dong to hastily dismount and assist them. Xiao Lu emerged from the throng, playfully patting Ding Dong on the shoulder, and inquired with a smile, "How does it feel? I told you to trust me, and you see, I was right." On the command platform, Hu Liqiang glared at Ding Dong from afar, his teeth grinding in frustration. He silently vowed, "Just wait, Ding Dong. We shall see how this unfolds." The oath of the Yihui was echoed repeatedly by the righteous soldiers, and eventually, the Haishan army and the He army joined in, their voices reverberating through the heavens, filling Haiqing with fervor. Chapter 54. The eve of Great War. The news of the Southern Campaign's victory by the Allied Righteous Army sent waves of jubilation across Chun City. As the commander of the coalition, Wu Yuanqi awarded the entire army, save for one individual. Ding Dong was confined, as he had nearly instigated a conflict during the events in Haiqing. In truth, this was all a facade for the He army, a means to appease Yi and others. After ordering Ding Dong's confinement, Wu Yuanqi received numerous pleas from soldiers of the righteous army. Yet he remained steadfast in his decision regarding Ding Dong's punishment, appealing to both reason and emotion. Wu Yuanqi viewed Ding Dong's flamboyant and self-centered nature as immature. Despite the correctness of his actions, the essence of endurance resembles that of an eagle, and Ding Dong was that very eagle. Ding Dong was imprisoned in Wu Yuanqi's study, barred from any visits. Wu Yuanqi intended for him to immerse himself in books, to gain understanding and learn methods of action. However, Ding Dong, after experiencing the impending battle, relished in leisure, indulging in meals and slumber, and within a fortnight, he had noticeably gained weight. Wu Ziheng often brought Xiao Qiu to clandestinely visit Ding Dong, bringing him fine food and drink, engaging him in conversation. Wu Yuanqi, upon discovering this, chose not to intervene, believing that his daughter's calm demeanor might, to some extent, temper Ding Dong's sharp edges. At that moment, that fellow's blade was merely this close to me. Ding Dong illustrated a distance with his thumb and forefinger, swallowed hard, and continued. I sensed a rush of wind behind me, my nape chilled, and I instantly knew I was being ambushed. Without looking back, I executed a forward roll to evade, and with a swift turn, I cleaved the assailant in two. Upon finishing his tale, Ding Dong awaited Wu Ziheng's praise with a sense of pride, only to find the dish empty, with Qiu Qiu sprawled beside him, patting her belly. He angrily reached out to seize Qiu Qiu, intending to teach the mischievous little monkey a lesson. However, to his surprise, Qiu Qiu was quicker, performing a somersault and popping her head out from behind Wu Ziheng, making a face at Ding Dong. Later, Wu Ziheng, with her cheeks flushed, gazed expectantly at Ding Dong, awaiting him to continue the tale. Ding Dong chuckled and recounted, I led our forces according to the blueprints provided by Xiao Liu. dismantling the armored war chariots, and then broke through the encirclement amidst the chaos, forcing open the gates of Haiqing to allow our righteous army entry. Wu Zihong clapped her hands in delight, cheering him on. Outside the study, Wu Yuanqi, Zhang Jixing, and Tan Yumo listened intently, exchanging wry smiles. Upon returning to the reception hall, Zhang Jixing laughed boisterously. General Wu, I fear your calculations may be flawed. Given the current trend, it seems your daughter might easily be led astray by Ding Dong. Wu Yuanqi sighed. Ah? A daughter grows up too fast. Many years ago, I arranged a betrothal between Ding Jinyu and my daughter, Heng, but since then, I have not seen brother Jinyu. After all that Ding Dong has endured, growing up in the den of horse bandits on the desolate plains, his boldness is understandable. I can only hope that once he marries Heng, he might temper his wildness. Yet, judging by the current situation, it seems Heng might not be able to rein him in. The three men laughed heartily. General, are you truly planning to keep Ding Dong confined indefinitely? While his methods may be somewhat improper, his actions were justifiable under those circumstances. He won the hearts of the people and the soldiers alike. Moreover, his conquest of Haiqing was a significant achievement. To deny him recognition while keeping him locked away seems rather unjust. His subordinates and the surrendered troops from the Haitian army are likely cursing you for being blind to his merits, Zhang Jixing remarked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Wu Yuanqi paused, his brow furrowing in thought. Indeed, Tan Yumo interjected, Ding Dong's reputation has soared. Do you know how he is referred to outside? The Sword and Horse Literary Emperor. Wu Yuanqi recalled hearing this title during the return of the southern expedition, but had not given it much thought until now. Yes, the Sword and Horse Literary Emperor. Initially intended as a mockery, this title has transformed into one of blind admiration as tales of his exploits spread, growing ever more illustrious. Tan Yumo turned to Zhang Jixing and asked, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhang Jixing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I understand your concerns. But Ding Dong is someone we have watched grow since childhood. I do not wish for his untamed fame to lead him astray. A single misstep could have dire consequences. Wu Yuanqi nodded in agreement. Ding Dong possesses a pure nature, akin to uncut jade. With just a little refinement, he will shine brilliantly. It is time for him to bear a heavier burden. With a gentle smile, he stepped away from the hall, gazing skyward, feeling the gentle breeze and the fragrant fallen blossoms. On this day, the world was on the brink of transformation. Ding Dong, are you prepared? Wu Yuanqi mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Half a month later, Ding Dong was finally released. He pulled Wu Zihong along. Having arranged to meet Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing at the Exine Sifong Inn, vowing to indulge in a lavish feast until they were fully satisfied. Before long, the hall of the Exine Sifong Inn was filled with the valiant soldiers of the righteous army, as officials and soldiers arrived one after another to toast Ding Dong. Filled with gratitude, Ding Dong rose unsteadily and raised his cup in salute, to which the crowd reciprocated with cheers. Soon, Xiao Lu and Xiao Jiu also arrived. But Xiao Lu was not there to toast Ding Dong. Instead, he sought to recruit Xiao Pai and Fei Zi. The two boys, one clever and the other simple, complemented each other well and promised to be of great use. If they were willing to join, that was settled. Ding Dong had no objections. Having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, Ding Dong's words became slurred. Seeing Ding Dong acquiesce so readily, Xiao Lu joyfully took Xiao Jiu by the arm and left the inn without even toasting. Xiao Pai and Fei Zi stood at the entrance, peering inside. And upon seeing the two brothers emerge, Xiao Pai hurriedly inquired, General Xiao Lu, what did the commander say? Xiao Lu nodded, replying, he said it was fine. Fei Zi, casting a furtive glance at the inebriated Ding Dong, whispered, General Xiao Lu, I wish to toast the commander. Toast? Nonsense. He's too drunk to know who you are. Hurry, come with me, Xiao Lu urged. That night, Ding Dong truly drank too much, unable to stand, lost in a drunken stupor, babbling incoherently. When he awoke, it was already the following morning. Rubbing his throbbing head, he felt his throat parched as if aflame. Rising to find water, he realized he was in the military camp, with the sounds of drill and command echoing outside. Returning to the army, the familiar sensation brought him comfort, yet he found himself reminiscing about the days spent in confinement, accompanied daily by Wu Zihong. Suddenly, he felt bewildered, unable to discern whether he favored Luo Shuiqing more or preferred Wu Zihong. And what of Princess Naya? He wondered how she was faring. In the afternoon, a messenger arrived at Ding Dong's military camp bearing an order of appointment and dismissal, relieving him of his position as the commander of the First Army's 1st Brigade, while simultaneously appointing him as the vice president of the College of Literature at the Ihao Academy, tasked with upholding discipline. Gu Kebiao was promoted to commander, This appointment stirred a tempest of discussion among the righteous army. Enraged, Ding Dong sought out Wu Yuanqi for an explanation, but was refused an audience, leaving him dejected as he returned to pack his belongings, reluctantly heading to Erzhu Academy. The students at Erzhu Academy were predominantly spirited young men, who spent their days discussing the current state of affairs and various battles. Numerous versions of Ding Dong's exploits had already circulated within the academy, portraying him as a legendary figure, admired by all the students. Ding Dong intended to approach his new position modestly, feeling that being stripped of military authority was a profound humiliation. However, he was unprepared for the rapid spread of news regarding his transfer, as the entire faculty and student body had already adorned the academy in celebration, welcoming their idol, the heroic figure. Faced with the enthusiastic crowd, Ding Dong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as if his face were ablaze. Gazing into the multitude of fervent eyes, he felt, at that moment, akin to the elder brother of Qiu Qiu. The students of the Erzhu Academy predominantly hail from impoverished and humble backgrounds. These children dedicate themselves to their studies with great diligence and adhere to discipline, rendering Ding Dong's responsibilities rather leisurely. The only time he finds himself busy is when he is surrounded by a throng of children eager for stories. However, the tales of his exploits have long become second nature to the children, having taken on a legendary quality. Even when Ding Dong embellishes them, they seem rather mundane. In the absence of captivating stories, the children clamor to discuss the current state of affairs in the world. Director Ding, our next step as the Erzhu allied forces should be to confront the Empire, right? A young boy with a cherubic face asked earnestly. The Empire lies north of Tianyu Mountain. For the time being, their army cannot advance, nor can we venture forth easily. The southern cities are presently undergoing reform and reconstruction, and the lives of those who have suffered are just beginning to improve. Overthrowing the Empire will inevitably incite a great war, one that will exhaust the populace and deplete resources. The southern cities, having recently endured conflict, may find it challenging to bear such a burden, Ding Dong replied, ruffling the boy's hair with a sigh, feeling the weight of age upon him. Are we not going to fight the Empire? Another boy asked anxiously. Of course we will fight. Ding Dong suddenly felt invigorated, raising his eyebrows and proclaiming loudly, we have escaped the clutches of the Empire, yet countless souls in the north are still mired in suffering. As long as the Empire persists, our mission as the righteous army remains incomplete. I want to enlist when we confront the Empire. I want to contribute. Another child shouted. The rest of the children chimed in, voicing their desires to join the military. Ding Dong pondered for a moment, then raised a hand for silence, allowing the surroundings to gradually quiet down. I do not know how you perceive the world today, but to me, this realm is a fertile land, overgrown with weeds due to the Empire's tyranny. We, the righteous army, must become the flames that purge these weeds. Tell me, what do you think should happen to this land when the weeds are burned away? To cultivate it. Someone answered, eliciting laughter from the group. Ding Dong smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Do not laugh. He speaks the truth. This world, sooner or later, must be rebuilt, and this nation will undoubtedly rise anew from the ashes. Though you are still young, the burden of your mission is heavier than that of our generation. Ding Dong grew increasingly animated, unable to contain himself as he stood and declared, Who am I? I am Ding Dong, the emperor of martial literature. I come from the bandit ranks. It is my duty to kindle the flames of revolution, while the noble task of cultivating the land falls to you. The children fell silent for a moment before erupting into applause, their small hands turning crimson from clapping. Their eyes sparkled with fervor as they envisioned a brand new, wondrous world within their grasp. In the shadows, Wu Yuanqi observed Ding Dong surrounded by the children, nodding in satisfaction before silently turning to depart. A few months later, the righteous army stationed in Haiqing and the allied forces received orders for troop movements. The righteous army was to march imminently to Jiuqi South City, while the allied forces regrouped in eastern Beijing. All operations were to be conducted in secrecy, with strict prohibitions against any leaks of information. Those who disobeyed would face dire consequences. Simultaneously, Ding Dong was relieved of his position as the vice dean of the Faculty of Arts at Erzhu Academy and secretly received his appointment order. He was designated as the commander of the 8th Army of the Erzhu Allied Forces, instructed by Marshal Wu to clandestinely lead the troops from the North Nine City as the vanguard of the Allied Forces' Western Front, raising the banner against the Empire. Chapter 55. Reunion with Naya. Upon receiving the secret order, Ding Dong had no time to bid farewell to anyone and set off overnight, hastening his journey to arrive at the South Nine City after several days. Outside the South Nine City, military camps sprawled, with flags fluttering and formations practicing in orderly fashion. This contingent of troops was comprised of the restructured Iha army, composed of soldiers who had previously served in the empire's regular army, boasting commendable qualities. The sudden military mobilization did not incite panic. The entire force arrived at the South Nine city in an orderly manner, setting up camp while awaiting further military directives. Following the battle in Haiqing, these soldiers harbored immense gratitude and admiration for Ding Dong. Thus, when he made his appearance among the troops, each individual felt a surge of excitement and exerted themselves in practice and cheers. With the call to assemble sounding, the entire army gathered. Ding Dong ascended the hastily constructed platform, holding a thunderous banner, cleared his throat, and proclaimed, "Greetings to all. From this day forth, this unit shall officially be renamed the 8th Army of the Iha Allied Forces, and I, Ding Dong, shall serve as its commander. This signifies that from today onward, we shall be brothers bound by shared experiences." A profound silence enveloped the assembly, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, a thunderous cheer erupted from the ranks. As marching orders had yet to be received, Ding Dong could only command the troops to remain stationed, continuing their daily training. A few days later, Xiao Lu arrived at the 8th Army's camp riding a magnificent steed. Ding Dong greeted him with a smile. "General Xiao Lu has arrived. How splendid. Have you brought any fresh tidings?" Xiao Lu spread his arms, grinning. "I brought just one person and 2 pieces of paper. Is that sufficient? 2 pieces of paper?" Ding Dong mused, his interest piqued. Xiao Lu nodded, producing 2 scrolls from his bosom, handing one to Ding Dong, stating, "The order for march. The marshal commands the 8th Army to set forth immediately, traverse the Tianru Mountain, conduct a brief resupply at the North Nine City, and then cross the Great Songlin Ridge at night, launching a surprise attack on Tiger City, making as much commotion as possible." At last, the opportunity to fight had arrived. Ding Dong felt as if he had been stifled for far too long. He swiftly read through the marching order and laughed heartily. "By the way, what does the other piece of paper say?" Xiao Lu handed over the second scroll with a mischievous grin. "Nothing significant, merely an appointment letter." Ding Dong was taken aback and hurriedly took the appointment letter to read. Having frequently been reassigned recently, and now having just acquired military authority, he was reluctant to be reassigned back to the role of a mere dean. Reflecting on that period, he felt akin to an elder weathered by the storms of life. Lost in thought, he unfurled the appointment letter and, after reading it, exhaled in relief, followed by a hearty laugh. "I thought it was another reassignment. You nearly scared me. Come, General Xiao Lu, right this way." Xiao Lu willingly accepted the role of military strategist for the 8th Army, a position he desired himself. He had played a significant role in the development of the Iha army to its current scale. All along, Wu Yuanqi had wished to reward him, but he had consistently declined. He has taken the initiative to request the position of Ding Dong's assistant, despite not wielding any real power. Wu Yuanqi found it difficult to decline, conceding to his request. In truth, he is not particularly fond of military campaigns. Rather, he is captivated by the surprises that Ding Dong consistently brings forth. Thus, he believes that accompanying Ding Dong will undoubtedly lead to numerous intriguing experiences. Upon entering Ding Dong's temporary tent, Xiao Lu made himself comfortable, casually selecting a spot to sit with an air of nonchalance. "Do you have any suggestions for this operation, strategist Xiao Lu?" Ding Dong inquired with a smile as he seated himself opposite. "Me? Not at the moment. I'm here for enjoyment. You may act at your discretion." Xiao Lu replied lazily, stretching his arms. Ding Dong regarded Xiao Lu with a smile and nodded before rising. "Then please rest for a while. I shall summon the brothers to prepare. We will set off for the north city of Jiuqi." The journey from the south city of Jiuqi to the north city is not particularly arduous. Although separated by the Tiannu Mountain, this segment of the range is relatively low and gentle. After the Empire secured control over Jiuqi City, they expended considerable resources to carve out the most suitable path, transforming the mountain trail into a postal route. Later, when Chun Jinfang and Gu Shichan occupied Jiuqi City, they further developed this route to ensure connectivity between the two cities, making it a proper military road that could accommodate even massive siege engines like the Firestone carts. Upon crossing Tiannu Mountain, Ding Dong soon beheld a grand stone city built against the mountainside. "That is the north city of Jiuqi," Ding Dong indicated to Xiao Lu. "Even a fool could see that." Xiao Lu scoffed dismissively. "So you didn't notice?" Ding Dong shot a glance at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You always manage to surprise me. It seems that bantering with you is indeed an amusing endeavor." "Bantering? I have no time for that," Ding Dong replied, urging his horse onward. To prevent disturbing the residents, Ding Dong ordered the entire army to remain stationed outside the city while he personally led the supply convoy into the city. As he crossed the city gates, A flash of crimson caught his eye. It was Huo Wu, and the lovely figure upon its back gazed at Ding Dong with misty eyes. Huo Wu, he has arrived, whispered Princess Naya, leaning against the side of Huo Wu's neck. At this time of year, Jiuqi City is adorned with blooming Jiuqi flowers, creating a captivating atmosphere. A gentle breeze carried a refreshing chill, and petals danced like confetti, transforming the surroundings into a realm of ethereal beauty. Huo Wu, carrying Princess Naya, glided through the fallen blossoms like a ray of dawn, heading straight for Ding Dong. As Ding Dong exchanged light-hearted banter with Xiao Lu, he was suddenly taken aback by the arrival of Princess Naya and Huo Wu. Overwhelmed with joy, he did not introduce her to Xiao Lu, but rather rushed forward to greet her. Huo Wu stood proudly before Ding Dong, casting a glance at him before eyeing the magnificent steed he was riding, jealousy stirring within. With a haughty demeanor, Huo Wu sidled past Ding Dong, lifting its hind hoof to deliver a swift kick to the noble steed. The poor horse, bewildered by the sudden assault, whinnied in protest and collapsed, sending Ding Dong tumbling to the ground, covered in dirt and dust. Princess Naya gasped in surprise, reproaching Huo Wu. "What are you doing?" Huo Wu, unfazed, raised its proud head, exuding an air of superiority. Ding Dong awkwardly rose to his feet, assisting the steed beside him, anxiously inspecting its injuries. He discovered a significant swelling on the horse's flank, yet no other wounds, which relieved his worries. Not far away, the soldiers in the supply camp, having witnessed the earlier scene, felt a perplexing sense of confusion. They noticed that their own horses were slowly retreating, seemingly filled with trepidation towards the fiery steed. "How long will you stay this time?" Princess Naya dismounted from her mount, intending to assist Ding Dong in brushing off the dust from his attire. Her fingers twitched, yet she refrained from doing so. Ding Dong gestured towards the group of comrades in the supply camp, stating, "We are merely here for a brief resupply before continuing our journey northward. To proceed north meant crossing the Great Pine Ridge to assault Tiger City." Princess Naya, realizing that a major battle loomed ahead and understanding the military secrets involved, refrained from further inquiries. "Let us find a place to converse. It has been a long time since we last met," she suggested. Ding Dong hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He waved his hand at the soldiers in the supply camp, saying, "Brothers, my apologies. Please procure what you need and return to the camp to await my return." The soldiers clasped their fists in acknowledgement and rode away. "And what about me?" Little Six raised his right arm, anxiously inquiring. "You can entertain yourself," Ding Dong replied, leading his horse alongside Princess Naya as they departed. Little Six shook his head, snorted, and turned back to the barracks. Ding Dong and Princess Naya guided their horses to a patch of grass, where they paused. Gazing at the drifting clouds above, they unexpectedly fell into a harmonious silence. After a while, Princess Naya suddenly spoke. "Ding Dong, do you think the clouds we saw on the snow-capped mountains are the same as those before us now?" Unsure how to respond, Ding Dong chose to remain silent. "In truth, I often ponder," Princess Naya continued, "how wonderful it would be if time could forever linger at that moment when we sat upon the mountainside. No war, no responsibilities, no overwhelming constraints. Only endless emotions and boundless scenery." Ding Dong felt a jolt in his heart, unable to suppress the thought. Is she confessing her feelings to me? How should I respond? Princess Naya sighed softly and continued, "I have been chosen as the holy maiden of the tribes of the western frontier. My life, my purity, my everything, is devoted to the divine. The deity will bless my people with peace and happiness, ensuring favorable conditions in the western frontier. At times, I wonder if my life has never belonged to me since the moment I was born." With this, Princess Naya offered a bitter smile. Ding Dong discerned the sorrow in her words and wished to offer some comfort, but his lips moved without producing any sound. "This battle may perhaps be the last." Princess Naya suddenly inquired after a prolonged silence. "Let us hope so," Ding Dong replied. "However, I overheard Little Six mention that after the Empire's fall, there will still be one more battle to fight. Is it against the Harmony Army?" Princess Naya chuckled lightly, inquiring with a hint of nonchalance. "How do you know?" Ding Dong asked in astonishment. Princess Naya retracted her smile and gazed skyward, slowly articulating, "Although both the righteous and harmonious armies have inherited the will of the Iha society, their principles and compositions are fundamentally distinct. Our righteous army seeks harmony across the world. Thus, our ranks include former officials and soldiers of the empire, wealthy merchants and landowners. But predominantly, we are comprised of the impoverished and common folk. In contrast, the harmonious army is unified solely by merchants, affluent individuals, and those in power prior to the uprising. Their pursuit is not of universal harmony, but of prosperity for themselves. The righteous army is akin to a flame. perpetually enacting cycles of destruction and rebirth. The harmonious army resembles a pair of hands, striving to grasp the entirety of the realm. Ding Dong, perplexed, scratched his head and remarked, "Although I do not quite grasp what you are saying, it sounds rather formidable." Princess Naya stifled a laugh and continued, "In essence, the righteous army and the harmonious army can be likened to two biological brothers whose environments, methods, and ideologies differ greatly. Their apparent unity stems from the encroachment of outsiders upon their lands. Once these outsiders are expelled, the brothers will inevitably clash over the use of the land, each holding differing opinions." Ding Dong nodded and smiled. "Now I understand. To be honest, I have long harbored disdain for those in the harmonious army. They are excessively hypocritical and selfish. How could they possibly relinquish their own interests to placate the people of the world?" Princess Naya, seemingly reluctant to delve further into such topics, shifted the conversation, saying, "The imperial army is a fierce and formidable force, equipped with superior weapons and seasoned soldiers. This expedition will undoubtedly present you with numerous challenges." "Not at all. I am quite formidable myself," Ding Dong exclaimed, promptly flexing his biceps in front of Princess Naya. She chuckled lightly. Then her expression shifted to one of bittersweet contemplation. Shaking her head, she bit her lower lip, hesitating for a moment before resolutely declaring, "If you encounter any difficulties, you must inform me. I will rally my entire clan to serve as your strongest support, offering assistance without reservation." A warm current surged within Ding Dong's heart, flowing gently through his chest. He opened his mouth, yearning to express his gratitude, yet the words remained unuttered, for he felt that mere words of thanks were inadequate in the face of such sincere support and assistance. "I must return now," Ding Dong stated. "Very well." Princess Naya nodded, biting her lip. "I shall not see you off. I wish to admire the scenery here a little longer." With a hearty laugh, Ding Dong mounted his horse, bid farewell, and galloped away. Unbeknownst to him, Princess Naya, who did not turn to watch him leave, was gently stroking the back of Huo Wu, secretly smiling, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 56. The rebel commander of Yi City having departed from Jiuqi North City. The 8th Army marched for nearly half a month until they finally reached the borders of Jiuqi City. Before the Grand Army lay an endless expanse of pine forest, a lush green vista stretching up to the heavens. The biting wind rustled through the trees, causing the branches to sway in unison, resembling the undulating waves of a cerulean sea, inspiring a poetic impulse within those who beheld it. Ding Dong too felt the urge to compose poetry. Yet with an empty mind, he could only muster the fleeting thought, what a vast expanse of pine forest. Xiao Lu regarded Ding Dong's performance with disdain. He abandoned the swift steed and ascended towards the heavens, gazing down upon the magnificent verdant ocean, unable to restrain his applause and laughter. The Great Pine Ridge and the evergreen forest presented two distinctly contrasting landscapes. The evergreen forest, a primordial tropical rainforest, was characterized by its humid atmosphere and the melodic chirping of insects, reminiscent of the gentle grace and tranquility of the southern people, infused with a hint of delicate charm. In contrast, the Great Pine Ridge epitomized the grandeur and straightforwardness of the northern folk. The ground was thickly carpeted with pine needles, producing a satisfying crunch underfoot. The forest resonated with the songs of birds and the cries of beasts, abundant in rare mushrooms and wild fruits. As Ding Dong traversed the Great Pine Ridge, he couldn't help but muse. To dwell here in seclusion with a beloved companion, untouched by worldly affairs, would indeed be a blissful existence. Suddenly, a high-pitched and melodious song echoed through the air, causing the entire army to tense. "While the world extols the virtues of immortals, I find them distasteful. What freedom do they possess that I do not? While the world praises emperors, I perceive them as wretched. What charm do they hold over me?" Upon hearing this song, the entire army came to a halt. Ding Dong, feeling a surge of irritation, inquired about the cause. An elderly soldier explained, "This song, Immortal's Tune, is traditionally sung by bandits from the north before they ambush travelers. Typically, upon hearing this tune, passers-by willingly relinquish their valuables for safe passage. Those who remain ignorant or arrogantly disregard it, neglecting to leave their toll, may find themselves abandoned in the wilderness, devoured by wild beasts, with not a trace left behind." Ding Dong's brows furrowed in anger as he exclaimed, "Do I fear those inconsequential bandits lurking in the northern woods with my 20,000 troops? Inform the entire army to draw their weapons, remain vigilant, and should anyone dare to approach, they shall be reduced to mere pulp." Reassured by the formidable presence of their numbers, the soldiers grasped their weapons and forged ahead. Not long after, a scout rode back in haste to report to Ding Dong, "There is someone blocking the road ahead." Ding Dong retorted, "Did I not say?" Should anyone dare to approach, they shall be turned to mush. The scout, however, spoke hesitantly. There is only one person, and it appears to be a drunkard. Ding Dong, initially inclined to disregard the matter, felt a swell of curiosity and pondered, what could a drunkard be doing in this desolate wilderness? Surely it must be a bandit. Having never encountered such a figure, Ding Dong was eager to behold the visage of a northern brigand, even contemplating a contest of sorts, and thus urged his steed forward to investigate. Indeed, before the army lay a disheveled and ragged drunkard, one shoe on and one foot bare, sprawled atop the soft pine needles, singing the Immortals' tune while sipping from a gourd of wine. Oblivious to the imposing army before him, he exuded an air of carefree contentment. The wine was potent. Even from a distance, Ding Dong caught a whiff that sent a slight dizziness to his head. "Hey, are you a bandit?" Ding Dong called out, shaking his head and raising his voice. The drunkard lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Ding Dong, then rolled over, stretching with a yawn, completely dismissing the dark mass of soldiers, treating the multitude as if they were inconsequential. Ding Dong felt a twinge of displeasure, contemplating within himself, I am already quite arrogant. Who does this brat think he is to be even more so? Yet, despite these thoughts, the words that escaped his lips remained as flamboyant as ever. Are you lying here hoping to die? Ding Dong exclaimed, pointing a finger at the inebriated man sprawled on the ground. The drunken fellow, attempting to pour himself a drink, discovered his gourd was empty. With a sudden somersault, he righted himself, swaying as he pointed at Ding Dong and inquired, Hey, do you have any liquor? Before Ding Dong could respond, Xiao Lu sprang forth from the side, tossing a jar of wine toward the drunken man while proclaiming loudly, There is wine. Catch it. It was unclear what sort of agility the drunken man possessed, for his lower half remained motionless, yet he managed to soar into the air, arms outstretched to embrace the jar of wine. He spun gracefully in midair, dissipating the jar's momentum before landing softly on the ground, not even disturbing a single pine needle beneath him. Witnessing such extraordinary skill, Ding Dong felt a surge of trepidation. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent today. Despite the presence of over 20,000 men on his side, he doubted that many could best the drunken man before him. The inebriate, cradling the jar, tilted his head back and began to gulp down the wine with abandon. In this moment, Ding Dong summoned a few seasoned veteran soldiers from the north to deliberate on an appropriate amount for toll fees. His hesitation stemmed from two considerations. 1. He did not wish to offend such a formidable character. 2. He preferred not to expend excessive time and energy in this encounter. The soldiers he had brought were intended for a serious campaign, not to become entangled in the woods with a drunken brawler. However, after listening to the two veterans' explanations, Ding Dong altered his perspective. According to customs, toll fees were assessed per head, 1 gold coin per person, and with over 20,000 in his ranks, the veterans lamented, leaving Ding Dong drenched in cold sweat. With a wave of his hand, he feigned composure and declared, Forget it. We cannot afford that. It seems we must resort to force. At that moment, the drunken man had already finished the jar of wine Xiao Lu had provided and was pleasantly belching. Who is your leader? Step forward and speak, he demanded, surprisingly more lucid than he had been prior to consuming the wine. Ignoring the attempts of those around him to dissuade him, Ding Dong dismounted with grandiosity, striding confidently to stand before the drunken man, hands on his hips. I am the leader. You may refer to me as Grandfather Ding. The inebriate spat in disdain. At such a young age, how can you be so fond of verbal sparring? Suddenly, he paused, his eyes widening as he asked, Did you say your surname is Ding? What is your name? Ding Dong. What's it to you? He replied nonchalantly. Oh dear. The drunken man feigned frustration, slapping his forehead, then brightened, exclaiming, So it is the esteemed Emperor of the Sword and Horse. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Ding Dong laughed heartily. Your welcome has been ample. I could hear your melodious tunes from afar. By the way, who are you? I am Su Jinping, the man replied. Su Jinping had formerly held the position of Vice Marshal of the Empire and was the governor of East City, as well as a prominent figure in the East City insurgents. He was a rare martial arts prodigy, one of the few in the realm who had attained the pinnacle of the war's sovereign through rigorous cultivation of martial blood techniques. Urchin is situated in the northern region, adjacent to the desolate expanse of the far north, and is encircled by a multitude of pine-covered hills. It is a land of abundant resources and rich mineral deposits, renowned as the treasure trove of Longzhou. The rebellion led by Su Jinping in Urchin was undoubtedly akin to setting fire in the backyard of the empire. The military minister, furious, mobilized all available forces to besiege Urchin, and upon breaching its defenses, he furiously ordered a massacre of the city. Before Urchin fell, Su Jinping had already led his remaining troops to break through and successfully escaped into the Xiasonglan Ridge, later retreating to the Dongsonglan Ridge, where he engaged in guerrilla warfare against the imperial forces, causing the military minister to live in constant anxiety. He even recalled the Hu Ao division, which was advancing towards Chun City, to eradicate the rebels in Dongsonglan Ridge. The Dongsonglan Ridge, deep and expansive, allowed Su Jinping and his troops to move stealthily and strike mercilessly. The imperial army's efforts to quell the rebellion yielded little success, instead suffering significant losses. After listening to the veteran's introduction of Su Jinping, Ding Dong could not help but feel a sense of admiration for this disheveled drunkard. A true prodigy. Indeed, Su Jinping remarked, assessing Ding Dong with a nod. Your achievements far surpass mere skirmishes, he added. Ding Dong scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat bashful. Su Jinping stretched lazily and said, let us dispense with idle chatter and get straight to the point. I have a business proposition for you. Are you interested? Ding Dong was intrigued and laughed heartily. The business you bring must be substantial. Do share. I will assist you in capturing Huqing, and in return, you will ensure the safe settlement of my comrades. As the 8th Army of the Righteous Forces stealthily crossed Dongsonglan Ridge, the Righteous Army in Chun City began to assemble towards Juqi City. After offering sacrifices to the heavens, Wu Yuanqi issued a decree of conquest against the empire, self-appointing as the Grand Marshal of the Iha Alliance and leading his troops into battle. In the eastern city of Beicheng, the military declared its support for Wu Yuanqi's call, leading its forces via the Eastern Sea route, circumventing the Tiannu Mountain, and directing their weapons towards the Crystal City to the east of the imperial capital. Enraged, the military minister, after leaving 2,000 imperial soldiers to guard Huqing and suppress the rebels in Dongsonglan Ridge, assembled a large force, dividing it into 2 paths towards Shaqing to the west and Crystal City to the east, to counter the incursion of the Iha Alliance. Ding Dong's 8th Army, under Su Jinping's leadership, moved out from Dongsonglan Ridge, dispersing into ambushes within the territory of Huqing. Su Jinping, accompanied by nearly 100 brothers, stealthily infiltrated Huqing and brazenly seized a public execution site in broad daylight, rescuing several comrades captured by the imperial army. At this time, Hu Ao had received new orders and had left Huqing to prepare for battle in Shaqing. The highest-ranking officer in Huqing, Tang Hu, a battle-hardened general, acted recklessly, driven by impulse rather than careful thought. Upon learning that the rebels dared to stage a daylight rescue at the execution site, he furiously denounced Su Jinping as lawless and arrogant. Thus, he led his troops out of Huqing in a hurry, heading towards Dongsonglan Ridge to eliminate the rebels. The gatekeeper of Huqing, lethargically inspecting passing pedestrians, would seize a fortune from merchants, beat the poor, and capture any moderately attractive women to take home as concubines. Acting with unbridled arrogance, a few hunters from Dongsonglan Ridge, carrying various game and animal skins, arrived at the gates of Huqing, awaiting inspection. The gatekeeper, with a languid glance, surveyed the group of hunters before signaling his subordinates. 2 scruffy soldiers, clad in loose-fitting leather armor, approached the hunters with menacing expressions, their noses sniffing the air. You are bandits, are you not? One soldier brandished his spear, pointing it at the chest of one of the hunters. What a grave injustice! How could we possibly be bandits? The hunter exclaimed, his face contorted in despair as he reached into his cloak to produce 2 gold coins, which he offered to the soldiers. The soldiers squinted at the coins, their expressions transforming into delight as they stepped forward to snatch them, casting sideways glances at the hunters and nodding. Indeed, they don't appear to be bandits. The gatekeeper, witnessing this exchange, furrowed his brow in displeasure and hastened over, snatching the coins from the soldier's grasp. This is clearly the work of bandits. Arrest them, he barked. Lord Wu, we are not bandits. We are merely humble hunters, protested the hunter, stepping forward with a heavy cloth bag that clinked ominously, suggesting it was filled with wealth. The gatekeeper, squinting at the bag, broke into a wide grin. The hunter approached cautiously, presenting the bag while whispering, "This is our tribute to you." Eagerly, the gatekeeper seized the bag and opened it, only to find it filled with pebbles. Enraged, he was about to unleash a torrent of curses when a sudden, searing pain pierced his chest. He looked down to discover a dagger embedded deep within his left side. He attempted to scream, but the hunter swiftly covered his mouth, muffling his cries into mere whimpers. From this moment forth, the hunter sneered, "Tiger City is under the command of your esteemed Grandpa Ding." The gatekeeper's pupils gradually dilated as he struggled to call for help, his voice stifled by a powerful grip. Grandpa Ding, could it be the fabled Emperor of Blades? He thought in horror. The rebel army has arrived. The gatekeeper felt himself slipping into oblivion, darkness enveloping him as his body grew heavy, ultimately succumbing to death. The fates of the other two soldiers were no more fortunate, as they too were inexplicably silenced and slain. The remaining imperial soldiers stationed at the gates of Tiger City sensed something amiss and grew tense, hastily arming themselves and shouting as they rushed over. Grandpa Ding signaled to his companions, a motley crew of merchants and destitute refugees, who seized the moment to hasten towards the city gates amidst the chaos. "Stop! Do not move!" cried a startled soldier, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ding discarded the gatekeeper's lifeless body, murmuring a command to arm themselves, and with a flourish, he unleashed his glowing blue blade, cleaving the shouting soldier in half. "Quick! Shut the city gates!" Someone shouted, but it was too late. Inside the gates of Tiger City, a dozen rebels disguised as impoverished citizens emerged from a hay cart, brandishing gleaming weapons and preparing for slaughter. Ding leapt high into the air, bellowing the name of the emperor, as a magnificent blue steed materialized, its neigh echoing through the air, while shimmering blue armor enveloped him. He wielded a colossal blade in one hand, while donning an explosive gauntlet on the other, signaling a brilliant blue light towards the heavens. In the next moment, a cacophony erupted from the mountains and forests outside Tiger City, as a throng of rebels surged forth like a tidal wave. "The Blade Horse Literary Emperor has arrived. The rebels have come." The morale of the defending troops within Tiger City crumbled, causing them to abandon their weapons and scatter in a panic. Tang Hu, who was engaged in a campaign against bandits in the Great Pine Ridge, ordered his subordinates to silence their voices. Straining his ears, he faintly discerned the tumultuous shouts emanating from the direction of Tiger City. Startled, he lost his balance and fell from his horse, cold sweat trickling down his back. It dawned on him that he had fallen victim to the enemy's ruse to lure him away from his stronghold. With the assistance of his men, Tang Hu hastily remounted his steed and led the army away from the Great Pine Ridge in haste. Su Jinping peeked out from behind a pine tree, watching with a smirk as the imperial troops fled in disarray. He brought his fingers to his mouth and whistled, prompting dozens of shadowy figures to leap forth from all directions. "Brothers, gather everyone. We shall return to Tiger City and make a grand spectacle of it," Su Jinping declared with a mischievous grin. By the time Tang Hu and his men returned to Tiger City, the battlements were adorned with the fire bathing the nation flag. And atop the city wall, a figure radiating blue light sat with a majestic golden blade, gazing down at Tang Hu with an air of arrogance. "You are the Blade Horse Literary Emperor?" Tang Hu stammered in fury. Ding Dong yawned languidly and replied, "Indeed, it is I, your esteemed grandfather Ding. You are utterly despicable. Taking my city while I am away, do you dare to descend and face me in battle?" Tang Hu shouted, pointing at Ding Dong in a fit of rage, only to provoke a chorus of laughter from the rebels atop the wall. Ding Dong did not laugh. He felt a surge of irritation at being insulted and was about to rise to confront Tang Hu when someone grasped his shoulder. Turning, he found Xiao Lu regarding him with a scornful expression. "What are you doing?" Ding Dong demanded angrily. "I should ask you, what do you intend to do?" Xiao Lu retorted, raising his chin defiantly, though he was only as tall as the seated Ding Dong. "I intend to slay that shameless fool," Ding Dong declared with bravado. "He's merely a simpleton. If you stoop to his level, you become a simpleton yourself," Xiao Lu admonished loudly. Tang Hu, standing below, heard their exchange clearly, his fury reaching a boiling point. Ding Dong pondered Xiao Lu's words and realized they held truth, if he were not foolish. How could he have so easily lost his city? Yet he was quite noisy. Ding Dong dug at his ears in annoyance. "Use arrows to shoot him," Xiao Lu commanded, turning around and raising his hand. "Archers, prepare to fire." In an instant, a torrential downpour of arrows rained down upon the troops outside Tiger City, inflicting injuries and fatalities among Tang Hu's men. Relying on his formidable martial prowess, Tang Hu managed to escape the hail of arrows. Consumed by rage, he was on the verge of ordering a full assault on Tiger City when a subordinate rushed to his side, breathless with alarm. "General Tang, it's bad news. The barbarians from the Great Pine Ridge are coming." "What?" Tang Hu was finally alarmed, while he hesitated on how to confront Su Jinping's rebel forces. The gates of Hu City suddenly swung open, and a multitude of righteous soldiers surged forth, coordinating with Su Jinping's troops, effectively encircling Tang Hu's men. Even Tang Hu, who was not particularly astute, realized that the tide had turned against him. Resolved, he cast aside all thoughts and brandished a pair of bronze hammers, wreaking havoc amidst the chaos of battle. Suddenly, a flash of blue light streaked toward him, accompanied by a fierce wind. Tang Hu's heart raced as he raised his hammers to block. The clash resounded, nearly unseating him from his horse. Steadying himself, He looked up to find that his assailant was none other than the formidable Dama Wen Huang, Ding Dong. Are you finally willing to show yourself, you coward? Tang Hu sneered. How dare you call me a coward? You wish to fight, and I shall oblige. Ding Dong roared, swinging his arm to deliver a horizontal strike toward Tang Hu. Tang Hu charged at Ding Dong, sidestepping just in time to evade the deadly blade by positioning himself alongside his steed. Taste my hammer, he shouted as he closed in on Ding Dong, hurling one of his bronze hammers with ferocity before deftly returning to his mount. Ding Dong, witnessing the gleaming hammer hurtling toward him, reacted swiftly, evading the blow. Yet, before he could fully regain his balance, a gust of wind whipped past him, causing his skin to sting. Realizing the peril, he too performed a swift maneuver to evade Tang Hu's fierce strike. The two warriors crossed paths, each escaping unscathed after their initial exchange. Once more, Tang Hu urged, tightening his grip on his steed's belly as he charged at Ding Dong, only to be interrupted by a nearby rebel soldier who stumbled into his path. Without hesitation, Tang Hu swung his hammer, crushing the soldier's skull and splattering blood everywhere. Fueled by rage, Ding Dong spurred his horse toward Tang Hu, raising his arm to unleash 3 successive slashes aimed at Tang Hu's horse and body. In a moment of instinct, Tang Hu bent low on his mount, baring his teeth in a fierce roar as he leapt high, dodging Ding Dong's onslaught. With both hands gripping the hammer's handle, he aimed a crushing blow down upon Ding Dong. Curse you! Ding Dong shouted as he urged his steed forward, channeling his momentum to leap toward the airborne Tang Hu. Thrusting his massive blade upward, Tang Hu called upon his inner strength, causing his hammer to swell in size. Realizing the impending danger, Ding Dong summoned all his might, coaxing his own blue-glowing sword to grow in response. As the weapons clashed, the outcome hinged on the volume of their respective energies. The victor would emerge alive, while the vanquished would face death. Drops of blood began to trickle down the blade of Ding Dong's sword, and as he landed back on the ground, a massive pit formed beside him, where one of Tang Hu's hammers lay, having returned to its normal size. With his enormous sword raised, Ding Dong looked down at Tang Hu, who lay lifelessly, impaled by the sword's tip, his limbs and head hanging limply. Those who stand against me shall perish. Ding Dong bellowed, lifting the sword high. Tang Hu's body twitched as his blood, caught by the wind, scattered like crimson pearls amidst the chaos of battle. The imperial soldiers, mourning the loss of their commander, lost all spirit, discarding their weapons and raising their hands in surrender. The news of the capture of Tiger City spread rapidly. As the vanguard of the coalition forces, their initial victory undoubtedly served as a potent morale booster for the populace. The military minister was deeply distressed and filled with indignation, regretting his inaction as he prepared to issue orders to reclaim Tiger City. However, the battle at the front had already commenced. The empire found itself besieged on all sides. The western troops, led by Wu Yuanxi, advanced with relentless vigor, launching a fierce assault on the Sheju Pass, which lay between Shacheng and Jiashishing. Ironclad chariots forged a path forward, followed closely by a barrage of arrows that cleared the way, while scattered firestone cannons unleashed devastating firepower. These cannons were formidable, capable of inflicting lethal blows on the enemy, and their explosive projectiles wrought widespread destruction upon impact. The imperial army, seasoned from years of combat, was ill-equipped to withstand such heavy artillery and was forced to retreat 100 miles, taking refuge within the towering, fortified walls of Shacheng, refusing to engage in battle. The eastern forces, too, possessed a considerable array of heavy weaponry, particularly an abundance of ironclad chariots. Initially utilized as transport vessels for crossing the sea, these chariots displayed their might upon landing near Jingcheng, sweeping aside the imperial troops that dared to obstruct their path. The military minister, besieged by a string of defeats, fell into a state of despair, spitting blood and ultimately losing consciousness, withdrawing from state affairs. Before succumbing to his stupor, he issued a decree. The imperial troops must steadfastly defend their cities and refrain from engaging the rebels outside. As long as the city stands, so do its people. But if the city falls, all shall perish. The cities that the imperial army needed to protect were Shacheng and Jingcheng, the last bastions of the imperial capital. Should either city fall, the capital would be left defenseless against the glaring blades of the coalition forces. One day, the military minister mysteriously vanished, throwing the imperial generals into a state of panic. After deliberation, they decided to tightly seal off information and discreetly dispatched men to search for him. Outside Shacheng, a formation of ironclad chariots stood firm, flags of the coalition fluttering in the wind as tens of thousands of soldiers shouted, attempting to provoke the imperial troops within Shacheng to emerge and face annihilation. Yet, The imperial forces remained holed up inside, disregarding the taunts of the coalition. Thus, both armies found themselves in a stalemate. In Jingcheng, to the east of the imperial capital, the He army faced a similar predicament as the coalition forces. A forced assault on the city would result in the loss of 8,000 enemies at the cost of 10,000 of their own, a trade neither the coalition nor the He army was willing to make lightly. The leaders of both factions understood that after the conquest of the empire, the coalition would inevitably fracture, leading to conflict between the He and E armies. Depleting their forces against the empire was an unwise choice. One night, Wu Yuanqi was studying military texts by candlelight in the main tent when he heard a commotion outside. Hastily donning his leather armor and wielding his 7-star sword, he emerged from the tent to investigate and discovered multiple spots ablaze. Reports came in that imperial soldiers had launched a nighttime raid, attempting to set fire to the coalition's supplies. Fortunately, the coalition patrols responded swiftly, surrounding and eliminating the imperial raiders while controlling the fire, thereby minimizing damage to their provisions. Reinforcements were dispatched to safeguard the supplies, ensuring that the imperial forces would not be afforded any further opportunities. After issuing instructions to his subordinates, Wu Yuanqi returned to his tent. As soon as the tent curtain was drawn, Wu Yuanqi sensed an invisible aura of malice encroach upon him. Startled, he swiftly unsheathed his sword and assumed a combat stance. Turning to behold a figure seated at the center of the tent, the individual scrutinized him with piercing eyes, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Wu Yuanqi, it has been a long time. The man seated within the tent was slightly portly, his hair and beard streaked with gray, possessing hawk-like eyes and a hooked nose. With thick lips and prominent ears, clad in purple leather armor, the chest plate bore an exquisite embroidery of eagle eyes, exuding an air of lethal intent. He radiated authority without uttering a word, his presence so formidable that it left Wu Yuanqi slightly breathless. In his hand, he toyed with a sword, devoid of a blade or scabbard, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of 9 golden dragons. Master, it has indeed been a while. Wu Yuanqi managed to force a smile. His palm, which gripped the 7-star sword, now damp with perspiration. There was no mistake. This uninvited guest was none other than the previously missing Wu Xiang. He held immense power, commanding the entire military of the empire and wielding influence that even the emperor dared not provoke. Long ago, Wu Xiang had been the principal of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy and personally oversaw the preparatory class for military leaders in the imperial capital. After graduating from the Spring City Martial Arts Academy, Wu Yuanqi had achieved the title of martial champion and was sent to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy for further training, thereby becoming Wu Xiang's disciple. Wu Yuanqi, do you harbor such hatred for me simply because I did not keep you in the capital? Wu Xiang inquired with a slight smile, his expression weary. Master, the empire is decaying, and the people's trust is nearly extinguished. It is only natural that the world seeks to eradicate this corruption. Even if it were not me, another would surely rise to this position, Wu Yuanqi sighed. If it were someone else, that would be quite satisfactory. I could easily slay them with a single strike. But with you, I cannot bring myself to do so. Wu Xiang rose, casting a bittersweet glance at Wu Yuanqi as he sighed. Master, surrender. The arrival of a new world is an inevitability that cannot be halted. What I have done merely accelerates this inevitable march. Wu Yuanqi attempted to persuade Wu Xiang. Presumptuous. Wu Xiang's countenance darkened as he abruptly thrust the sword into the ground beside him, his anger manifesting instantly. Wu Yuanqi flinched, instinctively retreating half a step, positioning the 7-star sword defensively before him as beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Wu Xiang raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze upon Wu Yuanqi with a cold smile. What? Are you so eager to engage in combat? Wu Yuanqi, still wishing to counsel Wu Xiang towards surrender, recognized the futility of his words. The memories of their time at the Imperial Martial Arts Academy felt like a distant dream. The elder, once a mentor and father figure, had aged and transformed into an adversary. Their paths had diverged, leading them to opposite ends, leaving only the inevitability of conflict. Wu Xiang waved his hand, interrupting Wu Yuanqi's words with a weary smile, and asked, Do you have any wine? Let us share a drink. Afterward, I shall send you on your way. Hearing this, Wu Yuanqi felt an unexpected calm wash over him, his eyes tinged with moisture. Sheathing his sword, he lifted the tent flap and summoned someone to bring a jar of wine. He wished to keep Wu Xiang's presence in his camp a secret. Fully aware of the latter's formidable strength, he did not desire to incur unnecessary sacrifices. This calamity is one he cannot evade. The two cast aside their swords, raising their cups to drink heartily, reminiscent of decades past. Ah, in those days, you were quite the mischievous lot. especially you and Jinping, the most audacious of the bunch. Do you recall the incident when you two tossed a wasp's nest into Huayo's bed? That poor boy was stung into a state resembling that of a pig's head. But fortunately, his vitality was robust. Had he been a child from an ordinary family, he would surely have perished. Wu Xiang squinted with mirth, reminiscing over the past and finishing his cup of wine. Huayo, possessing a keen mind, is overly competitive and driven by ambition. As for Shi Chun, his temperament is serene and more suited to scholarly pursuits. Yet I remain puzzled as to how he inadvertently took up martial arts, and with such commendable success. As for Jin Fong, that child has always had a fondness for flowers and plants. I once thought him to be quite contemplative, only to discover he harbors quite the fiery temper. Wu Xiang, now animated, took a sip to moisten his throat, continuing, as for Jinping, I wonder how the Su family manages him. His spirit is untamed, impossible to restrain. The more they try to control him, the more rebellious he becomes. Recently, he attempted to oppose me in East City, but failed to best me. Now he spends his days causing trouble for me in the Great Pine Ridge. By the way, what caused the rift between you and Jinping? Weren't you once the best of brothers? Teacher, please do not pry into this matter, Wu Yuanqi replied, somewhat awkwardly. I see. It must be because of Tian. You both had affections for her at that time, didn't you? Wu Xiang inquired with a sly smile. Wu Yuanqi lowered his gaze, nursing his drink, offering no reply. Your silence speaks volumes. Tian is indeed a fine girl. Alas, I wonder where that scoundrel has whisked her away. Not long ago, I heard they were seen at the foot of the snow mountain in the west of Tiannu. Had I been my former self, I would have rushed to dismember that scoundrel and bring Tian back. Alas, I have grown old and am no longer able to run. Wu Xiang sighed, bitterly raising another cup to his lips. Wu Yuanqi toyed with the rim of his bowl, lost in thought, reminiscing about that delicate and charming figure. Her graceful silhouette now a distant blur. Even if they were to meet again, what would it matter? He now has the mother of hunger and a life of his own. Perhaps it is for the best that they do not cross paths again. Yuanqi, how splendid were those bygone days. Can we truly never return to them? You retreat your troops, I relinquish my post. I shall recommend you to the emperor as the new Wu Xiang. What do you say? I am indeed aging. It is time to pass this world to the younger generation. Wu Xiang, undeniably aged, his hair now devoid of any black strands, his forehead and the corners of his eyes marred by wrinkles. Such a benevolent elder, one would find it difficult to associate him with the notorious name of Wu Xiang. Teacher, I apologize. This path I have chosen is one from which I cannot turn back, Wu Yuanqi replied resolutely, rejecting the alluring offer presented by Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang sighed, raising his neck to drain the remaining wine from his cup. He stood, grasping the wine jar, squinting into it, shaking it gently, and remarked, there is not much left. Yuanqi, finish your drink, and we shall split what remains. Wu Yuanqi nodded, emptied his cup, and offered it to Wu Xiang with both hands. Wu Xiang poured wine for Wu Yuanqi, then raised the wine jar and drained it entirely, leaving not a single drop behind. The sound of shattering echoed as the fragments of the jar and cup scattered across the ground, reminiscent of once cherished memories now in ruins. Wu Xiang swayed unsteadily, picked up the 9 Dragons sword, and performed a flourish, turning to regard Wu Yuanqi with a solemn expression. Master, let us commence. Wu Yuanqi closed his eyes, standing tall and resolute in the face of death. That 7-star sword, I believe I gifted it to you, he remarked. Pick it up and show me whether you have made any progress over the years. Wu Yuanqi opened his eyes, gazing at Wu Xiang, inhaling deeply before nodding. He retrieved the 7-star sword, drawing it from its sheath and positioning it before him. War Emperor, Wu Xiang murmured, his body radiating a brilliant blue light. The 9 embossed dragons on the 9 dragons' sword roared forth, swirling around him. The eagle eye on his chest plate blinked a few times before narrowing, emitting a cold glimmer, while blue smoke swirled beneath his feet. War Emperor, following closely behind, Wu Yuanqi also activated the ultimate stance of the martial warrior. The 7 stars on the 7 stars sword burst forth, encircling him. Flames danced fervently on his chest plate, shifting from red to purple, then to blue, dazzling the eye with their brilliance. Blue smoke rose from beneath him as well. Indeed, there has been progress, Wu Xiang nodded approvingly. Your vitality is remarkably robust. It appears you have diligently honed your skills throughout the years. Thank you for the praise, master. Let us begin, Wu Xiang declared, transforming into a beam of blue light and vanishing from sight. Instantly, Wu Yuanqi's tent shattered into countless fragments, scattering into the air. In the sky, a mass of blue smoke loomed like dark clouds, with blue flashes flickering incessantly and the sound of dragon roars resounding. Following Wu Xiang, Wu Yuanxi also transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring skyward. All the soldiers of the righteous army were awestruck by the spectacle, gazing upward, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement and fervor. The two beams of blue light collided in the sky, producing a series of thunderous booms. The eccentric scholar Zhang Jixing and the valiant warrior Tan Yoma were engaged in a private discussion about the future of the righteous army post-imperial eradication when they were startled by the unusual sounds from outside the tent. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried out to investigate. Old Tan, do you see those 7 blue stars? That must be Wu Yuanxi. With whom is he dueling? Zhang Jixing inquired anxiously. Did you hear the 9 dragons chant? Tan Yomo countered, drenched in sweat. Zhang Jixing listened intently, and indeed, the sound of continuous dragon roars filled the air. The two exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes as they simultaneously uttered the name Wu Xiang. After Ding Dong captured Tiger City, Su Jinping entrusted thousands of his men to Ding Dong and then departed without notice, reportedly heading westward. As the vanguard of the United Armies, the 8th Army remained on standby after successfully securing Tiger City. Each day, Ding Dong anxiously awaited military orders. Yet they were perpetually delayed, with frontline reports indicating a postponement of nearly half a month. Unaware of the current turmoil, he grew increasingly restless and entrusted all military affairs to Xiao Lu. Stealing Xiao Lu's prized steed, he set forth under the cover of darkness, soaring towards the front lines of Shaqing. After several days of tumultuous travel, Ding Dong, riding the battered steed, finally arrived over the vast encampment of the righteous army outside Shaqing. Gazing down at the neatly arranged heavy weaponry and the valiant soldiers below, an inexplicable unease began to gnaw at him. It was General Ding. Someone in the army recognized him from the sky. The entire force looked up to Ding Dong, yet not a single cheer erupted. The steed circled several times in the air before descending rapidly, crashing into the ground with a cloud of dust. The already damaged steed was utterly destroyed, its finely crafted wooden wings splintering into countless fragments scattered across the ground. Emerging from the swirling dust, Ding Dong coughed violently, his mouth filled with sand. 2 riders charged out from the camp, Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao. Damn it, this thing is far too fragile. Ding Dong lamented as he gazed mournfully at the remnants of the steed. Ding Dong, something has happened, Luo Shuiqing said, his eyes swollen with distress. A sense of foreboding struck Ding Dong's heart. What is it? What has happened? He pressed urgently. Gu Kebiao exchanged a glance with Luo Shuiqing. Hesitating for a moment before responding, Ding Dong, I must tell you what has transpired, but please, do not act impulsively. Ding Dong glared at Gu Kebiao, fury boiling within him. Spare me your nonsense. What is going on? Speak quickly. Gu Kebiao bit his lip, taking deep breaths to steady himself. After a long pause, spurred by Ding Dong's repeated urgings, he finally uttered, Commander Wu has been assassinated and is gravely injured. His life hangs in the balance. Ding Dong's mouth fell open in shock, rendered speechless. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, glancing at Luo Shuiqing and then at Gu Kebiao, before suddenly bursting into laughter. You must be joking. This is no laughing matter. Shuiqing, do not conspire with him to deceive me. What truly happened? Luo Shuiqing opened his mouth as if to speak, but remained silent, tears streaming down his face. Ding Dong recalled the fatherly visage of Wu Yuanxi, remembering the care and guidance he had received over the years. His body swayed dangerously, nearly toppling over. It cannot be. You are all lying to me. Ding Dong roared, shoving Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao aside as he charged towards the encampment. He repeated in his mind that it was impossible, but his vision began to blur, blood rushing to his head. After just a few steps, darkness enveloped him. He stumbled and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Chapter 59. A Hope for Life. When Ding Dong awoke, he found himself still in the sand, his mouth filled with grit, causing him great discomfort as he turned to retch. Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao were by his side, their expressions filled with concern. After a bout of nausea, Ding Dong sat up, blinking away tears that flowed freely. When did this happen? He croaked, his voice thick with emotion. 2 days ago, Gu Kebiao replied. Who did this? Ding Dong's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Gu Kebiao hesitated for a moment before responding. It is Wu Xiang. Ding Dong abruptly turned his head. A look of disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, Who the hell is that? Wu Xiang. Ding Dong stood frozen for a moment, then suddenly exhaled a long breath, rising to his feet, wiping his tears with his sleeve only to smudge his face with dirt. Luo Shuiqing produced a handkerchief, reaching out to assist Ding Dong in cleaning his face, but he was rebuffed. I must see General Wu, Ding Dong said, swaying slightly before finally steadying himself. With great difficulty, he began to walk forward, while Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao led the horses, their faces clouded with worry as they followed behind him. Until the very moment he laid eyes upon Wu Yuanqi, Ding Dong harbored a glimmer of hope, wishing that this was merely a jest by Gu Kebiao, or perhaps a mere dream. How could such a formidable figure as General Wu possibly be gravely injured? Wu Xiong, so far away in the imperial capital, wielding immense power. How could he come all this way to act as an assassin? The more Ding Dong pondered, the more he felt it was a ruse, unable to suppress a laugh. As he chuckled, he pinched his own arm sharply. The intense pain confirmed that he was not in a dream. He grimaced and let out a cry, transforming his laughter into tears that flowed uncontrollably. Watching Ding Dong oscillate between laughter and tears, as if driven mad, Luo Shuiqing's heart ached, and her own tears cascaded down. Gu Kebiao kept his head down, silent as he walked. Deep within the military camp, a large tent was filled with senior officers of the righteous army. Ma Yusheng, Su Zhan, and Tang Tianyu displayed a range of emotions. Some were filled with fury, others cursed vehemently, some were mournful, while others wept silently. Ding Dong's sudden appearance drew their attention. Su Zhan quickly stepped forward, grasping Ding Dong's shoulders with a furrowed brow, urgently asking, "How did you come here? Military strategist, please let me go. I must see General Wu." Ding Dong choked out. "He knows?" Su Zhan turned to inquire of Gu Kebiao, only to find him silent and downcast. With a heavy sigh, Su Zhan released Ding Dong, his voice trembling as he said, "Go ahead. General Wu would surely wish to see you as well." Wu Xiong lay on a simple bed, his eyes tightly shut, utterly still, his body wrapped in white bandages. By the bedside, Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo wore expressions of deep concern, continuously imploring the military doctor to find a way to help. Upon seeing Ding Dong's sudden arrival, Zhang Jixing was startled. He glanced at Tan Yomo, frowning and shaking his head. Tan Yomo shot Zhang Jixing a glare, asserting, "At this point, it must be done." Ding Dong paid no heed to the unusual behavior of Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo. He swayed unsteadily to Wu Yuanqi's bedside, slowly kneeling down, grasping Wu Yuanqi's pale, lifeless hand, and wept openly. The military doctor, witnessing this heartbreaking scene, patted Ding Dong's shoulder, softly offering his condolences. "May you find peace in your sorrow." Suddenly, Ding Dong released Wu Yuanqi's hand, rose to his feet, and grasped the military doctor's shoulders, pleading urgently, "Do not tell me General Wu is beyond saving. There must be a way. Please, tell me what I must do." No matter how the military doctor attempted to explain, Ding Dong clung to him, impervious to the reassurances of Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo, their words falling on deaf ears. After a prolonged hesitation, the military doctor stamped his foot in urgency, exclaiming, "General Wu's injuries are far too severe. There is no remedy I can provide. Even miraculous elixirs would be powerless to alter his fate. However, I know of one person who can save him." "Who?" Ding Dong inquired with excitement, silently vowing to summon this individual, even if they were at the ends of the earth. "Dr. Duan Hu," the military doctor declared, extending a finger as he slowly articulated the name. Ding Dong slapped his forehead, breaking into a smile as he murmured, "How did I not think of him? Yes, if it is he will surely be able to help." After a moment of contemplation, Ding Dong turned to leave, but then halted, crouching down with his hands cradling his head. "Dr. Duan Hu has long departed from Chun City. I have no idea where to find him," he lamented, feeling an unfamiliar sense of helplessness. "I know where he is. The question is whether I can bring him here in time." The military doctor's words ignited a flicker of hope within Ding Dong's heart. Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo maintained calm expressions, as though they had anticipated the military doctor's answer all along. "He is in Beicheng, serving as the military doctor there," the military doctor revealed. After a brief silence, Ding Dong suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm and dashed out of the tent. Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing rushed to greet him. But before they could offer words of comfort, Ding Dong eagerly grasped Luo Shuiqing's hand and pressed, "If I recall correctly, you are quite familiar with Dr. Duan Hu?" Luo Shuiqing reflected on Ding Dong's words and quickly realized that there was still hope for General Wu, a wave of joy washing over her as she nodded fervently. "My father is very close to him. Let us go," Ding Dong insisted, pulling Luo Shuiqing along as they rushed outside. Before they could leave the military camp, a flash of crimson appeared before them. It was Princess Naya, arriving on the fiery steed, Huo Wu. Although the news of General Wu's assassination was tightly guarded, Princess Naya had learned of it through clandestine channels, and she had raced to the front lines of Sha City with Huo Wu's swift strides. To her surprise, she found Ding Dong, who she believed to be Enraged City. Seeing Ding Dong with Luo Shuiqing stirred a knot of discomfort within her. Yet, at that moment, Ding Dong was oblivious to any romantic entanglements. Upon spotting Huo Wu, he perceived a lifeline and released Luo Shuiqing's hand, rushing toward the steed. Huo Wu recognized Ding Dong, nuzzling affectionately against him. Ding Dong squinted, stroking Huo Wu's neck, only to feel it damp with moisture. Withdrawn, he opened his hand before his eyes, aghast at the sight of it stained red. "What is happening?" he asked, bewildered, just as Princess Naya dismounted from Huo Wu. She was momentarily taken aback by Ding Dong's question, but quickly comprehended his concern and explained, "Huo Wu's sweat is red." Ding Dong exhaled in relief, nodding in understanding. Seizing the reins from Princess Naya, he mounted the steed and declared, "I need Huo Wu to accompany me in summoning Dr. Duan Hu." "Dr. Duan Hu? Who is he? Where is he?" Princess Naya inquired. "In Beicheng, or perhaps Jingcheng. I don't care. Regardless of the distance, I will bring him here." Shuiqing, get on. Under ordinary circumstances, Fire Dance would never allow anyone other than Princess Naya and Ding Dong to ride upon its back, for it was a matter of pride as the king of horses. However, in this moment, sensing the tension in the air and the urgency of the situation, it surprisingly submitted to Ding Dong's command to take Luo Shuiqing along. "I shall return," Ding Dong assured, as he turned the horse around in a half-circle, gently patting Fire Dance's back. With a resounding neigh, Fire Dance surged forward. A brilliant flash of crimson against the horizon, akin to a dancing flame igniting the hope of life. Princess Naya gazed longingly into the distance, a sense of loss enveloping her, and with a slight shake of her head, her lips curled into a bitter smile. She hoped Ding Dong would not act recklessly and jeopardize their mission. Tan Yomo felt a twinge of unease. "Let us hope. If the Imperial army discovers the existence of the swift steed, it will surely spell trouble for us. Yet, we cannot afford the time to ride. We must observe Ding Dong's course of action." Zhang Jixing, aware that they could not match Fire Dance's speed, could do nothing but sigh. Ding Dong galloped furiously, the wind and sand assaulting his face, his exposed skin stinging as if cut by a blade. Yet, he remained undeterred, his mind racing while his heart was engulfed in confusion, uncertain of his destination. If he headed towards the garrison of the Imperial army, he would inevitably traverse regions heavily guarded by soldiers. Although skirting the Imperial capital would shorten the distance, it would unavoidably lead to encounters with the Imperial forces, causing significant obstacles. Alternatively, if he skirted close to Mount Tianyu, bypassed Guanqing, and took the alternate route to Beichuan Pass, he could enter the territory of the United Army, ensuring a smooth passage, albeit with considerable detours that would consume precious time. Time was of the essence. Each passing moment diminished Wu Yuanqi's hope for survival. "It will be fine. I trust in Dr. Duan Hu's abilities. As long as Marshal Wu draws breath, he will be saved," Luo Shuiqing consoled, holding on to Ding Dong. He remained silent, his thoughts in turmoil. After profound contemplation, Ding Dong finally devised a plan. First, he would return to Spring City to find Xiao Jiao. Then take the swift steed to locate Dr. Duan Hu at the garrison. This would undoubtedly be the fastest and most suitable course of action. After days of relentless travel, Fire Dance was significantly fatigued. If they continued at this pace, even the mighty king of horses would falter. Fortunately, they had now reached Beichuan Pass. Once Fire Dance was settled, Ding Dong summoned the army's veterinarian to tend to the horse, then sought out Zheng Kuai to discreetly inform him of the assassination attempt on Marshal Wu and share his thoughts. Zheng Kuai, a general raised by Wu Yuanqi, regarded the marshal as a father figure. Upon hearing such dire news, even his iron resolve could not stave off tears. He longed to rush to Shaching and serve by Wu Yuanqi's side, but burdened with the duty of guarding the pass. He could not leave and had to place his hopes entirely in Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing. Zheng Kuai procured 2 swift horses from the army. Although they could not compare to Fire Dance's speed, they were still excellent steeds capable of covering great distances in a day. Hastily departing from Beichuan Pass, Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing pressed on, without a moment's rest, racing towards Spring City. Days passed, and the two found themselves unconscious at the entrance of Spring City. Upon regaining consciousness, Ding Dong discovered that they were being carried away to seek medical attention. Struggling from the stretcher, he roused Luo Shuiqing, disregarding the soldiers' attempts to hinder him. They hastily sought sustenance at a nearby modest establishment before urgently making their way to the underground secret munitions factory where Xiao Jiao was located. To their astonishment, upon learning their intent, Xiao Jiao flatly denied their request to utilize the Feijuan. Firstly, Councilman Zhang Jixing and Councilman Tan Yomo had previously declared that no one was permitted to employ these secret weapons of the righteous army. Secondly, the Feijuan was still in the process of improvement and was exceedingly unstable, unfit for flight. Xiao Jiao displayed an unexpected indifference towards Wu Yuanqi's assassination, adopting a stern demeanor as he spoke in official terms. Despite Luo Shuiqing's persistent entreaties, Xiao Jiao remained unmoved, his head shaking like a rattle. Frustrated, Ding Dong's expression darkened. After a prolonged silence, he erupted in anger, kicking Xiao Jiao to the ground and dragging Luo Shuiqing deeper into the munitions factory. Xiao Jiao, covered in dirt and dust, scrambled to his feet and hurled a few curses before pursuing the duo. Xiao Jiao was indeed correct. The Feijuan was in the improvement phase, and the expansive assembly area was devoid of a single complete unit. Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting desolation and despair. Choose one. Xiao Jiao provocatively challenged, lifting his chin. Ding Dong, gripping his trousers, widened his eyes in disbelief, trembling with agitation. Observing Ding Dong's peculiar behavior, Luo Shuiqing grew concerned that in a fit of rage he might act recklessly. He stepped forward to offer comfort, only to be taken aback as Ding Dong suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching the hem of Xiao Jiao's trousers, and cried out like a petulant child, "Brother Xiao Jiao, lives are at stake. If you do not assist us, I shall perish before you." Xiao Jiao was taken aback by the stark contrast in Ding Dong's demeanor, feeling quite unprepared and anxiously tugging at his clothing. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Ding Dong resorted to childish antics. Witnessing this scene, Luo Shuiqing was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down his face, and he eventually crouched down, covering his face as he wept. Gradually, the military craftsmen in the factory gathered around, observing a figure once adorned with honor now reduced to a helpless child, rolling on the ground and begging, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Chapter 60. Arrival at the camp. Soaring through the air, surveying the mountains and rivers, Luo Shuiqing felt none of the exhilaration typically associated with a first flight. Ding Dong, don't you feel utterly humiliated after what you just did? If word of this gets out, how will the soldiers regard you? Luo Shuiqing remained troubled by the recent events. Face is like a shoe insole. Ding Dong shouted into the wind. I care not for face. I act solely according to my heart. If I were afraid of others' opinions, I would not have become the current Daimo Wenhuang. Luo Shuiqing was momentarily taken aback, but after a while, he found himself smiling with a sense of relief. After all these years, you remain unchanged. Upon reaching Beicheng, it was the dead of night. The two, aboard the Feijuan, descended slowly towards the city walls, enveloped in an ethereal blue light, resembling phantoms. The guardians of Beicheng had never encountered a flying steed, and it was not until Ding Dong and his companion alighted atop the city wall that they emerged from their state of shock. After numerous falls from the steed, Ding Dong had finally mastered the ability to control this inanimate creature with ease, reaching a state of effortless command. With a gentle flap of its wings, the steed descended gracefully, and Ding Dong dismounted, swiftly grasping a nearby soldier of the garrison, demanding, "Is Dr. Duan Hu in the city?" The young soldier, trembling with fear, stammered in response, "Dr. Duan has accompanied the troops to Jingqing." Disheartened, Ding Dong pushed the soldier to the ground and turned to Luo Shuiqing, saying, "Let us go." To Jingqing. It was only after the two had vanished into the night sky that the garrison soldiers regained their composure, gathering in a frightened huddle to discuss the extraordinary sight of the flying horse and its riders. To the north of Beicheng, the towering Tiannu mountain loomed perilously high, its sparse trees giving the mountain range a stark and unappealing appearance. In the distance lay an endless expanse of ocean, dark and boundless. The moon, suspended between heaven and earth, appeared magnificently grand, casting a low sky that felt almost within reach. How vast is this world? Luo Shuiqing mused with a yawn. Perhaps it is immense. Once the new world is established, let us embark on a journey to explore it together. Let us discover what lies atop the snow-capped peaks and what awaits beyond the ocean. I have heard from a masked traveler on the mountain that there exists another world above and another below, each distinct from our own. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ding Dong's eyes. He had been feeling overwhelmingly fatigued, both mentally and physically, and dared not dwell on Wu Yuanqi's injuries. Instead, he yearned to dream of beautiful things, seeking such visions as sustenance for his spirit to persevere. Suddenly, he felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only a sliver of the sky above. It's as if we are trapped in a limited perspective, Luo Shuiqing lamented. As they soared through the air, they repeatedly envisioned those unknown worlds, and time seemed to pass more swiftly. Days later, the two finally arrived at the encampment of the Hejuan army outside Jingqing. Gazing at the city, they were left speechless, mouths agape in astonishment. Jingqing truly lived up to its name. Its main structures were enveloped in crystal, glistening and translucent under the sun, akin to a celestial palace. However, Some buildings had collapsed into shards of crystal scattered across the ground, while others, though largely intact, bore the unsightly scars of fire, their surfaces charred and disfigured. Between Jingqing and the Hejuan camp lay a desolate landscape, littered with scorched earth, broken banners, and the remains of countless fallen soldiers, the scene a harrowing testament to the brutalities of war. This conflict has ravaged so much beauty. I cannot fathom how long it will take to rebuild, certainly a burdensome endeavor for the people, Luo Shuiqing sighed as she gazed longingly at Jingqing. Everything will be all right. Shuiqing, prepare to descend, Ding Dong reassured her, guiding the steed to a steady landing just outside the Hejuan encampment. The soldiers, witnessing the two figures descending from the heavens like deities, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Some sharp-eyed soldiers recognized Ding Dong and joyously shouted, "The Emperor of the Blade and Horse has arrived." The camp erupted in thunderous cheers. The relentless state of warfare has rendered these soldiers utterly fatigued. Upon witnessing the high-ranking ally descend from the heavens, they assumed reinforcements had arrived. He emerged from the central tent, his brow furrowed as he inquired loudly, "What is all this commotion? Has Daoma Wenyuang arrived? Did he descend from the sky?" "Indeed," came the reply. "Oh." Yi's frown deepened. "Ding Dong has come? Did he also arrive from above?" His curiosity piqued. "What on earth is happening?" Wang Ruoyo followed Yi out. Taking a deep breath, Yi remarked, "Ding Dong has arrived, reportedly flying in. Let us go and see what this fellow is up to." As Yi and Wang Ruoyo hastened to the scene, they observed the three Hu brothers surrounding Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing, with two wooden horses adorned with wings, standing beside Ding Dong. Their wings now tightly folded against their sides. "What is going on?" Yi quickly approached to inquire. With a dark expression, Hu Liqiang stated, "I suspect Ding Dong is a traitor, here to infiltrate our military camp. I believe we should detain him first and interrogate him before any further actions are taken." "Hey!" Ding Dong lazily leaned against the flying steed, yawning. "If you wish to frame me, at least concoct a plausible reason. Your baseless slander is hardly convincing. Do you think General Yi is blind?" A surge of anger welled up within Yi, ready to erupt, but Wang Ruoyo's gentle pull brought him back to composure. Following the incident in Haiqing, the reputation of the military had been thoroughly overshadowed by the righteous army. Yi retreated into a secluded chamber for introspection and ultimately realized that all the blame lay with him for squandering a prime opportunity to win hearts, thereby granting the righteous army a chance to exploit the situation. Although regret proved futile, he endeavored to emulate the righteous army's methods, hastening the progress of the military. To some extent, he even felt a semblance of gratitude towards Ding Dong for the embarrassment he had endured. "Yi, may we speak privately?" Luo Shuiqing stepped forward, her demeanor serious. Hu Liqiang raised an eyebrow, about to reprimand her, but Yi interjected, "Then come over here, let us converse." Luo Shuiqing disregarded Hu Liqiang's grotesque countenance, parting the weapons that obstructed her path, and walked a distance away with Yi. Though Hu Liqiang felt displeased, he refrained from expressing it, turning instead to glare furiously at Ding Dong. Ding Dong tilted his head back, eyes half closed, feigning an air of superiority, which incited Hu Liqiang's disdainful snorts. "The military commander has been assassinated by the military minister and is currently gravely injured, in critical condition," Luo Shuiqing whispered, divulging this shocking news. Yi blinked in astonishment, staring incredulously at Luo Shuiqing, fearing he had misheard. "We came here to seek the help of Dr. Duan Hu to save the military commander," Luo Shuiqing continued. "This is no jest," Yi replied, uncertainty etched on his face. "Do I appear to be joking?" Luo Shuiqing countered. "Ding Dong even abandoned the captured Tiger City to appear here. Do you think that was merely for amusement?" Yi waved his hand, signaling Luo Shuiqing to silence. He closed his eyes in deep contemplation for an extended period before finally reopening them and slowly stating, "Ensure that this news remains sealed. The head coach has sustained grave injuries, inevitably resulting in a significant blow to morale, the repercussions of which are unfathomable." That evening, the confrontation between Commander Wu and General Wu was conspicuous. Both being martial sovereigns, their clash was anything but subtle. Yet, while everyone was aware of Commander Wu's injury, the severity of his condition remained unknown. Luo Shuiqing conveyed the truth candidly. Yi nodded thoughtfully, paused for a moment, then turned and said, "Please follow me." Thus, the two ventured deeper into the army's main camp. Meanwhile, Wang Ruoyo ordered the soldiers surrounding Ding Dong to withdraw, striving to mediate the discord among the three brothers, Ding Dong and Hu Liqiang, but her efforts were in vain. Ding Dong remained in meditative silence, while Hu Liqiang glared in anger. After a considerable time walking alongside Yi, Luo Shuiqing reached the medical tent of the army. Following Yi's instructions, she covered her mouth and nose with a damp cloth before entering a vast tent. Inside, the air was thick with the acrid scent of medicinal herbs, accompanied by the sounds of groans echoing throughout. Countless wounded soldiers lay in orderly rows on straw mats, enduring immense pain. What has befallen these individuals? They did not appear to be injured. Luo Shuiqing observed that, aside from the wounded, many others lay feebly in one corner of the tent, their bodies bearing little to no visible injuries. Plague, Yi uttered the shocking words. At that moment, Dr. Duan Hu was engaged in an amputation procedure on a wounded soldier. His expression grave, oblivious to the presence of Luo Shuiqing and Yi standing behind him. It will hurt. Bear with it, Dr. Duan Hu advised as he began to saw through the soldier's limb. The saw emitted a chilling, grating sound, moving back and forth with a merciless rhythm. Yet, contrary to Luo Shuiqing's expectations, blood did not splatter everywhere. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the soldier's thigh was tightly bound with a thick rope. The amputee clenched a wooden stick in his mouth, emitting muffled sounds, beads of sweat rolling down his face, soaking through his thin garment. Unable to witness the scene any longer, Luo Shuiqing turned away, her heart resonating with countless voices singing a requiem. Shuiqing, you've arrived, Dr. Duan Hu said. His front stained red. He appeared exhausted, his voice barely above a whisper. Luo Shuiqing discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye, turning back to face Dr. Duan Hu, suppressing her inner turmoil, though her voice trembled. Uncle Duan, I have an urgent matter to discuss. May I have a moment of your time? Dr. Duan Hu glanced at the multitude of injured soldiers, hesitating momentarily, before finally nodding in agreement. Let us speak in my tent, Yi suggested gravely. A sense of foreboding surged within Dr. Duan Hu as the three fell silent, led by Yi into the central command tent. Yi instructed everyone inside to momentarily withdraw, then nodded at Luo Shuiqing. He found a seat and closed his eyes, appearing impassive, yet turmoil raged within. Shuiqing, how long has it been since you last rested? Your current state is concerning, Dr. Duan Hu remarked with genuine concern. Luo Shuiqing's eyes reddened as she gently shook her head. Taking a deep breath, she whispered, Commander Wu was ambushed. He is gravely injured and in imminent peril. At this moment, outside the military camp, Hu Liqiang continued to provocatively taunt Ding Dong with foul language. Ding Dong, with his eyes closed, paid no heed to his adversary. His demeanor treating Hu Liqiang as if he were merely a figment of air, which only served to infuriate Hu further, prompting him to curse even more vehemently. Wang Ruoyou, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, interjected with displeasure. Regardless of your personal grievances, we are allies now, facing a formidable enemy. Hu Liqiang, you must cease disrupting the harmony of our coalition. After speaking, she approached Ding Dong, gently patting his shoulder, and said, General Ding, let us enter the camp for a brief respite. Ding Dong remained silent, his eyes still closed, his body swaying slightly before he unexpectedly collapsed to the ground, motionless. Seeing this, Hu Liqiang was taken aback, stepping back in alarm, exclaiming, Is it possible that my words have struck him down? Wang Ruoyou, equally startled, cried out. He is a senior commander of the righteous army. If anything happens here, we shall have no explanation to provide to our forces. Someone quickly summoned Dr. Duan Hu. Meanwhile, within the central tent of the coalition army, Luo Shuiqing felt her head growing heavier, her vision darkening. The accumulation of fatigue over the past days surged forth, rendering her unable to withstand it any longer. She could no longer maintain her composure, swaying slightly before finally collapsing. Chapter 61. The passing of the martial commander upon examination by Dr. Duan Hu. It was determined that the unconsciousness of Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing was a result of prolonged fatigue from their arduous journey, and with some rest, they could recover. However, at such a critical juncture, the luxury of time for recuperation was a rare indulgence. While Dr. Duan Hu attended to Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing, Hu Liqiang ordered the removal and concealment of the two fine steeds, nearly sparking a physical altercation between him and Ding Dong. Ultimately, through the feigned mediation of Yi, Hu Liqiang surrendered one of the steeds, while shamelessly insisting he had never seen the other. Time was of the essence, and Ding Dong had no choice but to begrudgingly acquiesce, personally taking the reins of the remaining steed to hasten Dr. Duan Hu to the front lines of the righteous army at Shaching. Luo Shuiqing, having a close relationship with Wang Ruoyou, was well cared for as she traveled south by boat, circumventing Tiannu Mountain, reaching Bay City, and then proceeding by horse to Bichun Pass, ultimately returning to the front lines alongside Huo Wu. After Ding Dong and Luo Shuiqing departed, He urgently summoned all senior commanders within the coalition to discuss the specifics of a forceful assault on Crystal City. Additionally, he commanded the relentless summoning of skilled craftsmen, attempting to uncover the secrets of the fine steeds, though such efforts proved futile. After all, the flight of the steeds relied not on mechanisms, but on the power provided by the art of blood manipulation. After the martial commander was gravely injured by the martial minister, the righteous army halted its advance, allowing the garrison of Shaching to breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing this invaluable month-long reprieve, the highest commander of Shaching, Hu Ao, gathered craftsmen and talented individuals to devise a means of countering the armored war chariots. And to his astonishment, they indeed succeeded in their research. After examining Wu Yuanqi's injuries, Dr. Duan Hu repeatedly shook his head in resignation. The condition of the martial commander was dire. Conventional methods of treatment would be futile. The only recourse lay in utilizing the unique vitality of his own blood to mend Wu's body. However, even this approach did not inspire optimism. Wu Shuai's mastery of the blood qi technique has reached its pinnacle, necessitating a substantial amount of blood vitality to restore his body. I fear that despite my utmost efforts, I can only prolong his life for a brief moment. Nevertheless, Zhang Jixing and others persistently implored Duan Hu to ensure Wu Yuanqi's survival, as the safety of Wu Shuai is inextricably linked to the morale of the entire army. After several days, Wu Yuanqi finally awakens, while Duan Hu collapses from exhaustion, slipping into unconsciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, Wu Yuanqi attempts to rise, but even the slightest movement sends waves of pain coursing through his body, akin to being pierced by countless needles. The news of Wu Shuai's awakening swiftly spreads throughout the army, invigorating the soldiers and significantly elevating their spirits. Standing atop a platform, Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo exchange a strained smile. The battle can finally resume. Upon returning to the army's camp, Ding Dong faints, while Princess Naya vigilantly watches over him day and night. Ding Dong dreams of a world resplendent with flowers, where a radiant maiden smiles like a blossom. He and Luo Shuiqing soar freely on the back of a giant bird, gazing down upon the breathtaking landscape. Suddenly, the sky darkens ominously, clouds gather, and thunder roars as bolts of lightning strike perilously close to them, yet they narrowly escape each time. In an instant, a colossal figure appears before them, and upon closer inspection, Ding Dong realizes it is Wu Yuanqi. The future of this world rests upon your shoulders, Ding Dong. With that, Wu Yuanqi erupts in a violent explosion, scattering into countless fragments. Ding Dong awakens with a gasp, drenched in sweat, realizing he has experienced a harrowing nightmare. You are finally awake, a gentle voice whispers in his ear. Turning his head, he sees Princess Naya beaming at him, though her smile cannot conceal her profound fatigue. How is Wu Shuai? Ding Dong inquires as he rises from the bed. Wu Shuai awoke days ago and is currently addressing the entire army. Indeed, Ding Dong hears Wu Yuanqi's voice resonating like a thunderclap from outside. He rushes out of the tent to witness all the soldiers standing in perfect formation, their faces alight with excitement. Family, they are watching us. A new world awaits us. The oath of the righteous harmony society should still echo in our minds. What fear is there in being ground to dust? Willing to hang our heads upon the gate. We are the righteous army, tasked with the mission of transforming the world, and we shall not fear any sacrifice. What is there to fear in sacrifice? We possess souls. As long as the soul endures, so too does our spirit. We shall bathe in the fires of our homeland and vow to be reborn. Wu Yuanqi's thunderous voice, amplified through a loudspeaker, reverberates, invigorating every soldier and igniting the fervor of every brave heart. What is life? What is death? Wu Yuanqi proclaims. The entire army resounds in unison. What is life? What is death? What is the resting place of the soul? What is the year of the soul's return? Grievance is not to be pitied, nor anger forgiven. The pain we bear, our great aspiration lies solely in righteousness and harmony. In righteousness, the world unites. In harmony, the world thrives. This is the resting place of the soul. This is the year of the soul's return. As long as the soul endures, so too does our spirit. What fear is there in being ground to dust? Willing to hang our heads upon the gate. The souls of countless warriors soared like stars, destined to ignite a conflagration across the land. The fire shall engulf the realms. An oath of rebirth in fury. The voices of tens of thousands resounded through the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the world. As Ding Dong gazed into the distance at the desert city, he was momentarily struck by the sight of the imperial troops within, trembling in terror, casting fearful glances in his direction. Such is the essence of morale, the true strength upon which an army relies. After Wu Yuanqi concluded his address, He was surrounded by Zhang Jixing, Tang Tianyu, Ma Yusheng, and others as they returned to the main military tent. Ding Dong's heart raced, filled with overwhelming excitement. He hurried towards the central tent, oblivious to Princess Naya, leading Huo Wu away from the camp. "Wu Commander, you are finally safe." Ding Dong lifted the tent flap, bursting into the quarters, only to be taken aback by the scene that lay before him. Wu Yuanqi lay on the bed, as pale as a sheet, trembling, surrounded by pools of blood that were a harrowing sight. What is happening? Ding Dong thought he must be trapped in a nightmare. Moments ago, he had witnessed Wu Yuanqi, vibrant and spirited, standing on the platform, rallying the troops with fervor reminiscent of his prime. Yet now, the reality was starkly different. "Ding Dong, come here," Zhang Jixing commanded gravely. "Everyone else, please step outside. What transpires here must remain confidential. It cannot be disclosed." Ma Yusheng and the others exchanged anxious glances before patting Ding Dong's shoulder and departing the tent in succession. Inside the tent, only Ding Dong, Zhang Jixing, Tan Yomo, and the straining Wu Yuanqi remained. "Where is Dr. Duan Hu? Why hasn't he been summoned? Where is he?" Ding Dong felt on the verge of madness, his mind a cacophony of turmoil. "Donger," Wu Yuanqi trembled, raising a hand. Ding Dong rushed forward, kneeling and grasping Wu Yuanqi's hand tightly, only to find it cold and devoid of life. "Donger, I fear I shall not last much longer. I have 3 items for you." Wu Yuanqi's voice was faint, his body quaking. Ding Dong wept uncontrollably. "What are you saying? Was it not said that with Dr. Duan Hu's arrival, all would be well? How could this happen? Where is Dr. Duan Hu?" Zhang Jixing approached from behind, sighed, and gently patted Ding Dong's shoulder, whispering, "Dr. Duan Hu did his utmost. He nearly exhausted his own vitality in an effort to save the commander. He has yet to awaken. How can this be? I refuse to believe it." Ding Dong shook his head vehemently. Wu Yuanqi attempted to rise, struggling momentarily, yet ultimately could not. He withdrew his hand from Ding Dong's grasp, retrieving a cloth bundle from his bosom and handing it to Ding Dong with a trembling voice. "Donger, I truly fear my time is short. These 3 items are all that remain for you." Ding Dong wept like a broken man, his lamentations echoing the sorrow of a mighty warrior, piercing the heart. "Donger, do not be so reckless in the future." Wu Yuanqi's voice grew ever fainter, a whisper like the buzz of a fly, until it finally ceased altogether. Wu Yuanqi had succumbed, unable to endure his grievous wounds after rallying the spirits of his men, leaving this world amid pain and remorse. Ding Dong wept for a while longer, finally managing to cease her tears. Sniffling, she rose to cover Wu Yuanqi with a blanket, smiling gently as she said, "Commander Wu, you must be weary. Do take a moment to rest. When you awaken tomorrow, the world you have longed for will be at hand." Gazing at Wu Yuanqi's gradually cooling visage, she oscillated between laughter and tears, appearing somewhat deranged. "Ding Dong, do not distress Zhang Jixing," came a hurried voice of concern. "Commander Wu has departed. Should anything happen to you as well, even if this battle is won, the next one will surely end in utter defeat." Ding Dong waved her hand, signaling Zhang Jixing to refrain from further words. She closed her eyes, her body swaying slightly before finally reopening them. Clutching the bundle left to her by Wu Yuanqi, she wiped her tears and forced a smile as she exited the tent. "Oh dear, this child, Ding Dong, possesses a temperament too fierce. I hope she will be all right," Zhang Jixing expressed with anxiety. "Let us hope that from this day forth, Ding Dong can truly mature, for she is soon to shoulder the burden of leading the righteous army." Tan Yomo sighed. Zhang Jixing paused, taken aback by this statement. After a moment, he suddenly inquired, "You don't genuinely intend to do that, do you?" Tan Yomo offered a wry smile. "Do we have any choice left?" Ding Dong, clutching tightly to the relics of the commander, hurried toward her temporary quarters. Along the way, she greeted the soldiers of the righteous army with a smile. Upon finally returning to her intimate sanctuary, she placed the commander's belongings at the head of her bed, then buried herself beneath the covers, cocooning her head within the thick bedding before allowing herself to weep openly. Uncertain how long she had cried, she eventually found herself unable to shed any more tears. Withdrawing her head from the covers, she curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. As twilight descended, Ding Dong refrained from igniting the oil lamp. Retreating into a void of darkness, her mind blank, thoughts flitted through her consciousness, elusive and chaotic. Suddenly, the tent flap was lifted, allowing a beam of moonlight to cascade inside, revealing a graceful figure at the entrance. "Ding Dong, are you there?" It was Luo Shuiqing's voice. After returning to the military camp, she too had been overwhelmed by fatigue and had just awakened. Hearing that Ding Dong was up, she had come to visit, only to find her absent at that moment. Unable to quell her concern, she had returned to check on her once more. Ding Dong buried her head between her knees, offering no response, merely sobbing softly. Startled by the sound of her cries, Luo Shuiqing quickly ventured inside, using the moonlight to navigate, and lit the oil lamp with a match. Extinguish the lamp. Ding Dong cried uncontrollably at Luo Shuiqing. Taken aback, Luo Shuiqing hurriedly blew out the lamp. Standing still, she gazed at the huddled form of Ding Dong in the corner, her heart filled with perplexity. Turning away, she carefully drew the tent flap closed, then cautiously approached Ding Dong, squatting down to embrace her gently. What troubles you? What has happened? Commander Wu is gone, Ding Dong murmured. Luo Shuiqing's eyes widened in surprise, a smile escaping her lips as she replied, Do not frighten yourself. You may not yet know that the commander was rallying the troops this afternoon. Ding Dong remained silent, her sobs intensifying. Noticing Ding Dong's lack of reaction to her words, Luo Shuiqing felt a heavy cloud settle over her heart. Is the commander truly? She whispered, her voice low. Why? Why? Ding Dong plunged into Luo Shui's embrace, resembling a child who had suffered a grievous injustice, overwhelmed with sorrow. Meanwhile, within the central military tent, Wu Yuanqi's body lay cold and lifeless. Zhang Jixing paced anxiously within the confines of the room, while Tan Yomo fervently scribbled at the table. Having completed his writing, Tan Yomo set down his pen, contemplating the enormity of the task ahead. Is this truly necessary? The risks are insurmountable. Do you possess an alternative? He inquired, gazing at Zhang Jixing. After a prolonged hesitation, Zhang Jixing slowly nodded in agreement, stating, Very well. With that, he retrieved Wu Yuanqi's military seal and firmly stamped it onto the document Tan Yomo had just penned. Chapter 62. The perilous breach of Sha City. Wu Yuanqi had departed from the front lines, and Zhang Jixing fabricated a story for the outside world, claiming that the marshal was unwell and could not remain at the front, necessitating his return to Chun City for recuperation. Before Wu Yuanqi set off, Tan Yomo was entrusted with announcing a significant appointment to the entire army, designating Ding Dong as the temporary commander of the righteous army in the name of the illustrious Daiomo Wenhuang, tasked with leading the forces in their continued campaign against the empire. Concurrently, Zhang Jixing circulated rumors throughout the military camp that Ding Dong had become engaged to Wu Ziheng, with their wedding awaiting the conclusion of the conflict, to be celebrated on the day of the nation's establishment. This news spread rapidly within the camp, becoming common knowledge in mere hours, with some even jesting privately, referring to Ding Dong as the prince consort. That very night, as Ding Dong received his orders, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, crackling with thunder and lightning. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the ground, igniting a patch of earth outside Ding Dong's tent, creating a charred expanse. At the center of the scorched earth lay a stone, palm-sized, with 4 ancient characters inscribed upon its skyward-facing surface, Daiomo Wenhuang. The characters shimmered in vivid red, their brilliance flickering like a mirage. The soldiers of the righteous army, startled by the thunderous sound, rushed from their tents, soon encircling Ding Dong's quarters. Tan Yomo hurriedly arrived, his gaze fixated on the square stone amidst the charred earth, rendered speechless by astonishment. Suddenly, the tent flap was pulled aside, and Ding Dong emerged, rubbing his swollen eyes, only to be met by the sight of torches illuminating the night as brightly as day. Startled, he had yet to inquire about the commotion when he witnessed Tan Yomo step forward and kneel before him. The soldiers, bewildered, followed suit, bowing in reverence to Ding Dong. Ding Dong felt utterly perplexed, like a monk unable to grasp the meaning of a riddle. Furrowing his brow, he stepped closer, intending to assist Tan Yomo to his feet, when he noticed the square stone on the ground, its characters glimmering with light. He gasped, bending down to retrieve it, and after a prolonged examination, recognized the inscription, Daiomo Wenhuang. What is the meaning of this? Ding Dong inquired in astonishment. Tan Yomo, still kneeling, declared with reverence. The marshal is indeed a celestial being descended from the heavens. Now leading the righteous army, he has received the divine military seal from the Thunder God, a boon for the righteous army and the world alike. Tan Yomo's proclamation swiftly spread among the soldiers, who found it wholly credible. Reflecting on Ding Dong's numerous valorous deeds since the uprising in Chun City, it indeed seemed as though he possessed the prowess of a deity. His wild audacity, unmatched bravery, and extraordinary resilience in the face of death finally found their justification in that moment. Though the soldiers struggled to articulate their sentiments, they had long regarded Ding Dong as a legendary figure of idolized status. Originally, he was indeed a celestial general descending to the mortal realm. General Daiomo. General Daiomo. The righteous army, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, bellowed at the top of their lungs. In the shadows, Zhang Jixing observed the fervor of the righteous soldiers. Exhilarated. Beside him, Xiao Jiu scratched his head, alternating his gaze between Zhang Jixing and the deceived warriors. Mr. Zhang, the heavenly thunder I created is undoubtedly a formidable siege weapon. If we were to launch dozens of these into the Sand City, it would surely reduce it to cinders. Isn't it a bit of a waste to use such a marvelous invention for deception? Zhang Jixing chuckled softly. Not at all. Absolutely worth every bit. Following the incident with the Thunder God's seal, the righteous army had finally emerged from the shadow of their leader's assassination, now possessing a commander of celestial caliber. They regarded themselves as heavenly soldiers, no longer fearing the Empire. The strategy to assault Sand City was once again prioritized. Meanwhile, news of victories from the Eastern Army arrived. Crystal City had fallen, and after a brief reorganization, they would march straight towards the imperial capital. Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo instructed Ding Dong to urgently mobilize the troops for an immediate assault on Sand City, determined to capture it before the Eastern Army reached the capital. After deliberating with several elders, Ding Dong finalized the siege plan, to advance with armored chariots leading the charge. Utilizing sunlight shields as protection, followed closely by powerful warriors wielding massive axes, forcing their way to the city gates. Once the gates were breached, cavalry would swiftly surge forward to seize the city walls of Sand City. However, the unfolding battle took an unexpected turn. The armored chariots initially advanced smoothly to the city gates, yet the imperial soldiers, surprisingly, did not unleash a single arrow. Ding Dong gazed across the battlefield with growing unease, which was soon validated. As the armored chariots approached the city, and before the axe-wielding warriors could advance, the imperial troops unleashed a myriad of ceramic bottles filled with oil, drenching the chariots and sunlight shields thoroughly. Subsequently, flaming arrows rained down like a tempest. As the flames met the oil, a raging inferno erupted, transforming the area beneath the city into a sea of fire. Ding Dong was taken aback, hastily ordering the drums of retreat. The righteous army began a measured withdrawal. But it was too late. The armored chariots were soon reduced to molten metal, and the soldiers within were burned alive. The righteous army, thrown into chaos by the blaze, retreated in disarray, their formation shattered, and incidents of trampling ensued. Filled with regret, Ding Dong's eyes reddened as he descended from the high platform, shouting "General!" and charging forward on horseback with his blade drawn. At that moment, the imperial army erupted in jubilant cheers, pursuing the fleeing righteous troops, while simultaneously dispatching a contingent to extinguish the flames and salvage the armored chariots for transport into the city. Yet, unexpectedly, Ding Dong emerged, halting the tide of retreat and swiftly restoring order to the ranks. "Soldiers, follow me back into battle," Ding Dong bellowed, spurring his horse onward. Behind him, tens of thousands of troops raised their weapons in a resounding roar, their fighting spirit rekindled. The imperial army, initially in a position of advantage and engaged in clearing the battlefield, suddenly found themselves confronted by a vast, dark mass of troops surging back. At the forefront of this force, a general enveloped in a radiant blue light charged forth with a blade in hand, striking terror into the hearts of his adversaries, who, despite their fear, could not retreat and thus steeled themselves to meet the onslaught. Ding Dong was the first to plunge into the enemy ranks, slaying foes with divine fervor, embodying the spirit of 1,000 men, and effectively ripping a gaping hole in the imperial army's formation. Tens of thousands of valiant soldiers followed suit, shattering the imperial ranks, leaving severed heads and dismembered limbs to rain down from the sky. On the castle walls, Hu Ao, stroking his beard and reveling in the recent victory, envisioned seizing the ironclad war chariots and, combined with the valor of the imperial forces, forging an unstoppable army to dominate the world. Suddenly, a shift in the distant battle captured his attention. He ordered those below to hasten, urging them to push the iron chariots into the city and secure the gates. The imperial soldiers, realizing the urgency of the situation, abandoned their wait for the cooling of the chariots, hastily donning their armor and pushing the vehicles towards the city, disregarding the intense heat. Suddenly, from beneath the multitude of charred corpses outside the city, several severely burned soldiers from the allied forces erupted, engaging the imperial troops in fierce combat. These soldiers, hailing from scholarly backgrounds, had long admired Ding Dong, viewing him as the pride of their kind and vowing to emulate the martial prowess of a literary hero, dedicating themselves to the greater cause with fervent resolve. During this campaign, they had been assigned to the Sunlight Shield unit, as Wu Yuanqi wished to spare these talented individuals from harm. However, they had not anticipated the enemy's use of fire. Fortunately, the scholars could condense their life force into battle armor, which preserved their lives. The imperial forces were rendered dumbfounded and terrified, having never encountered such fearless warriors, nor those capable of fighting despite grievous injuries. Thus, when faced with these relentless foes, they were at a loss for how to respond. Seeing the chaos below and the allied forces rapidly closing in, Hu Ao, in a state of panic, shouted, "Forget about that wrecked chariot. Close the gates at once." A soldier rushed in with alarming news. "Deputy Commander, the gates are blocked by 2 iron chariots and cannot be shut." This report plunged Hu Ao into despair. Resentful and unwilling to accept defeat, he pounded his fists against the stone wall of the castle, shaking his head in anguish. It's over. At last, under Ding Dong's leadership, the allied forces surged back to the base of the Sand City. Ding Dong beheld several charred literary warriors valiantly defending the 2 iron chariots trapped at the gates, battling fiercely against their foes, his eyes brimming with tears. The warriors, upon seeing Ding Dong arrive, rejoiced and let out a triumphant cry, pushing themselves to continue the fight. Yet their strength and vitality had rapidly waned, and they were now on the brink of exhaustion. "Marshal, we have not brought shame upon you. We have not dishonored our kind," one soldier shouted, only to be decapitated by an imperial soldier who had stealthily climbed onto the chariot beside him. "No." Ding Dong cried out to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch as the glory they had fought for was trampled beneath the chaos of battle. "Kill." With a swift stroke, Ding Dong cleaved the imperial soldier who had just launched a surprise attack in two. Grasping the reins tightly, he urged his magnificent blue steed to rear up, releasing a resounding neigh to the heavens. Upon landing, the horse surged forward with incredible force, leaping over the ironclad war chariot ensnared at the city gate, and galloped into the sandy fortress alongside Ding Dong. The commander was the first to breach the city, invigorating the hearts of the thousands of righteous soldiers. Countless warriors fought valiantly, disregarding life and death, vowing to follow their general into the fray, streaming into the sandy fortress. Once inside, Ding Dong swiftly ascended the city walls. The imperial forces atop the battlements were engulfed in despair, knowing the fortress had fallen and their demise was imminent. They surged forward, encircling Ding Dong, desperate to fight to the last breath. "Stand aside." A thunderous roar pierced the air as Hu Ao parted the soldiers surrounding Ding Dong and approached him directly. He reflected on his earlier oversight, which had now manifested into such a calamity. Hu Ao scrutinized Ding Dong, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. Ding Dong, with his blade pointed at Hu Ao and a fierce expression etched on his visage, proclaimed loudly, "For the grievances of my family and country, today I demand blood for blood." Below the walls, Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing, having felled the surrounding enemies, anxiously searched for Ding Dong amidst the chaos. Yet he remained elusive. Suddenly, a soldier shouted from below, "The general has fallen into an ambush." Alarmed, the crowd gazed upward, and indeed, they saw Ding Dong surrounded by a throng of imperial soldiers. A formidable general clad in black leather armor stood before him, one hand wielding a bow and the other grasping a quiver, radiating menace. Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo had also arrived at the foot of the city and instantly recognized the identity of the man confronting Ding Dong, their hearts sinking. Zhang Jixing, noticing Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao beside him, urged, "You too, come with me to rescue Ding Dong. That is the imperial vice commander Hu Ao. He cannot contend with him." "Hu Ao, it truly is him. Father, I have come to avenge you," Luo Shuiqing cried out, abandoning her steed and scaling the walls to reach the battlements. As the crowd ascended the ramparts, Ding Dong was already engaged in combat with Hu Ao. Hu Ao's speed was astonishing, as swift as lightning. Despite Ding Dong's dazzling display with his great sword, he could not even graze the hem of Hu Ao's garments. Hu Ao, honored by the emperor as the world's foremost archer, wielded the devastating divine bow, capable of extending its range to unleash a flurry of arrows. His mastery of martial blood energy was relatively modest, having only achieved the 5th tier of swiftness. This was not due to a lack of potential for further advancement, but rather a commitment to perfecting his speed. Even when employing his martial blood energy, his speed would only see a modest increase. While he could elevate his own velocity by over 30 times, his strategy was clear: to swiftly create distance between himself and his adversary, exploiting his advantages against their weaknesses. As a volley of cold arrows whistled through the air, Ding Dong, compelled by circumstance, transitioned from offense to defense. However, his defensive capabilities were lacking, and he found himself in a precarious position against Hu Ao's relentless barrage. Several arrows narrowly missed him, sending cold sweat cascading down his brow. How can he be so formidable? Ding Dong mused, his spirit ignited by the challenge. Yet, despite his soaring resolve, It could not bridge the vast chasm of power that lay between him and Huao. You remain in this world as a spawn of misfortune. Your father met his demise at my hands. Now, I shall use this divine bow to reunite you with him. Huao sneered wickedly. Another cold arrow flew forth. And in his attempt to evade the previous projectile, Ding Dong inadvertently exposed his chest, teetering on the brink of being struck. Suddenly, a beam of white light surged forth, striking the arrow's shaft and allowing Ding Dong to narrowly escape calamity. Huao, taken aback, abruptly halted and glanced around, realizing he had been encircled. A frenzied scholar? A valiant warrior? And who were those two? Huao surveyed the four individuals surrounding him. I am Luo Shuiqing, daughter of Luo Cheng, and today, I demand blood for blood. With that, Luo Shuiqing brandished her slender sword and lunged at Huao. Huao let out a cold laugh, dismissively stating, "So? Yet another wretched spawn." As he spoke, he swiftly retreated, knocking an arrow aimed directly at Luo Shuiqing's face. Once more, a white light arrived just in time, diverting the speeding arrow. Huao, it is all over. The empire is destined for ruin. Your futile resistance is in vain, Tan Yomo proclaimed solemnly, drawing forth a 3-section staff from behind his waist. Do you truly believe that your pitiful band can vanquish me? Amidst 1,000 troops, I can traverse freely. You are but 5 insignificant wretches. What if the empire falls? I shall not perish, Huao retorted, releasing a flurry of arrows into the surroundings. The erratic barrage struck down several imperial soldiers atop the city walls, yet spared Ding Dong and his companions. Farewell. Huao laughed heartily as he leapt from the battlements, gracefully descending to the ground below. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as a colossal boulder transformed into a fiery projectile, forcefully colliding with Huao's body and creating a shocking crater in the wall. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the direction from which the boulder had come. Discovering not far away, Xiaojiu comfortably perched atop a firestone cannon, nonchalantly picking his nose. Noticing the crowd's attention upon him, Xiaojiu quickly wiped the sticky remnants on the cannon's surface, rising to his feet and bouncing while waving his hand, seemingly reveling in his accomplishment. At this moment, the rebel forces surged onto the battlements, forcing the imperial soldiers to kneel and surrender. Ding Dong, having relinquished his weapons, slowly approached the edge of the wall, gazing at the boulder embedded in it, observing the bloodstains that marred the surrounding stones. His shoulders trembled, and his eyes glistened with tears. Father, our family vendetta has finally been avenged. The empire is on the brink of collapse, and a new world is about to dawn. Father, Marshal Wu, can you see this? The victory at Sha City was unexpected, with Ding Dong leading the charge at a critical moment, rekindling morale and turning the tide of battle. However, such a triumph came at a devastating cost, leaving Ding Dong unable to feel joy. He descended from the battlements alone, indifferent to his surroundings. His thoughts in disarray as he exited the city gates and wandered to a secluded spot. Weakly, he sank to the ground. He retrieved the parcel left to him by Wu Yuanqi, clutching it to his chest, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. With trembling hands, Ding Dong opened the parcel. This was his first glimpse of Wu Yuanqi's belongings. Inside, he found several scrolls and a letter. Ding Dong unfolded the letter, tears streaming down her face. The words on the page appearing in a scrawl, almost indistinguishable. Ding Dong, are you all right? Luo Shuiqing arrived, concerned for her well-being. Wiping her tears, Ding Dong handed the letter to Luo Shuiqing and sobbed. This letter from Commander Wu is unclear to me. Could you please read it for me? Luo Shuiqing gazed at Ding Dong, who wept like a child, her own heart aching and her eyes glistening. She took the letter, sat beside Ding Dong, inhaled deeply, and gently began to read the contents aloud. Ding Dong, from the moment you were yet to be born, I have considered you my child. Over these years, I have watched you grow day by day, and I truly rejoice for Jinyu. You may think I am sometimes overly strict and demanding, but it is only because of my concern for you. After all, during the most crucial stages of your development, you have faced everything alone. I do not wish for you to stray from the right path or become a ruthless brute. Please believe that witnessing your burgeoning military talent, your numerous achievements, and your rising reputation brings me greater joy than anyone else, and I feel immense pride on behalf of your father. Yet, with each perilous situation you encounter, my heart tightens, and I find it hard to find peace. If anything were to happen to you, I would be unable to face Jinyu in the afterlife. Each time you emerge unscathed, it surprises me. Sometimes I cannot help but think that Jinyu must be watching over you from beyond. After my life concludes, I will transform into a spirit alongside Jinyu to protect you. Therefore, whatever you pursue, as long as it is righteous, embrace it boldly. For we will always be with you. After I depart, there are 3 matters that linger in my mind. Thus I entrust you with 3 requests. The first is regarding hunger. This child has grown under my protection since childhood, and she speaks little, keeping her feelings hidden. Hence, whether she is joyful or discontent, only she knows. She is delicate, yet inherently stubborn, and once she has set her mind on something, no one can alter it. Please take good care of her, for she is your betrothed, destined to accompany you in life. However, do not spoil her excessively. Too much indulgence may lead to a bad temper, and in the end, you would suffer the consequences. I too was overly indulgent with her mother in the past, so, well, you understand. As Luo Shuiqing read this part, her voice grew softer and her expression increasingly sorrowful. It dawned on her that he and Wu Zihang had been betrothed by their parents long ago. Ding Dong was taken aback upon hearing this. Luo Shuiqing trembled slightly, biting her lip, striving to suppress her tears. She thrust the letter back into Ding Dong's hands, rose hastily, and fled, covering her mouth. Ding Dong watched her retreating figure, reaching out in an attempt to call her back, yet ultimately no words escaped her lips. She gazed at Luo Shuiqing as she disappeared around the corner, feeling a deep sense of loss. With a sigh, Ding Dong unfolded the letter once more and continued to read. Next, my greatest concern lies with the dream I hold for the formation of formations. The reform of the rebel army's military system aims to one day implement a formation within a formation, capable of creating an impeccable and formidable array. Regrettably, I have yet to perfect this concept for military application. Given your exceptional talent, I believe you can achieve this, correct? Those scrolls contain all my insights regarding the study of formations, and perhaps they may inspire you. In the end, my greatest concern remains this world. The Empire's reign must inevitably come to an end, yet the specter of war will persist. It is apparent to any discerning eye that a confrontation between the rebel army and the allied forces is inevitable. This is a scenario we wish to avoid, but one we must face. Once we capture Sand City, the rebel army will advance directly into the imperial capital. I dare not speculate on the battle for the capital, but there are 2 crucial points you must remember regarding the survival of the rebel army. If the allied forces are the first to enter the capital, you must ensure that our troops remain stationed outside the city, seeking an opportunity to withdraw the rebel army south of Mount Tianyu without the allied forces noticing. From there, we must unify the southern cities and secure the critical strongholds of Beiqing, Jiuzi City, and Biechuan Pass. Conversely, if the rebel army is the first to enter the capital, it is imperative that the allied forces are not allowed to enter. You must, with minimal sacrifice, force the allied forces back to Beiqing. The unification of our lands will then be within reach. Donner, when the day comes that you must confront the conflict between righteousness and correctness, remember to make your choice with your truest heart. Be compassionate, yet not weak. Be decisive, yet not reckless. Be brave, yet not rash. Remember, there is so much more I wish to convey to you, but I know that would be too extravagant for me at this moment. Take good care of Hung. And above all, take care of yourself. Both Jin Yu and I will take pride in you, and even in the depths of the underworld, we shall find solace. Weiyuan Shi Ding Dong repeatedly read the letter until he had memorized it, folding it neatly before placing it close to his heart. He then unfurled the scrolls, scanning them before wrapping them in his satchel and tucking them into his robe. With a long exhale, he placed his hands behind him and gazed skyward. The clouds drifted gracefully across the heavens, and the sun shone brilliantly. In a moment of reverie, he imagined Weiyuan Shi waving goodbye to him before drifting farther away until he vanished from sight. General Wu, I will not let you down. Ding Dong wiped away his tears, revealing a determined visage. Half a month later, upon the rebel army's arrival in the vicinity of the imperial capital from Sand City, the allied forces had already breached the capital, reportedly encountering no substantial resistance from the imperial army. He led his troops into the royal inner city, aiming to capture the emperor alive and eliminate Prime Minister Wu, but they found nothing. From a palace maid, they learned that the emperor and Prime Minister Wu had long since fled with their families and loyal guards, their whereabouts unknown. When Ding Dong and the rebel army reached the capital, they found the city gates tightly shut, the ramparts adorned with the banners of the allied forces. The flames representing the union of the righteous and the allied forces had vanished. He quickly ordered the rebel army to retreat 50 miles southwest to establish a defensive position, simultaneously dispatching a messenger on horseback to Tiger City to deliver a confidential letter to the 8th Army strategist and acting commander, Xiao Lu. Upon receiving the letter, Xiao Lu promptly ordered the 8th Army to withdraw from Tiger City, traverse the Great Songlin Ridge, and return to Jiuzi City. As Ding Dong and the esteemed general speculated about the subsequent moves of the coalition army and deliberated on the next course of action for the righteous forces, A messenger from the coalition arrived at their encampment. The messenger, with an air of pride, extended an invitation from Commander Yi for all generals to attend a banquet in the imperial capital that night, to celebrate the fall of the empire and the dawn of a new world. Ding Dong, with a slight smile and disregarding the disapproving expressions of those around him, nodded and replied, "Please convey my gratitude to Commander Yi for his generous invitation. I shall certainly attend the banquet." Chapter 64. Return to the ancestral home. Your message has been delivered. I shall take my leave now, the messenger stated nonchalantly to Ding Dong. Someone, please escort this esteemed messenger, Ding Dong instructed those nearby. No need. The messenger waved his hand dismissively, mounted his horse, and rode away. Brat, you can't possibly be thinking of going, can you? It's obvious that the coalition harbors ill intentions, Ma Yuxing anxiously remarked, watching the messenger depart. Some matters must be confronted. Ding Dong replied, turning without looking back. Inform all officers of the rank of regiment commander and above to convene in the central tent in half an hour. Ma Yuxing stood in a daze, murmuring, why does it feel like this brat is becoming increasingly peculiar? Su Zhen patted Ma Yuxing's shoulder and smiled at his puzzled expression, saying, in truth, it seems that Ding Dong has finally matured. Tang Tianyu, standing nearby, scratched his head, shrugged, and silently departed. Half an hour later, all senior officers of the righteous forces gathered in the central tent for an urgent meeting to discuss each decisive step that would determine the fate of their cause. This is the situation. If there are no questions, you may proceed with your arrangements, Ding Dong said, rising with a grave expression. The officers exchanged glances, none making a move to leave. Suddenly, Ma Yuxing stood up abruptly, glaring at Ding Dong with anger. Brat, don't think that just because you've become a so-called commander, it means anything. You must understand that it is us old fellows who have elevated you to this position. Now, when faced with such an ostentatious matter, do you intend to take it all for yourself? Not a chance. Let me be clear. Either we all go together, or none of us will go at all. A profound silence enveloped the tent as everyone stared at Ma Yuxing, bewildered. Soon, the attendees grasped Ma Yuxing's true intent, and a clamor erupted as they clamored to accompany Ding Dong to the banquet. Ding Dong allowed the elders to bicker, remaining silent. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly rose, stepping to the center of the tent, where he knelt before the assembled generals. The atmosphere grew still. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as all eyes focused on the kneeling Ding Dong. Esteemed elders, for all these years, I have cherished the kindness you have shown me, and I shall not forget it. Now that I find myself in this position, I must undertake the responsibilities that lie before me. Whether in life or death, I cannot flee or hide. I must confront it all, for the sake of our tens of thousands of brothers, for the new world, and for the people of this realm. The strategist spoke wisely. You have indeed matured. Ma Yuxing is now teeming with sorrow. I shall accompany you. Suddenly, the tent's entrance flapped open, and Luo Shuiqing stepped inside. I apologize for my tardiness, esteemed elders, she said, bowing respectfully. Since the fall of Shaqing, Luo Shuiqing had been perusing Wu Yuanqi's posthumous letter and learned of the betrothal between Ding Dong and Wu Ziheng. Consequently, she had been evading contact with Ding Dong, even excusing herself from several military meetings due to ill health. Ding Dong had sought her out on multiple occasions, but she had consistently turned him away. Given the precarious situation of the rebel forces, Ding Dong felt compelled to set aside personal matters. He never anticipated that Luo Shuiqing would appear at such a moment. Making such a decision, he glanced at her and found her gaze fixed upon him as well. Luo Shuiqing's eyes were slightly swollen, her complexion a shade pallid, and weariness etched on her features. She offered Ding Dong a faint smile, as if liberated from the shackles of her heart. Ding Dong understood that Luo Shuiqing was not merely seeking to join him for a feast, but rather to share in the trials of life and death. With a lump in his throat, he found himself unable to articulate a response. Just then, Gu Kebiao rose, his voice resonating like thunder. I must go as well. Following him, the robust Cheng Dasho stood up, his eyes wide as he declared, I shall join too. It has been ages since I feasted heartily and drank deeply. I will go. Me too. The young commanders within the tent rose in unison. Meanwhile, just 50 li from the imperial capital, chaos erupted among the high-ranking officers of the rebel camp. At that moment, Xiao Lu was galloping towards them on a swift steed, cursing Ding Dong for having absconded with his prized horse, leaving him no choice but to traverse the land. Upon the arrival of the evacuation order at Huqing, the 8th Army stationed there had dwindled to only 2 commanding officers secretly orchestrating the retreat. Xiao Lu had set off for the Shaqing front line 10 days prior. The journey from Huqing to the Shaqing front line required traversing the Great Pine Ridge, a path fraught with twists and turns, steep mountains, wide waterways, and swarming insects. Leading his horse, Xiao Lu had been cursing Ding Dong for the 9,000th time when he finally emerged from the Great Pine Ridge, only to find himself disoriented. After wandering for half a day, he spotted a village in the distance. Just as he donned a human skin mask to inquire about the rebels' movements, he suddenly heard the thunderous sound of galloping hooves and marching feet. Peering from the shadows, Xiao Lu discerned soldiers clad in uniform leather armor adorned with flame motifs, the unmistakable garb of the rebel forces. Promptly, he urged his horse forward, guided by others. Xiao Lu soon encountered Tan Yomo, and through a private conversation, he learned of the recent events that had transpired. Xiao Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lamented, "Sixth brother, it truly is you." Just then, Xiao Jiu descended from the sky atop a swift steed. "You have arrived as well?" Xiao Lu exclaimed joyfully. "And with a steed? Splendid. Come, accompany me to a place." "Where?" Xiao Jiu inquired, brimming with enthusiasm. "The imperial capital," Xiao Lu replied, raising a finger, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "On the final night of the empire, the imperial capital has changed hands, and the throne has been usurped. He occupies the emperor's seat in the majestic Qiankuan palace, his hands resting upon the armrests adorned with agate, pearls, and jewels, eyes closed in contemplation. Though his exterior appears tranquil, a tempest brews within him. This coveted position, desired by ambitious souls across the realm, now lies beneath Yi's dominion." A faint, cold smile graces his lips as he endeavors to compose himself, envisaging the morrow when he will announce the dawn of a new world after eliminating the pig-headed officers led by Ding Dong. Yet he remains torn, unable to decide whether to establish a new dynasty and crown himself king, or to adhere to the principles of the Yi society, emulating the rebel system to form a council, wielding power as its esteemed leader. No, the title of chairman seems too mundane and fails to convey his stature. What shall it be? Zun Tong, a fitting designation, signifying my supremacy and the unification of the realm. "Commander Yi, the leaders of the rebel forces have entered the capital," comes the report from a messenger. Yi exhales deeply, opening his eyes and rising to survey the messenger kneeling on the steps below, his heart racing at the opulence surrounding him. "How many have arrived? How many soldiers accompany them?" His voice trembles with excitement. "Report, Commander. For senior leaders of the rebel forces have come, with no others." "4?" Yi furrows his brow. In his plans, he had anticipated an army of thousands entering the city. Curiosity had not crossed his mind, as he had laid an elaborate trap, dreaming of ensnaring all who approached. However, the arrival of only 4 individuals, sans troops, perplexes him, leaving him to ponder the rebels' intentions. "Who are they?" he inquires. "The rebel commander Ding Dong, General Gu Kebiao of the First Army, Commander Luo Shuiqing of the First Army's formation, and Commander Cheng Das-ho of the Second Army," the messenger replies. Yi nods in satisfaction, musing to himself, "The youthful leaders of the rebellion have come, while the elder statesmen are conspicuously absent, leaving him to wonder about their designs." A cold chuckle escapes him as he thinks, "Since you have come, Ding Dong, I shall spare you for now, allowing you to witness the devastation of your tens of thousands outside the city, driving you to madness. Summon all senior commanders here. I require an urgent military deployment." Yi flicks his sleeve, exuding the aura of an emperor. The imperial capital, the seat of the sovereign, renders all words of praise feeble in its presence. If one were to choose a descriptor, it would be opulence. The capital is divided into an inner city and an outer city, each occupying half of its expanse. The outer city serves as the residence for imperial officials, while the inner city is reserved solely for the emperor and a select few high-ranking nobles. At this moment, the outer city is in chaos. Rebel forces swarm through the former residences of imperial officials, pillaging with impunity, from high-ranking officers to common soldiers. Each bears their spoils with pride. Even so, should they encounter any dissatisfaction, they unleash brutality, more ferocious than bandits. Ding Dong and his 3 companions navigate the tumultuous streets, their anger palpable. In contrast to his former self, Ding Dong would have been consumed by rage at such a sight, mercilessly dealing with those who displayed gluttony. However, at this moment, he had matured significantly. He merely sighed softly, lowered his head, and walked on, deaf to the tumult around him. The once exalted man now found himself more wretched than a mere prisoner, a reality that evoked profound sympathy. Under the guidance of the soldiers, Ding Dong and his companions entered the inner city, where opulence reigned. Palatial structures and marble pathways lined with enchanting flora greeted their eyes. "The 4 generals may rest here for a moment. Later, we shall proceed to the 100 Feast Hall for the celebratory banquet," a soldier announced. Ding Dong lifted his gaze to the facade of the building before him, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Upon glimpsing the three characters inscribed on the plaque above, he was seized by a sudden tremor. The Minister of Culture's residence, Gu Kebiao exclaimed, astonished as he read the words aloud. Ding Dong pressed his lips together, squinting as he inhaled deeply, murmuring, "Father, I have finally returned home." Following the assassination of Ding Jinyu, the position of Minister of Culture had been usurped by an unknown individual, a mere puppet under the control of the military minister, devoid of any real authority. At that moment, the pitiful Minister of Culture and his family were being coerced out of the residence by several soldiers, their heads hanging low, covered in dust, utterly disheveled, with not a hint of the dignity expected of the empire's Minister of Culture. Emperor Dalmawen, a soldier, recognized Ding Dong's identity, unable to suppress an exclamation that heightened the tension among the surrounding troops. Ding Dong nodded to those around him, remaining silent as he led the other three into the minister's residence with purposeful strides. A decade had passed. The minister's residence had transformed beyond recognition. As Ding Dong's hand brushed against the bricks and tiles, the familiar texture felt foreign, and he trembled slightly, struggling to hold back tears. Luo Shuiqing followed silently behind him, her eyes slightly reddened, fingers trembling, yet she offered no words of comfort or gestures of solace. As they traversed room after room, an overwhelming tide of memories surged within Ding Dong, suffocating him. Several officers from the military, engrossed in pillaging valuables within the house, disregarded Ding Dong entirely, their faces alight with greedy smiles as they continued their looting. Ding Dong could only manage a bitter smile, making no other move. Outside the minister's residence, a young soldier, puzzled, inquired of an elder soldier, "Why is Emperor Dalmawen here? Aren't the rebel forces stationed outside the city?" The elder soldier chuckled coldly, smirking. "Emperor Dalmawen, he'll soon meet his fate, and those so-called rebels will likely not see the dawn of tomorrow." "What do you mean?" The young soldier pressed anxiously. The elder soldier merely laughed maniacally, mimicking the action of a blade across his neck. Chapter 65. The Banquet of Death. A tempest arises, clouds soar. The tides of fate shift like the winds, transforming the world in an instant. Who could have foreseen that the empire, unified for merely a few years, would crumble in a heartbeat? The united forces of justice ignited a conflagration that engulfed the realm. What lay ahead for this empire, rebirth through the flames or a descent into chaos, remains an enigma. Regardless of Ding Dong or Yi, irrespective of the righteous army or the harmonious forces, they are merely pawns on the grand chessboard of the realm, manipulated by the unseen hand of fate on one side and the will of the people on the other. The divine order often wreaks havoc, while the simple-hearted populace will inevitably rise in righteous fury. Who can discern the weak from the strong? Before the grand banquet, Yi bathed, surrounded by fragrant incense and don new attire. Hundreds of loyal soldiers, clad in golden armor, stood resolutely on either side of his path. Yi, astonishingly, orchestrated a spectacle reminiscent of past emperors. This stirred great excitement among the harmonious forces, who yearned for their leader to ascend the throne, envisioning themselves as founding heroes, destined for titles and the protection of future generations. Wang Ruoyu was placed under house arrest by Yi, for she was deeply discontented with his demeanor, persistently advising him to adhere to the principles of the righteous harmony society, to punish the transgressions of the harmonious forces, and to ensure equality among all people. Ignoring her counsel, Yi remained indifferent, prompting her to contemplate a military insurrection, a plan thwarted when Yi discovered her intentions in time, confining her to the inner palace of the 100 Birds and Phoenix Hall. "Tomorrow, we shall wed. I will be the new emperor, and you shall be the mother of the nation, a paragon for all," were Yi's final words to Wang Ruoyu. Yi had ultimately resolved to claim the title of the new emperor. Kneeling alone in the desolate palace, Wang Ruoyu, her tears dampening her garments, realized that Yi and the harmonious forces had succumbed to the intoxication of desire and victory, straying further from the ideals of the righteous harmony society, destined to fade into obscurity. "No, I cannot allow this to transpire." Wiping her tears, Wang Ruoyu resolutely rose, seeking an opportunity to escape. In her haste, she accidentally knocked over an incense burner on the golden table, scattering ashes across the floor. With a series of sharp clicks, the golden table rotated half a turn, revealing a dark stone staircase leading downwards. Wang Ruoyu pressed her hand to her chest, bit her lip, and with a determined stomp, she slipped into the secret passage. Behind her, as the clicks echoed once more, the golden table returned to its original position. Emerging from the Nine-Dragon Hall, Yi dismissed everyone around him and strolled alone to the back garden, circling to a rockery. He groped along its surface until he located a smooth protrusion. Pressing it gently, a cluster of stones sank into the ground, unveiling a hidden passage, illuminated by the faint glow of candlelight. Suddenly, a chill emanated from within, and a sword adorned with a dragon motif emerged, its tip halting just an inch from Ihi's chest. Ihi was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, "Father, it is I. Please allow me to enter." The dragon's sword was retracted, and a voice belonging to the martial minister echoed from within. Meanwhile, Ding Dong and his 3 companions, their expressions grave, hastened towards the 100 dishes hall for the banquet. Outside the hall, crimson lanterns hung high, and the imperial procession of yesteryear was lined up half a mile away, with a 1,000-strong orchestra playing jubilant melodies behind them. The marshal of the righteous army, the sword and horse literary emperor Ding Dong, has arrived. A young eunuch, spotting the travel-worn quartet from afar, shouted at the top of his lungs. The procession collectively proclaimed, "We welcome the sword and horse literary emperor." Their shouts drowned out the 1,000-strong orchestra, shaking the very heavens and earth. What could this signify? Gu Kebiao felt a surge of anger as he discerned the mocking undertone behind the title of the knife and horse literature emperor in such a context. Ding Dong gestured for him to maintain his composure, offering a subtle smile that suggested he was unaffected. The 4 ascended the steps into the 100 Delicacies Hall of the imperial capital, their hearts inexplicably stirred. This was the venue where emperors once celebrated their loyal subjects, as well as a place where former military ministers had feigned banquets to seek reasons for eliminating opponents. In the past, officials of the empire who entered the 100 Delicacies Hall often emerged as high-ranking military or civil officials, while the majority met their demise at the banquet, their bodies severed from their heads. These imperial scandals were tales Ding Dong had heard in his youth, yet Gu Kebiao and his companions had never been privy to them. Inside the 100 Delicacies Hall, the atmosphere was festooned with decorations, exuding a festive cheer. The grand hall featured a massive silver round table adorned with an array of appetizers and several bottles of royal wine. In the center, dozens of elegantly dressed dancers knelt with bowed heads, trembling, accompanied by a 15-member folk music ensemble. On either side stood golden-armored warriors, their eyes fixed ahead, exuding an aura of formidable menace. At the most esteemed position on the table sat Ihi, draped in a golden robe and adorned with a noble coiffure, smiling down at Ding Dong and his companions without rising to greet them. Apart from him, no one else occupied the table. Upon witnessing this, Ding Dong felt a chill run down his spine as he began to surmise the reason for the absence of the military officers. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief for the wise decision he had made in advance. Ding Dong waved a hand towards Ihi with a slight smile as he took a seat directly opposite him. "Is it fitting for Commander Ding to occupy this position? According to the customs of imperial banquets, this seat is the lowest in rank," Ihi suggested, pointing to the position on his right. Ding Dong waved his hand and replied with a laugh, "The empire has fallen. The deceitful constraints of the empire should be cast aside. In the eyes of our righteous army, your exalted position holds no more significance than my so-called lowly seat. We should be regarded as equals." Ihi's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal, and he responded with a smile. "Commander Ding makes a compelling argument. I stand corrected." With that, he snapped his fingers and announced, "Let the banquet commence." Just as Gu Kebiao settled beside Ding Dong, the words "let the banquet commence" prompted him to rise. Furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What about Ruyu and the others? A celebratory feast should not consist solely of us." Ihi shot a glare at Gu Kebiao before turning to Ding Dong with a smile. "I apologize. As you can see, the army is currently in disarray, so I have sent those generals to restore order. As for General Wang, she is unwell and resting, thus unable to attend the banquet. I hope you understand. What has happened to Ruyu?" Gu Kebiao pressed urgently, but was swiftly silenced by a sharp stomp from Luo Shuiqing. Turning to her, he met her reproachful gaze and promptly composed himself, returning to his seat with a frown. "My apologies, everyone. I have arrived late." Suddenly, a man hurriedly arrived, offering a nod and a smile of apology to Ding Dong and the others before taking a seat beside Ihi. Ding Dong found the newcomer strikingly familiar and, after a moment of contemplation, recalled that this was indeed Wang Zixian, the father of Wang Ruoyou. It had been many years since they last met, and he had not heard any news about him. Subconsciously, Ding Dong had assumed that Wang Zixian had perished in the turmoil of war or was living a quiet life in retirement. Thus, he was taken aback to see him at this gathering. Ihi stood and acknowledged Wang Zixian with a nod, only sitting down after the latter had taken his seat. With a smile, he introduced to Ding Dong and the others, "This is Wang Ruoyou's father, who once served as the head of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Spring City during the Empire. I believe you may be somewhat familiar with him. He is our vice president of the council. Initially, President Tang Zhizhong intended to join us, but he was held up by an urgent matter in Beijing. Unbeknownst to Ding Dong, who was unaware of the schemes Wang Zixian had orchestrated against him years prior. He held no ill feelings toward the man who had once rescued him from imprisonment. As they spoke, delectable dishes were served, and several former imperial palace maids timidly stood behind each guest, pouring wine for everyone. Yi rose and proclaimed loudly, "Let us raise our first glass in honor of the martyrs of the Iha Association." With that, he splashed the wine onto the ground. The second glass is dedicated to those soldiers who sacrificed themselves for the new world. It is their blood and lives that have secured the victory of the Iha allied forces today. And the third glass is for the generals present at this table and those who could not attend due to various circumstances. Hearing this, Ding Dong and the others promptly stood and raised their glasses, then tilted their heads back to drink. They were not concerned about poison in the food or wine, as the banquet table and utensils at the 100 Dishes Hall were crafted entirely of pure silver, which would blacken upon contact with poison. After finishing his drink, Yi laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The foolish and tyrannical emperor of the empire truly knows how to indulge. You may not be aware, but this silver banquet table and all the silver utensils are maintained by nearly 100 people, with a city-level official inspecting the shine of the silver daily. Should there be any dirt or dullness, 100 heads will roll." Ding Dong glanced down at the banquet table and noticed it had lost some of its previous luster. He jestingly remarked, "It seems this table has begun to fade in brightness. If the emperor were here, would he not order an immediate execution?" Yi's expression suddenly darkened. He rose, sternly asserting, "Did the golden armored army hear that? Commander Jin demands punishment for those remnants of the empire who lack vision. Why is it not being executed immediately?" Dozens of golden armored warriors stepped forward to carry out the order, dragging forth a multitude of laborers who cried out in despair. Without further ado, they executed those individuals right there in the hall. Headless corpses collapsed to the ground, and severed heads rolled about, while blood flowed like a river across the floor. Ding Dong's expression darkened immediately upon witnessing the scene. He had not yet reacted when he noticed Gu Kebiao beside him lifting his leg to mount the table, glaring and puffing up, ready to confront Yi. Ding Dong caught a glimpse of an unsettling smile fleeting across Yi's lips and thought, "This is not good," swiftly restraining Gu Kebiao alongside Cheng Daso. The esteemed General Gu was always so eager. There was no need to climb onto the table just to toast Commander Yi. I am profoundly grateful for Yi Shuai's perceptive words, which resonate here in the same manner. As Ding Dong spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Gu Kebiao and thrust a full cup of wine into his hands. Gu Kebiao, not lacking in insight, though impulsive, had matured significantly compared to his former self. He suppressed his fury, raised the cup with a forceful salute, spilling half of its contents before swallowing the remainder in one gulp. Yi remarked with a cold laugh, "Isn't that incorrect? It appears that General Gu seeks a different expression of sentiment. Indeed, one cup is insufficient." Gu Kebiao exhaled deeply, subsequently downing 5 more cups in rapid succession. Yi squinted at Gu Kebiao for a moment, then turned his gaze to Ding Dong, pondering silently. Is this truly Ding Dong? At this awkward juncture, Wang Zixian rose, feigning a conciliatory tone, Come, let us enjoy some music and dance." With that, he snapped his fingers and gestured toward a distant musician. Upon hearing Wang Zixian's words, the musician shuddered, trembling as he led his fellow musicians and dancers to bow before Yi and the others. The empire had already crumbled. Tomorrow heralds a glorious new world. Why, at this moment, do we still adhere to the antiquated rituals of the fallen empire? Yi's voice grew increasingly frigid. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Ding Dong hurriedly interrupted with a smile. Indeed, upon the establishment of the new nation tomorrow, all those outdated customs should be abolished. These individuals, they must be court musicians and dancers, right? How delightful. We too can indulge as emperors once did. Hearing Ding Dong's words, Yi found it difficult to issue a command for bloodshed and could only let out a cold snort, his voice heavy with gloom. Then hastened to perform for General Ding. "Ensure your performance is exemplary." He enunciated the last 4 words with palpable intensity, as though they were forced through clenched teeth. The musicians hastily stood, timidly retreating to their instruments, while the dancers hurriedly took small, anxious steps to the center of the hall. At this moment, the hall was still littered with heads and headless corpses, the ground stained with unclean blood that had yet to be cleared. The dancers stood in the blood, seemingly entranced, their bodies trembling violently, not one daring to open their eyes. Ding Dong caught a glimpse of Yi, he preparing to speak, and quickly interjected, "Let us commence." The musicians promptly began to play, the notes from the guzheng, pipa, and flute quivering in the air. Due to overwhelming tension, numerous musical passages faltered, straying off-key. However, for most, including He, who possessed little knowledge of music, it was merely a source of commotion, and they paid it little heed. The dancers began to sway gracefully to the melody. Their skirts and shoes stained a dark crimson, and they risked tripping over the heads scattered across the floor. This scene would become a haunting nightmare, lingering in their minds for the rest of their lives. Seemingly bored, or perhaps with other considerations, He ceased to focus on the performance of the musicians and dancers, instead engaging in conversation with Ding Dong while partaking in the food and drink. As General Ding has mentioned, tomorrow marks the official arrival of the new world, as well as the establishment of a new nation. I wonder what thoughts your righteous army holds regarding this. He casually inquired. However, Ding Dong was acutely aware that He's inquiry concealed a perilous intent. He swallowed the delectable morsel in his mouth and nonchalantly remarked, "It is possible that Commander He does not fully comprehend the circumstances surrounding our righteous army. You see, our governance prioritizes civil affairs over military authority. Both urban and rural matters, as well as the military, are directly managed by the council. I have merely been elevated to this position by Councillor Zhang and Commander Wu, possessing the authority to lead troops, but lacking the power to mobilize them. In the military, it is as such. One can only ponder what insights I might have regarding national governance." His words rang true. Although the senior officers of the righteous army constituted a significant faction within the council, their experience far surpassed Ding Dong's, who had always received their support. In terms of genuine civil governance and martial prowess, Ding Dong held only the right to propose, devoid of final decision-making authority. "Oh," he was taken aback, inquiring, "Are you, as the highest military leader of the righteous army, devoid of real military power? Do you not even grasp the council's policies and strategies?" Ding Dong was indeed aware, yet he understood that revealing this truth would spell his doom. Thus, he feigned ignorance, yawning and acting obliviously. "I am disinterested in such matters. I only concern myself with warfare. The council handles everything else, so there is no need for me to fret." He furrowed his brow, his gaze fixated on Ding Dong, seemingly attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Yet, Ding Dong continued to devour meat and drink heartily, resembling a mindless brute. He recalled Ding Dong's demeanor in Haiqing, and the calmness and maturity he exhibited in the face of his own brutality, leading him to ponder, is this truly an act of ignorance? Rather, let us share our thoughts from our side and invite your opinions. He picked up a damp handkerchief, wiping his mouth and hands clean, and proceeded, "First and foremost, we must bridge the divide between the north and south. It is well known that the southern and northern regions are separated by the Heavenly Fury Mountains. Apart from the eastern sea route, Juqi City, and Bichun Pass, there are no other connections. This has resulted in a lack of material exchange, failing to meet the resource demands of the populace. Therefore, the most effective means to stabilize the citizenry is to breach the chasm created by the Heavenly Fury Mountains and establish extensive trade routes, capable of accommodating a substantial flow of caravans. Secondly, we must vigorously develop rural towns, narrowing the economic disparity between them and the major cities. Beyond the economies of the 10 major cities, we should cultivate additional economic entities. Thirdly, there should be a robust advancement in education. During the imperial era, education was a luxury reserved for the elite. In this new world advocating equality, it is imperative that education permeates the common populace. Thus, establishing educational institutions is of utmost necessity. Fourthly, we must establish a system. The imperial system is an antiquated construct, a consensus among us members of the Righteous Harmony Society. However, the true commoners cannot immediately embrace a parliamentary system, as they still harbor a strong dependency on the imperial structure. Therefore, I propose maintaining the imperial system for the time being and electing capable individuals who genuinely care for the people to assume the role of a new emperor. Ding Dong found He's various ideas profoundly reasonable and could not help but nod in agreement, which took He by surprise. In a moment of probing, He inquired of Ding Dong, "Is there a suitable candidate for the new emperor among your righteous army? I believe you would be quite fitting. You are a true hero who has emerged from this chaotic world, and your reputation is exceedingly high. Thus, you would be an ideal choice for the new emperor." As He spoke, he meticulously observed every nuance of Ding Dong's demeanor and the subtleties of his expressions. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden tempest of thunder and lightning erupted outside, accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous booms. Ding Dong, holding a cup of wine, trembled at the sound, spilling a considerable amount of his drink. "Goodness, That thunder is exceedingly ferocious. It startled me. Ding Dong exclaimed, slamming down his cup in a fit of anger. He, taken aback, could not help but ask, General Ding, after commanding the battlefield for so many years with unparalleled courage, how could you be frightened by mere thunder? Ding Dong's heart raced fiercely. He took a hearty gulp of wine to steady his nerves, neglecting to respond to Yihee's query. A sense of confusion crept into Yihee's mind. Today's Ding Dong's demeanor starkly contrasted with his previous persona, timid and lacking in insight. Was the man before him an impostor masquerading as Ding Dong? Furthermore, as the supreme commander of the current righteous army, he must be aware of the perils surrounding this banquet. It was rather illogical for him to attend with only 3 companions. Yihee scrutinized Ding Dong, increasingly convinced that the person before him was not the genuine article. Eat, drink. Why is everyone lost in thought? Ding Dong interrupted. Your previous assertions were quite sensible. However, I believe you would be the most suitable candidate for the new emperor, not I. I am but a simple man, skilled in combat, yet utterly incompetent in governance. This statement further fueled Yihee's suspicions. Given Ding Dong's former character, he would never have suggested himself as the new emperor first. He would have selflessly nominated someone from the ranks of the righteous army. Moreover, Gu Kebiao, Luo Shuiqing, and that burly fellow, who resembled a monkey, seemed utterly indifferent to Ding Dong's remarks, treating them with complete disregard. As the thunder rumbled on and the lightning flashed relentlessly, the 6 individuals continued to ignore the festivities around them. After a while, Ding Dong slumped over the table, inebriated and fast asleep. It is undoubtedly an impostor. He concluded within himself. Let us bring this celebratory banquet to a close for today. Someone, please escort the 4 righteous army leaders to rest. Rising, He offered a final toast, his expression darkening, and with Wang Zixian's company, he retreated to a secluded area of the royal garden. Wang, do you find today's Ding Dong rather peculiar? He seems to have transformed into an entirely different person. Do you think he could be an impersonator? He whispered to Wang Zixian. I, too, sense something amiss. Your words have indeed reminded me. He does not resemble the true Ding Dong at all. From what I know, Ding Dong is quite impulsive and acts on emotion. The man at the table today, apart from his appearance, bears no resemblance to the image I hold of him, Wang Zixian replied. Regardless of whether he is genuine or not. Once Hu Liqiang and the others return from vanquishing the righteous army, even if this is the real Ding Dong, we shall have nothing to fear. As long as the rebel forces are vanquished, our military shall undoubtedly achieve a seamless unification of the realm, leaving no rival power capable of contesting our supremacy. Hu Liqiang returned late, and among the soldiers he led back, none were injured, though they were weary. In a fit of frustration, he sought out Yihee and reported, Yihee, those rascals from the rebel army have vanished without a trace. Outside, the rebel encampment was eerily deserted, with only a few straw men impersonating sentinels. This is dire. Yihee's mind raced, sensing the gravity of the situation, and he hastily summoned men to apprehend Ding Dong. Meanwhile, the interior of the Wenxiang residence was also devoid of life, not a soul in sight. Concurrently, those dispatched by Yihee to track Ding Dong reappeared, all offering apologies to Yihee for losing sight of their target. After leaving Beishantang, Ding Dong and his companions navigated the chaotic outer city of the imperial capital, effortlessly shaking off their pursuers. In a shadowy alley, Ding Dong addressed Luo Shuiqing and the others, saying, Yihee is suspicious but not foolish. I believe a city-wide manhunt will ensue shortly, placing us in a precarious situation. If it comes to it, we shall fight to the bitter end. Gu Kebiao clenched his fists. Indeed, Cheng Dasho whispered, we might as well confront them head-on. No, we absolutely cannot act recklessly, Luo Shuiqing urged. Let us take it one step at a time. What is destined to be will be. Ding Dong gazed skyward, where clouds crackled with lightning, obscuring the stars and moon. Could this weather be an omen of impending misfortune? Just as Ding Dong anticipated, upon receiving word of the rebel army's escape, he commenced a citywide hunt for Ding Dong and his companions, demanding they be brought back alive or dead. Amidst the turmoil of the military searching for Ding Dong, Xiao Lu and Xiao Jiao, under the cover of night, stealthily landed on the rooftop of a building within the imperial capital, riding on a swift steed. Brother Jiao, when will you reveal the contents of that large wooden crate you insisted on bringing along? Xiao Jiao carried a cumbersome wooden box, nearly as tall as himself, which had hung beneath the steed throughout their journey. Glancing at the sky, Xiao Jiao chuckled softly. Brother Lu, I promise to show you something truly entertaining shortly. He patted the side of the large crate, declaring, what's inside is sure to set this imperial capital ablaze, leaving it charred and tender. Chapter 67. The new emperor's heavenly mandate, Xiao Jiu, opened the crate, unveiling his creations to Xiao Lu. Inside lay numerous metal discs, each with a red dot slightly recessed at its center. What is this? Xiao Lu reached out for one, only to be halted by Xiao Jiu. Brother, do not touch that. This is Tianlei Jiang, named by Zhang Jixing. How about that for a name, eh? Is that so? Let me see. Xiao Lu, seizing the moment, swiftly grasped the Tianlei Jiang from the box and began to toy with it, pressing the red dot at its center with his thumb. Xiao Jiu broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "Quick, throw it away." Xiao Lu felt an inexplicable sense of bewilderment when suddenly he found his hands empty. The heavenly thunder was snatched away by Xiao Jiu, who then hurled it far into the distance. Dark clouds roiled above, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. In an instant, a bolt descended from the heavens, striking the heavenly thunder and igniting a brilliant spark. The soldiers in the city were left dumbfounded by this spectacle, lifting their gazes in astonishment. Xiao Lu and Xiao Jiu quickly crouched on the rooftop, seeking refuge in the cloak of night. Reflecting on the recent events, Xiao Lu could not shake off a wave of dread, his back dampened by cold sweat. He whispered to Xiao Jiu, "Brother Jiu, what exactly is this heavenly thunder? It's utterly terrifying. This device can summon lightning during stormy weather." Xiao Jiu replied proudly, "I originally created it for the siege of Sha City, intending to use it for attacking. However, it was taken by Zhang Jixing to deceive the masses, orchestrating a ruse involving the thunder god bestowing a military command to Daemon Huang. At last, it is being employed for a legitimate purpose." Xiao Lu gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly remarkable." The heavenly thunder fell upon the imperial city, leaving the soldiers in shock and startling Ding Dong and the others. Luo Shuiqing soon regained her composure, expressing wistfully, "If only more of such thunder would fall, we could escape amidst the chaos." Alas, such a possibility is but a dream. Before she could finish her thought, a series of thunderbolts rained down upon the imperial city, wreaking havoc upon its structures and vegetation. Several bolts even struck within the crowd, incinerating many soldiers into charred remains. "Heaven is aiding us," Ding Dong exclaimed in delight, leading the other three as they hurriedly sought refuge in the shadows, aiming for the western gate of the city. The southern gate was undoubtedly heavily guarded, so Ding Dong opted for the western entrance as a secondary choice. The thunder continued to crash down, showing no sign of abating, and indeed fell in a relentless torrent. It was just as Xiao Jiu had said, striking with a crispy exterior while remaining tender within. He stood at the entrance of the Qian Kuan Hall, gazing at the incessant strikes of lightning in the city, filled with trepidation. He believed this was a manifestation of divine wrath against the righteous army. Contemplating the army's tribulations since its inception, he felt a surge of indignation replace his fear. He pointed angrily at the sky, shouting, "You blind and ignorant deity, sheltering those insignificant bandits, constantly opposing me. Do you wish to annihilate my army? Do you seek my demise? Then strike me. Strike me." Despite Ehe's furious curses directed at the heavens, no lightning descended upon the inner city, while the outer city lay in ruins, charred and ablaze. In a narrow alley near the western gate of the outer city, Ding Dong peered out, observing the densely packed throng beneath the city gate, nervously clutching their weapons, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed skyward, a cacophony of noise erupting around them. "Let us charge." Wu Kebiao clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. "That's impossible." Ding Dong frowned and waved his hand. "The gate is shut, and it is blocked by so many people. To charge in this manner would be tantamount to courting death. What then shall we do?" Ding Dong shook his head, his brow furrowing deeper. He too found himself at a loss for a solution. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and a slight smile suddenly graced his lips. Placing his hand on Luo Shuiqing's shoulder, he leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Take good care of yourself from now on." After saying this, he attempted to rush out, only to be pulled back by a large, furry hand. "What are you doing? Let go." At that moment, Ding Dong felt a sudden blur before his eyes as a figure dashed past him. It was Cheng Dasho, who had already sprinted towards the soldiers gathered at the west gate. Meanwhile, something flew down from the sky, catching Ding Dong's attention. Judging by its silhouette, it was a magnificent steed. "Finally, I found you." Ding Dong's heart soared with joy upon recognizing the voice of Xiao Lu. Just as he pondered this, a shadow leaped off the steed and landed directly amidst the crowd of soldiers. A thunderous crash echoed as Ding Dong heard a tremendous sound. A bolt of lightning struck the soldiers, electrocuting and injuring dozens. Cheng Dasho, still not far from the scene, was startled by the thunder and fell to the ground. "Charge! Everyone attack!" At that moment, Ding Dong realized that this awe-inspiring spectacle was, in fact, man-made. The hundreds of guards at the gate were left dazed by the lightning strike, their faces pale with panic as they scattered in search of shelter from the storm. For Ding Dong and his companions, this was a rare opportunity to break through the city gates and make their desperate bid for freedom. While Cheng Das-ho had yet to rise from the ground, Ding Dong and the others surged unimpeded towards the west gate. Ding Dong brandished his massive blue glowing sword, summoning all his strength to strike at the enormous bolt securing the gate. Sparks flew as he struck, yet only a slender groove was carved into the bolt. What on earth is this made of? Ding Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Luo Shuiqing, quick to react, pulled Gu Kebiao to help tug at a heavy iron chain beneath the gate tower. With their combined efforts, the bolt slowly lifted and fell to the ground. Ding Dong's heart soared with elation as he raised his foot and kicked the half-open gate, producing a resounding crash. The gate creaked open just wide enough for two to pass through. Go! Ding Dong shouted, taking a step aside to pull Luo Shuiqing through the gap first. Suddenly, a blue beam shot towards him, and Ding Dong gasped in horror, narrowly dodging as he heard a loud thud, followed by a broken arrow landing beside him. Looking up, he was met with the sight of an overwhelming army advancing toward him, led by a fearsome figure who was none other than Hu Liqiang, roaring relentlessly. Ninth brother, give me another one. This time, there are so many, it's bound to pack a punch. Xiao Lu exclaimed joyfully from atop the steed. Xiao Jiu rummaged in his arms, helplessly spreading his hands, saying, Brother, the one you threw earlier was the last. What? Xiao Lu felt a profound sense of regret, unwilling to accept it as he gazed down to see countless archers drawing their bows in their direction. Startled, he quickly urged the steed forward, soaring over the city walls, narrowly avoiding the rain of arrows. Hurry, don't linger in battle. Ding Dong grasped the raucously shouting Gu Kebiao with one hand while pulling Cheng Das-ho with the other, turning to sprint towards the narrow opening of the door. To his astonishment, Luo Shuiqing had returned, and upon seeing that Ding Dong and the others were not far from his position, he felt a slight relief and quickly retreated once more. Go ahead. Ding Dong forcefully pushed Gu Kebiao out. Just as he intended to pull Cheng Das-ho along, he suddenly felt a lightness beneath him. Cheng Das-ho had lifted him up. Cheng Das-ho, what the hell are you doing? Ding Dong exclaimed in shock. Cheng Das-ho remained silent, striding purposefully to the door's crevice, and shouted, What is life? What is death? To hell with it. With that, he hurled Ding Dong through the opening and, with both hands gripping the edge of the door, exerted all his strength to push it shut. Then, he dashed to the iron chain securing the door latch. Gritting his teeth as he tightened his grip on the iron cable, a blue glow emanating from his body as he single-handedly raised the latch, successfully securing it back in place. Gu Kebiao, in the next life, I shall settle the score with you, Cheng Das-ho proclaimed, delivering a fierce blow to the wall, shattering the bones in his left hand to create a large hole, thereby causing the chain supporting the latch to lose its anchor and fall limply to the ground. The soldiers of the He army finally reached the city gate, surrounding Cheng Das-ho. Behind him, the city gate echoed ominously as Ding Dong and the others pounded against it with all their might. Hu Liqiang glared at the fallen iron chain, his face pale, pointing his blade at Cheng Das-ho and bellowing, Take him down. Countless weapons were drawn, and the air filled with shouts of anger, yet Cheng Das-ho remained unfazed. He somersaulted into the midst of the He army soldiers, snatching a large axe, gripping its handle tightly as he spun in place, swinging the axe to cleave nearby soldiers in two. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this scene, were taken aback and created a circle around him, the ground littered with half-formed corpses, while Cheng Das-ho stood at the center, drenched in blood. Hu Liqiang, feeling a surge of anger, commanded, Archers, fire. Rain arrows upon him. Cheng Das-ho laughed heartily, plunging the axe into the ground beside him, leaning against it casually. The sound of arrows whistling through the air filled the atmosphere as countless arrows pierced Cheng Das-ho's body. Indifferent to the pain, he continued to laugh, though his laughter gradually faded until it was no more. Cheng Das-ho, now resembling a porcupine with arrows embedded throughout his body, bore a defiant grin, leaning against the axe handle, standing unwavering. Thunder applauded him, lightning adorned him, and if there were to be a farewell, let it be accompanied by a battle song, for that would be his elegy. Plop, plop. Raindrops began to fall, soon transforming into a torrential downpour. Rising mist that obscured vision. Hu Liqiang commanded his men to forcibly dismantle the latch and push open the city gate, leading his soldiers outside in search of Ding Dong and the others, yet they could find no trace of them. The following day, Yi ascended the throne, becoming the emperor and renaming the nation as Tiandao. He established the flag of the Jiangshan as the national banner, commissioning a musician to compose a melody for the oath of the Iha society, which was then designated as the national anthem. The former imperial officials and their families were all driven outside the capital city, where they met their end by the sword as a sacrificial offering. He stood upon the city gate tower, draped in a golden dragon robe, gazing towards the south. Beside him stood an elderly man clad in plain robes, his countenance grave and silent. Had any former high-ranking officials of the empire been present, they would surely have recognized him as the former military minister. For decades, the world knew only the military minister. Almost no one remembered his former name, Tiandao. Father, after 20 long years of waiting, this day has finally arrived. He exclaimed joyfully, turning to Tiandao. The military minister, or rather, Tiandao, shook his head gently, his tone profound as he replied, "No. Everything has only just begun." Chapter 68. Zihang's clear waters, blood mist, severed bones, crimson bloodthirsty eyes, and a carnage that devours blades and swords. Ding Dong awoke in a cold sweat from his nightmare, surveying his surroundings. Moonlight streamed through the cracks of the window, casting elongated shadows resembling spears upon the floor. He breathed heavily, wiped the sweat from his brow, and rose from his bed, stepping outside. 2 months had passed since the upheaval in the capital. The city of Bei, once occupied by the army, had been seized by the righteous forces in a sudden raid. Zhang Jixing had previously embedded numerous agents within the city, who, alongside the righteous forces, launched an assault on the army. Henceforth, all lands south of Tiannu Mountain were entirely under the control of the righteous forces. The council, led by Zhang Jixing, promptly declared the independence of the regime south of Tiannu Mountain, naming it Gongsheng. The flag of the righteous forces was established as the national ensign, and the military anthem, adapted from the oath of the Iha society, was designated as the national song. Thus, the dichotomy between the northern Tiandao and the southern Gongsheng had been firmly established, with the final confrontation imminent. Ding Dong resided in a modest dwelling within the city of Chun, due to Gongsheng's advocacy for equitable land distribution, rights, and wealth. Even high-ranking officials of the righteous forces were confined to ordinary residences. At that moment, plagued by nightmares, Ding Dong found himself unable to sleep. He climbed to the roof, gazing up at the bright moon, his mind a tumultuous whirlpool. One moment he envisioned a bloody battlefield. The next, he beheld the serene beauty of Luo Shui's smiling visage. Then the ethereal countenance of Wu Zihong, untouched by the mortal realm. And finally, he recalled Cheng Dasho's furious roar, commanding the gates of the capital to be shut tight. Over the years, amidst the turmoil of the world, Ding Dong had witnessed an abundance of events. To outsiders, he was a hero, yet he understood all too well the myriad of bones buried beneath the accolades of heroism. The triumph of one general often comes at the cost of countless lives. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had quietly crept upon the horizon, the sky brightening with the hues of morning. Ding Dong descended from the rooftop, hastily washed himself, and exited the courtyard. The sounds of the righteous forces training echoed in the air, causing a pang of pain to seize his heart. Ding Dong was supposed to lead the troops in practice. However, citing physical discomfort, he requested leave from the council. Zhang Jixing, aware of Ding Dong's inner turmoil, granted him leave and personally took his place in leading the soldiers. Before long, Ding Dong found himself outside Chun, walking slowly beneath a tree, leaning against the trunk and gazing out over the verdant fields. Suddenly, something landed on his shoulder. And surprisingly, he was not frightened. With an expressionless face, he turned his head and beheld a ghastly visage staring back at him. He reached out to grasp it, his hands filled with a soft, furry texture. It was Qiuqiu. Ding Dong chuckled softly, setting Qiuqiu down beside him, and when he looked up, he found Wu Zihong perched on a tree branch, gazing down at him with an impassive expression. "Be careful," Ding Dong advised as he stood up, preparing to leave. After the righteous army returned from the imperial capital to Chuanqing, rumors spread like wildfire that Marshal Ding Dong was to wed the daughter of the military commander, Wu Shuai. Zhang Jixing and Tan Yomo not only refrained from dispelling these rumors, but even concealed the news of Wu Shuai's death, beginning to plan the wedding for the two, coercing them with the weight of righteousness to ensure their compliance. However, the news of Wu Shuai's demise eventually surfaced. For an entire month, households south of Tiannu Mountain donned mourning attire to honor this respected leader of the righteous army. Skilled artisans erected a monumental statue of Wu Yuanxi at the summit of the Martyrs' Cemetery, right beside the monument to heroes. Wu Zihong delayed the wedding under the pretext that a 3-year period of mourning for a deceased elder forbade any celebratory events, which granted Ding Dong a much-needed respite. Yet, from that moment on, an invisible chasm emerged between Ding Dong and Wu Zihong, both choosing to avoid one another. "Ding Dong," Wu Zihong unexpectedly called out, then awkwardly descended from the tree. What is it? Ding Dong snapped back to reality, forcing a smile that appeared rather strained. Let us converse. The two walked along the edge of the farmland, silently observing the diligent farmers at work. After a considerable time had passed, Ding Dong could no longer contain his curiosity. What is it that we need to discuss? You should be with Sister Shuiqing. It is impossible for us, Wu Zihong said, biting her lip as if summoning great resolve, though she kept her head lowered while speaking. Oh, Ding Dong responded, unsure how to reply and reluctant to engage. Wu Zihong remained silent for a long while, allowing the gentle breeze to tousle her hair. Suddenly, she stomped her foot as if making a decision, lifting her gaze to meet Ding Dong's eyes. Speaking clearly, for the greater good, I would marry you, no matter the circumstances, for the sake of this world. However, at present, you do not require me in such a manner. You have your own responsibilities, and those you must cherish. To you, I am of no significance. Attend to your duties. And when you need me, I will undoubtedly stand by you without hesitation. Ding Dong's heart trembled as he turned to look at Wu Zihong, a peculiar discomfort settling within him. She had changed, becoming strong yet unfamiliar. Hunger, you should not belittle yourself in such a manner. You are strong now, stronger than I. Wu Zihong offered a faint smile, tinged with bitterness. Since her father's passing, she had shed all her tears. She would no longer weep. She understood that the long road ahead must be traversed alone. Though she yearned for care and affection, that person could never be Ding Dong. Qiu perched on Wu Zihong's shoulder, anxiously scratching its ears, utterly at a loss for what to do. What is that? A figure abruptly entered Ding Dong's line of sight, leaving him momentarily stunned. Wu Zihong furrowed his brow and followed Ding Dong's gaze, equally taken aback, before urgently calling out, "Is that Ruoyo?" It was not difficult to recognize the swaying, stumbling figure by the edge of the farmland as Wang Ruoyo, familiar to both Ding Dong and Wu Zihong. In a flurry of concern, Wu Zihong hurriedly approached Wang Ruoyo, but before he could extend a hand to assist her, she collapsed into unconsciousness at the edge of the field. When Wang Ruoyo awoke, the first person she saw was Gu Kebiao. This young man, unwavering in his affections, had harbored feelings for Wang Ruoyo that had neither waned nor diminished over the years. Upon witnessing her regain consciousness, he was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. As he clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Who treated you this way? Was it that rascally? I shall not let him go unpunished." Wang Ruoyo burst into tears, rising to leap into Gu Kebiao's embrace, sobbing silently, her words lost in her anguish. Gu Kebiao was momentarily taken aback, remaining motionless for a time, before cautiously placing a trembling hand on her shoulder. On the side, Luo Shuiqing kicked Ding Dong, who was merely observing the scene, signaling him to exit with her. Wu Zihong and Duan Hu, understanding the gravity of the moment, discreetly left the room one after another. Once outside, Ding Dong noticed Luo Shuiqing hastening away. Wu Zihong, filled with urgency, urged, "Do not delay, she needs your promise." Ding Dong blinked, a sudden realization dawning upon him, as he hurried after Luo Shuiqing. Wu Zihong, cradling Qiu, offered a bittersweet smile, contemplating, "What I am doing must be the right course." Upon reaching the street, Ding Dong rushed in front of Luo Shuiqing, attempting to block her path. She maneuvered to evade him, but could not escape his obstruction. "How shameless of you! What do you intend?" Luo Shuiqing's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. "Once the war concludes and peace reigns, will you marry me? I vow to love you devotedly, unwaveringly, until my last breath," Ding Dong declared, enunciating each word with determination. Luo Shuiqing paused, momentarily taken aback, before tears streamed down her cheeks. Her lips moved as if to convey a myriad of thoughts, yet silence enveloped her. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted. She raised her foot and stepped on Ding Dong's, fury igniting in her gaze. "Do not toy with me. Go seek your fiancé." With that, she turned away, tears cascading down her face. Ding Dong winced in pain, rubbing his injured foot, his expression a mixture of discomfort and wry amusement as he watched Luo Shuiqing's retreating figure. Thanks to Wu Zihong's candidness, Ding Dong finally unraveled his inner turmoil. Days later, he summoned the courage to unfurl the scroll of formations left for him by Wu Yuanqi. The scroll was densely inscribed with intricate characters and bewildering illustrations, encapsulating Wu Yuanqi's profound insights into the art of formations. Wu Yuanqi had derived from ancient and contemporary texts that all things in the universe are born of yin and yang, with yin being soft and ever-changing, while yang is firm and resolute. The interplay of these opposing forces, one soft, one hard, one yin, one yang, complement each other, intertwining to bring forth all creation. The pinnacle of formation mastery lies in the return to tranquility transitioning from existence to non-existence, and then from non-existence back to existence, arising from the balance of yin and yang. Consequently, when Wu Yuanxi initially established the ranks within the righteous army, he designated a structure of long control in two phases, one governed by yin and the other by yang. However, after numerous attempts through warfare, he realized that his vision was exceedingly difficult to actualize. Human thoughts and actions are perpetually in flux, rendering the establishment of a truly divine formation nearly impossible. It appears that the crux of the dilemma lies in assembling a steadfast troop, akin to a knife poised at one's throat, yet remaining immovable like a mountain. This troop, amidst the ever-changing formations, finds itself resistant to transformation, which contradicts the very essence of the requirements. Moreover, the most critical aspect is that these unyielding soldiers are perpetually faced with the blades of the enemy. Their flesh and blood are destined to fall, and in that moment, the other half of the principal faction would disintegrate into mere grains of sand. For an extended period, Ding Dong confined himself within his chamber, shunning all visitors. Wholly engrossed in the intricate studies of Wu Yuanxi's formations within formations. Yet, despite his efforts, he made no progress, his mind in a constant state of turmoil. Until one day, Xiao Lu unexpectedly paid him a visit. Knock, knock, knock. The door to Ding Dong's room was nearly shattered by the incessant rapping. Fueled by irritation, he rose and flung open the door, his countenance darkened with fury. Xiao Lu, are you out of your mind? Ding Dong exclaimed, cursing vehemently. As the intrusion disrupted his train of thought. I've come to show you something remarkable, Xiao Lu replied, unfazed, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Something remarkable? Ding Dong's interest peaked as he suddenly recalled that upon their return to Spring City, Xiao Lu and Xiao Jiu had led a contingent of soldiers and skilled artisans into hiding, claiming they were engaged in groundbreaking research. Observing Xiao Lu's current demeanor, Ding Dong surmised that this so-called high-tech research had finally borne fruit. Under Xiao Lu's guidance, Ding Dong arrived at the foot of a mountain on the outskirts of Spring City, where he found a vast cave guarded by nearly 100 righteous soldiers, with a low, thunderous hum emanating from within. Upon entering the cave and traversing several miles, Ding Dong was suddenly struck by the sight ahead, a grand, illuminated expanse unfolding before him. Astonishingly, the entire mountain had been hollowed out. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he gazed at the myriad of unfamiliar contraptions, left utterly astonished. In the northern capital of Tiannu Mountain, He and his son Tiandao stood atop a high platform, gazing down with exhilaration at the meticulously arranged steeds below. A soldier ascended the platform to report, Your Majesty, 1,000 steeds have been completed, and 1,000 knights trained in the art of blood qi are now ready. The 1,000-strong cavalry is poised to engage in battle at any moment. Chapter 69. The secret base. Ding Dong stood in stunned silence. Although he did not comprehend the nature of what lay before him, it did not hinder the profound impact it had on his spirit. This is truly the flame armor. Shall we give it a try? Xiao Lu remarked with a chuckle. Flame armor? Ding Dong found it hard to believe, as the densely arranged objects before him defied description. Spherical orbs hovered at waist height, shrouded in a layer of orange-red flames. To claim these items were specters might be more convincing than asserting they were battle armor. Go on, give it a try, Xiao Lu encouraged, giving Ding Dong a gentle push and raising an eyebrow. How do I use it? Ding Dong inquired as he approached the nearest piece of flame armor. Just reach out and touch it, came Xiao Lu's response. Ding Dong was taken aback. He turned to Xiao Lu and noticed that the latter was not jesting. Hesitantly, he extended his hand towards the fiery orb before him. Gradually, his fingers slipped into the flames, yet he felt no trace of heat. When his fingers grazed the mildly warm sphere, an astonishing transformation occurred. The orb seemed to come alive, rushing towards Ding Dong's palm with a whoosh, flattening and expanding infinitely in the process, lunging at him. Although this unexpected change surpassed Ding Dong's imagination and his instinct was to retreat, he stood his ground resolutely. The expanding orb first enveloped his hand, then ascended rapidly, soon covering his arm, shoulder, and ultimately his entire body. Once fully shrouded, a thin layer of an indescribable material resembling armor enveloped him, while flames erupted fiercely around it, rendering Ding Dong as formidable as a god of fire. He felt his blood surging with unprecedented vigor, coursing from his abdomen throughout his being. Ding Dong sensed his blood igniting, a delightful sensation arising within him. He leaped exuberantly into the air, soaring like an arrow. In mid-flight, he tightened his muscles, astonishingly pausing in the air for a prolonged moment before gently descending. Upon landing, Ding Dong gave Xiao Lu a thumbs up, exclaiming in genuine admiration, Incredible. Truly remarkable. But how do I remove this? You have a bump on your forehead. Just press it, Xiao Lu replied. Ding Dong fumbled on his forehead and eventually discovered the bump Xiao Lu mentioned. With a gentle press, he suddenly felt lighter, and the fiery armor reverted to its original form, hovering by his side. He glanced at the myriad of floating armor in awe and exclaimed, "The formation within the formation is complete." "What formation within the formation?" Xiao Lu asked, puzzled. "Nothing. Do you have any other treasures? Bring them out all at once," Ding Dong said, his voice trembling with excitement. "Let us venture deeper," Xiao Lu suggested, leading the way ahead. To Ding Dong's astonishment, the space within the mountain was far more expansive than he had imagined. "How did you accomplish this in such a short time?" Ding Dong inquired, astonished. "This is what I shall reveal to you next," Xiao Lu said with an air of mystery. Under Xiao Lu's guidance, they exited the chamber of the fiery armor through a concealed stone door, entering another space. This area was considerably smaller, with pairs of enormous iron claws neatly arranged on the ground. Ding Dong picked up a pair of claws, slipping them onto his hands and waving them, feeling their weight. "What are these?" Ding Dong asked. "Mountain claw," Xiao Lu replied proudly. "This secret base was excavated using these tools. Xiao Jiao is a genius, far more capable than I. There is nothing he cannot accomplish, only what others cannot conceive." As Ding Dong reminisced, he couldn't help but inquire. The treasures excavated from this mountain could certainly form quite a significant mound, if not an entire mountain. "Where have you disposed of these items?" "Disposed?" Xiao Lu replied, astonished. "This mountain is rich in a uniquely exceptional mineral. Our newfound treasures are crafted from materials smelted from these ores. Speaking of which, we owe you a debt of gratitude. For it was Xiao Pai and Fei Zi who discovered this mountain, your former subordinates." "Xiao Pai and Fei Zi? It has been quite a while since I last saw them, and I wonder how they are faring now. I must admit, I do miss them." Ding Dong nodded with a sense of comfort. "Miss them, you say? Those two rascals have become quite impressive. Xiao Pai is astute and quick-witted, capable of drawing inferences from one instance to another, while Fei Zi is diligent and hardworking. They are now among our mainstays. At this hour, they should be collaborating with Xiao Jiao on the transformation of the flying steed." Ding Dong recalled the last time he had sought the medical expertise of Duan Hu for Wu Yuanqi's treatment, during which he witnessed Xiao Jiao's modifications to the flying steed. He wondered how the flying steed had evolved since then. Lost in thought, Ding Dong was guided by Xiao Lu into another room where he beheld the newly revamped flying steed. The new iteration was a far cry from the old. Its materials were no longer wooden, but rather metallic, akin to the claw of a mountain opener. Its form had also transformed from that of a winged steed to that of a majestic eagle, with its talons replaced by 3 triangular wheels. Unlike other spaces, this particular area housing the flying steed was bustling with dozens of industrious individuals. Among the throng, Ding Dong spotted 2 familiar figures, one tall and lean, the other short and stout, Xiao Pai and Fei Zi. Fei Zi was enveloped in a blue glow, sweat cascading down his bare torso like a rivulet, as he half-squatted to lift the flying steed with sheer determination. Meanwhile, Xiao Pai was diligently engaged, installing components beneath the flying steed that Ding Dong could not identify. After a flurry of labor, Xiao Pai successfully affixed the final component and withdrew from beneath the flying steed, while Fei Zi gently lowered it, treating it with the utmost tenderness, as one would a cherished child. "Marshal, you have arrived," Xiao Pai exclaimed, wiping his brow. Upon catching sight of Ding Dong, he rushed forward, clasping his fists in a formal salute, executing a perfect military gesture. Fei Zi, noticing Ding Dong as well, rubbed his hands together in excitement, somewhat flustered. It was only upon witnessing Xiao Pai's salute that he hurriedly approached and mirrored the gesture. At that moment, Xiao Jiao ambled over, hands clasped behind his back, and without acknowledging Ding Dong, turned to Xiao Lu and remarked, "Brother, we have completed 100 units of the flying steed, ready for test flights at any time." Xiao Lu clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Your speed is truly remarkable." He then turned to Ding Dong and inquired, "What do you think? Would you like to test the new flying steed? You needn't worry about damaging it. It is quite robust." While Ding Dong was engaged in pleasantries with Xiao Pai and Fei Zi, upon hearing Xiao Lu's suggestion, he felt an irresistible urge to try it out, clapping his hands in agreement and exclaiming his approval. Meanwhile, in the northern capital city of Tiannu Mountain, Tiandao and his son stood beside an enormous sand table, flags in hand, deliberating the specific strategies for attacking the united army of the symbiotic nation. Tiandao stroked his grizzled beard thoughtfully, firmly placing a small flag onto the sand table, and declared solemnly, "We must seize the spring pass at all costs." Ihi, standing beside him, also inserted 2 small flags, biting his lip as he remarked, The cavalry dispatched to Jiuqi City and the navy sent to Base City will undoubtedly be pivotal in this decisive battle. Now, Yi stood taller than before, his visage more mature and aged, embodying the essence of middle age. After years of enduring hardship and humiliation, he harbored aspirations of establishing a dominion over the world. Ding Dong, after days of contemplation and mental rehearsals, concluded that the intricate formations he had devised had matured. Drawing from Wu Yuanxi's insights, he infused his own thoughts on military strategy into the concept. At this moment, he believed the formation was nearly flawless, destined to dominate the battlefield and achieve invincibility. He deliberated for an extended period before deciding to use the 8th Army as a pilot project. This army primarily comprised former members of the Sea God Army, disciplined soldiers with formidable combat prowess and a solid understanding of military formations. He was confident that this unit would rapidly acclimate to the new strategies. Additionally, he selected a 1,000-man squad from the 1st Army, equipping each with a valiant steed. He named this unit the Valiant Steed Brigade, appointing Luo Shuiqing as its leader. The mere thought of Luo Shuiqing stirred emotions within Ding Dong. He silently vowed that once the war concluded and peace prevailed, he would relinquish everything to marry her, embarking on journeys across the world, scaling snow-capped mountains, and exploring distant shores, reveling in the beauty of nature. Ding Dong closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, a smile creeping onto his lips, filled with joy at the prospect of a bright future. After a prolonged moment, he opened his eyes, his expression shifting back to seriousness as he continued to formulate the military strategy for the righteous army. The 1st Army consisted largely of horse bandits, and he resolved to select 1,000 of the most audacious among them from the decaying plains, training them to adeptly wield mountain claw weapons. However, this time, the mountain claws would serve not to cleave mountains, but to dig, as he aimed to mold this 1,000-man unit into a unique force, specialized in ambushing the enemy's rear. It was likely that a large-scale confrontation would first erupt between the western Jiuqi City and the Tiandao Kingdom, necessitating immediate training in their preferred beast swarm assault tactics. Likewise, vigilance could not wane in Base City, a former stronghold of the He Army, where dark strategies might still linger. He resolved to promptly dispatch warships from Haiqing to the eastern waters of Base City. At an opportune moment, they could launch a maritime surprise attack on Jing City, replicating the He Army's tactics when they once assaulted the empire. As he contemplated, Ding Dong fervently penned his thoughts, dedicating 3 days to finalize the comprehensive battle plan. He affixed the seal of the Emperor Dao Ma I to the substantial manuscript, tucked it away in his robes, and rose from his seat, making his way to the assembly hall. The assembly hall was modest, lacking any semblance of luxury, merely a stone building slightly larger than a typical residence. In contrast to the civilian homes and barracks, the assembly hall was fortified by imposing stone walls, with towers at each corner, where soldiers of the righteous army stood vigilant day and night. At the entrance of the parliamentary hall, Ding Dong encountered Tan Yomo. Councilman Tan, what a coincidence. I have matters to discuss with you. This is my proposed military strategy, which I would like the parliament to review first. Tan Yomo, who had been frowning in distress, could not contain his delight upon hearing Ding Dong's words. You have finally unburdened yourself and regained your composure. This is splendid news. According to intelligence from our covert operations, significant movements are occurring on the military front. It seems that the final battle is not far off. Suddenly realizing the precariousness of discussing such matters in an outdoor setting, Tan Yomo grasped Ding Dong's hand and said, "Let us proceed inside for a more detailed conversation." Chapter 70. The bloody battleground in the first year of the Heavenly Path, which also marks the first year of the coexistence era. Ding Dong celebrated his 21st birthday. Remarkably, 20 years prior, on the very same day, he had entered the world. However, this year, his 21st birthday was barely acknowledged, as he had only the time to consume a boiled egg after rising and washing up. On this very day, urgent news arrived from Biechuan Pass. The enemy was advancing. The number of assailants from the enemy was incalculable. Zheng Kuei, stationed within the Biechuan Tower at Biechuan Pass, gazed out towards the horizon, where a vast sea of darkness loomed. A messenger dispatched to Chuncheng for assistance had departed half a day earlier, if fortune favored them. The Flying Horse Brigade would arrive by tomorrow night at the latest. As Zheng Kuei contemplated this, he suddenly heard exclamations of alarm from his soldiers. Annoyed, he hurried down from the Biechuan Tower, intending to reprimand them, only to find that all eyes were pointed skyward. Frowning, he looked up, frozen in astonishment. Above Biechuan Pass, a multitude of antiquated flying steeds filled the sky, each ridden by formidable archers, yet none loosed their arrows. A chill ran through Zheng Kuei as he closed his eyes in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he opened them with a heavy sigh and, with a wave of resignation, declared, "Abandon the pass. We must retreat to Chunqing." "General Zheng, we cannot," implored an elderly soldier, tears streaming down his face as he knelt at Zheng Kuei's feet. Zheng Kuei hesitated, his fingers digging into his palms as he clenched his jaw, yet he ultimately reaffirmed his resolution. "Let us minimize unnecessary sacrifices. We cannot hold for even half an hour, and everyone would perish here." As he spoke, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength. Feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation, the aerial brigade of the enemy did not assault the righteous forces at Biechuan Pass. They merely wielded intimidation. Zheng Kuei, unwilling to be completely subjugated, ordered his men to remove their armor, fashioning stones into human shapes, draping them in armor, and placing them throughout Biechuan Pass to create the illusion of a larger force. He then led his men away from the pass and activated a previously set mechanism, temporarily blocking the narrow path with scattered stones, buying them some much-needed time. While en route, Zheng Kuei encountered the Flying Horse Brigade led by Luo Shuiqing. As reinforcements had yet to arrive, the number of flying steeds was limited to just over 200. Shocked to learn that the enemy boasted nearly 1,000 flying steeds, Luo Shuiqing uneasily returned to Chunqing to report the news to Ding Dong and the parliament. In response, Ding Dong urgently convened the senior officers of the righteous forces, gathering them around a sand table to strategize their approach to the impending battle. Ding Dong, with a grave demeanor, commanded the urgent evacuation of all residents from the towns within this region, declaring that the battlefield would be established here. Meanwhile, off the eastern coast of Beicheng, the naval forces of the righteous army clashed with the enemy navy, resulting in a fierce maritime battle with significant casualties on both sides. Outside the northern city of Jiuzi, the cavalry of the enemy army approached stealthily. However, the independent forces of the western frontier, led by Princess Naya, were well prepared, launching their beast hordes against the enemy and decisively defeating the enemy cavalry after several days of fierce combat, ultimately leading to a victory for the righteous army. As reports from both the eastern and western fronts reached Chunqing, the main forces of both armies had already engaged in confrontation across the plains between Tianyu Mountain and Chunqing. This marked the first practical application of the unique formation tactics by the 8th Army of the Righteous Army. Within the formation stood 1,000 warriors clad in fiery battle armor, wielding formidable cold weapons, resolutely guarding crucial positions. The remaining soldiers moved fluidly across the battlefield, continuously adapting their strategies. As the forces clashed, mesmerizing formations such as the Longshui Formation, the Millstone Formation, and the Playful Pearl Formation dazzled onlookers, leaving them awestruck. Simultaneously, the aerial teams of the enemy army and the righteous army's flying steeds engaged in aerial combat. The enemy's air force utilized bows and arrows, while the soldiers of the righteous army employed their enhanced long spears and polearms. The new flying steeds proved not only sturdier, but also more agile. And although they were vastly outnumbered, each could hold its own against 10 foes, engaging in several skirmishes without losing ground. This battle was the most brutal in history, with soldiers from both armies disregarding their lives, fighting fiercely and spilling blood. After half a month, neither side could claim victory, leaving the land scorched and the populace suffering. The enemy relied on their overwhelming numbers, while the righteous army depended on their formation tactics, with the 8th Army emerging as the main force, relegating the 1st and 2nd Armies to mere supporting roles. As they witnessed the 8th Army's brothers struggle fiercely against the enemy, the generals of the 1st and 2nd Armies were increasingly anxious to join the fray, but Ding Dong restrained them. He was formulating a plan to strike at the enemy's foundation. At last, news of victory from Jiuzi City reached Chunqing, invigorating the soldiers of the righteous army and significantly boosting their morale. After receiving the news, Ding Dong pondered deeply and ultimately summoned Xiao Lu for a confidential discussion. This meeting, which lasted an entire afternoon, was a rare luxury given the current state of the battlefield, highlighting its significance. Upon concluding their discussion, Xiao Lu sought out Luo Shuiqing, requesting a flying steed to fly westward. As Ding Dong watched Xiao Lu's distant silhouette fade away, a weight lifted from his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he felt compelled to take a bold risk. Thus, he personally issued a secret order to Tang Tianyu, instructing the 2nd Army to discreetly advance toward Jiuzi City. Upon receiving the order, Tang Tianyu furrowed his brow and questioned Ding Dong. "This is the main battlefield where the enemy outnumbers us significantly. Do you not realize that sending the 2nd Army now is akin to throwing eggs against a stone?" "It matters not," Ding Dong replied with a calm smile. The 8th Army alone is sufficient to hold back their main force, for we possess the formation tactics. Not to mention, I have yet to reveal my trump card. This hidden trump card was the Underground Army. That evening, he commanded the underground forces to excavate tunnels using their claws, maneuvering from beneath to launch a surprise attack on the supply camp of the enemy. The subterranean march differed vastly from the one above. It was aimless and devoid of direction. This group of former horse bandits now displayed an unwavering resolve. Some toiling day and night to dig these passages, while the First Army collectively transported the debris. Even so, the endeavor consumed more than half a month. During this period, the 8th Army endured a casualty rate of 1 to 10, decimating half of the enemy's main forces, thereby reducing their ranks by half. Armored vehicles and heavy weaponry, along with the elite cavalry, were entirely expended on both sides. The conflict transformed from a contest of advanced weaponry into a brutal melee. Upon learning of the grim situation at the front, Yi personally went to oversee the battle. The soldiers of the enemy, invigorated by the emperor's presence, charged headlong into the ranks of the righteous army, sacrificing countless lives to annihilate the 8th Army. From his vantage point atop a high platform, Ding Dong witnessed the horrors of the battlefield, his heart aching, yet he soon found solace. The mission had been accomplished. By this juncture, the forces of both sides were balanced, and the First Army, rejuvenated, entered the fray. However, a series of dreadful reports reached Ding Dong's ears. Ma Yuxing had fallen, Zheng Kuei was dead, and Su Zhen was gravely injured. Gu Kebiao was urgently appointed to lead the First Army, the sole military force within Spring City. To preserve the scarce military commanders, Ding Dong ordered a strict prohibition against senior officers engaging in battle. This edict vexed Gu Kebiao immensely. He attempted to slip into combat several times, but was continuously brought back. At a fortuitous moment, Wang Ruoyou approached Ding Dong. "Marshal Ding, I wish to join the First Army," she declared, her expression grave and her tone resolute. Ding Dong, overwhelmed by the tense situation on the battlefield, was taken aback by her request. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her for a lengthy moment before dismissively saying, "Please, do not jest." With that, he returned to his contemplation of the sand table, ignoring her presence. Wang Ruoyou, anxious, pressed on, "What do you mean? Are you worried about something? Though I once served in the enemy's ranks, my faith in the cause of righteousness is steadfast and unwavering. It was thus during the Bay City uprising. It was thus when forming the enemy army. And it was thus when I ultimately abandoned everything to leave the imperial capital. I do not question your resolve," Ding Dong replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers, a sigh escaping his lips. "I merely worry for your safety. This war is unlike any before. Casualties are inevitable. Even strategists who do not face the battlefield are at risk." Su, the strategist, was severely injured and remains unconscious. "I do not wish for you to be in danger. Nor do I want to face Gu Kebiao without honor, regardless of how far apart you have been or the potential between you. His heart has always been tethered to yours." Upon hearing Ding Dong's words, Gu Kebiao's figure immediately materialized in Wang Ruoyou's mind. Memories from their time at the Spring City Academy flooded her thoughts. A warmth spread through her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Suddenly, Wang Ruoyou stamped her foot, clenched her delicate fist, and with fierce determination in her gaze declared, "Then I must join the First Army even more fervently. My heart is resolute. I shall no longer betray the citizens of this world, nor shall I forsake the bonds of duty and oaths. And I shall no longer disregard the friendship I hold with Gu Kebiao." With this declaration, Wang Ruoyou raised 3 fingers and resolutely proclaimed, "I, Wang Ruoyou, vow that when the war concludes and peace reigns, I shall marry Gu Kebiao." Ding Dong was taken aback by her words. This sentiment, this stance, was all too familiar to him. Memories of Luo Shuiqing flooded his mind, stirring a pang of anguish within him, and he felt a lump form in his throat. After a prolonged moment of distraction, he finally picked up his pen and composed Wang Ruoyou's appointment decree, designating her as the chief strategist of the First Army, effective immediately. Upon receiving her appointment letter, Wang Ruoyou exhaled deeply. "You may now serve in the First Army," Ding Dong stated. However, Wang Ruoyou shook her head, pursing her lips as if grappling with an internal conflict. Suddenly, she stamped her foot and declared, "Since I have joined the righteous army, it is imperative that I disclose the secrets I possess regarding the He army, secrets of monumental significance." Observing the astonishment in Ding Dong's gaze, Wang Ruoyou took a deep breath and lowered her voice, revealing, "In truth, the military minister has not departed. He has remained hidden within the He army. Moreover, Yi is not as we perceive him. He is the son of the military minister." Ding Dong was struck dumb by this revelation. taking a considerable time to regain his composure. He exited the tent and instructed his guards outside. Summon Councilman Zhang and Tan immediately. We have urgent matters to discuss. Before the councilman arrived, the long-awaited news finally reached them after nearly a month of anticipation. The underground army successfully infiltrated the rear of the He army and effectively demolished their supply camp. But during the retreat, they were discovered by the He army and buried alive underground, resulting in total annihilation of their forces. Chapter 71. Open enemies and hidden friends in the northern city of Nine Teeth. Princess Naya welcomed the secret military arrangements from Xiao Lu and Ding Dong. Please wait a moment, Commander Xiao Lu. I shall gather the troops at once to expedite our departure. Princess Naya took hold of Huo Wu and prepared to leave. Xiao Lu smiled and said, there is no rush. Moving too swiftly may hinder Second General Tang Tianyu's progress. 5 days later, Princess Naya left a substantial force to garrison northern Nine Teeth City while simultaneously preparing to assist the righteous army's 2nd Legion. Then led an army of 30,000 along with 10,000 wild beasts towards the imperial city in grand procession. Perched atop her steed, Princess Naya inquired of Xiao Lu. Commander Xiao Lu, what is the situation in Spring City? I harbor concerns. If Spring City falls, what hope do we have of capturing the imperial city? Xiao Lu, riding on his swift steed, though currently grounded, being transported on a cart pulled by 2 horses, responded with a cunning smile. Spring City is secure. However, what truly troubles you is Ding Dong. I assent it. Princess Naya, taken aback, felt a rush of frustration and shot an exasperated glance at the indiscreet Xiao Lu. She then gazed into the distance, falling silent. In another half-month, we should reach Sha City, she pondered, on the front lines outside the southern outskirts of Spring City. Within the main tent of the righteous army, Ding Dong, Zhang Jixing, and other senior commanders along with numerous council members gathered, yet no one spoke. The atmosphere heavy with tension. The Bay City uprising, the establishment of the army, and even the events tracing back to the Spring City incident, as well as the earlier entry of He into the Spring City Academy of Literature and Martial Arts, are all intricately interconnected. They are merely successive moves orchestrated by the Minister of War. What once seemed irrational and unfathomable has now become remarkably logical. Ding Dong felt a surge of gratitude. Had it not been for the military strategies outlined in Wu Yuanxi's posthumous letter, the righteous army might have long since faced a joint assault from the Allied forces and imperial troops outside the capital, leading to their utter annihilation. The path the righteous army has traversed to reach this point has been fraught with challenges, yet victory is now within reach. The supply camp of the Allied forces has been destroyed, and their provisions have run dry, resulting in Ding Dong losing his final trump card, the underground army. Both aerial forces of the 2 armies have suffered equally, losing their substantial fighting capabilities. Thanks to the protective measures implemented by the new Feijuan, the casualties among the several hundred soldiers of the Feijuan battle team were not severe. They merely await Xiao Jiao to expedite the production of a new batch of Feijuan to reconstitute their ranks. It appears that everything is unfolding favorably for the righteous army. Yet none within the tent could find joy, as most were acutely aware of the minister's methodical approach. Wu Xiang, Yi Tiandao, a man of ordinary military origins, achieved a rapid ascent through 2 battles, advancing from centurion to 1,000-man leader, and ultimately to deputy general. His extraordinary valor during the Pingnan campaign earned him a direct promotion to Minister of War, but he was later sidelined and took up a teaching position at the Imperial Academy of Literature and Martial Arts. He then sought to reclaim his position through northern expeditions, returning once more to the role of Minister of War. His legendary experiences reveal a pattern. Wherever there is war, he can achieve astounding military feats and leap in rank. Why? Because he accomplishes what others can only aspire to do, decapitating enemies amidst vast armies. Having reached the pinnacle of martial prowess at the tender age of 18, and with decades of honing and accrued experience, Yi Tiandao has become an invincible entity. Now, with the Allied forces cornered, Zhang Jixing and others could easily surmise what desperate measures the minister might take. The individuals gathered in the tent were unlikely to escape misfortune. Should the righteous army lose its leader, it would inevitably plunge into chaos, rendering its current advantages ephemeral. General Xiao Jiao has arrived. A voice announced outside the tent. The flaps were lifted, and Xiao Jiao swaggered in, his head bobbing. Oh, so many people gathered here. Were you all waiting for me? He nonchalantly found a seat and, noticing the somber expressions around him and the lack of response, added, I've brought 100 new Feijuan. Impressive, right? And I've also brought quite a few thunderbolts. When the storm hits, we can blow those scoundrels to smithereens. Seeing that no one acknowledged him, Xiao Jiao, frustrated, stood up. What is wrong with you all? By the way, Where's my brother? Zhang Jixing exchanged a glance with Tan Yomo, who then rose to lead Xiao Jiu out of the tent. After a considerable time, they returned. This time, however, Xiao Jiu was no longer boisterous, but had fallen silent like the others. This truly presents a challenge, with my intellect. To confront the authority of the martial blood technique is exceedingly intriguing, Xiao Jiu mused to himself. The emergency meeting concluded abruptly, with each participant departing in contemplative silence. Ding Dong retained Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing, leaving only the three of them within the expansive tent. What if I were to die? This was Ding Dong's opening statement, which immediately startled Luo Shuiqing and Gu Kebiao, causing them to rise abruptly, even toppling their chairs in the process. Allow me to finish. Ding Dong gestured for calm, and continued. If Lord Wu truly seeks to bring misfortune upon me, I fear I may not survive this ordeal. Even a master like General Wu cannot evade the assassination attempts of Lord Wu. In comparison, I am even more vulnerable. As it stands, on this primary battlefield, the living forces of our righteous army are limited to Gu Kebiao's First Army and Shuiqing's Flying Steed Squadron. Our rear supply is ample. Yet the logistics camp on the enemy's side has already been decimated by those 1,000 martyrs. They cannot endure for long and will inevitably come at us like rabid dogs. Remember, as the highest military officers of the righteous army, you must not rush to annihilate them when the time comes. Instead, you must delay them. If we can hold them off for a month, the flame banner will rise over the imperial capital. Gu Kebiao and Luo Shuiqing stared gravely at Ding Dong. Speechless for a long moment, Gu Kebiao nodded solemnly and turned to exit the tent. Shuiqing, I have always felt that the one I owe the most to is you. In my next life, I will repay you, even if it means working like a beast. I truly apologize in this life, Ding Dong sighed, his demeanor reminiscent of an aged man, his face etched with the marks of hardship. Do not speak such morbid words. My resolve is firm. If that old wretch Wu truly comes, I will face him alongside you, without regret for life or death, Luo Shuiqing declared through gritted teeth, turning to leave. Shuiqing, Ding Dong called out anxiously, but she did not pause, lifting the tent flap to depart. With the enemy's logistics destroyed, He, in a state of exasperation, was unwilling to withdraw his troops, compelling him to simultaneously seek supplies from the rear while pressuring his soldiers to continue fighting. This was his strategy of burning the boats behind him. Retreat would mean cowardice and death. Slow progress would lead to starvation, also resulting in demise. The soldiers of He could only advance bravely, vowing to carve out a path to survival. However, Wang Ruoyou, as the strategist of the First Army, fully understood He's military tactics and consistently devised plans that successfully led the righteous army in skirmishes against the enemy. After months of continuous conflict, both armies were showing signs of fatigue, particularly the enemy forces, whose rations had dwindled from 3 flatbreads per soldier per day to just 1, often diluted with water to stretch the supply, leading many to contemplate the drastic act of slaughtering horses for sustenance. Wang Ruoyou ordered the frontline troops to cook lamb and beef, allowing the northern winds to carry the enticing aromas to the enemy camp. The soldiers of He attempted to stave off hunger with woeful military songs, but upon catching the fragrant scents wafting from the opposing camp, their stomachs rumbled like croaking frogs, and their fighting spirit rapidly diminished. At the opportune moment, Wang Ruoyou rode forth to the front lines, utilizing a thunderous voice to call out to the enemy camp, "Brothers, I am Wang Ruoyou." Her announcement instantly caused a stir within the enemy ranks. The war has reached a stage I never anticipated, a scenario that surely no one wished to witness. Perhaps many share my bewilderment. The empire lies in ruins. Yet the conflict persists. Why has peace not yet been restored? I contend that all of this is but a struggle among the ambitious and the politicians. We are mere pawns in their game. We fight for our beliefs, thus I harbor no resentment towards you. On the battlefield, we clash fiercely. Beneath it, we may still be brothers, friends. It pains me to see you in such dire straits. Hence I have instructed my comrades to prepare delectable mutton and beef, accompanied by fine wine. I do not urge you to surrender. Rather, I hope you will feast well before resuming the fight, even if it leads to our demise on the battlefield, rather than succumbing to hunger. Wang Ruoyou's words fell like a stone into water, stirring tumult among the allied troops. Some condemned her as hypocritical, others labeled her a traitor, yet there were also those who expressed gratitude and admiration for her. After her speech, Wang Ruoyou rode back to the camp of the righteous army, where that night she welcomed several soldiers from the allied forces who had stealthily come to her. These men, once close to her and held her in high esteem, felt a mix of trepidation upon fleeing to the camp. Wang Ruoyou warmly received them. watching with satisfaction as they devoured the food and drink like famished swine. In the end, she even arranged for them to take provisions back to their comrades. Overwhelmed and with rosy faces, they departed, tears streaming down their cheeks, carrying food and drink back to their camp. Not far from the camp, they paused, whispered among themselves, and collectively knelt to pledge their loyalty to the righteous army and to follow Wang Ruoyou unwaveringly unto death. From that moment on, the number of soldiers defecting from the allied forces to the righteous army increased. Some stayed, others left, but the righteous army made no demands of anyone, welcoming them with fine food and drink, and the next day they returned to the battlefield, ready to fight for their lives. Days passed, and the morale of the allied troops waned. They were reluctant to confront the very brothers who had so warmly received them. Yet, they dared not openly defy orders. Thus, during subsequent battles, both sides merely pretended to engage, gradually ceasing any real casualties. He soon discerned the peculiar turn of events. Upon thorough investigation, he discovered that the desperate strategy he had devised had been thwarted, leaving the entire army devoid of fighting spirit. Upon learning that Wang Ruoyou was the architect of this defeat, he was consumed with rage, wishing to see her utterly destroyed. As the allied forces found themselves in such peril, Tiandao finally arrived at the front lines, much to He's anxious anticipation. Chapter 72. The Fall of the Divine Path. Thunder roared, and lightning flashed as dark clouds rolled ominously. The stormy weather that Xiao Jiu had planned for had finally arrived, and he approached Gu Kebiao with a large bag of thunderbolts, intending to strike a fatal blow against the allied forces. At that moment, Gu Kebiao was in discussion with Wang Ruoyou regarding military matters. Upon learning of Xiao Jiu's intentions, Wang Ruoyou resolutely refused. Infuriated, Xiao Jiu returned to his tent with the bag of thunderbolts, brooding in silence. That night, several shadowy figures stealthily emerged from the military camp, concealing themselves in the tempestuous winds and the deep darkness of the night, infiltrating the rebel forces' encampment. Assassins. The soldiers on night patrol quickly discovered the presence of cloaked figures darting throughout the camp, prompting a frantic clang of gongs and shouts that ensued chaos among the rebels. At that moment, Ding Dong had yet to retire for the night, engrossed in the study of military texts under the flickering lamp. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he hastily sprang from his tent. Before long, Zhang Jixing, Tan Yomo, and Gu Kebiao, among others, arrived in haste. They exchanged glances, each reading unease in the other's eyes. What was destined to come had finally arrived. There was no escaping it, only confronting it. Ding Dong and his companions dispatched all available soldiers to scour the camp for the assassins, then gathered in the central command tent, preparing themselves for combat at any moment. Wu Xiang Tiandao sent a carefully selected group of valiant warriors to divert the enemy's attention while he stealthily approached the rebels' central command tent alone. The ground was muddy, and he navigated forward, one foot sinking deeper than the other, a fierce grin plastered across his rain-soaked face. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain beneath his foot, as if he had stepped on something. Before he could look down, a gust of wind rushed past him, with two objects zooming by on either side. Alarm surged within him as he realized he had fallen into an ambush. However, he remained composed, drawing his Julong sword from his waist and swiftly swinging it around. A beam of blue light shot forth from the blade, followed by the clanging sound of metal as an iron fishing net was cleaved in two, landing at his feet. Child's play, Tiandao scoffed, preparing to move forward when he suddenly sensed a wave of danger. He halted, focusing intently on his surroundings, only to see 8 shadowy figures rapidly converging upon him. With a swift push of his toes, he leapt high into the air, astonished to find that the 8 shadows were soaring alongside him, treading upon the rain-soaked ground. Tiandao wielded his Julong sword like a streak of blue lightning, lunging at one of the shadows, and with a resounding thud, he cleaved it in two. It turned out to be a mere bronze figure, entirely devoid of lethal capability. With rapid agility, he unleashed 7 more strikes, shattering the remaining 7 bronze figures before gracefully descending to the ground. However, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Countless hands emerged from the muddy earth, with one pair gripping tightly around his ankle. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of arrows rained down. Furious, Tiandao bellowed, "Unbreakable!" Instantly, a brilliant blue light erupted from the leather armor concealed beneath his dark attire, enveloping him and effectively repelling the countless arrows. With a cold chuckle, he swung his sword, severing the hands that reached up from the ground, only to discover, with a sharp sound, that they were made of iron. "Who are you? What sorcery is this?" Tiandao demanded in a low voice. In response, a series of thunderous sounds echoed, as 4 armored war chariots bore down upon him. Humph. Tiandao let out a cold snort, spun around in place, and unleashed a wave of azure light that, while failing to obliterate the 4 armored war chariots, succeeded in overturning them completely. Is there anyone else? He proclaimed, surveying his surroundings with an air of dominance. None at all, Xiao Jiao inadvertently responded, immediately regretting his words and hastily covering his mouth. He was overwhelmed with fear, having never encountered such a formidable individual, invulnerable, astonishingly swift, and possessed of immense strength. Upon hearing Xiao Jiao's reply, Tiandao paused for a moment, then sneered disdainfully, scoffing as he strode confidently toward the command tent. He held no interest in eliminating those who schemed from the shadows, those with dirty hands. Regardless of whether he was underestimated, Xiao Jiao had narrowly escaped a grave fate. He exhaled deeply, collapsing into the muddy ground, drenched and shaken, his mind tumultuous. In truth, his traps were far from complete. Yet he understood that even if they were flawless, they could not deter the retreating figure. The cacophony of sounds did not draw the attention of the rebel soldiers, as most were aware that General Xiao Jiao had set an intricate web of traps in the area. Even if an assassin were to intrude, they would undoubtedly be eliminated. Anyone who dared enter this domain would meet a fate of utter annihilation. However, none anticipated that someone could breach General Xiao Jiao's defenses unscathed. As Tiandao parted the tent flap of the command center, he appeared before Ding Dong and the others, his form soiled with mud. Everyone's here? Excellent. It saves me the trouble of searching for each of you, he declared, nonchalantly claiming a seat in full view of all present. Is there any wine? Bring me a jug. As he removed his filthy night attire, he called out loudly. Tan Yomo produced a jar of wine from behind and tossed it to Tiandao. Splendid. Tiandao smiled and nodded, deftly catching the jar, removing the seal, and uncorking the red cloth-covered stopper. He tilted his head back and took a hearty swig. The mixture of wine, rainwater, and mud cascaded down his chin, trickling along his gray beard. Ah! Setting the jar down, Tiandao exclaimed, what a fine wine. He continued, do I need to get my hands dirty? You may as well take your own lives. As the most formidable warrior, Tiandao exuded an air of arrogant invincibility. At that moment, a young leader among the rebels stood up, his voice laced with fury as he declared, you are but one man. State your name and rank. Tiandao glanced at him, a cold smile forming. The young officer faltered for a moment before drawing his waist knife, exclaiming with swift determination, I am Zhou Qing, the commander of the First Army of the rebels. Good. Tiandao merely uttered that word, and in an instant, a surge of azure light erupted from him, its brilliance blinding. Boom. Thunder reverberated, striking fear into the hearts of all. The downpour cascaded violently, drenching everyone present. As the dazzling blue light finally waned, Ding Dong opened his eyes to find the command tent reduced to mere fragments, with Zhou Qing lying on the ground, his expression one of profound regret. This young man was a prodigy, having achieved the swift realm of a martial artist at the tender age of 18. Although born into poverty, he carved out a realm of his own in the new world created by the righteous army, utilizing his unique talents. During the Battle of Haiqing, Zhou Qing led his 100-man squad, achieving a remarkable record of 0 casualties as they traversed the evergreen forest. When assaulting the empire, he spearheaded a death squad that fiercely breached Shaqing, laying a solid foundation for the subsequent entry of the righteous army into the city. Now, he lies quietly in the rain, a gaping, bloody wound marring his chest, blood gushing from his mouth. A promising youth, brimming with potential, meets such a tragic end. Ding Dong was furious. His anger had surged more than once, but this time, it spiraled into uncontrollable rage. When Huang, Ding Dong roared to the heavens, a blue light engulfing him. The blue light manifested as a colossal blade, a suit of armor, and a magnificent steed. Like a harbinger of doom, Ding Dong stood atop the blue steed, his blade pointed at Tiandao, bellowing, today, it is either your death or mine. With that, he charged towards the military minister, Tiandao. With a smirk of disdain on his lips, Tiandao knew that his martial prowess had reached its pinnacle in this world. Even Wu Yuanqi, who had also achieved the martial emperor realm, had suffered a miserable defeat before him. What could a mere literary scholar, even if he attained the rank of literary emperor, possibly do? What waves could he stir? Blue steam billowed at Tiandao's feet as 9 azure dragons surged forth from the Jiolong sword body. The sound of dragons echoed, and the spirit of battle intensified. Just as Tiandao prepared to strike Ding Dong down with overwhelming force, a child suddenly appeared beside him. It was Xiao Jiao, hurriedly approaching with a burlap sack in hand. Ding Shuai, catch this. Secret weapon, let's incapacitate him. Xiao Jiao shouted, tossing the sack towards Ding Dong. Tiandao's heart tightened. He was aware that within the righteous army were two extraordinary talents from different races, whose bizarre inventions were the foundation of the army's rise. In this moment, he could not allow the enemy to gain any assistance. In a flash of blue light, it was Tiandao who, seizing the opportunity, snatched the burlap sack before Ding Dong could reach it. Effortlessly evading Ding Dong's horizontal slash, Tiandao darted half a kilometer away. In a frenzy, he opened the sack and discovered it filled with circular metallic discs, each glimmering with specks of red light. "What is this?" he muttered, just as a storm of lightning descended, striking towards him. "What a treasure!" Tiandao effortlessly dodged several bolts of lightning, captivated by the contents of the sack. At that moment, the red light within surged, illuminating nearly all the circular discs. Boom. The description of a deluge of thunder may be exaggerated. Yet the hundreds of bolts of lightning that fell could undoubtedly be described as the wrath of the heavens. Tiandao attempted to escape, but found that no matter which direction he fled, the lightning seemed to possess a mind of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. No matter how swift he was, he could not outpace the lightning. Crack! Boom! Hundreds of bolts of lightning pierced through Tiandao's body, illuminating him, his bones glistening in the light. When calm returned, a charred scent wafted into the nostrils of everyone present. Xiaozhou plopped down on the ground, his face aglow with delight, and after a moment, burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "By heavens, I truly am the most remarkable." The body of Wuxiang, as lifeless as coal, was displayed before the rebel camp the following day, shattering the last flicker of hope in Yi's heart. Yi ordered a retreat, while Ding Dong chose not to pursue. Despite the pleas of all to deny the enemy a moment's respite, Ding Dong merely smiled and shook his head in silence, as if everything was already within his grasp. The disordered rebel forces retreated to Guan City, only to find it deserted, with not a single guard remaining. Upon reaching the imperial capital, they were met with the sight of the rebel flag, blazing triumphantly above the city. Xiao Lu stood atop the city walls, nonchalantly picking his nose while casting a disdainful gaze upon the defeated rebels below. He stealthily wiped a sticky substance onto the armor of an old soldier, then stood up and remarked to Princess Naya, "I prefer to keep a low profile. Matters of grandeur are better suited to you." Princess Naya nodded with a smile, just as she was about to take the thunder roar being handed to her, only for Xiao Lu to snatch it away. "Yi, is this the will of heaven? Will you not surrender to your fate?" On the last day of the first year of the Heavenly Way, the emperor of the Tiandao Kingdom became the shortest-lived emperor in history. The rebel forces of the Coexistence Kingdom ultimately unified the realm, renaming themselves the Yi, officially becoming the People's Yi Nation. The Yi Nation adopted a democratic parliamentary system, dismantling the autocratic reign of the emperor, allowing the people to finally rise and take control of their own destiny. On the eve of the founding ceremony of the Yi Nation, leaders such as Zhang Jixing were preoccupied with establishing the new national framework and preparing for the ceremony the following day. Suddenly, a messenger hurried in to report, "Counselor Zhang, Ding Dong has left a letter. It's gone." Epilogue. In the 9th year of Yi, peace reigned across the land, and the people thrived. In the Spring City, spanning the Grand Canal, there stood a bridge bustling with vendors showcasing their artisanal crafts. "Mother, look at this. It's so much fun." "What is it?" a young child exclaimed, holding up a delightful trinket he found at a stall, eagerly inquiring of his mother. "This is a windmill. Blow on it, and it will spin." The mother replied, affectionately stroking her child's head. The child, blowing on the windmill, watched in amazement as it began to whirl. "Hey, Mom, look, it's spinning. It's spinning," he shouted, proudly raising the twirling windmill towards her. "How much is it, sir?" the mother asked the vendor. The vendor, a stout young man with a face etched with age, sat cross-legged on the ground, towering even over the child. He glanced at the child and his mother, smiled, and said nothing. Turning away, he caught sight of the child's father and, momentarily taken aback, laughed heartily. "How could I possibly charge for something that little Ding Dong likes? It's on the house." The resemblance between the child and Ding Dong was undeniable, a miniature version of him. Luo Shuiqing, hearing the vendor's words, paused in surprise, furrowing her brow in an attempt to discern the vendor's identity but failing to recognize him. Beside him, Ding Dong cautiously inquired, "Is that Fei Zi? What brings you here to sell goods?" The intricacies and intrigues within the council were unbearable for me. I wished to resign, but was met with refusal, so I simply ran away. Fei Zi scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Come on, new friend. It's on me." Ding Dong waved his hands, exuding the same carefree spirit he had in his youth. Daddy, I want to go too." The child opened his arms wide, pouting as he called out loudly, Let's go? Together. Ding Dong bent down to scoop up his son. Among the patrons at the new Sifong coup, Fei Zi seemed to have countless questions. Yet he was restrained and unable to voice them, merely engrossed in his drink. As the liquor flowed, his face flushed, emboldening him to speak more freely. Ding Shuai, why did you run away back then? It caused a nationwide stir. The council dispatched tens of thousands to search for you, yet they couldn't find you. I understand now. You are a free spirit, destined to pursue your freedom. Fei Zi's words began to slur, indicating that he was not accustomed to alcohol. As for me, Ding Dong raised his glass but chose to remain silent. 9 years had passed since the establishment of the Yihe nation, and reminiscing about those days felt like yesterday. He and Luo Shuiqing had sworn their commitment to each other amidst the snowy peaks, with heaven and earth as their witnesses. Over the past 9 years, they had traversed the heights of the snow-capped mountains and roamed foreign lands, living freely and encountering numerous dangers. Yet, as long as they were together, they could venture to the ends of the earth. Gazing out at the bustling street beyond the new Sifong coup, he recalled how, many years ago, he and Luo Shuiqing had first crossed paths along the Grand Canal, leading to their acquaintance and deepening bond. With the effects of alcohol weighing heavily upon him, Fei Zi succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the table. Ding Dong raised a finger to his lips, signaling for Luo Shuiqing and their child to remain quiet, and discreetly settled the bill before slipping away unnoticed. Departing from the Spring City, the family of 3 arrived at the Martyrs' Cemetery to pay their respects to the brothers who had once fought valiantly. Ding Luobao quickly bowed to these immortal souls. Without them, the world as we know it would not exist. Ding Dong instructed the child with a serious expression. Little Ding Luobao, pouting with a look of grievance, knelt before the monument of heroes and the statue of Wu Yuanqi. A gust of wind stirred Luo Shuiqing's hair as she gazed at her husband and child, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He diligently searched the monument for the name of Luo Cheng. Father, he treated me well, and the world has finally become a better place. You can rest now. Ding Dong wrapped his arms around Luo Shuiqing, closing his eyes tightly. Years of conflict and strife flashed before him, but today, he felt blissful, truly blissful. A sudden exclamation pierced the air from a short distance away. Ding Dong turned to see Wu Ziheng, one hand cradling a bouquet of fresh flowers, the other grasping the hand of a small girl with an innocent expression, gazing curiously in their direction. The little girl, clad in a flowing white dress, nibbled on her thumb like an ethereal fairy. Her head held high as she looked at Ding Dong.